Chapter 1. Devouring and Merging. Where am I? Didn't I die? Chen Feng remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a vast expanse of darkness akin to outer space, yet countless luminous points danced around him. Chen Feng vividly recalled his demise, struck down by lightning. Possessing the memories of 2 lifetimes, Chen Feng's first existence was that of an assassin, a life marked by the murder of many, culminating in his own death at the hands of the one he cherished most, killed out of vengeance for the slaying of her parents. In those final moments, he came to a profound realization of the terrifying nature of humanity, the lengths to which one would go for revenge. Even living alongside their enemy for 8 years, as if they were spouses, was truly horrific. He had thought death would grant him peace. Yet upon reincarnation, he found himself burdened with the memories of his past life, instilling in him a reluctance to trust anyone again until she appeared. She was a girl lost in her fantasies, and they met at a business conference where her father, Huang Biao, had dealings with Chen Feng's company. Huang Yun was an aficionado of anime and romantic tales, and since their acquaintance, she had persistently dragged Chen Feng into watching various touching animations, novels, and films. Each time he witnessed her laughter and tears over the stories, a healing began to unfold within him, gradually dissolving the knots in his heart. However, just as they were preparing for marriage, Huang Yun was abducted. During the rescue attempt, Chen Feng nearly lost his life, saved only by Huang Yun, who bravely shielded him, yet she perished in his embrace. This drove Chen Feng into a frenzy as he devoted himself to uncovering the mastermind behind the tragedy, only to discover it was Huang Yun's father, who had orchestrated the entire scheme to usurp Chen Feng's company. In a fit of vengeance, Chen Feng infiltrated Huang Biao's home, planted explosives, and fled in an aircraft. Suddenly, the sky split open, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Realizing the perilous weather, he sought a suitable place to make an emergency landing. After a tumultuous descent, the lightning intensified, prompting Chen Feng to mutter, "Damn it, it's deafening. If you dare, strike me down." Unbeknownst to him, not long after, he was indeed struck, and in that fleeting moment, a torrent of expletives flooded his mind. Subsequently, he lost consciousness, feeling as though he was being drawn into that rift. Reflecting on his lightning strike, Chen Feng murmured, "I must be dead now, I must be a soul. But what are these luminous points?" As he reached out to touch one, it surged towards his forehead and merged with his being. In quick succession, all the luminous points flowed into him. With each point that integrated, fleeting images flashed through Chen Feng's mind, fortifying his soul. He sensed an increasing strength with each assimilation. Once all the points had merged, he felt his essence transcending to an unprecedented level of power, realizing that these luminous fragments were, in fact, soul shards belonging to Otsutsuki Kagaya. From the shard's memories, Chen Feng learned that he was the prince of the Otsutsuki clan, who had perished in a spatial storm while searching for his sister, Princess Kagaya, having been betrayed by someone named Otsutsuki Momoshiki, resulting in the shattering of his very soul. At that moment, a fissure appeared on his forehead, giving birth to an eye. This irradiated a brilliant white light, soon forming a black hole. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was drawn into it and fell unconscious once more. Meanwhile, the eye on his forehead guided his soul to the world of Naruto. Upon locating Kagaya's bloodline, along with the Yedo Beber Nashura, he seamlessly entered the body of Kushina Uzumaki, merging with Ashura's spirit. It turned out that the technique originally unleashed by Otsutsuki Kagaya was designed to utilize his bloodline to awaken the Byakugan to seek out his kin. However, it had only been activated halfway before his untimely demise. Yet, upon consuming Otsutsuki Kagaya's soul and manifesting the Byakugan, this dormant technique reignited. This event drew Chen Feng into the realm where Otsutsuki Kagaya currently resided, the world of Naruto. However, even with the fragmented soul of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he lacked the capacity for spatial traversal in his soul form at best. He could preserve his essence from being obliterated by the chaotic forces of space, leaving him incomplete. Thus, upon arriving in the Naruto world, The Byakugan's bloodline instinctively sought out Ashura's reincarnation, whose bloodline and spirit, with a closest stand, merged with him to restore the integrity of his own soul, allowing him to be reborn. Kushina paused, murmuring, "It felt as though something just entered my body, but I can't quite grasp what it was. It must be that the Nine-Tails is jealous because it senses I might become a mother. Never mind. No need to argue with a mere fox. I should get back to cooking. Minato will be home soon, and I want to surprise him." With that, she resumed her culinary tasks. Inside her, the Nine-Tails felt an unsettling sensation of intrusion as Chun Feng entered Kushina. Yet, when it probed with its mental energy, it detected no anomalies, leading the Nine-Tails to conclude that it must have been influenced by this eccentric woman. The more it pondered, the angrier it became. Today's sour mood was Kushina's fault. Today's lack of perception was also her doing, and even the slight discomfort in its chakra flow was attributed to her. In short, every misfortune was laid at her feet. Though begrudging, it felt helpless, cursing that damned crazy woman. In a fit of frustration, it unleashed its chakra to disrupt Kushina's flow. However, it soon realized that several chains released by Kushina had bound it tighter, amplifying its seals. The chakra it had released was swiftly repressed. Kushina's voice echoed, "Nine-Tails, what are you up to? If nothing's wrong, stop acting out and let me cook in peace." Whose stubborn personality does that remind me of? It's already so late, I need to hurry and finish dinner. Minato will be home any moment. She then added, "Nine-Tails, just behave for now. No more antics, all right? I'm off to cook. We can chat later. Goodbye." Afterward, silence enveloped the room, leaving the Nine-Tails to roar in frustration beneath the weight of its intensified seals. As Chun Feng entered the form of Ashura's reincarnation, the Byakugan on his forehead fell silent, which was why neither the Nine-Tails nor Kushina sensed anything amiss. Chun Feng's soul sought to merge with Ashura's spirit due to its incompleteness, while Ashura's spirit, too, voluntarily sought this union, for it too was fractured. In the midst of these two incomplete souls resided a complete, albeit blank, little spirit. For Chun Feng and Ashura's spirits to merge, they had to converge within this new soul, leading to their simultaneous integration. As both fragmented souls entered the new, nascent spirit, it rapidly grew stronger. During this strengthening process, the fragmented memories buried deep within also began to merge and process. These fragments held the essence of Chun Feng's 2 lifetimes, the millennia of Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories, and Ashura's 1,000-year reincarnation intertwined with Indra's ancient fate. These fragments carried sorrow, joy, hatred, and love, though devoid of consciousness. Their impact on Chun Feng was monumental, stirring his awareness into turmoil, threatening to extinguish it. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, the Byakugan shielded his soul's essence, extracting the emotions tied to the memory's joyful emotions, poignant feelings, sentiments of salvation, and vengeful passions. Once these emotions were stripped away, only the memories remained, devoid of sensation, rendering them inert. Chun Feng absorbed these memories like a spectator watching a film, free from their emotional influence, allowing his consciousness to finally stabilize as he assimilated this vast reservoir of recollections. The extracted emotions, upon separation, autonomously split into 2 extremes, swirling and merging. The positive, joyful ones emanated a soft white light, while the negative, vengeful sentiments radiated a dim, dark glow. As all emotions fused, they manifested into 2 miniature figures that mirrored the fetus, yet were starkly different, one exuding refinement and grace, the other brimming with rage. At that moment, Chun Feng underwent a profound transformation as his consciousness stabilized. It fully integrated with the newly formed spirit, his appearance and physique harmonizing perfectly with that of the fetus. The 2 miniature figures exchanged glances. The refined one smiled and nodded at the wrathful one, but the latter dismissed him entirely, turning away and plunging into Chun Feng's soul, vanishing from sight. Undeterred, the refined figure shook his head in resignation and followed suit, disappearing into Chun Feng's essence. As Chun Feng's spirit fused with that of the fetus, the latter's form began to shift, A fissure gradually emerged between his brows, nurturing an eye. As the merging continued, the cleft widened, and the eye became increasingly distinct. It was a Byakugan, as the cells within the body grew increasingly vibrant, infused with an intense spirit of life. The formidable vitality rendered the fetus reminiscent of a robust young man. No, it possessed a vitality even more potent than that of a vigorous adult in their prime. Beyond this extraordinary vitality, the blood cells within were imbued with a powerful sealing force, which continued to strengthen, subtly forming a chain. As time gradually passed, this chain began to pervade his entire being, causing his blood to flow as if a chain were incessantly coursing through his veins. The active state and strength of the cells were such that even a stab would swiftly restore him. The white eye at the center of his forehead had also begun to take shape. At that moment, Chun Feng awakened, simultaneously feeling a force propelling him upwards. He realized that a new chapter of his life was about to commence. Chapter 2. The Love of Parents. When Chun Feng beheld the world once more, he discovered that he had transformed into a newborn infant. He was being cradled by a middle-aged woman with a ponytail, who was making her way towards a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The man hurriedly approached, calling out, "Naruto," as he reached out to hold him. At that moment, the woman holding him interjected, "Let the child's mother see him first," and gracefully maneuvered around. The man froze momentarily. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was left bewildered, a chill sweeping through him as he inwardly cursed. "Damn it, I become Uzumaki Naruto. After 2 lifetimes as an orphan, I find myself once again destined to be alone. Am I fated to be deprived of parental love?" Indeed, Chun Feng had traversed 2 lives as an orphan. From birth, he had known nothing in his first life. He was unaware, while in his second, his parents had perished in an accident, sacrificing themselves to shield him during a car crash. Thus, Chun Feng yearned deeply for the love of parents. He found himself placed beside a young woman with a mane of red hair, and Naruto, gazing at her with adoration, recognized her as his mother, Kushina, in this lifetime. With a gentle call of Naruto, she reached out to caress him, saying, "At last I get to see you, Naruto." In that moment, Naruto felt it was the most blissful experience in the world. At that juncture, Minato approached Kushina and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" "And thank you." After tenderly stroking his wife and son, he steeled himself, saying, "Though you've just given birth, there is still much to be done. We must calm the 9 tails immediately." With that, he placed his hands upon the sealing technique of the 9 tails, while Naruto was cradled by the midwife, Byakugan, and carried away. Naruto longed to remain, for by staying close to his father, no one could threaten him or his parents. Regrettably, he was merely a newborn infant. As Byakugan exited, they encountered the masked man, who instantly sent them flying, seizing Naruto in the process. Minato, poised to reinforce the 9-tail seal, witnessed the 2 being hurled back and anxiously called out, "Byakugan! Tanaka!" At that moment, the masked man's voice echoed, "Fourth Hokage Minato, keep your distance from the Jinchuriki, or this child's life will last but a minute." Minato and Kushina, upon seeing Naruto clutched by the masked man, were engulfed in panic. Kushina cried out Naruto's name, while Minato's mind raced, questioning how this individual had breached the barrier. Simultaneously, Kushina's seal began to weaken, the seals visibly manifesting as the 9 tails struggled to break free. The masked man remarked, "It seems you no longer care for this child's life." Minato responded urgently, "Wait, stay calm." The masked man tossed a kunai into his hand, declaring, "That advice should be directed to yourself. I am quite composed." With that, he hurled Naruto away, leaping forth to thrust the kunai towards him. Just as the weapon was about to pierce Naruto's body, Minato utilized the body flicker technique to save him. The masked man complimented, "Truly the yellow flash, but what will happen next?" In rescuing Naruto, Minato noticed an explosive tag affixed to his back and swiftly tore the cloth enveloping him, discarding it aside before leaping out of the house with Naruto in his arms, narrowly escaping the ensuing explosion. Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Naruto back home, laying him upon the bed and reassuring, "You are safe here, I will bring your mother back." With that, he vanished to rescue Kushina. Left alone in the room, Naruto felt an overwhelming hatred for his own helplessness. His parents' actions made him acutely aware of the greatness of parental love, and simultaneously, he felt the agony of being unable to protect them, burdened with the pain he had inflicted upon them. His heart brimmed with suffering and loathing for the masked man. The immense emotional turmoil profoundly affected the white eye on his forehead, the tightly closed eye beginning to absorb his emotions, on the verge of opening. As time slipped by amidst Naruto's anguish and guilt, the space in the room suddenly rippled, and Minato appeared with Kushina before him. Minato placed Kushina beside Naruto, instructing, "Do not worry too much, stay close to Naruto." Kushina cradled Naruto, weeping softly, while Minato, witnessing his wife's tears, was consumed with an unbridled fury. He opened the wardrobe, retrieving the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage. At that moment, Kushina cautioned, "Be careful." After donning the ceremonial god robe, Minato softly declared, "I shall return shortly." Before vanishing that moment, Kushina held Naruto tightly, her eyes filled with love and reluctance, devoid of any hint of hatred. This deeply moved Naruto, who understood that Kushina had been stripped of the nine tails. The extraction of the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki resulted in death, as the chakra and spirit of the Jinchuriki, essentially their soul, were inextricably linked. Once separated, the human body and soul could not endure the loss. Thus, Kushina, aware that her life was drawing to a close, thought not of vengeance, but solely of her newborn son. A warmth enveloped Naruto, brimming with maternal love. Not long after, Minato returned, bringing Naruto and Kushina before the Nine Tails. Exhausted from continuous battles, Minato was nearly depleted of chakra. Struggling, he said, "We must quickly set up a barrier. My chakra is running low." After establishing the barrier, Kushina offered, "I shall use the little chakra I have left to bind the Nine Tails." With that, she pressed her hands to the ground, releasing several massive chains that ensnared the Nine Tails, rendering it immobile. She then added, "This is all I can do to assist you. At least it can delay the Nine Tails revival. Thank you for always loving me." Minato gazed sorrowfully at Kushina, who smiled back and replied, "Kushina, the one who should be expressing gratitude is I that you have made me the Hokage, your husband, and the father of this child. Yet I." Kushina interjected with deep affection, "Minato, you needn't say such things. I am truly happy to have your unwavering love. Today is our child's birthday, and the most important thing for me is that I can envision our family together. However, I have one wish. I long to see Naruto grow up." Minato then said, "Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. That I will utilize the 8 trigram seal to confine your remaining chakra along with the Nine Tails into Naruto's body. That way, you will be able to witness his growth. However, I am not the Jinchuriki, so I can only seal half of the Nine Tails within me using the Reaper Death Seal." Upon hearing this, Kushina exclaimed, "But using the Reaper Death Seal means you will," without allowing her to finish. Minato completed the necessary hand signs and executed the Reaper Death Seal. Seeing Minato use the Reaper Death Seal, Kushina sorrowfully remarked, "You are sacrificing yourself just to allow me to glimpse Naruto's future. Just for this fleeting reunion that I want you to be there to accompany him as he grows. Yet you know the hardships of being a Jinchuriki. Why must you?" Minato gazed at Kushina with deep affection and replied, "To make Naruto the Jinchuriki is to maintain the balance of the tailed beasts across the 5 great nations. Moreover, that masked man will bring calamity to this world. At that time, it will be Naruto's responsibility to safeguard this hard-won peace." Kushina found this notion unbearable and challenged Minato. Is it acceptable to treat Naruto as a sacrificial pawn for the balance of the 5 great nations, for the sake of the village? Minato looked at her and said, "You should understand better than I what it would mean to lose our nation, our village, and our peace. Additionally, we are all ninjas." Hearing this final statement, Kushina locked eyes with Minato, recognizing the resolve of a Hokage within him. Minato continued, "Furthermore, even in my living state, I have not surpassed you. Some lessons can only be imparted by a mother, even if you have only recently embraced motherhood. Therefore, this is not solely for you, but also for Naruto. To willingly sacrifice oneself for a son is a form of paternal love." Upon finishing, Minato activated the technique, extracting half of the Nine Tails and sealing it within himself. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming weight of chakra and summoned the sealing platform to place Naruto upon it. The Nine Tails, realizing Minato's intention to seal it within a mere child, erupted in fury, aiming to harm Naruto. Just as its claws were about to strike, Minato and Kushina positioned themselves in front of Naruto to shield him, though they were both pierced by the Nine Tails' claws. With a smile, Minato asked Kushina, "Is there anything you wish to say to Naruto? We have no time left." Tears streaming down her face, Kushina looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat well and grow quickly. Remember to bathe regularly and get enough sleep. Don't stay up late. Make friends. Even a few trustworthy ones will suffice. While I may not excel in academics, you must study diligently in both your studies and ninjutsu. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Do not be disheartened by challenges in learning. Always respect your teachers and seniors at school. Also, avoid borrowing money. Save what you earn from missions. You must be 20 to drink alcohol. But be mindful of moderation. As you grow, you will develop an interest in women. As your mother, I may not fully comprehend that aspect, but just know that there are only men and women in this world. So seek someone like me, and avoid those of ill repute. Be cautious of Jiraiya-sensei. You will face many hardships and sorrows, but always remain steadfast in your identity. Hold on to your dreams and possess the confidence to realize them. There is so much more I wish to teach you, and I long to remain by your side. I love you." Turning to Minato, Kushina said, "I am sorry. I have said too much." Minato chuckled softly. "It is of no consequence. Naruto, what your mother said mirrors my own wishes for you. Now, I am prepared to seal my chakra within you as well. 8 trigram seal. Upon completing the hand signs." Minato sealed both the Nine Tails and their chakra into Naruto's body. Chapter 3. Byakugan and Body Refinement. The moon hung high in the sky as Naruto, bruised and battered, entered the modest dwelling he had inhabited for 5 years. He lay down on the dilapidated bed where he had slept for those 5 years, his cold gaze surveying the worn furniture around him. He touched the red mark on his forehead. Memories flooding back of the day 5 years prior when his parents perished before his eyes after sealing the Nine Tails within him. Twice in his life, he had been powerless to prevent the death of his parents. The resentment in his heart had reached its limit, and that very resentment served as the perfect catalyst for awakening the Byakugan on his forehead. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of power rush through his mind, and he suddenly realized he could see everything around him with crystal clarity. Though he did not understand the phenomenon, his previously tumultuous emotions inexplicably settled into a state of calm. Naruto recognized that the Byakugan had awakened, and he became acutely aware that the red mark on his forehead was, in fact, the manifestation of a soul inherited from Kaguya Otsutsuki. Simultaneously, Naruto grasped that he resided in the world of the Hokage, a realm inhabited by ninjas. It was a place filled with formidable power and incredible jutsu. In his previous life, due to his girlfriend's fondness for anime, he had become acquainted with the resurrection techniques, particularly the rebirth reincarnation technique. At this moment, Naruto had fully regained his composure. He recalled that after persuading Nagato, it was Nagato who had used the rebirth reincarnation technique to revive all the fallen leaf ninjas. Gazing at the lifeless forms of Minato and Kushina, Naruto understood that in order to resurrect his parents, he would need their complete corpses and souls, along with the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan and the soul were not immediate concerns. The Rinnegan required the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and Hashirama Senju's cells, a fusion of Asura and Indra, the very essence of himself and Sasuke. Uchiha. For the soul, it would be relatively simple to summon his mother's spirit using the impure world reincarnation technique. However, his father's soul would need the Reaper death seal to be undone first, which was something he could not accomplish at present. Nevertheless, time was of the essence regarding the corpses, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was already approaching. He had to find a way to preserve Minato and Kushina. Desperately, Naruto sifted through the fragments of memory related to Kaguya Otsutsuki within his mind. Although the vast quantity of chaotic memories made it a daunting task, after a considerable search, he discovered a potential solution. Utilizing the chakra emanating from the Nine Tails within him, the Nine Tails was a conglomerate of chakra, even though it had only recently been sealed within Naruto. It would allow his body to instantly access its chakra. As Kushina's son, Naruto had been exposed to the Nine Tails chakra throughout her pregnancy, and his body had long since adapted to it. Furthermore, the Byakugan granted him an almost obsessive control over chakra. What Naruto must do now is liberate the bloodline limit of his Uzumaki clan. As he activated his Byakugan, he became aware of his physical condition. The chain-like form of the blood coursing through his veins represented the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. In a frenzy, Naruto fervently mobilized the chakra emanating from the nine tails within him to merge with his blood, allowing the chains to emerge from his body. This arduous process nearly caused his newly born physique to collapse. But fortunately, the nine tails recognized the urgency and cooperated in controlling its chakra, or else Naruto would have perished. Amidst this cooperation, the nine tails could not help but curse. Damn it. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Our feud is far from over. It's one thing to seal me within this brat, but here I am, stuck with a freak who dares to manipulate my chakra less than a day after his birth. And on top of that, he possesses the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As if that weren't enough, he is actively attempting to awaken the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. What kind of intellect is this? He is truly a monster, and yet, I have to cooperate with him. If he dies, I'll be dragged down with him. I can't take it anymore. There is no respect for my rights. With the Nine Tails' assistance, Naruto finally unleashed his bloodline limit. Several chains, a vibrant blue interlaced with a hint of green, emerged from his body and swiftly coiled around the corpses of Kushina and Minato, enveloping them completely. Simultaneously, Naruto's Byakugan radiated a dazzling white light upon Kushina and Minato, causing their bodies to vanish within the brilliance at that moment. The nine tails within Naruto was utterly stifled, muttering, "This Byakugan possesses its own independent space." In fact, Naruto had been astonished to learn from fragments of Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories that the Byakugan contained a small, independent space. However, this initial shock soon transformed into delight. This space, situated within the Byakugan, would allow Naruto to preserve the bodies of Kushina and Minato without detection, utilizing the life force and sealing power of the chains to prevent decay. After securing the bodies of Kushina and Minato, Naruto realized that the barrier set by Kushina had shattered, and chakra was depleted. In an instant, the third Hokage appeared beside Naruto and lifted him into his arms. The third surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of Kushina and Minato's bodies, murmuring, "Could it be that the flash of white light carried away their remains? What was that light? I've never seen anything like it." The third then issued a command to all nearby ninjas, forbidding any mention of Naruto's identity or his status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Looking down at Naruto, who was cradled in his arms, the third Hokage smiled warmly, saying, "Naruto, my dear, I will raise you to adulthood and ensure you inherit your father's will." Naruto smiled back at the third, who paused briefly before returning the smile. Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Third Hokage, I hope you will allow me to raise this child." The third glanced at the approaching Danzo and replied, "That is impossible. I know your intentions, but Naruto is the fourth's child. I will not allow you to turn him into a mere tool. Let go of that notion, Danzo." With that, the third Hokage carried Naruto away. Danzo, feeling slighted by the third's refusal, seethed, "You will come to regret this. A Jinchuriki has no need for emotions. I will prove you wrong." After Naruto was taken home by the third Hokage for care, word quickly spread throughout the village that Uzumaki Naruto was the Nine Tails Fox. Although the third had issued a gag order, the rumors had already taken root, and the resentment of those who had lost loved ones was inevitably directed towards Naruto. Those bereaved individuals needed an outlet for their grief. They would not concern themselves with the underlying schemes behind the incident. They merely sought a target for their anger, and even if it weren't Naruto, it would be someone else. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. Naruto understood this dark aspect of human nature all too well. Having experienced the ups and downs of life in his previous two lives, he had grown indifferent to the warmth and coldness of human relationships, no longer stirred by even the slightest excitement. What Naruto yearned for most now was power. Thus, when he turned 3, he requested to live alone, a proposition the third was initially reluctant to accept. However, after Naruto's persistent pleas, the third eventually acquiesced, providing him with a monthly allowance and a small dwelling. On the second day, after moving into his new home, Naruto discovered that someone had smashed a large hole in his roof. When he stepped outside, he was met with the scornful stares of the villagers, who regarded him as a monster. Children hurled stones at him, and when he attempted to purchase food and clothing, he was cheated, paying double for expired goods and outdated clothing. Naruto contemplated taking revenge on these people, but he knew he could not act impulsively. Danzo was still watching closely. After obtaining methods to refine chakra from the third Hokage, Naruto spent his days hidden in his home, refining chakra and stimulating every cell in his body with it. His experiences from his previous lives taught him that to gain formidable power, one must possess a strong physique. Once he had developed sufficient strength, even the chakra of the nine tails would not harm him in the slightest, in addition to stimulating his cells with chakra. He also dedicated 15 minutes each day to meditating on natural chakra and engaged in a 20-kilometer weighted run. To sustain this rigorous regimen, he ventured into the woods behind Hokage Rock to forage for food, battling the poisonous snakes and fierce beasts that lurked there, all while refraining from using his bloodline limit, as the third Hokage was observing. Thus, he could only rely on the most basic taijutsu and ninjutsu provided by the third in these encounters, returning home each day covered in wounds to silently tend to them. Yet he understood that these battles with venomous creatures were honing his combat skills and adaptability, a lesson from his first life. He was also pleasantly surprised to discover that each time he was injured and subsequently healed by the Nine Tails chakra, his body grew stronger and his affinity for the chakra increased. Consequently, he eagerly returned to the mountains each day. Undeterred, this routine persisted for 5 long years. Naruto touched the red mark on his forehead, feeling the presence of his parents. Reflecting on the events of the past 5 years, his heart grew increasingly tranquil as he contemplated the matter of the Rinnegan. Currently, only Uzumaki Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, but persuading him to utilize the Rinnegan's abilities was an exceedingly arduous task. After all, I am not the original Uzumaki Naruto, blessed with the strongest tongue and the protagonist's halo. I cannot manage it. Dismissing this thought, he considered the prospect of seizing the Rinnegan for himself, but realized that was unreliable. Setting aside compatibility issues, he knew that if Toby discovered his intentions, he would undoubtedly unleash all the members of the Akatsuki to hunt him down. While he was not afraid, the headache it would cause was daunting. He then contemplated taking Sasuke's Rinnegan, but quickly dismissed the idea. Not only was he fond of Sasuke, who was bold and accountable, but he also knew that if his mother found out he was trying to steal Sasuke's Rinnegan, she would likely beat him to death. Kushina and Mikoto were the best of friends and confidants. Ultimately, Naruto could not come up with a viable plan, but stumbled upon an extremely dangerous idea, one that guaranteed failure and could lead to a tragic demise. Yet if successful, it could yield the most suitable Rinnegan for him. Gazing at the bright moon outside, Naruto recalled Kushina's words to him before her demise, revealing a confident smile as he murmured, 2 more years. Chapter 4. A fateful encounter. The following day, upon waking, Naruto examined the wounds from yesterday's battle and smiled, noticing that the most severe ones had already scabbed over, while the lighter ones had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. His skin was exceptionally fair and delicate, akin to that of a newborn. Having always been someone who preferred minimal interaction with others, compounded by the villagers' animosity towards him, Naruto's desire to isolate himself from contact intensified. This resulted in a demeanor that appeared rather aloof. He was not entirely cold-hearted, but would not initiate conversations with others. Typically, he donned an oversized cloak and a hood, giving him an air of detachment from the world. Standing before the mirror, Naruto beheld a handsome young man with a cold expression reflected back at him. Golden, shoulder-length hair, a finely textured face, with 3 black whisker-like markings on each side of his cheeks, and a red mark on his forehead. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with black trousers. Observing his reflection, Naruto remarked, "My hair has grown a bit long. I should get it trimmed, but that barber has refused to cut my hair since 2 years ago." "Oh well, it doesn't matter." He then picked up the cloak beside him and donned it, muttering, "It's not like I intentionally burned his hair. I didn't mean to. He such a petty guy." As I reminisce about 2 years ago, I recall a time when Naruto had just learned his first C-rank wind release technique, the Great Breakthrough, from the third Hokage, and was in high spirits. Coincidentally, a temple fair was taking place, and he decided to attend. Upon reaching the bonfire, he witnessed a thief pilfering from the barber's cash. The barber had always treated Naruto well, at least he had never cheated him. So without a second thought, Naruto unleashed his newly acquired wind release technique. However, to his surprise, he miscalculated and ended up blowing the barber several meters away to the bonfire, singeing his hair in the process. Who would have thought that a mere C-rank wind release could send someone flying so far? Besides, he was merely trying to ensure the barber's safety. Adjusting his cloak, Naruto affirmed to himself, "Indeed, he is far too stingy." As he observed the girl with skin so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture, he mused that she ought to spend more time in the sun, for her pallor resembled that of a delicate flower. Lacking the ruggedness befitting a man that he vividly remembered that in the anime, Naruto had a sun-kissed complexion. How had he, upon entering this world, ended up with a complexion reminiscent of a woman? It must surely be the fault of the creators, who had transformed his fair skin into a tanned hue. Stepping out onto the street, Naruto suddenly felt the sun's intensity and donned the hood of his cloak, thinking to himself, this way, it won't be so glaring. As he approached the usual training ground for ninjutsu and shuriken practice, he happened upon a group of young girls tormenting a girl with striking white eyes. The sight of her caused Naruto's heart to skip a beat. This was the first person he had encountered in the Naruto world who possessed the Byakugan. The sight of a girl with such extraordinary eyes being bullied by mere ordinary children struck him as utterly ludicrous. Though unsure of the situation, he strode over. The boys harassing the girl, upon noticing Naruto's approach, boasted, "Isn't that the monster? Do you want a beating as well?" Naruto regarded the spoiled brats with disdain, dismissing them. He knelt beside the girl and asked, "Are you all right?" "I am Uzumaki Naruto. And you are?" The girl, blushing, politely bowed her head in gratitude and replied, "Hello, I am Hyuga Hinata." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his mind echoing only her name. Hyuga Hinata. When he finally regained his composure and looked at her, he found her flushed cheeks to be quite endearing. He thought shamelessly, no wonder she is destined to be my wife, even at 5. She is so captivating. Just as Naruto was lost in his fantasies, Hinata shyly inquired, "I am fine now. Could you please let go of my hand?" It then dawned on Naruto that he was still holding her hand. He quickly released his grip, and although Hinata's face remained rosy, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. The atmosphere grew awkward as Naruto pondered what to say next. The previously ignored boy seethed, "Dare to ignore us? Let's teach this monster a lesson." With that, they rushed toward Naruto, who felt his expression harden. "How dare these brats disturb my moment? I'll show them who the real monster is." In a flash, Naruto formed several hand seals and executed the great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind sent the troublesome boys flying into the bushes, where they landed in a heap, crying out, "Monster! Monster! Run!" Once they fled, Naruto merely remarked, "Pathetic," and turned back to Hinata, asking, "Hinata, where do you live? Allow me to escort you home." Hinata, puzzled by the boys referring to Naruto as a monster, wondered why they would label someone so gentle as such. Moreover, his effortless dismissal of the bullies indicated his strength, which contrasted sharply with her own perceived weakness. Just as Hinata was about to respond, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, shielding her. "Stay away from Lady Hinata. Do you understand?" Naruto recognized the newcomer as Hinata's protector and chose not to engage further. Smiling at Hinata, he said, "It seems I need to escort you home after all. I hope to see you again." Hinata, taken aback, replied, "Yes, Naruto-kun, I hope to see you again." With that, Naruto leaped away, disappearing from Hinata's sight. Her protector crouched down and said, "Lady Hinata, it's best to keep your distance from that boy." Confused, Hinata asked, "Why?" The protector replied, "Lady Hinata, you need not know. Just understand that he is a monster." Hinata chose not to question further, but resolved to learn why Naruto was labeled a monster, especially since she felt like one in the eyes of those ordinary children. After practicing shuriken and taijutsu at his usual training ground, Naruto found it difficult to concentrate. As thoughts of Hinata kept intruding, he worried. Could I be developing a crush on a 5-year-old? Here I am, a man nearing 100 years of age, thinking of a little girl. He concluded, perhaps I'm just hungry. Time for some ramen. Upon entering the ramen shop, he ordered a large bowl and began to eat. Just as he was about to pay, he realized his wallet was missing. Struggling to recall where it might have fallen, the shopkeeper, Irika, noticed Naruto's perplexed expression and asked, "Naruto, what's wrong? Did you forget your money?" Naruto replied, "I'm sorry. I seem to have lost my wallet." Irika chuckled, "No worries, I'll treat you. But could you deliver this takeout for me? My daughter hasn't returned yet, and I can't leave the shop." "Sure, I can do that," Naruto said, pleased to help. Irika beamed. "Thank you, Naruto. Please deliver this to Uchiha Fugaka's house. He requested it this morning for lunchtime. Be quick." Naruto accepted the task and took the takeout box as he set off. As he walked, Naruto mused on how strange it was that he had encountered Hinata in the morning and would soon meet Uchiha Sasuke in the afternoon. That it seemed fateful that he would cross paths with two of the most significant individuals in his life in a single day. A smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Uchiha. Huh? I hope you won't disappoint me." Arriving at the Uchiha clan's residence, he gazed at the prosperity before him, hardly able to believe that in 2 years, it would become a wasteland. Approaching Fugaku's home, he spotted a young boy practicing with shuriken. The child was strikingly handsome, with a youthful appearance but eyes that were determined and piercing, exuding an air of arrogance. His complexion was fair, rivaling Naruto's own. Naruto recognized him as Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's presence, turned to see him standing there, clad in a black cloak with the hood drawn up against the heat. What a weirdo, he thought, coming to someone's home without even a greeting. How rude. He observed Naruto standing there, seemingly lost in thought. What a fool, he concluded. If Naruto had known what Sasuke was thinking, he might have lost his temper. After all, Sasuke couldn't hold a candle to Naruto at this point. They held each other's gaze for nearly a minute before Sasuke coolly asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Intentionally ignoring the takeout box in Naruto's hands, Naruto lifted it slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Just delivering takeout." Chapter 5. Brothers. After this brief exchange, an uncomfortable silence ensued. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Around 17 years old, both Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at him. Sasuke, excited, dashed toward the boy and exclaimed, "Brother, I was practicing with shuriken. Do you have time to teach me as you promised?" Naruto recognized this individual as Uchiha Itachi, the most devoted and idealistic character in the Naruto series, a man who would go to great lengths, even slaughtering his entire clan, for the sake of his ideals. In Naruto's eyes, Itachi was a paragon of perfection, a flawless ninja, much like his father. Both men shared a common vulnerability, their family. Itachi extended 2 fingers and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead, smiling as he said, "Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps next time." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression soured, resembling a petulant child as he replied, "It's always like this." Humph. After speaking, he averted his gaze. Naruto observed the interaction between the 2 brothers with a sense of envy. The bond they shared was something he had never experienced in his entire life. Itachi, noticing Naruto's envious expression as he looked at the 2 siblings and the takeout box in his hands, smiled and said, "Little brother, are you here to deliver food? Come on in." With that, Itachi stepped into the house, and Naruto silently followed suit. Sasuke, seeing that they had both entered, had no choice but to join them. Itachi gestured towards the table in the living room and said to Naruto, "Just place it here." After setting down the box, Naruto took out 2 bowls of ramen and prepared to leave. At that moment, Itachi addressed Naruto, "Little brother, would you like to stay and eat with my brother Sasuke? I happen to have something to attend to. You're about the same age as Sasuke, and I believe you 2 could become great friends." Sasuke, feeling his temper flare like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorted, "What are you saying, brother? You think I can be friends with this brainless idiot? Don't joke around." Upon hearing Sasuke's assessment, Naruto was equally incensed. "What did you say? You arrogant little brat dare say I'm brainless and call me an idiot? On what grounds do you make such claims?" Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto and scoffed, "In this scorching heat, wearing a cloak, a hat, and a mask, covering yourself so thoroughly that only half your face is visible. If that is not a sign of a brain malfunction, what is? You look so dazed and foolish. How could you not be an idiot?" Naruto, taken aback by Sasuke's words, initially struggled to find a retort, for what Sasuke said was undeniably true. Frustrated, he ripped off the black cloak and flung it out the window. He glared at Sasuke, ready to argue, but found Sasuke staring at him in a daze. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Are you stunned? Why do you keep staring at me?" Sasuke snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "So you're a girl. Girls should be more reserved, especially since you're so pretty." Naruto, upon hearing Sasuke's words, nearly sputtered blood, roaring, "I'm a boy." Sasuke seemed doubtful. "That you're a boy?" Naruto snapped. "What do you mean by that dubious expression?" Sasuke huffed and turned his face away, muttering, "What's the point of a boy being so pretty? Anyone would misunderstand. It's not just stupidity, it's downright perversion." Furious, Naruto shot back, "Better than you, you insufferable tsundere brat with a sharp tongue." With that, he also turned his face away. Meanwhile, Itachi observed their interaction with a smile and said, "All right, you 2, just eat your meal. That I have matters to attend to." Sasuke, looking serious, replied, "Make sure to remember that next time." Itachi chuckled. Of course, he then exited the house. Sasuke, with eager anticipation, watched his brother until the door closed. then turned to Naruto and asked, "By the way, what's your name, big idiot?" Naruto casually replied, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." "What about you, you stubborn brat?" Sasuke responded nonchalantly, "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. And don't call me that, you big idiot." Naruto replied, "Fine, but you can't call me that either." Sasuke said nothing but declared, "Let us eat." "I am starving." That he promptly sat down and began to eat the ramen, with Naruto following suit. Silence enveloped them as they dined. Once they finished, Sasuke stepped outside to practice with Shuriken. Noticing Sasuke training, Naruto approached and began practicing alongside him. Sasuke, initially taken aback by Naruto's presence, resumed his training without further comment. However, he soon realized Naruto's Shuriken skills were not only on par with his own, but also exhibited greater finesse, igniting a competitive spirit within him to see who was stronger. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Naruto felt the same way. He was astonished by Sasuke's rapid improvement. What had once been a hit rate of only 6 or 7 shuriken out of 10 had now become a perfect score, with his techniques advancing at an alarming pace. Thus, both boys grew stronger in their rivalry, mutually acknowledging each other's prowess. They practiced diligently until dusk fell, the sky dimming around them. During this time, Itachi had returned, but they were too engrossed in their training to notice. Soon after, a man and a woman arrived, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Just as Itachi was about to speak, Fugaku's gaze silenced him. Observing Sasuke's remarkable progress with the shuriken, he was taken aback. Such advancement was beyond what he would typically expect from Sasuke. The woman beside him, Mikoto, was a close friend of the fourth Hokage, and her child's growth was equally astounding. After a brief observation, they departed, leaving Naruto and Sasuke oblivious to their presence. As the two remained focused on their training, a melodious voice called from behind them. "Dinner is ready, Sasuke, Naruto." They turned to see a woman standing there. Sasuke joyfully exclaimed, "Mom." While Naruto stood there, dumbfounded, Mikoto smiled as she took Sasuke's hand and then extended her other hand to take Naruto's, gently leading him back into the house. By the time Naruto regained his senses, he found himself seated at a round table, alongside Sasuke, with Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi across from them. Mikoto served him some dishes, saying, "Naruto, come on, eat up. Why are you just staring?" Naruto looked at the food in his bowl, momentarily at a loss. Sasuke appeared similarly bewildered. Fugaku's voice broke the silence. "Mikoto, your sudden enthusiasm may leave the children feeling overwhelmed." Realizing her blunder, Mikoto quickly added, "I must have gotten a bit too excited. With Naruto and Sasuke getting along so well, and knowing Naruto has grown up so well, I must have let my joy get the better of me." Fugaku looked at Naruto and said, "You must be curious, but there's really nothing strange about it. Your parents were our closest friends, and before you were born, both families hoped that you and Sasuke would become great brothers." Upon hearing Fugaku and Mikoto's words, Sasuke felt a twinge of disbelief, while Naruto remained calm. Fugaku, surprised by Naruto's composure, remarked, "You don't seem surprised or curious at all." Naruto replied, "From Aunt Mikoto's eyes, I see deep affection and care, and from Uncle Fugaku's gaze, I sense contentment. Such expressions are only found in elders looking at their juniors, unlike others, who regard me with cold disdain and hatred. You must share a profound bond with my deceased parents." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi shifted from astonishment to shock, marveling at the child's extraordinary intelligence, which was almost frightening. They thought of Minato, sighing, "No wonder he's his son. Such intellect is truly remarkable." "All right then, let us eat," Fugaku said, his demeanor shifting. Naruto politely expressed, "Thank you for your hospitality, uncle and aunt. Although I'm curious about my parents, I assume you wouldn't tell me, would you?" Fugaku met Naruto's gaze and said, "Well, I wish I could share that with you. I truly cannot. That I'm sorry, Naruto." Though slightly disappointed, Naruto maintained his composure, saying, "I apologize for being unreasonable and putting you in a difficult position." Fugaku replied, "It's all right. While we can't tell you what you wish to know, though your parents are no longer with us, you can consider us your family. Sasuke is your brother, Itachi is your older brother, and Mikoto and I will watch over you as your parents would." Turning to Sasuke, Fugaku asked, "Sasuke, do you want Naruto to be your brother?" Sasuke was taken aback by his father's inquiry, surprised, but quickly collected himself and pondered for a moment before replying, "Even if he is a bit foolish, I can accept him, since he is not entirely unlikable." Naruto felt touched. Despite Sasuke's words igniting a spark of annoyance, he could tell they were sincere. Fugaku then asked Naruto, "Do you want to be part of our family?" The warmth in Fugaku's eyes beneath his calm facade made Naruto's heart swell. He softly replied, "Yes." Upon hearing Sasuke and Naruto's affirmations, Fugaku's calm expression flickered with emotion before he concealed it. Nodding, he said coldly, "Then let us eat." However, Naruto noticed the subtle shift in Fugaku's gaze. An ability honed by being a Jinchuriki, he began to understand why Sasuke was so aloof. It appeared the boy had inherited his father's temperament. Naruto felt at a loss for words and simply focused on his meal. Incessantly, I found myself questioning whether my overwhelming desire for familial affection drove me to impulsively accept Fuchio's proposal. After dinner, having promised Sasuke that I would join him for training the next day, I returned to my humble abode. Lying on my bed, thoughts of Fuchio and Mikoto's caring gazes enveloped me, filling my heart with warmth. Gazing out at the moon through the window, I murmured, "It seems the plan requires a slight alteration." Chapter 6. Disguised at the break of dawn the following day, I hurried to Sasuke's residence, calling for him to accompany me in practicing shuriken techniques. The door was opened by Itachi, who greeted me with a smile, saying, "Naruto, have you come to find Sasuke for training so early?" I politely replied, "Yes, Itachi and I promised Sasuke I would join him for practice yesterday." Itachi nodded with a smile and called into the house. "Sasuke, Naruto is here to see you." "Okay, I'm coming," came Sasuke's voice from within. Moments later, Sasuke rushed to join me, and it was evident that he was nervous, yet upon reaching my side, he feigned calmness and said, "I am here, let us go." With that, he attempted to leave the house with an air of nonchalance, neglecting to bid farewell to Itachi. With a resigned glance back at Itachi, I turned and said, "We off now. Goodbye, Itachi and I." Itachi smiled and replied, "I leave Sasuke in your hands." Naruto. As I walked away, glancing back, I called out, "I'll take care of him, Itachi and I." "Sasuke, wait for me." Itachi watched us depart with an approving smile. In truth, Itachi was aware that his brother Sasuke had hardly interacted with anyone other than him. Suddenly gaining a friend was understandably a source of both excitement and anxiety for Sasuke. And thus, his anxious demeanor was not surprising to Itachi. Sasuke's happiness was of utmost importance. Upon reaching the forest, Sasuke and I began our training with shuriken. As I observed Sasuke leap onto a branch, he simultaneously launched 3 shuriken from 3 different angles, landing gracefully after executing a series of acrobatic maneuvers in midair, sending forth 6 shuriken that struck their targets with a resounding applause of sound. Every single shuriken found its mark. Proudly, Sasuke glanced at me, his expression seemingly conveying, "Look how impressive I am." I responded in kind, "Incredible, Sasuke. I never expected your shuriken skills to be this formidable." Hearing my praise, Sasuke lifted his chin with pride. Determined not to be outdone, I retrieved my own shuriken and declared, "I cannot afford to lose either." I then leapt high into the air, performing flips while launching my own shuriken. Upon landing, the air was filled with the same applause as my shuriken struck their targets. Sasuke, somewhat astonished, remarked, "I didn't expect you could do that. I underestimated you. Let us continue." Sasuke was not one to concede easily. Witnessing my capabilities ignited his competitive spirit. I, too, was unwilling to be outshone. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I refused to be bested by a mere 5-year-old, even if he was a true prodigy. Losing to a little brat would be quite embarrassing. The 2 of us practiced diligently in the forest for quite some time before finally collapsing onto the grass. Taking a much-needed rest, Sasuke remarked, "I never imagined you would be this skilled." I replied, "You are the true genius here." Sasuke grinned at my compliment, saying, "You're not too shabby yourself." Soon after, he drifted off to sleep. Watching the slumbering Sasuke, I mused about the terrifying talent of this little boy, who at merely 5 years old was already so impressive, truly deserving of being Indra's reincarnation. While I too was 5, I possessed the life experiences and resolve of 2 souls, excluding our unique bloodline abilities. I realized that, at this stage, Sasuke and I were evenly matched. After resting my eyes for a moment, I noticed Sasuke had rested enough and said, "Sasuke, let us engage in a practical exercise." Hearing this, Sasuke replied with excitement, "Sure, as long as you're not afraid of getting hurt." I arrogantly retorted, "Who gets hurt is still up for debate, little brat." Without waiting for Sasuke's response, I hurled a shuriken in his direction. Sasuke quickly jumped to a tree branch, retaliating with a few shuriken of his own before launching a kunai at me, exclaiming, "Aren't you a little brat yourself?" Sneaky, seeing Sasuke approach, I drew my kunai. And a fierce battle ensued, with both of us evenly matched. Realizing I had the upper hand in physical techniques, Sasuke leapt back to create distance between us that I attempted to pursue him, but he threw his kunai towards me. I deflected it with my own kunai, only to see Sasuke rapidly forming hand seals, placing his hands near his mouth as he declared, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A massive fireball hurtled towards me, and I was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's ability to utilize such a technique. However, I swiftly formed hand seals of my own, sweeping my right hand forward, wind style, great breakthrough. The clash of my technique and Sasuke's fireball met in midair, resulting in a spectacular cancellation of energies. Sasuke, stunned that his fireball had been thwarted, froze momentarily. However, I seized the opportunity, launching the kunai I had been holding in my mouth towards him. Unintentionally, Sasuke was grazed on the arm by my kunai. Panicked, I rushed over and asked, "Sasuke, are you all right?" I examined his arm, swiftly retrieving cotton, ointment, and bandages from my ninja tool pouch. Using tweezers, I cleaned the blood from his arm with the cotton, discarding the soiled cotton into a sealed bag before applying ointment and wrapping it with bandages. I looked at him and asked, "Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Sasuke, having regained his composure when I rushed over, was taken aback by my concern. As I tended to his wound, he stared at me in a daze. Seeing my worry brought him a flicker of happiness. It wasn't until I asked him again that he snapped back to reality. Embarrassed, he turned away, coldly responding, "It's nothing. This minor injury is no big deal that you're overreacting." With that, he shrugged off my hand and walked away with an air of pride. Scratching my head, I chuckled and followed him, saying, "Sasuke, let me walk you home." That he coldly replied, "Do as you wish," and quickened his pace that I jogged to catch up with him. Upon reaching Sasuke's home, we were greeted by the ever-smiling Itachi. Noticing the bandage on Sasuke's arm, he inquired with concern, "Sasuke, how did you get hurt? Is it serious?" Sasuke replied, "It's nothing, brother. I just had a minor scrape during training." Naruto, this fool, was overly worried and insisted on bandaging me up. Itachi turned to me and said, "Thank you, Naruto. My brother doesn't he know how to take care of himself? I'm grateful you're there for him." That I shyly responded, "It's nothing, really. There's no need for thanks. It's my responsibility. If it weren't for my mistake, Sasuke wouldn't have been hurt." Sasuke, growing impatient with their endless banter, interjected, "All right, I already said it's nothing." With that, he headed inside the house. Itachi, apologetically addressing me, said, "I'm sorry, Naruto. That he can be like that. See you tomorrow." I politely replied, "All right, see you tomorrow, Itachi." And I. With that, I returned home. After Itachi saw me off, he turned back to check on Sasuke. On my way home, I stopped for a bowl of ramen before finally lying down for a nap. Meanwhile, far away in the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage observed Naruto through a crystal ball, shaking his head in exasperation as he noted, "Eating and then sleeping. This isn't good for his health. I need to find time to talk to him. This child really doesn't know how to take care of himself." Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Naruto and reflecting on his practice with Sasuke, he murmured, "These two are promising seedlings for the future of Konoha, worthy of nurturing. They will become the pillars of Konoha. In a few days, I shall send them to the Ninja Academy for proper training." After a final glance, the third Hokage concluded his observation of Naruto. Just as the third Hokage ended his surveillance, Naruto, still lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, murmuring, "It seems it's over. I hope it won't disappoint me." As it turned out, during the training session with Sasuke, Naruto's formidable spiritual energy allowed him to sense a presence watching him. He was certain it was the third Hokage using the crystal ball to spy on him. To avoid drawing attention and to reassure the Hokage, he feigned friendliness, caring for his friends and companions, eating and sleeping as any 5-year-old would, embodying innocence. His sparring with Sasuke also revealed his talents, ensuring the third Hokage recognized his potential, thereby securing the Hokage's unwavering support against Danzo. After all, should the old man ever waver, it could lead to complications, although the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. It was only after the third Hokage concluded his watch that Naruto finally awakened. Closing his eyes once more to sense his surroundings, he confirmed that no one was watching him anymore and declared, "Byakugan, activate." Naruto's white eyes had opened, revealing veins protruding around them. Before his white eyes, a spatial rift slowly formed, and as Naruto waved his hand in front of the crack, a pouch appeared in his grasp. This pouch contained the cotton used to staunch Sasuke's bleeding. After retrieving the pouch, Naruto closed his white eyes and swiftly pulled out numerous medical instruments from beneath the bed. He placed the blood-soaked cotton into a glass vial adorned with numerous tiny holes, then took a glass rod and forcefully squeezed out Sasuke's blood until no trace remained. Subsequently, Naruto produced a needle and pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto a glass slide. He then used a straw to extract a bit of Sasuke's blood, mixing it with his own. Under the microscope he had pilfered, Naruto observed the perfect fusion of his blood with Sasuke's, devoid of any rejection. Moreover, the cells appeared to be increasingly active. Naruto realized he had succeeded halfway. Their blood did not reject one another. What remained was careful observation. Once the cells stabilized, he could boldly inject Sasuke's blood into his own body, thereby acquiring both Ashura and Indra's chakra, and ultimately awakening the Rinnegan to resurrect his parents. Gazing at Sasuke's blood, Naruto clenched his fists and declared, "Mother, Father, I will undoubtedly bring you back to life. Regardless of the challenges I may face, I will not retreat even a single step." Chapter 7. The yearning within. After conducting repeated experiments, Naruto found no signs of rejection between his blood and Sasuke's. He then took a syringe filled with Sasuke's blood and injected it into himself. This action was fraught with peril, for no one could predict the outcome of such a transformation. Although there were precedents set by Uchiha Madara, the theoretical groundwork had been laid, yet the specifics of his success remained enigmatic. Furthermore, Naruto and Sasuke were not Madara and Hashirama. Who could say what the outcome would be? However, should he succeed, Naruto would possess his own Rinnegan, free from any rejection, as it would be his own eye. This was Naruto's meticulously considered approach to merge Sasuke's cells with his own, thus attaining the sage's eye. Shortly after injecting Sasuke's blood, Naruto felt a chilling chakra manifest within him, intertwining with his own. The merging process was excruciating, as if his very being was being torn apart. He collapsed onto the bed, biting down on the covers and sheets to stifle any sound that might draw attention. Ultimately, unable to endure the agony, he clenched his teeth and braved the overwhelming pain. Spotting a stick by the bedside, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He seized the stick and struck his head with it, instantly losing consciousness. Just before succumbing to the void, a faint smile graced his lips. In the absence of physical sensation, Naruto discovered that his consciousness had not truly dissipated. Instead, he found himself in a dimly lit space. He surveyed his surroundings, pondering whether he had arrived in the sealed space of the Nine Tails. However, this place was markedly different from the memory of the sealing space, which resembled a sewer, whereas this realm was pervaded by darkness, devoid of any water. Perhaps this was the result of a butterfly effect following his transmutation. But where was the Nine Tails? He could see no sign of it. As Naruto wrestled with the confusion of his location, two figures suddenly materialized before him, one exuding an aura of malevolence, unmistakably an embodiment of evil, while the other radiated a noble spirit, brimming with kindness. Most strikingly, both figures bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto himself. With caution, he scrutinized the unexpected apparitions, who returned his gaze with a scrutinizing intensity. Naruto took a cautious step back, observing them closely, and asked warily, "Who are you? Where is this place? Did you bring me here?" The benevolent figure replied with a smile, "There's no need for alarm. This is your soul's space. It was indeed I who drew your consciousness here. As for who we are, to put it simply, I and this malevolent individual are both you. If you doubt it, can you discern any differences between us?" Naruto's vigilance intensified at this revelation. Coldly, he retorted, "You are me. What a jest. Release me at once, or I shan't hold back." With that, he assumed a defensive posture, ready to engage in battle. "It seems I must clarify for you to comprehend," the kind Naruto remarked. "You possess the memories of 3 lifetimes. Having reincarnated thrice, you absorbed fragments of the soul of Kaguya Otsutsuki, merging them with the original Naruto's soul. You inherited the white eyes of Kaguya on your forehead, and now, in your quest to resurrect your parents, you are willing to infuse Sasuke's blood to acquire Indra's chakra. Am I correct?" Astonishment filled Naruto's heart. These were his most profound secrets, known only to him. Yet this doppelganger seemed to possess an intimate understanding of them. Once he regained his composure, Naruto began to trust their words. Though questions still lingered in his mind, he lowered his guard and calmly inquired, "If you are indeed me, why have I been unaware of your existence? When did you appear?" The benevolent Naruto, momentarily taken aback, replied, "You have accepted my words rather swiftly, though that's not surprising. I am you, and I understand your thoughts completely, so there is nothing unusual about it." Impatiently, Naruto interjected, "Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me everything I desire to know." Sensing Naruto's impatience, the kind Naruto responded, "In short, when you fused the soul fragments of Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ashura, you were still a fetus. Your development incomplete and fragile. The emotions carried by those fragments were overwhelmingly vast, far exceeding your capacity to bear. If you had forced the fusion, it would have caused catastrophic damage to your brain. By instinct, you utilized the abilities of the white eyes to extract those emotions, allowing you to perceive memories without experiencing their emotional weight. The extracted emotions, namely, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, instinctively rejected opposing desires. Much like yin and yang, they formed 2 opposing forces. These emotional fragments simultaneously absorbed the residual intentions of Kagaya and Ashura, thus giving rise to consciousness. With consciousness came the ability to mitigate the harm caused by these emotions. Hence, we are a part of you, representing your 7 emotions and 6 desires. Your endeavor to merge with Sasuke's blood is aimed at awakening the Rinnegan, yet opening the Rinnegan necessitates a significant emotional upheaval. Do you understand? Naruto nodded in comprehension. I see. You are my emotions, and to awaken the Rinnegan, I must possess complete emotions, or rather, a complete soul. According to Taoist beliefs, a person has 3 souls and 7 spirits. And emotions are the 7 spirits, which represent the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the host. Why 7 spirits are fragmented, and you too are the missing parts of those spirits, correct? Then let us proceed. Only by merging with you can I become whole and awaken the Rinnegan to resurrect my parents. The kind Naruto regarded him, saying, I must remind you, although we are part of you, we have developed independent consciousnesses. Thus, even after merging with you, our awareness will not vanish. While you will remain the dominant force, you will be influenced by both me and him, leading to the emergence of 2 additional personalities. Are you still willing to merge with us? Calmly, Naruto replied. Without the merger, I cannot awaken my eyes. Furthermore, with your assistance, my chances of resurrecting my parents will increase. After all, you are me, are you not? The kind Naruto paused before conceding. Indeed. At that moment, the darker Naruto, who had been silent, turned to the benevolent one and remarked, Fool, they are not just your parents, they are our parents. The last remark was directed at Naruto. The benevolent Naruto stared in astonishment at the darker one, exclaiming, You, the embodiment of coldness, have familial affection. The darker Naruto replied indifferently, Though I am the incarnation of evil, I possess consciousness. I am not a mere machine. With that, he transformed into a dark light and dove into Naruto's soul. The benevolent Naruto, with a slight smile, followed suit as a white light, merging into Naruto's essence. Instantly, Naruto experienced a surge of previously unknown emotional fluctuations as time passed. These emotional waves intensified as Naruto's soul underwent tremendous upheaval. Encompassing joy and sorrow, pain and sweetness, he gradually sensed a shift in his disposition, no longer as detached as before. With the completeness of his 7 spirits, his longing for his parents and hatred for the masked man grew exponentially. Eventually, it felt as though he had shattered some limit, and slowly, his emotions began to stabilize. When Naruto awoke from his stupor, night had fallen as Naruto rose and turned on the light. He approached the mirror, only to find that his eyes had not changed since the past. Disappointed, he murmured, Have I failed? Sigh. Just as he was sinking into despair, a voice echoed in his mind from his darker persona. Fool. Have you let your emotions cloud your judgment? Focus your chakra into your eyes and see what changes occur. Upon hearing this, Naruto hurriedly concentrated chakra into his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a transformation. Gazing into the mirror, he saw that his once ocean-like blue eyes had morphed into the swirling pattern of a Sharingan. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the spinning tomo in his reflection, Naruto felt an urge to shout out loud. 5 years had passed, 5 long years. Throughout this time, he had dreamt incessantly of those eyes that would allow him to see his parents again, to bring them back to life. Each day, he could only catch glimpses of Minato and Kushina's loving faces in his dreams. where he could feel their affection. It had been 3 lifetimes, a full 3 lifetimes. Yet, it was only in this life that he had truly experienced the warmth of parental love, albeit briefly, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. In his mind, Naruto declared, "Father, Mother, I have finally found hope to resurrect you. Soon, our family shall be reunited." The following morning, as Naruto prepared to step outside to find Sasuke for training, he opened the door and was greeted by the third Hokage. The third smiled broadly and said, "Good morning, Naruto." Taken aback for a moment, Naruto replied, "Good morning, Grandpa Third. There's something you need so early? Please, come in." After welcoming him inside, the third inquired, "Why are you up so early?" "Where are you off to, Naruto?" "I'm off to find Sasuke to train together. I want to become a man capable of protecting those I hold dear," Naruto declared, making a fist before his chest. "Oh, so you understand the importance of protecting those you cherish. Tell me, who are they?" The third feigned surprise. "Well, there's Sasuke, Hinata, my brother Itachi, Aunt Mikoto, Uncle Fugaku, and you, Grandpa Third," Naruto enumerated. The third chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of pride. Inwardly, he spoke to Minato, "Watergate, did you hear? Your child has splendidly inherited the will of fire. I trust you would be pleased to know." Chapter 8. Daily Life. Grandpa Third, what brings you to my home? "I still have plans with Sasuke," Naruto asked, looking at the third. The third, with a gentle expression, replied, "Naruto, you are now 5 years old. It is time for you to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Only by graduating can you become a true ninja and better protect those you cherish." Naruto responded joyfully, "So, I will become even stronger?" "Indeed," the third smiled. "Now, let us go register at the school. You can start tomorrow and make many new friends." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "Okay, I'll go call Sasuke to join us." "No need, Naruto. Sasuke will be coming with his parents. You will see him at the Ninja Academy," the third assured him. Naruto nodded again. "All right, that guy didn't even notify me beforehand. How rude." When they arrived at the school, a multitude of children had already gathered. After Naruto and the third completed the registration, they spotted Hinata, who was holding a basket and accompanied by a young man, presumably Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga. Excited, Naruto rushed over, took Hinata's hand, and exclaimed, "Hinata, you're here to register too. That means we'll be classmates. I'm so happy to attend school with you." Startled yet slightly thrilled by Naruto's sudden gesture, Hinata blushed and replied, "I am very happy to attend school with you too." Naruto coined out at that moment. Hinata's father turned to Naruto and said, "You must be Uzumaki, Naruto. Thank you for helping my daughter the other day." Hiashi then greeted the third, "Hokage-sama, it's good to see you here." The third smiled back, "Yes, I'm here to accompany Naruto for registration." As they chatted, Sasuke arrived alongside his father, and Naruto, spotting them, called out, "Sasuke, Uncle Fugaku, why did you take so long?" "I've already registered with Grandpa Third," Sasuke, irritated, retorted. "Naruto, you idiot, you made me wait forever. You could have at least let me know you were coming first." Realizing he had indeed left Sasuke in the lurch, Naruto sheepishly replied, "I thought Grandpa Third mentioned you would be here, so I didn't look for you. But we've met now, so don't be mad. You can't be so petty." Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's irresponsible words, felt a surge of frustration, wishing to knock some sense into him. Just then, Fugaku approached the group, politely addressing the third and Hiashi. "Hokage-sama, Hiashi-san, good to see you both." The third and Hiashi returned the pleasantries. "Indeed, Fugaku-san," Naruto, excitedly pulling Hinata along, introduced her to Sasuke. "Sasuke, this is another friend of mine, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, this is Sasuke." Sasuke glanced at Hinata and said, "I'll register first. Then we can train together later." "All right, I'll wait for you," Naruto replied. Fugaku then said to the third and Hiashi, "Shall we head inside?" "Of course." The third and Hiashi agreed. As Sasuke and Fugaku entered the registration area, Naruto turned to Hinata and asked, "Hinata, would you like to join us for training?" Surprised by the invitation, Hinata glanced back at Hiashi. Unsure, she wished to go but feared her father would decline. Hiashi, noticing Hinata's gaze, understood her thoughts. Without looking at her, he simply stated, "Do not return too late." Hinata, hearing her father's consent, beamed and replied, "Thank you, father." Once Sasuke and Fugaku emerged, Naruto grabbed both Sasuke's and Hinata's hands, addressing the adults, "Grandpa Third, Uncle Hiashi, Uncle Fugaku, we're off now." The third kindly replied, "Go on." But do not stay out too late. As he watched the trio dash off, he smiled. They truly take after their parents. Minato was just like this. Fugaku chuckled in agreement. Indeed, at such a young age. Naruto is already approaching the level of a chunin. It's a pity Sasuke is lagging a bit. The third remarked, Sasuke is not lacking. When I was his age, I was far behind him. You set your standards too high. By the way, Hayashi, what is your daughter's skill level? The third inquired. Hayashi, understanding from their conversation that the two had been observing Sasuke and Naruto's training, felt a mix of surprise at the children's talent and disappointment regarding Hinata. Responding to the third's question, he sighed, alas, my child is too gentle and lacks the strength to compare with those two. The third and Fugaku exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The third then chuckled, you are being too hard on her. As long as she is kind-hearted, that makes her a good child. She is still young. Let her develop at her own pace. Hayashi, reassured by the third's words, smiled. Perhaps I have been too strict. A brief silence fell upon the three. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke led Hinata to their usual training grounds in the woods. Without warning, Sasuke lunged at Naruto, throwing a punch that nearly caught him off guard. Naruto dodged and angrily exclaimed, Sasuke, that was low. Sneak attacks are so unfair. Sasuke, having missed his punch, swiftly formed hand seals, and Naruto quickly followed suit. Fire style, fireball jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough. The collision of their jutsu stirred up a cloud of dust. Naruto dashed into the haze, using it as cover to launch a surprise attack on Sasuke. Startled by Naruto's sudden appearance, Sasuke's Sharingan activated, allowing him to catch Naruto's arm and, with a swift motion, throw him into the air while forming seals. Naruto, midair, also hastily formed seals. Simultaneously, they unleashed their jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, wind style, Wind Cutter Jutsu. The resulting shockwave propelled both Naruto and Sasuke several meters back, causing them to collide with a tree before coming to a halt. Naruto shouted in frustration, Sasuke, you jerk. Are you trying to kill me? Sasuke shot back, you're not much better, idiot. Hinata, initially bewildered by the sudden confrontation, watched as the two engaged in combat, astonished by their displayed abilities, feeling a pang of insecurity regarding her own strength. She internally encouraged herself, they're the same age as me, yet they're working so hard. I can't afford to fall behind. Upon encountering Naruto and Sasuke crashing into a tree trunk, Hinata hurriedly rushed over, inquiring, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, are you both unscathed? Naruto, rising to his feet, replied, I'm fine. With Sasuke's meager strength, he could never hope to injure me. Ha ha ha. I am indeed quite formidable. Sasuke, also standing, retorted, you foolish idiot. Even the thought of harming me is a luxury for you. What did you say? Naruto exclaimed in anger. What do you intend to do about it? Sasuke defiantly countered, their escalating banter suggesting a potential brawl. Hinata promptly interjected, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, why not have something to eat? With that, she opened her basket, revealing an abundance of food. Upon seeing the food, Naruto suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten anything that morning and joyfully dashed over to indulge. Exclaiming, delicious. Hinata, you will surely make a wonderful wife in the future. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson. Sasuke, too, approached, expressing his gratitude to Hinata, saying, thank you for your hospitality. Observing Naruto's gluttonous manner, he added, what an uncouth fellow. He began to eat as well. You, the second son of the Uchiha clan, displaying manners, you're not any better, reeking of sweat. Why not wash up before eating? Nevertheless, even while dining, Sasuke and Naruto seized every opportunity to jibe at one another. By the way, Sasuke, when did you quietly awaken your Sharingan? After finishing their meal, Naruto suddenly recalled that Sasuke had been using his Sharingan during their battle. He asked in surprise. It was noteworthy that Sasuke was only 5 years old, having awakened it so early. In his memory, Sasuke had only activated it during the Land of Waves. The current Sasuke was far more formidable than he remembered. I awakened it a few days ago during our training. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Naruto quickly understood the reason. He had bested Sasuke in their sparring, which likely spurred Sasuke's determination to awaken his Sharingan. Truly, what a monster. Recognizing this, Naruto felt a surge of happiness for Sasuke. That's fantastic, Sasuke. You're truly a genius, awakening it at 5 years old. If I recall correctly, Itachi didn't awaken his until he was 7 or 8. That you're even more impressive than Itachi. Although Sasuke felt elated by Naruto's praise, He humbly responded, "Thank you, Naruto. Without you accompanying me in training, I wouldn't have awakened it so quickly." Naruto, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "It's nothing, that it's all due to your innate talent. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, fighting you makes me feel stronger too. So let us not thank each other. Let us progress together." "Yes, let us progress together," Sasuke replied, somewhat moved that you're not like Hinata. "Your gratitude gives me goosebumps. It's quite chilly." "I must be underdressed," Naruto murmured, though Sasuke heard him. Sasuke felt foolish for expressing gratitude to this insufferable brat and considered eliminating him instead. He realized he had mistakenly befriended a delinquent, feeling a chill in his heart. Meanwhile, Hinata's face turned beet red upon hearing Naruto's words. Noticing Sasuke's dark expression directed at him and Hinata's flushed cheeks, Naruto realized he had inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud once more. However, his resilience had hardened like a fortress, and he resolved to divert the conversation. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Next, let us practice tree walking and water walking." As anticipated, Sasuke and Hinata's attention shifted. With curiosity, Sasuke asked, "Tree walking and water walking? What are those?" Hinata also looked puzzled. "That it's a skill that involves channeling chakra to your feet, allowing you to walk on trees and across water. It also helps us better control the output of our chakra, preventing waste." With that, Naruto approached a tree and attempted to walk up it. However, he only managed a few steps before tumbling down. This is tree walking. Chakra output must be stable. Once we can walk freely on trees, we can then practice water walking, at which point our chakra control will be at least passable. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Sasuke and Hinata appeared eager to try. Chapter 9. Sage's Eyes and Sage Body. Sasuke stood at the base of the tree, following Naruto's instructions to concentrate chakra beneath his feet. He managed to ascend the trunk, but like Naruto, he only walked a few steps before falling. After landing, Sasuke pondered at the foot of the tree. Hinata soon joined him, attempting the same method. To her astonishment, she effortlessly reached the top of the tree and gracefully descended, startling both Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed, "Hinata, you're incredible. How did you manage that so quickly?" Sasuke, too, was curious but too proud to ask her directly. Fortunately for him, Naruto posed the question first, allowing him to glean the answer without humbling himself. Flushing from Naruto's praise, Hinata shyly replied, "Actually, it's thanks to Naruto-kun's excellent teaching. I simply tried following his method." Naruto, at a loss for words, could only say, "Well then, Hinata, why not try water walking?" Okay, she answered, moving to the edge of a pond. Concentrating her chakra beneath her feet, she stepped onto the water's surface and, much like with tree walking, succeeded immediately. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves at a loss for how to express their astonishment. Naruto contemplated Hinata's impressive chakra control and, upon observing her Byakugan, suddenly understood, internally berating himself for his previous ignorance. He chuckled. Now I understand why Hinata was able to master tree and water walking so swiftly." Sasuke, intrigued, asked, "You know why? What is it?" Naruto candidly replied, "It's related to Hinata's Byakugan." "Byakugan? What is that?" Sasuke inquired. Puzzled, "Sasuke, are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? The Byakugan is a dojutsu bloodline limit, much like your Sharingan," Naruto explained. "Bloodline limit?" Sasuke questioned, directing a confused gaze at Naruto. Observing Sasuke's genuine lack of knowledge about bloodline limits, Naruto felt exasperated, silently cursing, "You possess this ability, yet remain oblivious." Nonetheless, he patiently clarified, "A bloodline limit is a type of ninjutsu passed down through lineage, similar to your Sharingan and Hinata's Byakugan, which are both ocular techniques within bloodline limits." Upon hearing this, Sasuke grasped that both he and Hinata shared bloodline limits, both being ocular techniques. He queried, "If ocular techniques are merely a form of bloodline limit, are there other types of bloodline limits as well?" "Certainly," Naruto affirmed. "There are two other types of bloodline limits. One activated through the body, like the first Hokage's would release, and my own bloodline limit also falls under this category. The first chakra possesses immense vitality and sealing power, as does mine. Since the Uzumaki and Senju clans are closely related, Sasuke and Hinata regarded Naruto with astonishment. "You possess a bloodline limit as well?" Sasuke asked, bewildered that it's strange for me to have a bloodline limit. Naruto retorted, and with that, several chains emerged from his body, swirling around him. After retracting his chains, he continued, The other type can merge two different chakra natures to create a new chakra nature. I have yet to witness this type, so I cannot describe it. Sasuke pondered for a moment before stating, "How do you know all this? You shouldn't logically possess this knowledge." Naruto nodded, explaining, "Indeed, someone informed me Daiti was a peculiar old man who spoke to me in a dream." Sasuke, intrigued, asked, "A dream? What kind of old man?" Naruto thought for a moment before responding. He claimed to be Otsutsuki Kagaya, though he is also known as the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths? Sasuke and Hinata exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, he also told me that the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans are all his descendants. The Uchiha are the descendants of his eldest son, Indra, who inherited his eyes, while the Senju and Uzumaki are descendants of his younger son, Ashura, known for their physical prowess. Furthermore, the sage mentioned he had a brother who, alongside him, inherited their mother's Rinnegan and Byakugan. His brother established two branches, one that inherited the eyes, the Hyuga clan, and the other that inherited the physical prowess, the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, we three can be considered related by blood. Sasuke and Hinata were both astonished, but Sasuke quickly regained his composure and asked, "What else did the Sage of Six Paths say?" After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "He also mentioned that the tablet of your Uchiha clan had been tampered with, possibly by someone related to your mother. He warned that we must never allow anyone to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, for it would unseal his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, leading to the world's destruction." Having calmed down, Sasuke contemplated Naruto's words, lowering his head in thought. After a while, Sasuke lifted his head and inquired, "What are the conditions for lifting the seal? Did the Sage of the Six Paths mention anything?" "Yes," came the reply. "He stated that it requires all the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan can only be activated through the combination of the chakra from the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra." However, he also mentioned that decades ago, there was a reincarnation of Indra who had already awakened the Rinnegan, so all Rinnegan have been accounted for, but the nine-tailed beasts are in the possession of various ninja villages, so there is no need to worry about them. "What are the nine-tailed beasts?" Hinata asked curiously. Naruto smiled at Hinata and explained, "The tailed beasts are 9 powerful creatures possessing immense chakra, created by the Sage of the Six Paths after he divided the 10 tails into 9 parts using his yang release and his brother's yin release. Currently, the tailed beasts are sealed within the Jinchuriki of each village. They are all quite safe and will not pose a threat." "Then what about the Uchiha tablet?" "I haven't seen any tablet," Sasuke pondered. "Even if that tablet were in front of you, you wouldn't comprehend it. Only the Manjiki Sharingan can decipher it. By the way, the Manjiki Sharingan is an evolution of the Sharingan, and there exists an eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which requires the exchange of Manjiki Sharingan between two blood brothers. The regular Manjiki Sharingan leads to vision deterioration with prolonged use, but the eternal variant does not have such side effects. However, that tablet has been tampered with, so do not trust the words inscribed upon it." Naruto responded. Upon hearing this, Sasuke asked, "How does one awaken the Manjiki Sharingan?" "The condition for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan is the loss of a loved one. Do you still desire it?" Naruto candidly revealed the requirements to Sasuke. After hearing this, Sasuke hastily shook his head to Naruto-kun. "You mentioned that every major ninja village has a Jinchuriki. Does Konoha have one as well?" Hinata queried. Naruto replied with confidence, "Of course, the Jinchuriki of Konoha is none other than me." Uzumaki Naruto. Both Sasuke and Hinata were taken aback once more. Yet, at that moment, the ones truly shocked were not Hinata and Sasuke, but rather the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hisashi, who were far away in the Hokage office. The office was shrouded in silence and tension as the third Hokage gazed at the crystal ball and asked Fugaku and Hisashi, "Is what Naruto said true? What is your take on the information he shared today?" Fugaku glanced at the crystal ball's image of Naruto and replied, "Indeed, there is such a tablet in our Uchiha clan shrine. So, that means Naruto's words hold truth," the third Hokage remarked, turning to Fugaku. Fugaku then activated his Manjiki Sharingan and stated, "That is correct that I have also used my Manjiki Sharingan to interpret all the inscriptions that it indeed mentions that true peace can be achieved through the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, I find that notion impossible. Immersing everyone in an illusion hardly constitutes peace." The third Hokage and Hisashi looked at Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan in astonishment, exclaiming, "We did not expect you to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. It seems the sorrow brought by war has led you to this. That is all in the past now. What concerns me more is my family. I would do anything for Itachi and Sasuke. Therefore, we must protect this hard-won peace, Fugaku affirmed. The third Hokage nodded and said, Indeed, we must safeguard this peace for the sake of our next generation. Regarding Naruto's claims, do you have anything further to add? Fugaku responded, According to our clan's records, we Uchiha are indeed descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths, but that knowledge has faded over time, and many have forgotten it as for the Rinnegan that results from the fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra. I'm not entirely sure. However, based on Naruto's information, I believe if anyone can awaken the Rinnegan, it would be Madara. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara are the most fitting candidates for the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. The third Hokage contemplated this and said, This indeed seems the most plausible possibility. I recall Jiraiya mentioning that he had a student with the Rinnegan in the Land of Rain. According to Naruto's intel, the Rinnegan can only be awakened through the fusion of the chakra from the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, namely the first Hokage and Madara. Therefore, the boy with the Rinnegan might possess Madara's eyes. And it is highly likely that Madara bestowed his eyes upon this boy. All of this could be part of Uchiha Madara's scheme. Fugaku interjected, But Madara is already deceased. Why would he lay such traps before his death? What purpose do these schemes serve if he is no longer alive? I do not know. The Rinnegan is shrouded in mystery, and none have encountered it. Yet, we must not let our guard down. The third Hokage replied, then turned to Hisashi and asked, Hisashi, do you have anything to add? No. According to the records of my Hyuga clan, our lineage hails from the moon. Our ancestor was indeed Tsutsuki Kagaya. The Hyuga clan was formed to distinguish ourselves from another branch of the Tsutsuki clan. Therefore, what Naruto has stated is indeed true. This further confirmed Naruto's words, which left the third Hokage feeling quite uneasy. Everything that transpired here today must remain confidential. As for the individual who altered the Sage of the Six Paths tablet, their intentions are glaringly evident, to unravel the seal set by the Sage of the Six Paths. Moreover, it is clear that Uchiha Madara has fallen for this deception. Thus, our immediate priority is to safeguard the Jinchuriki of each ninja village, the third Hokage declared resolutely. Chapter 10. Entering the academy after the third Hokage finished speaking. He glanced at Naruto in the crystal ball and said, I will seek another conversation with Naruto. He likely has more to disclose. For now, inform each of the hidden villages to cautiously protect their Jinchuriki. If what Naruto claims is true, then someone is undoubtedly covertly gathering the tailed beasts, and it is likely a collective effort. Therefore, if any signs are detected, we must unite to combat this organization. Hisashi and Fugaku nodded in agreement, stating, This is indeed the best course of action. Subsequently, the third Hokage concluded his surveillance of Naruto and his companions. Naruto turned to Hinata and asked, Hinata, your Hyuga clan possesses techniques that complement your Byakugan. Correct? Hinata nodded affirmatively, replying, Yes, our gentle fist technique is indeed utilized in conjunction with the Byakugan. The Byakugan allows us to see an individual's chakra pathways, enabling the Hyuga clan to infuse chakra into a person's body, obstructing their chakra flow and potentially harming their internal organs. Furthermore, the Byakugan possesses enhanced perception and a 360-degree field of vision. Upon hearing Hinata's explanation, Naruto said, Then please demonstrate the gentle fist technique for me. I wish to contemplate its potential development. Hinata, harboring blind trust in Naruto, nodded and readily showcased the gentle fist technique before him, observing that Hinata's gentle fist was effective only at close range. Naruto began to devise a plan. He called for Hinata to halt and remarked, Hinata, I've noticed that your gentle fist can only be employed in close quarters, which significantly limits your offensive capabilities. If you encounter someone with superior taijutsu, you would merely be forced to defend, let alone mount an offense. With such remarkable insight and chakra control, you should also possess long-range skills rather than solely engage in close combat. You must fully leverage the advantages of the Byakugan, Hinata inquired. What should I do? Let's begin with this. Try to concentrate your chakra into a Senbon. If you can achieve that, using the condensed chakra Senbon to execute your striking techniques will be far more sophisticated than engaging in close combat. If successful, your strength will increase exponentially, Naruto suggested, recalling how Kagaya had used her hair to immobilize Sasuke's summon. This was also Naruto's envisioned training method to harmonize with his own Byakugan. Using Gentle Fist at close range while employing Chakra Saban for single target attacks and utilizing the 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher and Heavenly Spin for area attacks. However, due to the influence of the Nine Tails, Naruto currently found it impossible to train effectively. After absorbing Naruto's advice, Hinata responded, "I will heed your words, Naruto-kun." However, concentrating chakra into a Senbon is itself quite challenging, let alone ensuring that it disperses after being launched. Bear in mind that Naruto can only achieve this in Sage mode. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke practiced tree climbing and water walking, while Hinata focused on her chakra concentration. Notably, upon hearing Naruto's guidance for Hinata, Sasuke also inquired how he should progress. Naruto merely replied nonchalantly, "First, master tree climbing and water walking before discussing anything else, if you can't even control your chakra. Discussing other skills is futile. In truth, Naruto had little to offer Sasuke in terms of guidance regarding his training direction. The utilization of the Sharingan had been largely developed by their predecessors, and Sasuke merely needed to accumulate battle experience. For Hinata, her family's development of the Byakugan was evidently lacking. Their imagination simply wasn't expansive enough. All of Naruto's abilities guided her. Thus, Hinata practiced how to concentrate her chakra into 1,000 blades, while Sasuke and Naruto engaged in tree climbing and water walking exercises. Returning home only at dusk, the trio agreed to attend school together the next day and continue their training. Yet Naruto understood that it was unlikely for Hinata and Sasuke to train alongside him indefinitely, as they had their family's ninjutsu and taijutsu to master. Nevertheless, Hinata and Sasuke assured him that they would carve out a little time each day for joint training. Naruto felt elated, for at least they genuinely regarded him as a friend. After escorting them home, Naruto murmured to himself, "Am I truly afraid of solitude? No, I should have grown accustomed to it. Yet this feeling of having friends is undeniably delightful." Before he could finish his musings, an unwelcome voice echoed in his mind. "Even if Sasuke considers you a brother now, do not forget that in 2 years, Itachi Uchiha will annihilate the Uchiha clan. When that time comes, Sasuke will be consumed by hatred. Are you certain you can rescue him from that abyss? Do not forget, you are not the original Naruto. You cannot achieve what he did." Upon hearing the words of the dark persona, Naruto retorted inwardly, "Indeed, I am not the original Naruto, but like him, I detest loneliness. Now that I have tasted the sweetness of friendship, do you truly believe I would relinquish it? You underestimate my resolve. What I shared with Sasuke and Hinata today was meant for the third Hokage, Fugaku, and Hisashi to hear. As long as they are not foolish, the Uchiha will not face extinction. However, a significant purge is inevitable." With that, he concluded the mental dialogue, blocking the channel of communication with his darker self. The dark persona, frustrated by Naruto's dismissal, could only scowl in discontent. At that moment, the benevolent persona addressed the dark one. "I am truly at a loss for words regarding you. Can you not be a tad more optimistic? Continuously disparaging others will only earn you their disdain." The dark persona shot back with disdain. "Get lost, you insincere wretch. You are more repugnant than I doubt with that." He vanished. The benevolent persona, left speechless, quietly pondered, "How does he know of my insincerity? Is my expression too overt?" Soon, he too disappeared. The next day, bright and early, Sasuke knocked on Naruto's door, inviting him to school. This surprised Naruto immensely, yet he felt a surge of joy, thinking, "This guy actually came to find me. How astonishing." However, Naruto refrained from teasing him, aware of Sasuke's prideful nature. Provoking him might lead to Sasuke withdrawing his friendship altogether. Thus, Naruto restrained his impulse to jest and simply said, "Sasuke, wait a moment. Let me grab a mask." Once he donned the mask, he joined Sasuke on their way to school. Descending the stairs, they encountered Hinata, who had come to invite Naruto to school as well, and the three set off for the ninja academy together. It was the first day of school, and their homeroom teacher, Irika, arrived early at the classroom, feeling somewhat anxious as it marked his inaugural teaching experience. Upon entering, Sasuke instantly became the center of attention for all the girls in the class. Observing the girls gazing at Sasuke, Naruto promptly took Hinata's hand and steered her aside, seeking refuge in a quiet corner where they could sit together. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. My name is Ino Yamanaka. I am delighted to be your classmate." "Hello, Sasuke-kun. I am Sakura Haruno." "It is a pleasure to be your classmate." Just as Naruto and Hinata distanced themselves, two girls with long hair, one blonde and one pink, approached Sasuke to introduce themselves. Seeing this, other girls in the class, unwilling to be outdone, also rushed to Sasuke, eager to introduce themselves. Sasuke's expression darkened, but his upbringing prevented him from exploding in anger. Instead, he simmered in frustration. Naruto turned to Sasuke and remarked, "Good thing I anticipated this." Hey by the way, Hinata, you weren't knocked over by this horde of lunatics, were you? No, I'm fine, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze inadvertently flickered to the hand that Naruto held, filling her heart with warmth. What a bother, came a voice from the desk beside Naruto. He glanced left to see a boy in a short-sleeved shirt with a ponytail, looking utterly disheveled, accompanied by a chubby boy munching on chips. Naruto recognized them as Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara from Team 10 AT. That moment, two more students entered the classroom, one with a small dog perched atop his head, and the other clad in an oversized trench coat. Completely shrouded, with sunglasses obscuring his face, these were Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka, along with the two girls crowding around Sasuke, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Naruto had encountered all the members of the Rookie Nine, save for Neji, Tenten, and Lee, who were a year his senior. As Naruto indulged in his thoughts, Sasuke, with a glum expression, sat down beside him. Haha, Sasuke, you are quite the popular one. It's truly enviable. Look how those girls are flocking around you. Naruto chuckled maliciously. Sasuke's expression darkened further as he retorted, "Do you believe I want to yank off your mask and show the class your face? I doubt it would yield a worse reaction than mine." Sasuke pondered how Naruto had once again donned the mask, realizing it was a premeditated move. Naruto understood that Sasuke's words were merely venting frustration, so he played along with a fearful expression. "No way, I already have Hinata. I only need her. The rest are all yours. You've grown accustomed to it, haven't you?" He raised the hand he held with Hinata. Hinata blushed at Naruto's gesture, feeling bashful yet elated. Sasuke, seeing Naruto's smug demeanor, chose to remain silent. It was best to ignore him. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto turned back to Hinata to chat, while the girls who had initially approached Sasuke were called back to their seats by Irika. "It is the first day of school. Let us begin with simple self-introductions so that everyone can get acquainted. When your name is called, please come to the front," Irika announced, clapping his hands. The class fell silent, listening attentively to their teacher, except for Naruto, who continued to chatter with Hinata, his voice dominating the room. "Hinata, do you think I'll get killed if I tell Uncle Hizashi that you're my girlfriend?" Hinata, why aren't you responding? Why is it so quiet?" Naruto raised his head, noticing all eyes were on him. This created an awkward situation. However, Naruto's resilience was akin to a fortress. He simply smiled and said, "You all can carry on. Don't mind me," he resumed, gazing at Irika, as if to say, "Please continue. I'm not here." This infuriated Irika, who was prepared to teach this disobedient student a lesson about the serious consequences of angering a teacher. Chapter 11. The first day of school life. Just as Irika was about to unleash his fury, he overheard several students whispering, "Isn't that the monster? What is he doing in school?" "Yes, my father said to never engage with that monster. Otherwise, we'll be cursed. My dad also called him a monster. Why has the third Hokage expelled him from the village? Keeping that monster around is dangerous for us." The loud chatter from several civilian children showed no restraint. Naruto paid little heed to the gossip. If he took it to heart, he would have long been consumed by anger. He merely cast a cold stare at those who labeled him a monster. Noting that they were all from ordinary families, while the scions of prominent clans observed him with curiosity, Naruto mused, "Indeed, in any world, the common folk are the ones to be manipulated. It is a tragic reality that power lies solely in the hands of a few." While Naruto could endure such taunts, Sasuke was less tolerant. He was on the verge of exploding, but Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head to dissuade him. Sasuke looked at Naruto in confusion as he whispered, "There's no need to stoop to their level." Although Sasuke refrained from taking drastic action, his murderous glare remained fixated on the group of students still discussing Naruto. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Naruto-kun is not a monster. He is the kindest person in the world. I want to allow you to speak ill of him." The entire class turned in astonishment to the girl standing beside Naruto. Her Byakugan activated. Naruto, filled with exasperation, shook his head. He had managed to dissuade Sasuke, yet he had not anticipated Hinata's reaction. Neither Sasuke nor Hinata realized that by speaking up for Naruto, they would provoke the ire of those foolish individuals who deemed it necessary to ridicule him. This was precisely why Naruto sought to restrain Sasuke. However, he was taken aback by Hinata's response. The typically timid Hinata was incensed at the label of monster directed at Naruto. A warmth blossomed within Naruto's heart. Was this what friendship and love felt like? How fortunate he was to as expected. After a brief moment of shock, those ignorant individuals began to gossip about Hinata as well oh, it's the heiress of the Hyuga clan, speaking up for that monster. She thinks being a lady makes her special. Look at her eyes. I heard my father call them Byakugan. They are indeed different from ours. Monsters, no wonder she defends that creature. Hearing their disparagement of Hinata, Naruto slowly rose to his feet. This time, he was no longer willing to endure their nonsense. He could tolerate being called a monster, but not when it came to Hinata. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Irika, who had been in a state of shock, finally regained his composure and shouted, "Silence!" The students who had been gossiping immediately fell silent, pretending to behave like good students. After clearing his throat, Irika said, "Let us continue with the self-introductions. Since you are already standing, why don't you go first?" He gestured towards Naruto. Surprised for a moment, Naruto walked up to the podium and calmly declared, "Me? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Most people in this village call me a monster, a title I am not particularly fond of, for I am a human, not a monster. There are no monsters in this world. Monsters are merely figments of foolish minds. I have many things I enjoy, such as Ichiraku ramen, barbecue, and movies." He glanced at Sasuke and Hinata before continuing. "I cherish the bond one share with Sasuke, treating him like a brother, for I am an orphan and having a brother brings me immense joy. I also care for Hinata. She is always so gentle, kind, and beautiful. My dream is to protect those I hold dear." That concludes my introduction, teacher. Upon hearing Naruto refer to him as a brother, Sasuke smiled faintly. The girls were astonished by the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke, while Hinata's face turned crimson when she heard Naruto profess his feelings for her. The rest of the class, aside from Sasuke, was not merely surprised but utterly shocked. Irika coughed and said, "Well, Naruto, your introduction was quite good, but I must advise you that early relationships can be problematic." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "Is dating prohibited in school?" After a moment's thought, Irika replied, "Not exactly so. It seems that dating is not opposed." Naruto quipped, "Then why are you stopping me from dating? Are you single and jealous of me?" This response left Irika feeling defeated, as the lonely single man was struck by a wave of despair. "All right, Naruto, you may take your seat," Irika said, resigned. As Naruto descended from the podium, he added, "Oh, and to those who just called Hinata a monster, listen well. I am letting you off the hook this time. But if it happens again, I will deal with you." A palpable aura of chilling menace emanated from Naruto, felt by the entire class, albeit for a fleeting moment. Irika and the children from prominent clans were astonished by the aura Naruto had unleashed, cold sweat trickling down their backs, while the ordinary children, devoid of chakra, gazed at Naruto in sheer terror. Amidst the astonished and fearful stares of his classmates, Naruto returned to his seat and resumed his conversation with Sasuke and Hinata. Once Irika regained his composure, he continued with his lesson. During this time, both Sasuke and Hinata also introduced themselves. After everyone had introduced themselves, the first day of school came to a close. After school, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata resumed their training from the previous day. Naruto and Sasuke learned to walk on trees, while Hinata finally managed to condense her chakra into 1,000 needles. As evening approached, the three of them returned to their respective homes. Having just finished his bath, Naruto received a summons from an Umbu member, instructing him to go to the Hokage's office, as the third Hokage wished to see him. After changing his clothes, Naruto made his way to meet the third Hokage. Upon entering the Hokage's office, the third Hokage inquired, "Naruto, were your words regarding Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata truly sincere?" Naruto replied calmly, "Indeed, they are genuine, and the situation is far more severe than what I conveyed to them." The third Hokage regarded Naruto with a serious expression. "It seems you are aware that I have been observing your actions. Those words were intended for me, along with FN and Hizashi. Were they not?" Naruto affirmed. "Yes, I sensed your presence, along with Uncle FN and Uncle Hizashi, watching us, so I used that moment to inform you." The third Hokage questioned, "You sensed my observation?" Naruto responded, "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage exclaimed in realization, "Could it be that you have not only awakened the adamantine ceiling but also the sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan?" Naruto replied, "It seems I have awakened all the abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Sealing power, vitality, chakra capacity, and sensory perception." The third Hokage gazed at Naruto in astonishment. "You were truly a genius, awakening all the bloodline limits of the Uzumaki clan at such a young age. Do you know what this bloodline is called?" After pondering briefly, Naruto responded, "It should be the sage body, like the first Hokage. Many people have misunderstood. The strongest bloodline awakened by the first was not would release, but the sage body, the first used would release, leading many to believe it was the strongest. However, no one has investigated why. Despite both being fusions of two chakra nature transformations, wood release is so powerful, while others like ice release or boil release are comparatively weak. The third Hokage mused, indeed, despite being fusions of the same two chakra nature transformations, the first wood release is indeed terrifyingly strong. Could it be due to what you mentioned regarding the sage body?" Naruto confirmed, "Yes, the sage body possesses cells with unparalleled vitality and sealing power. Chakra is extracted from the body's cells, which is why the first chakra possesses remarkable vitality and sealing power. This is why wood release is so potent. In reality, the first wood release and my adamantine sealing are fundamentally the same. One manifests as trees, while the other appears as chains." The third Hokage, upon hearing Naruto's explanation, was left utterly stunned. Reflecting on the subsequent Tenzo, he realized why Tenzo's wood release was so feeble. It was not that wood release was inherently strong, but because the sage body granted it strength, while Tenzo lacked the sage body. Enlightened, the third Hokage looked at Naruto with elation. This child possessed the potential to become as great as the first Hokage. Casually, he inquired, "Naruto, I heard you had a conflict with your classmates today and released a terrifying aura. Is this true?" Naruto admitted, "Yes, but it was provoked by them calling Hinata a monster. They labeled me a monster, and I could overlook that. However, Hinata is someone I cherish. She is my future wife, and I could not let them off without a warning. Besides, I merely intended to frighten them. I had no real intention of harming them. After all, they are just a bunch of kids." The third Hokage, observing the 5-year-old before him declaring his future wife and referring to others as kids, felt a pang of guilt for the deceased Minato and Kushina. He thought to himself, "Arika is rather irresponsible, allowing a mere 5-year-old to engage in early romance." Though the third Hokage was internally speechless, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Ah, so you frightened your classmates to protect your beloved. While this may be somewhat inappropriate, your heart is in the right place. Now, could you explain why you exuded such a powerful aura?" The third Hokage inquired curiously. Naruto responded, "Of course, that aura was not mine. It was the killing intent of the great fox within me." This revelation left the third Hokage unable to maintain his composure, exclaiming in surprise, "You mean the nine tails within you? You can communicate with the nine tails?" Naruto replied nonchalantly, "Of course, what's so strange about that? I am the Jinchuriki, after all." The third Hokage was utterly astonished, gazing at Naruto with a complex expression. Noticing the third Hokage's bewildered gaze, Naruto asked, "Grandpa Third, what's wrong? Is it because of the nine tails inside me? There's nothing to worry about. It can't escape. Besides, it's quite pitiful. Much like the other tailed beasts, they're all trapped, sealed within Jinchuriki. Without freedom. I've always hoped to befriend these tailed beasts one day." The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's desire to befriend the tailed beasts, but upon seeing the sincerity in Naruto's expression, he smiled and said, "Well then, Naruto, you must strive for that goal. The tailed beasts and humanity have been at odds for nearly a century, and such deep-seated enmity is not easily resolved." Naruto gazed steadfastly at the third Hokage and replied, "I will strive with all my might, regardless of the difficulties that lie ahead." The third Hokage, noticing the determination in Naruto's eyes, affectionately ruffled his hair and remarked, "What a good child you are." Chapter 12. Kyuubi. Upon returning from the third Hokage's office, Naruto sat on his bed, lost in thought as he examined the scroll in his hands. He had not anticipated that the third would bestow upon him the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Memories of the moment when the third presented him with the scroll flooded his mind. The third had approached Naruto with a box, stating, "Inside are scrolls for practicing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, along with some insights and improvements on sealing techniques from the fourth Hokage. These are now yours." After handing over the box, he sent Naruto on his way. Naruto murmured to himself as he gazed at the scroll, "I never imagined this old man would be so understanding, but his intentions are for the village's sake. Regardless, this is my home, and the sealing techniques rightfully belong to the Uzumaki clan. It is only fitting that I learn them." Deep down, Naruto understood that the third entrusted him with the sealing techniques in the hope that he would learn to protect the village. Since Naruto considered Konoha his home, he felt no pressure in undertaking this task. As Naruto unfurled the scroll, he discovered it contained the fire sealing technique. an intermediate-level B-rank sealing technique used to seal fire-based jutsu. He recalled how Jiraiya had utilized this technique to seal Amaterasu and began to practice earnestly. He realized that this so-called sealing technique bore a striking resemblance to the magic circles and formations depicted in the novels and shows of his previous life. This sealing technique, too, involved forming hand seals to manipulate chakra according to the patterns inscribed in the technique, thereby achieving the desired sealing effect. With this newfound understanding, Naruto made his way to the kitchen, igniting the gas stove. Observing the flames, he summoned several chains of the adamantine sealing locks and arranged them according to the patterns of the sealing technique. Then, employing the method detailed in the scroll, he directed the flames into the formation. Witnessing as the fire was entirely absorbed by the chains, the triumphant grin spread across Naruto's face as he thought. Just as I suspected, although the adamantine sealing locks are manifested chakra chains, they are ultimately formed from my own chakra. Thus, I can utilize sealing techniques without forming hand seals, and the adamantine sealing locks inherently possess sealing capabilities. Enhancing the strength of the seals, Naruto then repositioned the chains to form the unsealing pattern, and suddenly, the previously sealed flames erupted forth, nearly engulfing his home in flames. Fortunately, Naruto acted swiftly to reseal the fire. As he surveyed the chaos in the kitchen, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. After tidying up, he eagerly returned to his room to continue studying the diagrams within the scroll. As Naruto prepared to unroll the second scroll, he was suddenly overcome by dizziness. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he was astonished to find himself in a dimly lit sewer. After surveying his gloomy surroundings, he steadied himself, noting the singular path ahead. He began to walk forward, muttering, "How did I end up here? Could that arrogant Kyuubi have dragged me in?" Naruto soon reached the end of the path, where he encountered a massive iron cage, from which a voice beckoned, "Come closer, come closer." With a smile, Naruto approached the cage, only for a claw to suddenly reach out in an attempt to grasp him. Thwarted by the bars, an enraged roar reverberated from within the cage as Naruto beheld the legendary Kyuubi in its entirety. Naruto smiled and said, "Is there really a need for such anger? Can't we have a proper conversation?" The Kyuubi, observing Naruto's calm demeanor, replied, "It seems you are not surprised at all. After all, you are aware of my existence. How could you be startled? Now, little brat, what is the meaning of those wide eyes? Do not attempt to deceive me. I have watched you grow, and I know all your secrets." Naruto chuckled. "I thought you would inquire about my Sharingan first. I didn't expect your first question to be about my Byakugan. It seems you are aware of its secrets." The Kyuubi scoffed. "The secrets of the Byakugan? I know not what secrets it holds. But I am intrigued by the fact that you are the child of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, two who lack the Byakugan, yet you possess it innately, unlike your Sharingan, which was awakened through the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. This piques my interest in your Byakugan even further." Naruto, somewhat taken aback, replied, "I never expected your curiosity about my Byakugan to stem from this. You certainly have a keen sense of curiosity. Perhaps you should consider a career as a scientist. Being a tailed beast seems a waste of your inquisitiveness, for all knowledge begins with curiosity." The Kyuubi, growing increasingly furious at Naruto's nonchalance, bellowed, "Enough with your prattle. Are you going to speak or not? If not, be gone." Naruto scratched his head and said, "I never said I wouldn't speak. Why the urgency? Is this how one seeks knowledge?" Noting the Kyuubi's temper flaring again, Naruto hastily added, all right, I will speak. Is that satisfactory?" He paused before asking, "Kyuubi, do you know of the Sage of Six Paths?" The Kyuubi retorted, "Oh, you've asked the wrong question. You are the child of the sage. It was he who created us. But do you know the sage's origins? Are you aware of his mother and brother? What you say is true. I do not know these things. However, I know you possess this knowledge, yet I am currently more curious about the origins of your Byakugan." The Kyuubi, now calm, responded patiently to Naruto's inquiries. Naruto smiled. "At last, you've calmed down. Rest assured, I will share everything you wish to know, and I also have matters I hope you can assist me with. By the way, Kyuubi, what is your name? After all this time, I still do not know my name. Humans actually care about the names of tailed beasts. Shouldn't you be more concerned with how to utilize and obtain the power of tailed beasts? When did humans start caring about our names?" The Kyuubi's voice grew increasingly agitated. Naruto regarded the Kyuubi and said, "I do not comprehend why you are so enraged. Perhaps you have been deceived by humans too many times. However, you cannot condemn all humanity. Humans are complex beings. Some are good, others are bad. Not everyone is a villain, nor is everyone a saint. I can at least assure you that I harbor no ill will toward you. I simply wish to be your friend. I also hope to alleviate the hatred you harbor toward humanity, for I know that hatred does not bring happiness. One cannot live in this world solely for the sake of hatred. Can they? You speak of eliminating my hatred? Who do you think you are to say such things? The Kyuubi retorted angrily. Naruto smiled and replied, because we are friends. And do you not think that tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki are naturally the best of friends? After all, a Jinchuriki's life is intertwined with that of a tailed beast. If our lives are connected, what is there that cannot be resolved? Thus, I sincerely wish to dispel your hatred, not merely as empty words. Furthermore, my request for your assistance is also a hope that you will willingly help me. I will not force you into it. That I wish for us to support one another as friends. You wish to be my friend? Ha! Can humanity and tailed beasts truly be friends? Ha! The Kyuubi squinted its eyes, laughing heartily as if it had heard the most ludicrous statement in the world. After a moment of laughter, the Kyuubi turned to find Naruto silent, puzzled by his lack of rebuttal. He saw Naruto staring at him earnestly, and in Naruto's eyes, he recognized unwavering resolve. That it dawned on the Kyuubi that Naruto was not jesting, but was indeed serious. The Kyuubi's gaze softened as it recalled distant memories, words spoken by the sage of 6 paths before his passing. You will encounter much suffering and hardship in the future, but one day, you will meet someone who can truly connect with you, someone you can trust, rely upon, and understand. The Kyuubi pondered, could this little brat be the one the old sage spoke of? Looking intently at Naruto, the Kyuubi stated, if you claim we are friends, then release the seal before us. Naruto responded, that is certainly no issue. Even if you had not asked, I would have unsealed it. However, before I do so, you must promise me that you will remain calm and composed throughout the process. Can you do that? The Kyuubi, puzzled, replied, why would I be angry at the unsealing? I would be overjoyed. What reason would I have to be upset? That's good. Naruto sighed in relief. Although the Ninetales was perplexed, it did not dwell on its confusion. Upon witnessing Naruto confidently approach the gate, the Ninetales could not help but probe once more, asking, are you not afraid that I might seize your body once I emerge? Naruto, puzzled, replied, why would you want to take my body after you come out? What do you intend to do? Wouldn't it be better if we work together? With my assistance, you could accomplish your goals much more swiftly. Moreover, if you wish to have control over your body, just inform me instead of trying to take it. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Ninetales realized that Naruto genuinely regarded him as a friend. However, having posed the question, there was no taking it back. It chose to ignore Naruto and feign silence. Noticing the Ninetales' sudden quietness, Naruto muttered under his breath, when you can't respond, you just act all mysterious. What a strange and peculiar personality you have. That moment, the Ninetales could no longer maintain its composure. It stood up and roared angrily. Aren't you supposed to be breaking the seal? Hurry up. Why are you dragging your feet? Seeing the Ninetales in a fit of rage, Naruto quickly dashed to the sealing gate, murmuring as he ran, being embarrassed and angry is not a good trait. It's just like Sasuke's annoying habits. The Ninetales felt an urge to obliterate Naruto with a tailed beast bomb. Thinking to itself that this little brat was anything but adorable, as Naruto reached the gate. The Ninetales used its chakra to transport Naruto in front of the sealing talisman. At that moment, Naruto smiled and asked, by the way, Ninetales, what is your name? Please tell me. The Ninetales, with a haughty demeanor, turned its head away, but before long, Naruto heard the name Kurama, ecstatic. Naruto said to the Ninetales, from now on, you will no longer be the feared Ninetales fox. Instead, you will be a companion of Uzumaki Naruto from the Hidden Leaf Village. After saying this, Naruto beamed at the Ninetales, who, in turn, smiled back at him. Kurama felt immense joy and reflection in his heart, realizing he had finally met the person the old man had spoken of, albeit after an interminable wait. Chapter 13. Parents. Just as Naruto was about to tear off the sealing talisman, a hand suddenly grasped his, pulling him down. Still reeling from the abrupt action, Naruto heard Kurama's furious roar. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto quickly turned to see the figure that had pulled him, clad in a ceremonial robe adorned with the insignia of the fourth Hokage. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he recognized the silhouette he had only seen in dreams. He softly murmured, Dad. Minato turned, looking at Naruto with a mix of surprise and confusion. Yes, I am your father. However, I thought a considerable amount of time had passed. Yet, judging by your appearance, you seem only about 5 or 6 years old. Furthermore, the seal appears intact. Why do you wish to break the seal of the Nine Tails? Naruto was about to respond when Kurama's furious roar interrupted him. Frustrated, Naruto admonished the Nine Tails, "Kurama, you promised to remain calm. Have you forgotten? You telling me to be calm is ironic, considering you are the one who sealed me." Kurama retorted angrily. Naruto continued, "But my parents died because of this. You both have your grievances. Besides, without my parents, we could never have become friends. So, there's no need to be so upset. Isn't this a good time?" Although the Nine Tails recognized the validity of Naruto's words, it remained irate, observing Kurama's sulky expression. Naruto quickly put on a cheerful demeanor and said, all right, don't be angry. Besides, I need my dad's help to break the seal." The Nine Tails, upon hearing Naruto's words, reluctantly turned its face away and fell silent. Minato, astonished by the interaction between Naruto and the Nine Tails, inquired, "Naruto, have you truly become friends with the Nine Tails and intend to release its seal? Is this true?" Naruto explained, "Yes, Dad. In truth, Kurama is not as terrifying as you all believe. He is merely a lonely being who longs for friendship. I don't understand why everyone is so afraid of him. He is a good person." After hearing Naruto's words and observing the haughty Nine Tails turning away, Minato felt as if his worldview had been completely transformed. He gazed at Naruto's face, which bore a resemblance to his own, and numerous thoughts raced through his mind when he recalled Jiraiya's words about a savior. Minato smiled at Naruto and said, "Naruto, you might truly be the savior that Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. Even when you were still in your mother's womb, I felt you would be the one to bring peace to the ninja world. Now, seeing you become friends with the Nine Tails, I am even more convinced." Naruto understood that the savior Minato referred to was the original Naruto, not the current one. That he wanted to tell Minato that he was not a savior, and that, in fact, he was quite selfish and could not be as selfless as the original Naruto. However, before he could speak, Minato interrupted, "Let us discuss that later. For now, I will release your friend." Minato smiled at Naruto, then proceeded to unveil the sealing talisman, revealing the locking mechanism and using a summoning technique to bring forth the toad from the scroll into Naruto's sealing space. The summoned toad, upon seeing Minato, exclaimed in astonishment, "Minato, is that really you? This is wonderful. We all thought you were dead." "I did die. What remains is my chakra left within Naruto." "Hand the key to him," Minato instructed the toad. Without further ado, the toad opened the scroll. "Place your hand on it," Minato told Naruto. As Naruto placed his hand on the scroll, he instantly understood how to unlock the seal of the Nine Tails. Once Naruto took the key, Minato said to the toad, "When Jiraiya-sensei inquires, just tell him it was my decision and not to worry." The toad nodded in understanding before returning to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was out gathering materials, felt the toad that had just been summoned return. He quickly summoned the toad and asked what had transpired. The toad relayed everything it knew. Jiraiya was taken aback to learn that Minato had left a contingency plan within Naruto. He murmured in contemplation, "I never expected things would turn out this way. I suppose I must return to the Leaf Village soon, lest someone becomes restless. But before that, I should continue gathering materials. After all, Minato will handle everything." With a mischievous grin, Jiraiya resumed his great endeavor of gathering materials. Perhaps great is a stretch. Everyone understands. After acquiring the key, Naruto excitedly rushed to Kurama, exclaiming, "Kurama, I have the key. I am going to set you free now." With that, he unlocked the seal of the Nine Tails. Upon the seal's release, Kurama, still in disbelief, said, "I am free, am I not?" "Yes, you are free, and I apologize." Minato smiled at Kurama. Kurama, unfazed by Minato's apology, replied, "You need not apologize. Were it not for me, you and Kushina would not have perished. If anyone should apologize, it is I. All right, no more apologies between you two. Dad, Kurama," Naruto joyfully interjected. Seeing Naruto's happiness, both Minato and Kurama felt a surge of joy. "Now, Kurama, regarding the question you just asked, I promised I would tell you. Allow me to do so now." "Dad, you should listen too," Naruto solemnly stated. Minato, with a serious expression, looked at Naruto and said, "Please, Naruto, tell us. This is something I wish to know as well. Although I am merely a chakra clone, I have observed everything over the years. However, why do you possess the Byakugan? That is indeed a peculiar matter. Neither Kushina nor I have the Byakugan. Why do you?" He then added, "We should let your mother know. She must be curious too, as I sealed her chakra within you. Minato suddenly realized. Ah, I see. Dad, are you saying I can meet my mother now? Naruto exclaimed in excitement. Minato smiled and approached Naruto, performing hand seals before placing his hand on Naruto's sealing technique, causing a surge of chakra to separate from Naruto, transforming into Kushina's figure. Mom, Naruto joyfully shouted as he embraced Kushina. Seeing her son in her arms and Minato beside them, Kushina shed tears of happiness. Yes, it's me, Mom. My little Naruto has grown up, Kushina said, embracing Naruto. Minato, touched, stepped forward to hug both mother and son. Thank you. Minato, Kushina expressed gratefully. Thank you, Kushina, Minato replied with a smile. Yes, the Ninetales turned its head away, choosing to ignore them. It felt a sense of joy for this family nonetheless. Father, mother, and the Ninetales, I actually possessed the memories of my previous 2 lives. Naruto revealed his greatest secret to Minato, Kushina, and the Ninetales. They were taken aback, with Minato maintaining a semblance of calm as he inquired. So, you mean to say you have the life experiences from your 2 previous lives? Indeed. In my first life, I was an assassin. In my second, a wealthy merchant. Neither of these lives took place in this world of ninjas, but in a realm called Earth. Naruto reflected with a sense of nostalgia. The Ninetales interjected. Are you suggesting that after your demise in your world, your soul traversed space and was reborn in this world as the child of Minato and Kushina? Yes, in our terms. We call it reincarnation. People in my world believe that after death, one goes to the underworld, where they forget their past lives after drinking mango soup, before being reborn. However, I am uncertain why I ended up here. Especially as a soul that crossed over, Naruto replied, perplexed. At that moment, Minato remarked, that is impossible. The fabric of space is chaotic. A soul traversing through space would be torn apart by the turbulence. Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. I recall that my second life ended when I was struck by lightning while piloting a plane after vanquishing my enemy. It seemed as if the sky had split open. Upon hearing Naruto's account, Minato concluded, that must be it. Someone likely opened a spatial tunnel, and you were inadvertently swept inside. However, entering such a tunnel should have rendered your soul incomplete. How did you restore it? Naruto considered this and responded. When my consciousness returned, I found myself surrounded by numerous soul fragments, which I absorbed to regain my completeness. The owners of those fragments were known as Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ilmurat. This revelation. Minato, Kushina, and the Ninetales understood the origin of Naruto's Byakugan. Suddenly, Kushina exclaimed with excitement. By the way, Naruto, how did you reincarnate as my child? Was it because you saw how beautiful your mother is? 3 black lines appeared on Naruto's forehead. While Minato awkwardly chuckled, Otsutsuki Kagaya is the sister of Otsutsuki Himura, who was betrayed and killed. The Byakugan contains the technique for space-time manipulation, which I activated to bring myself to this world. However, the journey through space left my already restored soul incomplete. The Byakugan instinctively made me the child of my mother, allowing me to be reborn within her womb. The reason it was my mother is that she is the reincarnation of Ashura, whose bloodline is closest to Otsutsuki Himura. Thus, my soul merged with that of Ashura before I was even born. So, do you still recognize me? Naruto asked with concern, worrying that his previous life memories might alienate his parents. He feared they might reject him. However, upon seeing the anxious expression on Naruto's face, Minato and Kushina could not help but laugh. Kushina tightly embraced Naruto, saying, silly child, regardless of whether you possess memories of your past lives, you are still our child. Minato joined in the embrace, assuring him, just remember that you are Uzumaki Naruto, our beloved child, and that is all that matters. Cradled in the arms of his parents, Naruto felt like the happiest person in the world. Chapter 14. Kinder, how did you come to know all of this? Even if Otsutsuki Himura is indeed the uncle of that so-called sage of 6 paths, it would be impossible for him to know about this world. All of this must have been knowledge you possessed beforehand, the Ninetales inquired. Minato added, yes, Naruto, how do you know all of this so clearly? Naruto, meeting their curious gazes, decided to reveal everything he knew. The 3 of them were utterly astounded by his revelations. They had not anticipated that this world was merely a fictional realm from Naruto's previous life, a mere anime, which explained his vast knowledge. How remarkable, Minato mused. Yet, the Ninetales retorted, even if this world is a mere anime from Naruto's past life, We are undeniably real. What is there to ponder? Naruto interjected, Indeed, father. Now that I have entered this world, I am one of its inhabitants, and everything will be different. The most malleable aspect of this world is humanity. A person's thoughts cannot be swayed by anything. Minato regained his composure and said, Thank you for your concern that I am not fixated on this. I was simply reflecting on how astonishing this all is. As long as we can be together as a family, that is all that matters. Kushina, holding Minato and Naruto's hands, affirmed, Exactly. What do you plan to do next, Naruto? Minato asked. Naruto looked at his parents and declared, Ever since your deaths, I have been preparing to resurrect you. Thus, the first step is to bring you back, father and mother. Minato and Kushina exchanged worried glances. Minato spoke first. Naruto, your mother and I are already deceased. So I would prefer you not to attempt to revive us. Yes, Naruto, as long as you live well, your father and I will have no regrets, Kushina added. Naruto understood that they believed the deceased should not be disturbed. As it was a desecration and a taboo, society would not accept it. Even the most unconventional Sasuke had stated that the revived Madara was a relic of the past that should not exist in this world. Thus, Naruto realized persuading his parents would not be an easy task. However, he had a trump card, one that appealed to his mother's softness and his father's gentleness. Father, mother, you are hesitant to return because you believe you have passed on and should not appear in the world of the living. As society also holds this belief, correct? Naruto asked earnestly. Isn't that the case? Kushina questioned, puzzled. What exactly are you trying to convey? Naruto, Minato probed. At that moment, the Ninetales interjected. You two should hold your tongues for now and allow Naruto to finish. I trust he will not disappoint you. Naruto spoke with sincerity. Father, mother, I simply wish to say that your resurrection will not cause society to view me as a desecrator of the dead. You will truly return to life. Have you forgotten that I mentioned the Rinnegan can bring people back to life? With the Rinnegan's innate technique, one can achieve genuine resurrection, not like the Edo Tensei, which merely binds souls to corpses. But didn't you say that the cost of using the Rinnegan's technique is the life of the caster? If it requires your life to bring us back, we would rather remain dead, Kushina anxiously replied. Naruto gently reassured her. Mother, there is no need to worry. There is also the forbidden technique Izanami as long as I set it up, and then use the Rinnegan's technique. I can resurrect you without incurring any cost myself. As for the price of Izanami, it will be nullified due to my sage body, so my eyes will not be harmed. Kushina remained skeptical. Really? You wouldn't lie to your mother, would you? Upon hearing Naruto's plan, Minato comforted Kushina. Kushina, you need not worry. Naruto's method is sound. Silence. Your uselessness has caused my Naruto to suffer so much. Kushina snapped at Minato, who felt embarrassed. Thankfully, Naruto came to his father's aid, saying, Mother, truly, there is no cause for concern. Your son possesses the potential to surpass the Sage of Six Paths, so you need not fret. Besides, even if I cannot manage it myself, I can always have someone else perform the technique for me. So, please, do not worry. Don't you want to meet your grandchildren, Boruto and Himawari? Naruto had finally unleashed his trump card, and indeed, Kushina began to waver. However, she quickly reached a decision. Compared to her adorable grandchildren, the risk to her son seemed trivial. Thus, Kushina relented. All right, Naruto, be careful. If it truly works, then do as you wish. Minato and Naruto exchanged awkward glances. Naruto had not anticipated the effectiveness of his strategy, and it was perhaps a bit too successful, leading him to feel a tinge of jealousy towards his future children with Hinata. Meanwhile, Minato realized he was the least significant member of this family. In comparison to his son, he was of little importance. When compared to his future grandchildren, he was not even worthy of consideration. With a quiet sigh, Minato looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, since your mother has agreed, I shall not oppose you either. I wish to impart to you the training methods of the Flying Thunder God and the Spiral Sphere, for this will significantly enhance your chances of survival. Essentially, you shall be free to depart at your whim, and none shall be able to detain you. Furthermore, should anyone inquire, you may simply attribute your knowledge to Master Jiraiya. As I took my leave, I had already briefed Master Jiraiya on the matter. Naruto was profoundly moved, realizing that Minato had prepared so much for him in such a brief time, leaving him at a loss for words. With a smile, Minato gazed at Naruto and said, You are the child of Kushina and me. Whatever parents do for their children is never excessive. You need only accept it. Your father speaks truly. Naruto, your mother also intends to pass on the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan to you, sparing you the need to practice those other sealing arts. With your awakened bloodline, your chakra flows create a formidable barrier, allowing you to utilize sealing techniques without hand seals. Kushina gently embraced Naruto, her voice warm. Minato approached and enveloped Naruto in a hug as well. Though our time together was brief, I am truly delighted to have seen your mother. Do not feel pressured, nor should you burden yourself excessively. All that your mother desires is for you to live well. Tears of happiness streamed down Kushina's face as she looked at Naruto. Naruto, it brings me joy to see you and your mother again, and to witness you thriving without harboring hatred despite becoming a Jinchuriki. My child is indeed remarkable. Minato expressed with happiness, I am also very fortunate to be your child. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Naruto replied joyfully, and a warm glow enveloped Minato and Kushina, merging into Naruto and vanishing from sight. In Naruto's mind, a wealth of sealing techniques, as well as Minato's flying thunder god technique and spiral sphere, were now nestled. Looking at the nine tails, Naruto declared, I truly feel fortunate to be their child. They love me dearly. I have witnessed many parents who forsake their children for personal gain, some even going so far as to take their lives. Yet you are fortunate to have encountered such devoted parents, who would risk everything for you. The Nine Tails remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Delighted for Naruto and reassured in his judgment, the Nine Tails thought. No wonder my other half recognizes him. In the days that followed, Naruto returned to his routine, attending school each day and training alongside Sasuke after classes. As for Hinata, her dedication to mastering her clan's secret techniques meant she seldom trained with Naruto. But she always prepared a bento for him, which brought him immense joy. In a secluded grove at the edge of Konoha, Orochimaru arrived with Kabuto. This shall suffice. Here, we shall not attract attention, and I can closely observe this experimental subject, he stated, producing a sealing scroll to summon the corpse contained within. After forming several hand signs, he intoned reanimation jutsu, and the lifeless body sprang back to life, tossing the revived child into the woods. Orochimaru remarked, this technique requires considerable refinement before it can be deemed effective. Just as he was about to depart with Kabuto, Orochimaru suddenly hurled a kunai into the thicket, demanding, who goes there? A child dressed in a black cloak, wearing a Shura mask, stepped forward, casually toying with the kunai Orochimaru had thrown. Lord Orochimaru, why such anger? I merely observed your reanimation jutsu, he replied nonchalantly. Kabuto, sensing the child's evasive nature, prepared to apprehend him, but was halted by Orochimaru, who found the child enigmatic. What is it that you seek? Orochimaru inquired coolly. Nothing of great consequence. I am merely intrigued by the summoning of souls and wish to propose a trade. If you divulge the method of summoning souls, I can provide you with intelligence. Intelligence you will undoubtedly find compelling, the masked child stated nonchalantly. Orochimaru smirked coldly. While I am uncertain what this intelligence entails, you must demonstrate your worthiness for such a trade. In an instant, Orochimaru formed hand signs, unleashing a combination jutsu of earth style. Earth dragon flame bombed towards the masked child. The child raised a hand, and as the searing flames met his palm, they were absorbed, vanishing completely. Surprised, Orochimaru quickly cast Water Dragon Bullet technique, but rather than being absorbed, the previously consumed flames were released from the child's palm, colliding with the water jutsu and neutralizing it. It appears you possess the qualifications for a trade, Orochimaru conceded with a smirk. Chapter 15. New friends. Well then, I thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I wonder if there is any particular intelligence that piques your interest? I can grant you the privilege of choice, the child continued with a playful tone. Be it the first Hokage's cells, the secrets of the Sharingan, or a cure for Kuratsuchi's ailment, whatever you wish to know, I can provide, albeit only one piece of information, the child added with a chuckle. Orochimaru, intrigued, responded, you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge. Naturally, one must be prepared when making a trade with Lord Orochimaru. The child replied confidently, very well, allow me to pose a question. Why does this world possess chakra? Orochimaru asked with keen interest. The child displayed a hint of surprise before answering, indeed, you are worthy of your reputation, Lord Orochimaru, as you immediately grasped the essence of this world. However, I am curious as to why you would pose such a question. It is not common for others to inquire thus. Orochimaru chuckled. It is merely curiosity. After scrutinizing Orochimaru for a moment, the child replied, if you were to ask others this question, you may not receive an answer, but I do possess the knowledge. Yet, are you certain you wish to trade this information? It may not hold much value for you to. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable as he declared, There are countless mysteries in this world that remain unknown. Pursuing the truth behind such matters has been my lifelong quest. If you truly possess information in this regard, it is precisely what I wish to uncover. The masked child regarded Orochimaru and continued, if that is your desire, I can reveal this. Chakra originates from a woman. Before her appearance, chakra did not exist in this world. Oh, a woman? What manner of woman? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. Patience, Lord Orochimaru. Allow me to finish, the child replied calmly. My eagerness got the better of me. Please continue. Orochimaru said with a chuckle. The child continued, a woman from another world, known as Kagaya Otsutsuki, who brought with her a divine tree. This woman bore 2 children with a man from this world. The elder was named Hagoromo, and the younger was called Hamura. After sealing their mother, the younger brother guarded her, while the elder traveled this world, sharing the chakra he inherited from her with humanity. His hope was to bring peace to the world through chakra, as it connects the hearts of individuals. That I believe you have already deduced who this elder brother is. Indeed, it is the sage of 6 paths, and the source of chakra is his mother, Princess Kagaya Otsutsuki, the master of the divine tree and the progenitor of chakra. This is the intelligence you seek, Lord Orochimaru, the child concluded. Orochimaru, rendered speechless by astonishment, recognized the truth in the child's words, having sought many relics and texts, all of which affirmed this knowledge. Chakra indeed originated from the fruit consumed by the sage's mother, who later bestowed chakra upon the masses. Yet, many details eluded him, while this child seemed to possess an intimate understanding, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Are you unwell, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto inquired with concern. Orochimaru, returning to his senses, smiled faintly. The information you provided is invaluable to me. In return, I must fulfill my end of our bargain. Here is the secret technique of reanimation, which includes the method of summoning souls. Orochimaru produced a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it to the masked child before departing with Kabuto. After receiving the scroll on reanimation, the child muttered to himself, until we meet again, Lord Orochimaru. The child adorned with a mask vanished in a flash of dark light, as if he had never existed. Ever since Naruto acquired the Flying Thunder God technique from the Watergate, he had been marking a secluded spot at school, teleporting there daily without anyone noticing due to its remoteness. However, today, upon using the technique to arrive, he discovered a child staring blankly at him. After sizing him up, Naruto inquired, "Who are you, and why are you here?" The child appeared timid, attempting to flee. But before he could take more than a few steps, Naruto ensnared him with the adamant sealing chains. Once captured, the child began to cry incessantly, and the heavens opened up, showering rain upon them. Naruto exerted considerable effort to calm him down. In a secluded corner of the Hokage rock, Naruto and the previous child were enjoying ice cream together. You mustn't cry anymore after finishing your ice cream. What kind of boy cries like that? Naruto chided gently. By the way, what is your name? He asked. That I'm called Yute, the child replied. Shikamaru and Ino told me not to come to the village, but I felt so lonely in the woods, so I ran out. You said your name is Yute? Naruto questioned, recalling a friend from his childhood who bore the same name, someone who could manipulate the weather and had been left behind after being resurrected by Orochimaru. With this thought in mind, Naruto said, Yute, how about I teach you to whistle? Yes, I want to learn to whistle, Yute exclaimed, delighted at the prospect that they practiced whistling together. On the other side, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura, and Kiba were frantically searching for Yute, but to no avail. Wait, I remember Yute mentioning he encountered Naruto in the village. Could it be that Naruto captured him? Shikamaru pondered. Ino, hearing Shikamaru's doubts, replied, surely not. Naruto and Yute aren't acquainted. And given Naruto's reclusive nature, he probably wouldn't even recognize that Yute isn't from the village. However, Yute had only met him once. Sakura then chimed in, but that guy is rather intimidating that I'd prefer to avoid him. Kiba interjected, regardless, we must go. If Yute is truly in his grasp, it could spell trouble. Shikamaru agreed. Kiba has a point. We should search for him together. At that moment, a voice interjected. If you're referring to a scruffy child from another village, I know where he is. The group turned to see Shino stepping out from the woods. Shikamaru looked at Shino and asked, Shino, you really saw Yute? Where is he? Shino replied, I did see him, but he is from another village. Are you sure this is wise? Sakura pleaded. Though Yute isn't from our village, he is our friend. So please, Shino, tell us. Realizing he could not dissuade them from their mission, Shino finally said, I saw him with Naruto atop the Hokage rock, seemingly enjoying ice cream. The group was taken aback. They had initially presumed that if Naruto had indeed captured Yutei, he would have turned him over to the village Esumbu. However, it appeared that Naruto had instead befriended Yutei. Much like them. Regardless, we have no choice but to find Naruto now, Shikamaru said resignedly. Thus, the group set off to locate Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto and Yutei continued to practice whistling, and Yutei was becoming quite adept. As he whistled, warm breezes began to swirl around them. You're here after all. We've been searching for quite a while. Naruto heard a voice of complaint and turned to see Sasuke and Hinata approaching him. What's the matter? Have you suddenly become so petty, Sasuke? Naruto smiled at Hinata. Hinata, you've arrived, he greeted warmly. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied shyly. Naruto-kun, who is this? Hinata asked. Glancing at Yutei sitting beside Naruto, Sasuke also turned his gaze towards Yutei. His brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, a child from another village. Sasuke, you're still as sensitive as ever. Indeed, he is my new friend, Yutei, but he means no harm, so there's no need to be afraid. Yutei, this is my best friend, Sasuke, and the one I cherish the most, Hinata. Hinata's face flushed upon hearing Naruto refer to her in such a way as she politely introduced herself. Hello, I am Hyuga Hinata. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yutei. Hehe, I'm also very happy to meet you. Hinata. Yutei replied with a smile. Sasuke coldly stated, I am Uchiha Sasuke, to which Yutei responded, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sasuke. Despite Sasuke's aloof demeanor, Yutei felt a sense of joy. At that moment, Shikamaru and the others arrived. Relieved to see Yutei safe and sound, they rushed over, surrounding him with a flurry of questions. Seeing the concern etched on their faces filled Yutei with happiness as he addressed them. Shikamaru, Sakura, Ino, everyone, this is my new friend, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. I'm truly delighted to have made new friends. Shikamaru expressed gratitude to Naruto and Sasuke. Thank you both for not handing Yutei over to the village. Come on, Shikamaru, you're being overly formal. That we are all friends here. There's no need for thanks. Besides, Yutei is my friend too, Naruto replied with a grin. Shikamaru, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's cheerful demeanor, chuckled. You're right. I was being too formal. This was the first time he had seen Naruto's face. He had imagined Naruto to be a cold person, akin to Sasuke, but was surprised to find him warm and sunny, like the sun itself, and very gentle. This sentiment was echoed among all, especially Ino and Sakura, who had previously perceived Naruto as a fearsome and ruthless individual, yet found him to be incredibly handsome and warm-hearted. Ino felt a twinge of regret, realizing that Naruto's heart already belonged to Hinata at that moment. Yutei, holding Naruto's hand with one hand and Shikamaru's with the other, joyfully exclaimed, Naruto, Shikamaru, everyone, let us go play together. After saying this, he eagerly led Naruto and Shikamaru away, laughter echoing from their hearts. Chapter 16. The sorrowful sun shower. In the following days, the group of friends played games together daily. And nothing significant occurred. Everything remained peaceful. However, one matter weighed heavily on Naruto's heart. Yutei was resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique. Through their time spent together, Naruto had genuinely grown fond of Yutei and had forged true friendships with everyone. He feared revealing the truth, worried that they might not accept it, especially since Yutei was the first to reach out to Naruto. Deep down, Naruto longed to save him, but with his current abilities, he felt powerless to do so. Yet, he devised a plan to preserve Yutei's body, hoping that one day he could utilize the reanimation technique to bring him back. Today, when all the friends gathered, Naruto decided it was time to share this with them. But first, he needed to address something. He approached Yutei, and, noticing his curiosity, Yutei asked, Naruto, is something the matter? The others gathered around, equally intrigued by Naruto's demeanor. Shikamaru asked quizzically, Naruto, is something wrong with Yutei? Instead of answering Shikamaru, Naruto reached out and pulled a white snake from Yutei's body, tossing it aside. This sudden action startled everyone. The snake regarded Naruto briefly before vanishing. Why is there a snake on Yutei? And why is it so eerie? What is going on? Shikamaru was the first to voice his confusion, with the others looking on in curiosity. I'm already dead, Yutei said sadly. What do you mean, Yutei? Ino asked, bewildered. Yutei looked at everyone and explained, our clan has always traveled, relying on our unique abilities to help villagers with farming and such, but survival was still a challenge. And eventually, I died. About a month ago, a truly grotesque person, how should I put it? Someone akin to a serpent, resurrected me, and abandoned me in this forest. However, the month I spent with all of you has been the happiest time of my life." Yutei recounted, alternating between sorrow and joy. The group listened in shock, grappling with the revelation. Could it truly be possible for the dead to return to life? Shikamaru expressed his perplexity at that moment. Naruto responded to Shikamaru's inquiry, stating, "Indeed, in this world of ninjas, there exists a myriad of jutsu, among which some can indeed resurrect the deceased. As for the individual mentioned by Itachi, he is likely the one who employed such a technique to bring Itachi back to life. However, he has not exerted control over Itachi for any particular purpose. It is probable that he is conducting an experiment. Given the rarity of resurrection techniques, this person is likely observing Itachi, and that white snake is probably intended for surveillance." After absorbing Naruto's words, Shikamaru contemplated for a while before replying. "Then, after you chase away that snake, it is quite possible that the caster will lift the jutsu, and Itachi will once again succumb to death." Naruto was taken aback by Shikamaru's far-reaching thoughts. Truly, he was a genius with an intellect of 200 to know. "I do not want Itachi to leave us," Sakura cried, clutching Itachi tightly, tears of sorrow in her eyes. Yet Itachi comforted her with a smile, saying, "There is no need for you all to grieve for me. I have already passed on, and being able to see you all again after death brings me great joy. So please, do not be sad for me." As everyone absorbed Itachi's words, they felt the urge to console him, yet were at a loss for words. In truth, there is no need for such sorrow. There are still options available. Naruto's voice broke through the silence. Everyone turned to him in astonishment. "What options?" Sasuke inquired coolly. Shikamaru echoed, "Indeed, Naruto, what is your plan?" The rest of the group expressed their concern as well. "We must protect Itachi, ensuring the caster cannot find him. Even if the jutsu is lifted, he will be unable to reclaim Itachi's body. Since there exists a technique for resurrecting the dead, perhaps when we grow stronger, we might have the chance to bring Itachi back. Furthermore, even if that proves impossible, we can prevent that individual from using Itachi for nefarious purposes." Naruto replied, "Bring Itachi back. Is that even feasible? Moreover, even if such a thing exists, it must be a forbidden technique. Naruto, you are not suggesting we learn a forbidden technique to resurrect Itachi, are you?" Shikamaru asked incredulously. Naruto looked back at Shikamaru, saying, "Is there a problem? The technique is meant for use. We would merely employ it to revive Itachi, not for malevolent intents. While your argument holds merit, I still feel a twinge of unease," Shikamaru expressed with concern. Calm down. There is no cause for alarm. Our foremost priority now is to safeguard Itachi's body. We shall deal with the rest later," Naruto asserted. Shikamaru ceased his internal conflict, realizing there was no immediate danger. Sasuke then asked, "Naruto, how do you intend to protect Itachi's body? I know you must have a plan, otherwise you wouldn't have mentioned it. You understand me well, Sasuke. Itachi, I will seal you away, allowing you to enter a deep slumber, and then I will hide you. This period may be lengthy, but it will feel to you as though you have merely taken a nap. You will not feel lonely. When you awaken, you will be able to play with us once again. Is that all right?" "Itachi," Naruto said to Itachi, "I trust you. Naruto, that we will meet again soon, so please wait for me." "Everyone," Itachi cheerfully replied. In the meantime, Ino, Sakura, and Hinata held Itachi tightly, their faces marked by sorrow, while the sky wept tears of sunlight for Itachi. Naruto approached Itachi, stating, "When we meet next, you will truly be able to play with everyone." Itachi responded, "Yes, Naruto, let us begin. Until we meet again, goodbye." "Goodbye, Itachi," the group chorused, bidding him farewell. Emerging from Naruto, several chains entwined Itachi, and upon contact with him, the sealing power of the chains caused Itachi to fall into a deep slumber. The rest of the group, except for Hinata and Sasuke, were so astonished by the sight of the chains that they were rendered speechless. Once Itachi was sealed away, Shikamaru finally inquired, "Naruto, what are these chains?" Naruto replied with a smile, "Oh, it is nothing, merely my bloodline limit." Realization dawned on Shikamaru and his family, while Sakura timidly asked, "Bloodline limit? What is that?" Ino stepped in to explain. A bloodline limit is a hereditary ninja technique, much like Hinata's Byakugan and Sasuke's Sharingan. Only then did Sakura understand. "Naruto, what is our next course of action?" Ino asked with concern. "Well, I will transfer Itachi to my unique space. This way, he will not be found," Naruto stated. Shikamaru, puzzled, queried, What is this space of yours? Pointing to his forehead, Naruto replied, "It is here." With that, a crimson mark on Naruto's forehead split open, revealing a Byakugan. The sight left even Sasuke and Hinata in shock. "Byakugan? Naruto-kun, how do you possess the Byakugan?" Hinata exclaimed in astonishment. "This is my greatest secret. I have had it since birth. Perhaps my family has a blood relation to the Hyuga clan. But upon investigating my lineage, it appears I am the only one with the Byakugan. That my bloodline might be rather unique," Naruto explained with a smile. Hinata, puzzled, responded, "Is that so? However, I do not recall my father ever mentioning any close blood relations in our family." "Haha, perhaps you simply did not inquire, and thus your father did not divulge it." Naruto laughed. In reality, Naruto was not entirely misleading. The Uzumaki clan is indeed a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. While the Hyuga clan descends from the clan of the Feathered Village, these two were originally siblings. However, Naruto's Byakugan did not stem from the Sage of Six Paths. The others were unaware of this. And even Hinata did not know, so they all accepted Naruto's words as truth. That Naruto's Byakugan emitted a brilliant light, and then a rift in space opened before him. After enveloping Itachi's body, he closed the Byakugan. Naruto smiled at everyone, saying, "It is done. For now, Itachi should no longer be under the control of that person. That I hope we will find a way to resurrect Itachi in the future." Although Itachi could no longer join them in their games, Naruto had formed a friendship with the little strong ones due to Itachi's connection. Moreover, Naruto no longer wore a mask. The reason for this change was that on Hinata's birthday, while visiting Ino's house to buy flowers, Ino had remarked that Hinata, being the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, would attract many suitors. If Naruto wished to deter such suitors, he should showcase his charm to make them retreat, especially since his mask significantly detracted from his allure. People might think he was unattractive, thus giving rise to the misconception that Hinata was with someone like him. Therefore, it would be best for him to discard the mask. Naruto, lacking experience in romance from his previous lives, took Ino's words to heart and cast aside the mask. In truth, Naruto merely wished to see handsome boys. After school that day, Naruto was preparing for his usual training session when he encountered a member of the Hyuga clan waiting for him at the school gate. Upon seeing Naruto, the individual approached and said, "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Greetings, I am Hyuga Kinta from the Hyuga clan. Our clan head requests your presence at the Hyuga residence." Naruto was taken aback, pondering internally. "I do not seem to have any specific connection with Hayashi. Could it be because of Hinata?" The mere thought of Hinata caused Naruto's demeanor to soften, for it is a common occurrence for a son-in-law to feel somewhat diminished in the presence of his prospective father-in-law. After all, one would not dare to act arrogantly after having plundered the precious daughter that someone had painstakingly raised. Naruto involuntarily asked, "What does Uncle Hayashi wish to see me about?" Hyuga Kinta replied in a detached manner, "I do not know. I am merely following orders. Please accompany me." With a sigh, Naruto responded, "Very well, lead the way." Chapter 17. Joy and anger. Naruto followed Hyuga Kinta to the Hyuga residence, where he encountered several individuals from other villages. Identifiable as members of the Cloud Village by their forehead protectors, Naruto recalled the recent tensions between Konoha and the Lightning Village. It seemed strange to encounter Cloud Village ninjas here. Upon arriving at the Hyuga household, he was ushered into the main hall, where he saw Hayashi Hyuga seated upon a cushion. Hyuga Kinta reported, "Clan head, I have brought Uzumaki Naruto." Hayashi acknowledged Naruto with a nod, stating, "You are no longer needed here. You may leave." After a prompt reply, Hyuga Kinta exited. Naruto stepped forward, asking, "Uncle Hayashi, what is it that you require of me?" Hayashi regarded Naruto before gesturing for him to sit. "Please take a seat." "Thank you." Naruto responded as he complied. After thanking Hinata, Naruto knelt on the tatami mat opposite to Hisashi. Hisashi poured a cup of tea for Naruto, and after expressing his gratitude and sipping the tea, Hisashi inquired, "I heard from Hinata that you possess the Byakugan, which has been passed down through the generations of the Hyuga clan. That I wish to understand the origin of your Byakugan, and I hope you do not mind." The Byakugan holds immense significance for the Hyuga clan. It is the very foundation of our standing in the ninja world. However, I recognize your uniqueness and am certain that you are not a member of the Hyuga family, which piques my curiosity as to why you possess the Byakugan. Please enlighten me." Naruto replied to Hisashi, "There is no need for formality, as I would do the same in your position. This is the duty of a clan leader. After all, and it is for the sake of the family. I understand. May I ask how much you know about the origins of the Byakugan, Uncle Hisashi?" Have you ever heard of the Tsutsuki clan? After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi responded, although this is a family secret, there is no need to hide it from you. I am indeed aware of the Tsutsuki clan, and my Hyuga lineage is descended from them. Our clan originally resided on the moon, but after our ancestor, Hyuga Tenjin, descended to this world, we adopted the surname Hyuga to distinguish ourselves from another branch of the Tsutsuki clan. The reason being that our bloodline inherited our ancestors' eyes, namely the Byakugan, while the other branch inherited their ancestors' physical traits. At this point, Hisashi suddenly had a realization. He recalled the explanation he had given to Hinata and Sasuke, and with newfound clarity, he exclaimed, "Could it be that your bloodline has returned to its roots? This is improbable, yet I cannot fathom any other explanation for your possession of the Byakugan." Naruto was taken aback by Hisashi's train of thought. Thinking to himself, I said nothing, yet you have already arrived at a conclusion. However, Hisashi continued, but wait, if your bloodline had indeed reverted, should not the Sharingan have manifested first? After all, your lineage is closely related to the Uchiha clan. Is it not? Hisashi looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. You are correct, Uncle Hisashi. My bloodline is indeed closely related to the Uchiha clan, but I never claimed that I had not awakened the Sharingan. Naruto stated, and with that, he activated his two-tomo Sharingan to gaze at Hisashi. Hisashi was left speechless, looking at Naruto's Sharingan in astonishment. He thought to himself, this is truly a prodigy. Not only has he awakened the Byakugan at the tender age of 5, but he has also manifested the Sharingan. Such extraordinary talent is remarkable, and he has even awakened the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. This is surely a pace that rivals that of our ancestors. After clearing his throat to mask his surprise, Hisashi said, well, I now understand the origin of your Byakugan, that I will also discuss your situation with the third Hokage and Fukiage for the simultaneous awakening of both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, along with the sage body, is a matter of great importance that requires explanation. As for what the third Hokage will arrange, I am uncertain. However, you need not worry, for you are a part of Konoha. And I believe the third Hokage and Fukiage will not make things difficult for you. Naruto expressed his gratitude, understanding that Hisashi was assisting him in being able to use both the Sharingan and Byakugan openly without facing scrutiny from the village. He felt a deep sense of appreciation for Hisashi, perhaps partly due to his relationship with Hinata, which motivated Hisashi to aid him. Now that we have concluded matters regarding my responsibilities as a clan leader, I wish to inquire about something as a father. What is the nature of your relationship with Hinata? Please, enlighten me, Hisashi said, his gaze toward Naruto carrying an edge of sternness, feeling the weight of Hisashi's intense stare. Naruto suddenly felt timid. Just as he struggled to find the right words, Hinata rushed in from outside, seemingly in a hurry, having not even removed her shoes. Upon witnessing her hurried entrance, Hisashi's brow furrowed in disapproval. Hinata, oblivious to the tension, had encountered her younger sister, Hanabi, at the entrance, who informed her that their father had summoned Naruto for a discussion. Without a second thought, Hinata dashed into the room, her mind solely occupied with concern for Naruto. Dismissing all else. What a lack of decorum, Hisashi remarked disapprovingly. Father, may I inquire what you called Naruto here for? Hinata asked with genuine concern. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of warmth from Hinata's worry for him. Yet he knew he must not offend Hisashi, or there would be dire consequences. Thus, he gently reassured Hinata, Hinata, there is no need for concern. Uncle Hisashi merely invited me for a brief conversation. Nothing is amiss. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata's anxiety dissipated, and she apologized to Hisashi, saying, I am sorry, Father. I was just worried upon hearing that you had summoned Naruto. Hisashi, slightly irritated, responded, do you perceive me as a father who lacks compassion? Humph. Since you are here, take a seat. Hinata, no longer daring to act out of turn, cautiously removed her shoes and sat beside Naruto, her head bowed. Now that both of you are present, let us discuss the nature of your relationship, Hisashi stated with authority. Naruto looked at Hisashi and said, Uncle Hisashi, I ask for your permission to pursue a relationship with Hinata that I assure you that I will make her happy and protect her, ensuring that she suffers no harm. Please grant your consent. With newfound courage, Naruto spoke earnestly. Hinata gazed at Naruto in astonishment, never expecting him to address Hisashi so directly. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy, realizing that Naruto harbored feelings for her as well. Hisashi observed the determined look in Naruto's eyes and the happiness radiating from Hinata, letting out a subtle sigh. However, he felt it necessary to ask the pertinent question. Hinata, do you also share feelings for Naruto? Hisashi inquired, directing his gaze at her. Faced with her father's question, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and replied with a shy, Naruto beamed with delight at Hinata's response. Since Hinata reciprocates your feelings, I shall not oppose your relationship. However, should you ever cause her sorrow, I will not hesitate to take action against you, Hisashi warned, albeit with a hint of resignation. He also felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards the academy's teachers, wondering how they could allow such early relationships to develop without guidance. Upon hearing that Hisashi did not oppose his relationship with Hinata, Naruto was filled with joy as he took Hinata's hand in his. Hinata blushed even deeper, feeling shy enough to bury her face in the ground. Hisashi, unable to tolerate the display of affection before him, declared, "All right, this is enough. You may both leave now." After exchanging a multitude of words, Naruto and Hinata departed from the Hyuga residence. That night, under the cover of darkness, a cloaked figure stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga household, aiming to abduct Hinata. Just as he approached her, several chains erupted from the ground, binding him tightly. The commotion roused the guards and startled Hinata from her slumber. Within moments, a dozen members of the Hyuga clan rushed in, upon seeing the bound intruder and the awakened Hinata. The guards were met with the sight of Hinata staring blankly at Naruto at the entrance, while the chains ensnaring the intruder emanated from Naruto himself. Hisashi hurried to Hinata's side, anxiously asking, "Hinata, are you all right?" "I am fine. Uncle assured it was Naruto who saved me," Hinata replied. Hisashi sighed in relief upon hearing Hinata's reassurances and turned to Naruto, saying, "Thank you for saving my daughter." Naruto responded with a cheerful grin. "It was no trouble at all. It is my duty." Just then, Hisashi arrived, and after hearing the details from Hisashi, he approached Naruto, expressing, "Thank you once again, Naruto." With a beaming smile, Naruto replied, "This is what I promised to do. I vowed to protect Hinata, and I intend to keep my word. That is my ninja way." Hisashi looked at Naruto with satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, I have not entrusted Hinata to the wrong person. You have fulfilled your promise admirably. Now, Naruto, let us take this villain to the third Hokage and explain the situation." "Understood," Naruto replied. Together, Naruto and Hisashi escorted the bound figure to the Hokage's office, where they turned him over to Irika and awaited the arrival of the third Hokage. After a considerable wait, Naruto observed as the third Hokage entered the office, accompanied by his two advisors, Narashikaku and Mito Kazumi. Once pleasantries were exchanged, the third Hokage stated, "I have instructed Irika to interrogate the intruder, and it appears he is a Nin from the Cloud Village, attempting to infiltrate the Hyuga clan, likely in pursuit of the Byakugan. Even if the mission failed, he could incite a conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Fortunately, you thwarted his plans. By the way, Naruto, how did you come to be at the Hyuga estate?" Naruto explained, "Earlier today, I encountered several individuals from the Cloud Village, and sensing their malicious intent, I decided to keep watch outside the Hyuga household. As it turned out, trouble arose that very night. It is well known among the populace that Naruto has fully awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and thus, it is hardly surprising. It is fortunate that you have discovered this. Otherwise, a war could have easily erupted," remarked the third Hokage with a sense of relief. "The audacity of the Cloud Village is astonishing, daring to harm my Hinata. It is imperative that we show them the consequences of their actions." "What should we do next, Grandpa Third? Please, enlighten me," Naruto said with fervor. For Naruto, Hinata is his greatest taboo. Anyone who dares to harm her would face his wrath upon their entire family. His anger has reached its zenith, ready to erupt at any moment. Had he not foreseen the danger and taken refuge in the Hyuga household, who could say how events might unfold, reminiscent of the past? Without that foresight, Hinata could have been in grave peril. Naruto, overwhelmed with rage, seeks an outlet for his fury. Indeed, the young one is incensed, and the repercussions could be dire. Chapter 18. The Cloud Village. The third Hokage, observing Naruto's fury, cautioned, "Naruto, you must remain calm. It is evident that someone seeks to incite a conflict between Konoha and the Cloud, and we cannot fall into their trap. It would be wiser to leave this matter to the Reikage." In disbelief, Naruto gazed at the third Hokage and retorted, "What do you mean, leave it to the Reikage? What if he deceives us?" "No, this matter cannot be entrusted to him. Furthermore, even if it is true, as you say, that some in the Cloud Village wish to provoke a war, it is still his duty as Reikage to restrain his subordinates, making him culpable as well. Ultimately, this issue must be resolved by us in Konoha. It cannot be left to the cloud that I will ensure that anyone who dares to lay a hand on Hinata faces the consequences. With that declaration, a powerful crimson chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping him and forming 4 tails, manifesting the 9 tails cloak. His Sharingan evolved to 3 tomo, and even his Byakugan radiated a chilling white light. The onlookers were astonished not only by Naruto's uncontrolled release of 9 tails chakra but also by the unprecedented sight of him wielding both Sharingan and Byakugan simultaneously. The third Hokage, visibly anxious, urged, "Naruto, what are you planning? You must cease this at once." Hiruzen had no time to inform the third about the matter concerning the eyes. As Naruto unleashed the chakra of the 9 tails, the hidden Umbu began to appear. Even Danzo hastened to the scene. Yet, Naruto's furious countenance gradually transformed into one of calmness. Kneeling before the third Hokage, he spoke earnestly, "Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, and Lord Danzo, I understand your reluctance to escalate matters for the sake of the village. And as a member of Konoha, I can appreciate your stance. However, I ask for your permission to seek an explanation from the Cloud Village on my own behalf. It is essential for the world to recognize that even amidst internal strife, Konoha remains at the forefront of the 5 great shinobi villages. Please grant me this." Without waiting for a response, Naruto vanished from sight. At that moment, Danzo inquired, "Third, what is happening? Why has the Jinchuriki gone berserk? And why is he speaking of going to the cloud?" Turning to Danzo, Tsunade recounted the events leading up to this moment, prompting Danzo to remark, Third, you appear less wise than a mere child. Moreover, this child has mastered techniques unknown to you." With a mocking laugh, Danzo departed. Not long after Danzo's exit, Jiraiya arrived at In truth. Jiraiya had returned to the village some time ago, but had been preoccupied with gathering materials, thus delaying his visit to the third Hokage. However, Naruto's eruption of 9 tails chakra had compelled him to rush over. "It seems I have arrived late. Could someone enlighten me as to what transpired?" he asked, focusing on Ibiki. The third Hokage, seeing Jiraiya's arrival, intended to discuss certain matters but chose to wait patiently until Jiraiya grasped the situation. Upon hearing the account, Jiraiya erupted into laughter. Truly, my disciple, with such a fiery temperament. Just like me. The third Hokage, displeased, chastised Jiraiya. "If Naruto is your disciple, can you tell me when his seal became unstable?" The release of 9 tails chakra led everyone to believe it was merely a loosening of the seal. "Loose seal? Have you aged so much that you cannot discern the condition of the seal?" Third, the seal on Naruto has not merely loosened. It has been completely unsealed. Jiraiya's revelation left the onlookers speechless with astonishment. Mito stammered, "That is impossible. If the seal has been undone, then why hasn't the 9 tails gone berserk within him?" Because Naruto has forged a friendship with the 9 tails. Thus, the beast will not go berserk. In essence, Naruto has become the perfect Jinchuriki, partnering with the 9 tails within him. Jiraiya responded, chuckling. At this moment, Hiruzen regained his composure, stating, "Moreover, his bloodline has undergone a rebirth." "Rebirth of bloodline?" Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Hiruzen explained, "Today, I conversed with Naruto and learned that he possesses both Byakugan and Sharingan. Alongside an almost immortal sage body, his bloodline has evolved to resemble that of his ancestors." The third Hokage was left utterly astounded, unable to articulate his thoughts. Tsunade, still confused about the concept of rebirth, recognized the significance of possessing 3 bloodlines and was left speechless, eager to inquire further but interrupted by the third. "I will explain the concept of bloodline rebirth later. For now, I wish to ask Jiraiya if Naruto has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." "Indeed, I taught him both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. That I had intended to teach him the summoning technique as well, with plans to take him out for training in a few years. I never anticipated such events would unfold. Alas, it seems I must go to the Cloud Village to bring him back," Jiraiya replied with resignation. The third Hokage then declared, "Tsunade, immediately arrange for all available Umbu and Chunin-level shinobi to be dispatched to the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya, you must go to the Cloud Village to retrieve Naruto. We cannot allow him to come to harm." "Third, what are you planning? Such actions could incite war," Tsunade and Mito asked, their voices laced with tension. "Do not question me further. Also, instruct Danzo to mobilize the route. Do not allow any compromises. As for the reasons, I will explain later. Just know that Naruto is the future of Konoha, akin to the glory we once held in the era of the first Hokage." Though Tsunade and Mito were astonished and wished to ask more, they recognized the urgency of the situation and quickly set about executing the third's orders. "Who would have thought, old man? That you were still so spry, Jiraiya mused, reminiscent of the third's younger days. Humph, do you truly believe I am too old to act? There are matters that do not require your concern, the third replied nonchalantly. Well then, I shall take my leave, old man, Jiraiya said before disappearing using reverse summoning. Meanwhile, Naruto, utilizing the flying thunder god technique with the ninja he had seized from Ibiki, swiftly approached the Cloud Village. Arriving in a single night, Naruto teleported directly to the Raikage's office and shouted, "Raikage, come out here." Nearby pedestrians were startled by the boy's boldness, murmuring amongst themselves. Just then, a guard approached, attempting to shoo Naruto away. But as he reached out, Naruto deftly evaded his grasp and, with a Rasengan in hand, sent him crashing through the glass into the Raikage's office. The furious voice echoed, "Who dares to act so recklessly in the Cloud Village?" Moments later, a shadow leaped through the broken wall. Naruto confronted the towering figure before him. "You must be the Raikage. Is this man one of your village's Jonin?" With that, he tossed the captured Cloud Ninja at the Raikage's feet. The Raikage glanced down at the fallen figure. Indeed, he is a shinobi of the Cloud Village. Very well. This man infiltrated the Hyuga household in Konoha with the intent of abducting the Hyuga heiress, whom I have captured, and as it happens, the Hyuga heiress is my beloved. Now, tell me, do you not owe me an explanation? Naruto stated coolly. The Raikage regarded the young boy with disdain. "Brat, while I cannot ascertain the truth of your words, that does not grant you the right to be so brazen before me. Raikage, save me." The Cloud Ninja lying on the ground pleaded. The Raikage shot him a scornful glance. "You worthless fool. You have brought disgrace upon us. I will address this matter later. For now, get out of my sight and do not further embarrass the Cloud Village." With a swift kick, he sent the ninja crashing through several walls before he finally came to a stop, evidently incapacitated. Turning back to Naruto, the Raikage stated, "I will deal with their transgressions, but first, I must address you, for you have offended the honor of the Cloud Village." "Perfect. I have a pent-up fury that needs an outlet as well." "Speak then. Where shall we fight?" "I have no intention of dragging innocent villagers into this," Naruto replied defiantly. The Raikage, with a glimmer of admiration, observed Naruto. "Brat, I am beginning to like you more and more. Come with me. I will take you to a place where you can unleash your frustrations." Upon speaking, Raikage departed, and just as Naruto intended to follow him, a woman's voice rang out, "Raikage-sama, you have numerous documents to attend to. You cannot leave." Naruto witnessed a woman rushing out of the office building, clutching a heap of documents. While Raikage hastened his pace upon hearing her plead, in a moment of urgency, Naruto pursued Raikage, only to glance back and catch sight of the woman gazing at him with a forlorn expression, burdened by her stack of papers. That look made Naruto feel as though he had been duped by Raikage, prompting him to quicken his steps and distance himself from her penetrating gaze. Upon catching up to Raikage, he remarked, "I seem to have been ensnared by you. It appears you simply wish to shirk your responsibilities and use me as a shield." Naruto inwardly scoffed at the excuse about maintaining the dignity of Kumobikure. Raikage, caught in his deception, felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted angrily, "Enough with the nonsense." Naruto and Raikage arrived at a location known as the Cloud Gorge, where a ninja wielding several blades was instructing another female ninja, both adorned with the chakra cloak of tailed beasts. Naruto recognized them as the Jinchuriki of Kumobikure, Killer Bee, the host of the Eight Tails, and Yujito Ni, the host of the Two Tails. Upon seeing Raikage's arrival, both halted their training. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Killer Bee inquired, while Yujito greeted Raikage as well. "Nothing of importance, B. I merely find this brat irksome and wish to teach him a lesson," Raikage declared. Naruto nonchalantly retorted, "Who's to say who'll end up getting hit?" With that, Naruto unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, sending forth a barrage of chains towards Raikage. Unprepared for such a tactic, Raikage swiftly evaded the encirclement and positioned himself above Naruto, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the back of Naruto's head. Naruto, sensing the imminent threat due to his heightened perception abilities, released the adamantine sealing chains from behind him just in time to block Raikage's strike. Otherwise, he would have been bested. Raikage was taken aback that Naruto could withstand his attack, especially since the chains managed to seal away his lightning chakra. This left Raikage feeling somewhat restrained and uncomfortable. Just then, Naruto vanished from Raikage's view. With all his might, Naruto sensed the surroundings and threw a kunai backward, but Raikage dodged it effortlessly. In a swift maneuver, Naruto unleashed the adamantine sealing chains forward. Yet Raikage deftly avoided each one. As Raikage closed in, a final chain shot forth from Naruto's chest, the last of his chains. However, in that moment, Naruto felt a surge of danger. It was a lightning clone. But it was too late. Naruto was paralyzed by the electric shock at that instant. Reikage appeared behind Naruto, boasting, "Got you." But suddenly, Naruto vanished anew. Reikage quickly turned to find Naruto standing several meters behind him. A kunai at his feet reminiscent of the fourth Hokage's. Reikage gazed at Naruto, seeing a striking resemblance to the fourth. With a complex expression, he addressed Naruto, the Flying Thunder God technique. "What is your relationship to the fourth Hokage?" Naruto, with caution, replied, "The fourth Hokage is my father. So you are the child of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. No wonder you bear such a resemblance," Reikage remarked. Naruto, still vigilant, responded, "You know my father? Of course I do. He was the rival I admired most in my life. That I once believed he would bring an end to the chaos and wars in this world, becoming a savior of sorts. Alas, he perished. And when one dies, they leave behind nothing but regrets and sighs," Reikage reminisced. Naruto, looking sternly at Reikage, declared, "You are mistaken. Though my father has passed, he bequeathed to me a precious will. I have inherited his ideals and beliefs. And I am determined to become the savior of this world, to end the chaos and sorrow brought by war." Reikage erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Huh? You claim you will be the savior and end the wars of this world? How amusing. A mere brat like you dares to speak so boldly." Naruto asserted firmly, "Yes, it is precisely because I am this brat that I possess the potential to make such claims. Humph, should you manage to injure me, I will concede that you may possess such potential. Moreover, I promise you, as long as I remain Reikage, I will not wage war against Konoha. However, if you cannot harm me, then you shall remain in Kumogakure as my subordinate. What do you say, brat? Care to wager?" Reikage scoffed at Reikage-sama. "Is bullying someone again? How could that brat possibly harm Reikage-sama? Even if he has potential, it is utterly impossible at this moment." Uchiha observed from the sidelines. Killer Bee chimed in with a rap. "You fool, you jerk. Yes, oh yeah, big brother's bullying. Oh, Naruto, eyeing Reikage warily, stated, "Very well. In an instant, he appeared beside Reikage, thrusting a Rasengan toward him, but Reikage evaded with swifter reflexes. Naruto's Rasengan struck the ground, creating a large crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. Utilizing the cover of dust, Reikage swiftly moved beside Naruto, delivering a powerful strike with his lightning-infused arm. Although Naruto managed to partially block it with the adamantine ceiling chains, he was still sent flying several meters, crashing against a rock, which shattered upon impact. "Is this the end?" Reikage pondered. Yet, as the dust settled, Naruto remained standing, albeit battered and bruised. That he retrieved several kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Reikage, simultaneously vanishing from sight. Reikage dodged a few kunai, but he could not evade Naruto, who had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear. Naruto's Rasengan struck Reikage's back, but to his astonishment, it left no mark. Reikage swept his lightning-infused arm back, but Naruto evaded it once more with the Flying Thunder God. Naruto gazed at Reikage in disbelief. "What, are you perplexed?" Reikage jeered, reveling in his confidence. "I did not expect your body to be so sturdy. It is truly remarkable. I thought the third Reikage possessed the closest physique to a tailed beast. Yet your body seems equally formidable," Naruto remarked. Reikage expressed surprise. "I did not realize you were aware of the third Reikage. Many young ones today have forgotten him. My body, while not yet at the third Reikage's level, is beyond your current capabilities to harm me. So, little brat, are you thinking of surrendering? Surrender? Don't be absurd. I will not yield," Naruto declared resolutely. Internally, he contemplated how to overcome Reikage, realizing conventional methods would not suffice. At that moment, the Nine-Tails spoke within him. "Naruto, given your current strength, you indeed cannot harm him. But have you forgotten about me? You are a Jinchuriki, not an ordinary human. You are the host of the most powerful tailed beast. The Nine-Tails, and not just an individual." Hearing the Nine-Tails' words, Naruto smiled. "Indeed, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, a partner of Kurama. Together, let us defeat Reikage and establish peace between Konoha and Kumogakure. Come forth, Kurama." "Humph, now you are thinking correctly. But I must caution you. Your current physical capacity can only withstand the chakra of 4 tails at most. Any more, and you will risk losing control due to your frail body, especially at your age of 5. The Nine-Tails warned. Naruto responded, 4 tails will be sufficient. Do not forget, I still have the Sharingan and Byakugan to utilize." Observing Naruto's inaction, Reikage executed a swift movement to approach him, delivering a punch aimed at Naruto's face. However, as the punch neared, a surge of tremendous Nine-Tails chakra erupted from Naruto's body, blocking Reikage's fist and transforming into a tail that swept toward him. Realizing that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, Reikage instinctively retreated to evade the strike. Reikage, now serious, remarked, "A Jinchuriki, and it appears to be a perfect one at that. Yet, he is still only 5 years old. He likely cannot fully harness the chakra of a tailed beast." Both Yujido and Killer Bee, who had been observing, were left speechless in astonishment. Killer Bee's tailed beast, the 8 Tails, remarked, "I did not expect this little brat to be the host of the 9 Tails. Bee, you should get along with this little one." "Oh, yeah, you idiot. You jerk. We are both Jinchuriki. We are friends." "Oh Yujito addressed Killer Bee. "Master, I did not expect him to be a Jinchuriki, and it seems he can control his tailed beast well." Kairabi continued his rap, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, keep pushing. Oh yeah, do not be outdone. Oh yeah, all tailed beasts are friends. Oh yeah." Upon finishing his performance, Kairabi extended his fist towards Yumu. I will strive to do my best," Yumu replied, reciprocating the gesture with a fist bump. At that moment, Naruto initiated the attack. He lunged forward, his hand reaching out, and the tailed beast cloak enveloped his arm, extending towards the Reikage. The Reikage dodged continuously. Yet the claws formed from tailed beast chakra relentlessly pursued him, as if refusing to relent until they had ensnared him. While evading the chakra claws, the Reikage sought to close the distance between himself and Naruto, suddenly appearing beside him, with a fierce kick. He struck Naruto in the abdomen. However, Naruto was quick to react, using the adamantine sealing chains to block the Reikage strike, and then unleashed a barrage of over 20 chains aimed at the Reikage. Forcing him back, the chains encircled the tailed beast cloak, enveloping it. This technique was a replication of the formidable Nine-Tails chakra mode, which Naruto had referenced from his previous life. That IT not only fortified the tailed beast's defenses, but also amplified its offensive capabilities. Moreover, the adamantine sealing chains were a sealing technique, surpassing even the Nine-Tails chakra mode in potency. If Naruto could fully harness the Nine-Tails chakra at that moment, the Reikage would stand no chance. Observing Naruto's ability to merge the tailed beast with the bloodline limit, the Reikage expressed his admiration, saying, "I must say, you are a genius. To combine the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit with the tailed beast is indeed capable of inflicting harm upon my physique. However, do not forget, my greatest asset lies not in my strength, but in my speed." With that, the Reikage vanished, reappearing behind Naruto and delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing into a multitude of rocks. Yet, Naruto remained unscathed, quickly adjusting his posture and extending his chain-wrapped arm towards the Reikage. But once again, the Reikage evaded him. In a fit of determination, Naruto incorporated his 4 tails, yet still failed to grasp the Reikage, instead altering the surrounding landscape significantly. I have already stated, my greatest strength is speed, and with your current velocity, you will never catch me, the Reikage confidently proclaimed. Naruto, swiftly conclude the battle. This is my first time utilizing this mode in combat, and I cannot sustain it for long, the Nine-Tails cautioned. I understand. Naruto replied to the Nine-Tails. He began to gather a substantial amount of chakra in his mouth, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Upon seeing Naruto's intent, the Reikage quickly retreated. Naruto fired the tailed beast bomb, but the Reikage adeptly dodged it. The explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, allowing Naruto to swiftly conceal himself within it, simultaneously launching countless chains towards the Reikage. I have already said, your attacks cannot reach me, and you've revealed your position. It is over, little brat, the Reikage declared, deftly avoiding all the chains and appearing behind Naruto. Once behind him, the Reikage unleashed a flurry of attacks, severely damaging the tailed beast cloak. Naruto was struck by the Reikage's onslaught and spat blood. Yet, at the moment the Reikage thought victory was within his grasp and relaxed his vigilance. He caught sight of Naruto's eyes suddenly transforming into the 3-tomo Sharingan. In that fleeting instant, Naruto activated his Jinjutsu while simultaneously unlocking the Byakugan. Although Naruto's current Jinjutsu could only momentarily ensnare the Reikage, allowing him to awaken shortly thereafter, even a brief delay was sufficient for Naruto to gather the last of his chakra. Just as the Reikage regained consciousness, Naruto had already channeled all his chakra towards the Reikage's heart, utilizing the Byakugan to inflict grievous harm by striking his chakra pathways. The Reikage coughed up blood as Naruto's chakra surged into his heart, while Naruto himself collapsed from exhaustion and the injuries inflicted by the Reikage. Had it not been for the support of his will, he would have succumbed long before. The Reikage regarded Naruto with a complex expression, letting out a sigh. He turned to the rocks behind him and said, "Are you not coming out? Ha ha, truly worthy of the Reikage. I never thought you would notice. I presumed I was well concealed." Jiraiya emerged from behind the rocks, chuckling. The Reikage, dissatisfied, retorted, "Humph. I had my eye on you since you entered the Cloud Village. One of the legendary three, Jiraiya. I was merely curious as to your purpose here. It was only upon the appearance of this little brat that I realized you came for him." Jiraiya replied with a grin. "Indeed, I came for Naruto. This kid is far too impulsive. I feared he might offend the Reikage, so I arrived early. After all, he is my disciple. You may take him," the Reikage stated indifferently. Jiraiya approached Naruto, lifting him up, and said, "Thank you, Reikage-sama. I shall take my leave now." With that, he made his way towards the village entrance. The Reikage watched Jiraiya's retreating figure and remarked, "Tell that little brat that I will deal with the matters concerning the Hyuga clan with utmost severity. And he has won our wager." Upon hearing the Reikage's words, Jiraiya's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied, "I will convey your message." Chapter 20. Emotion at the border of the Land of Fire. Within the camp of the Leaf Ninja Village, all high-level combat forces of Konoha were assembled. Although many ninjas were still unclear about the reason for their gathering, the code of conduct inherent to ninjas kept them vigilant, prepared to fight at a moment's notice upon the Hokage's command. Meanwhile, within the main tent, Naruto lay unconscious on a bed after his battle with the Reikage, while the third Hokage, Danzo, Jiraiya, and two advisors, Heishi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha, stood nearby, waiting for Naruto to awaken. After inspecting Naruto's condition, the third Hokage informed the group, "It appears he has merely exhausted his chakra and suffered injuries, leading to his temporary unconsciousness. He should awaken shortly, so there is no need for concern." The third Hokage then turned to Jiraiya, inquiring, "Jiraiya, what exactly transpired when Naruto arrived in the Cloud Village? How could even someone with such an immense chakra reserve and vitality as Naruto become so fatigued? This puzzles me. Ha ha, old man. I must say my disciple is indeed a monster. Despite being only 5 years old, he is stronger than many others. Those who are called geniuses pale in comparison to him." Jiraiya boasted proudly. The third Hokage, intrigued, asked, "Oh, what exactly happened? Please explain." Jiraiya recounted the events following Naruto's arrival in the Cloud Village, detailing how he battled the Reikage for the sake of peace between Konoha and the Cloud Village, perfectly controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, awakening the three-tomo Sharingan, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. He expressed how Naruto seamlessly merged the bloodline limit with the Nine-Tails chakra and demonstrated skills rivaling those of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya proudly proclaimed to the third Hokage, "Old man, do you not see how remarkable it is that my disciple, at such a young age, could foster peace between two great ninja villages? Truly impressive." "Ha ha ha. It is all due to my exceptional guidance." The others in the tent expressed their astonishment at Jiraiya's words. The third Hokage, with a sense of relief, remarked, "Ha ha, Naruto is indeed a good child. He has not disappointed us. He is truly the child of Minato, carrying on his father's will splendidly." Kushina echoed, "Indeed, he is worthy of being Minato's child." At that moment, Tokugawa Komatsu added to the third Hokage, "Heishi, you are correct. This child is indeed the hope for Konoha to reclaim its position at the pinnacle of the world. Even if it sparks war, it matters not." Even Danzo could not help but admire the third Hokage's decision as the right one. Just as everyone was expressing their sentiments, a messenger from the Cloud Village arrived. The third Hokage instructed them to bring the envoy inside. A Leaf Ninja entered, accompanied by two Cloud Ninjas, Kairabi and Yumu. The Leaf Ninja approached the third Hokage and said, "Hokage-sama, the envoys from the Cloud Village have arrived." The third Hokage looked at Kairabi and Yumu and addressed the Leaf Ninja, "You have worked hard. You may take your leave to rest." After the Leaf Ninja exited, the third Hokage turned to Kairabi and Yumu and inquired, "Gentlemen, may I ask what business the Reikage has with us?" Yumu replied to the third Hokage, "Hokage-sama, the Reikage has sent us to express our apologies for the actions taken by our people in Konoha. The Cloud Village will impose severe penalties on all involved in this matter." After a brief pause, Yumu continued, "Furthermore, concerning the wager between the Reikage and Naruto Uzumaki, the Reikage hopes to establish a fair peace agreement with Konoha, fulfilling his promise to Naruto Uzumaki. We hope Hokage-sama can provide a response so we may report back to the Reikage." Those within the tent were astonished. Although they had just heard from Jiraiya about Naruto's wager with the Raikage, they did not expect it to be addressed so swiftly. However, those present were individuals seasoned by tumultuous experiences and wielding considerable influence. And they quickly regained their composure. The third Hokage calmly stated, regarding the matters that Cloud has undertaken in the Land of Fire, since the Raikage wishes to address them personally, we trust that he will act with fairness. As for achieving a peaceful agreement, this has been a continuous endeavor for us in Konoha. We aspire for peaceful coexistence with the Cloud Village and mutual assistance. We shall convey Konoha's sincerity to the Raikage. And we hope to have the opportunity to meet Naruto Uzumaki. One of the Cloud villagers remarked. Danzo, ever vigilant, inquired, what business do you have with Naruto Uzumaki? The Cloud villager, sensing Danzo's wariness, quickly clarified, please do not misunderstand. My master and I merely wish to have a conversation with Naruto. After all, we are both Jinchuriki, and I believe we will have much in common to discuss. There are no ill intentions. The assembly was taken aback by the Cloud's decision to send a Jinchuriki as an envoy, yet they understood that there would indeed be numerous topics for discussion between Jinchuriki. With this realization, their vigilance began to wane. The third Hokage responded, I sincerely apologize, but Naruto has yet to awaken. The Cloud villager expressed regret. That is unfortunate. We shall have to wait for another opportunity. Please convey to Naruto that we hope he will visit the Cloud Village as a guest once more. The third Hokage assured, I will relay your message. Then we shall take our leave, the Cloud villager concluded, departing alongside Killer Bee, their disappointment palpable. Killer Bee's greatest desire for this visit was to forge a friendship with Naruto, which he regrettably could not fulfill. The Konoha contingent remained for 3 days, during which they established a non-aggression treaty with the Cloud Village. On the third day, when Naruto finally regained consciousness, he found the third Hokage by his side. As for Danzo and the 2 advisors, along with Hayashi and Futu, they had already returned to Konoha after finalizing the agreement with the Cloud. After all, there were numerous matters within the village that required their attention. Although the third Hokage also needed to return, he stayed behind with Jiraiya to ensure Naruto's safety. Naruto, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? The third Hokage inquired with concern, warmed by the third's attentiveness. Naruto replied, I'm fine, Grandpa Third. Where am I? Wasn't I fighting the Raikage in the Cloud Village? How did I end up here? And why are you here as well? Grandpa Third. Jiraiya, noticing that Naruto had not acknowledged his presence, became irate and retorted, Humph, how dare you ask? You recklessly charged into the Cloud Village, and if I hadn't brought you back, do you think you would have emerged unscathed? Only then did Naruto notice Jiraiya beside the third. Jiraiya, seeing that Naruto was just now recognizing him, felt his anger intensify and was about to explode. However, the third Hokage intervened, saying, Enough, enough. The boy has just awakened. As his teacher, you should be more supportive rather than scolding him. Let Naruto rest properly, and we can discuss matters later. Come with me, do not disturb his recovery. After ushering Jiraiya out of the tent, they left Naruto to recuperate. After a day of rest, Naruto learned that it was Jiraiya who had brought him back from the Cloud Village. He also discovered that the third Hokage had summoned all the elite forces of the village out of concern for his safety. Overwhelmed with emotion, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to express his gratitude to the third and Jiraiya, he had always believed himself to be an orphan without anyone to care for him. Yet the love and concern shown by the third and Jiraiya reminded him of the affection he had only experienced from his parents. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Jiraiya questioned with dissatisfaction. Naruto took a moment to compose himself and replied, It's just that I didn't expect Grandpa Third to go so far as to risk war with the Cloud for my sake. Nor did I imagine that you, the perverted sage, would infiltrate the Cloud Village alone to rescue me. It's quite touching. Both the third and Jiraiya felt a profound sense of empathy for Naruto's longing for care and love, stirring their hearts with tenderness. Jiraiya then asked, Naruto, do you harbor resentment towards your parents? Naruto responded, To say I do not resent them would be a lie, but I love them even more. I resent that they cannot be here to watch me grow, to share in the joys of family life. I resent that my father is the Hokage and that my mother was a Jinchuriki. Yet, I love them dearly. They sacrificed so much for me. To ensure my safety while controlling the Nine Tails, both my father and mother paid the ultimate price. Their brief time with me allowed me to grasp the value of familial bonds and taught me how to be strong. For the sake of peace and the happiness of others, my parents abandoned their own happiness. I remember my father telling my mother that we are all ninjas. Reflecting on his parents, Naruto felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Jiraiya approached Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on his head. Cheer up, Naruto. Do not dwell in sadness or despair. It is through sorrow that we grow stronger. Only by overcoming sadness can you become more powerful. I believe your parents would think the same and trust that you will succeed. Yes, I will. Rest assured, perverted sage. I am the son of the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, and I will not be mired in sorrow. Naruto declared, rallying his spirit. Jiraiya smiled approvingly. Now that's the spirit of my disciple. After a moment's thought, Jiraiya playfully scolded. By the way, you've been calling me perverted sage since earlier. Who told you that? I am Jiraiya, the sage of toads, not some lecherous sage. Enraged, he began to chase Naruto. As Naruto fled, he shouted, but my mom said you were a pervert and that you always peek at girls bathing. If that's not a lecherous sage, what is? Upon hearing that it was Kushina who revealed his secret, Jiraiya blushed with embarrassment and exclaimed, that was for research purposes. Do you understand? I did it for my many readers. Naruto retorted, Mom said peeking at girls bathing makes you a pervert, so perverted sage Jiraiya, right? No doubt about it. Jiraiya was nearly at his breaking point, utterly incensed. Regardless of Naruto's recent recovery, he was determined to teach the boy a lesson. Not wanting to face Jiraiya's wrath, Naruto swiftly hurled all his kunai and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, having regained his composure, began to worry as Naruto spoke of having met Minato and Kushina. He feared that Naruto might harbor resentment towards Konoha upon learning of his true lineage. However, upon hearing the exchange between Naruto and Jiraiya, he felt a wave of relief, observing the playful banter between the teacher and his student. The 3rd Hokage couldn't help but smiled. In his heart, he silently addressed Minato. Minato, can you see this? Your child is growing splendidly. He has inherited your will and shall become a pillar of Konoha. Chapter 21. Aspirations. In the early morning of Konoha, a comical scene unfolded on the bustling streets, as a 7-year-old boy dressed in a vibrant yellow cloak and sporting a mane of striking yellow hair hurled tomatoes at windows, painting them crimson. This act of mischief incited a chorus of outrage from the villagers. Just as they attempted to pursue the boy, he vanished from sight, only to be spotted shortly thereafter, vandalizing the Hokage rock with paint. The villagers' ire intensified, but they felt helpless. This spectacle had played out countless times before, and they had resigned themselves to mere exasperation. This boy was none other than Naruto. 2 years prior, upon returning from the border of the Land of Fire, Naruto had trained with Jiraiya for a time. During this period, Jiraiya had inquired about Naruto's aspirations for the future. After much contemplation, Naruto resolved to pursue his original dream of becoming Hokage, believing that only by achieving this lofty position could he alter the frigid reality of the world. Lacking the power to dictate his own fate was unacceptable. Thus, he confided in Jiraiya his desire to surpass everyone and become Hokage. Jiraiya informed him that to become Hokage, one must earn the recognition of all. Strength alone would not suffice. Before long, Jiraiya departed the village to continue his research. Naruto understood that mere strength could compel submission, but not instill true loyalty. Consequently, he sought to engage with the villagers and offer his assistance. However, to his dismay, he was met only with cold glares and outright rejection from the villagers, who shunned him. Stripped of the ability to converse with him, Naruto, feeling helpless, resorted to his old trick of mischief. Despite frequently facing reprimands from Iruka due to his antics, Naruto was aware that Iruka would always apologize on his behalf to the villagers afterwards, treating him as if he were his own younger brother. This deeply touched Naruto, prompting him to adopt a demeanor of a well-behaved child whenever Iruka scolded him. The moment Naruto displayed this innocent expression, Iruka would inevitably relent, sighing, "You mustn't do this again next time," leading to the matter being swept under the rug at that moment. Having skipped class to engage in mischief, Naruto was once again caught by Iruka at Hokage Rock. As Iruka pointed a finger at him to lecture, Naruto feigned innocence, attentively listening. With a resigned sigh, Iruka remarked, "Naruto, you always do this. Every time I scold you, you adopt this demeanor. Can't you change this troublesome habit of yours?" Naruto obediently replied, "Iruka-sensei, I will change." Iruka, exasperated, retorted, "You say that every time. But have you truly changed? In a feeble voice, Naruto confessed, I really want to change, but I just can't help myself to it's a habit, and habits are not easy to break. Irika, now irritated, challenged, so you have no intention of changing? No, no, I will definitely change, Naruto asserted, sensing Irika's anger, but the look in his eyes made Irika realize that it would be quite difficult to achieve. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Irika had no choice but to escort Naruto back to school to continue classes. As Naruto settled into his seat, Sasuke inquired from behind, Where have you been? Before Naruto could respond, Shikamaru lazily interjected, What else could he have been up to? Probably more mischief, right? Did he throw tomatoes at someone's window or deface Hokage rock again? With pride, Naruto declared, This time, I did both. First, I smashed a window, and then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, I went to Hokage rock and painted the faces of the first, second, and third Hokage in vibrant colors. Showcasing a flair for artistry, Sasuke then asked, What about the fourth? Naruto pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, The fourth is too cool, too perfect. I wouldn't know how to approach that. Sasuke scoffed. You're just making excuses. Shikamaru chimed in. Stop fooling around. The fourth is your father. ISNT. Naruto gasped. Shikamaru, how did you know the fourth is my father? I don't remember telling you. Shikamaru replied nonchalantly, My dad told me. Actually, the older kids from the prominent families in our class are aware of it. Everyone has been instructed to keep it quiet. Naruto turned to Sasuke in astonishment. Silently seeking confirmation, and Sasuke nodded in response to AT that moment, Shikamaru added, Naruto, you don't have to pull pranks every day. I know you don't genuinely enjoy it. Sasuke, curious, wanted to hear Naruto's explanation. When they first met, Naruto had been colder than him, but at some point, he had developed a penchant for mischief, which puzzled Sasuke, though he had never asked about it. Naruto candidly responded, Because I've decided that I want to become Hokage. Shikamaru, intrigued, asked, You want to become Hokage? How does that relate to your desire to be Hokage? Naruto explained, It is crucial because to become Hokage, one must possess extraordinary strength and earn the recognition of everyone in the village. This is what my master taught me. I possess the strength, but gaining the villagers' approval is daunting. As you know, I am a Jinchuriki, and the villagers see me as a monster, ostracizing me at every turn. The only way for me to be recognized is through these pranks, to make everyone think of me as merely a mischievous child rather than a monster. Truthfully, I am exhausted by it. At that moment, Shikamaru and Sasuke understood why Naruto had taken to mischief. It was born from this struggle. Shikamaru empathized. That does sound difficult. Sasuke then inquired, Naruto, can you share why you want to become Hokage? Is it because your father was Hokage? Naruto replied solemnly, Absolutely not. I don't want to become Hokage merely because my father was one. In fact, I resent that he was Hokage, for he sacrificed himself for the village when I was born. You know, I've only seen him twice in my life, once at my birth and once 2 years ago when I broke the seal. However, he treated me with kindness, and I want to inherit his will to bring peace to this world, so that others do not suffer as I have. As Naruto spoke, he looked at Sasuke and Shikamaru, asking, Will you help me? After exchanging glances, Sasuke and Shikamaru simultaneously affirmed, Of course. Naruto beamed, Thank you. I believe that the future of our world will change because of the three of us. Shikamaru will become our strategist, given your keen intellect, while Sasuke, you will be the finest commander overseeing all military matters in Konoha, and I will handle governance. Together, we will usher in peace for this world. Regardless of the pain and suffering that lies ahead, we shall bear and overcome it all. Sasuke, feeling inspired by Naruto's fervor, declared with a touch of pride, Of course, without me, what could this fool possibly achieve? Shikamaru laughed, With your intellect, I can't trust you two to venture out alone. I'd better stick with you both. Thus, 3 7-year-old boys boldly proclaimed their intent to change the world after school. Sasuke, as usual, prepared to train with Naruto. Passing by the Uchiha clan compound, Sasuke remarked, Naruto, my brother is home today. He promised to teach me shuriken techniques once he returned. Let us go find him. Naruto, equally excited, exclaimed, Itachi is back. I haven't seen him in ages. Let us go. With that, the two happily set off to find Itachi. However, upon arriving at Sasuke's doorstep, they found Itachi in a heated discussion with several Uchiha clan members. By the time Naruto and Sasuke arrived, the argument had already concluded. The individuals exchanged harsh words before departing, but in that fleeting moment, Naruto caught a glimpse of Itachi's eyes, transformed into the swirling patterns of the Mangeki Sharingan, only to revert swiftly to normal in that instant. Naruto understood that Uchiha Shisui had perished, that a wave of sorrow washed over him as he reflected on the immense efforts he had made to prevent such tragedies from befalling the Uchiha clan again. Exposing his own secrets and making numerous preparations, yet still failing to alter the course of events, he pondered, is it truly impossible for me to change anything? No, that cannot be. I possess the power to change this fate. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I know the entirety of this story. Since history has repeated itself, I shall introduce some alterations, and I believe the actions I have taken have indeed made a difference. Albeit a small one. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto turned to Sasuke, saying, "Brother, teach us how to wield shuriken like you do." Sasuke eagerly dashed to Itachi's side, saying, "Brother, please teach us." Itachi smiled upon seeing Sasuke and Naruto, replying, "All right, I will teach you both now. Let us head to the forest." Once in the woods, Itachi began instructing Sasuke and Naruto on shuriken techniques, continuing until it grew late. Itachi concluded, "All right, Sasuke and Naruto, that will be all for today." Sasuke, feeling unsatisfied, packed away his shuriken, saying, "Okay, but you must teach us again next time. I intend to become an even more exceptional ninja than you." Itachi knelt beside Sasuke, playfully tapping his forehead with 2 fingers. Smiling as he said, "Very well, Sasuke, you have always been more exceptional than I." Hearing his brother's praise, Sasuke beamed with joy at that moment. Naruto interjected, "Itachi, are you truly prepared to carry out the mission that Danzo has assigned to you?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi's expression shifted to one of surprise, while Sasuke looked on in confusion, pondering the nature of the mission and whether his brother was embarking on another assignment. Itachi regarded Naruto quizzically, asking, "Naruto, how do you know about the mission I am to undertake?" Naruto replied earnestly, "Yes, Itachi, I am aware of your mission, but I believe you should consider Sasuke's feelings before proceeding. I understand you are doing this for him. But when Sasuke learns the truth, do you think he will be happy? No, he will only dwell in darkness. You cannot rely solely on the eye bestowed upon you by Brother Shisui to fulfill your intentions, for that would be deceitful. Sooner or later, he will awaken to the truth, and when that happens, he will plunge deeper into despair. Moreover, Sasuke is no longer a child. He is a genius who has awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. There are countless ways to resolve this situation, so why not listen to Sasuke's perspective? Please, trust in Sasuke's abilities. At this moment, Sasuke discerned from Naruto's words that Itachi's mission was likely far from simple. Regaining his composure, he calmly inquired, "Brother, what exactly has transpired? Please, enlighten me. I am not the weakling you seek to protect, but rather your brother who stands shoulder to shoulder with you." With that, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, gazing intently at Itachi, patiently awaiting his response. Chapter 22. The tragedy of the Uchiha. As Sasuke anticipated Itachi's revelation of the situation, what he encountered instead was Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. When Itachi lifted his gaze towards Sasuke, his eyes suddenly transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan. The abrupt change startled Sasuke, and before he could react, he found himself ensnared by Itachi's Jinjutsu. Observing Sasuke's sudden daze, Naruto realized something was amiss, just as he attempted to respond. Itachi's reflexes surpassed his own. Having just cast the Jinjutsu on Sasuke, he swiftly turned and fixed a glare upon Naruto. In an instant, Naruto too fell victim to Itachi's illusion. Simultaneously, Itachi's consciousness entered Naruto's sealed space, where he encountered the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails regarded Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan and remarked, "Young one, you possess quite the audacity to come here. Do you truly believe that wielding the Mangeki Sharingan grants you free reign?" Itachi stared at the Nine Tails and replied, "Kurama, I hope you will refrain from interfering in this matter. I am aware that you could easily expel me from this sealed space and awaken Naruto. Yet you have chosen not to do so, which implies your tacit agreement with my course of action, does it not?" The Nine Tails laughed heartily. "Indeed, you are correct. This is precisely why I permit you to cast illusions upon Naruto. However, I am curious about your intentions. The tasks assigned by those in Konoha cannot possibly bode well. Pray tell, what is it that you intend to do?" Itachi responded, "The majority of the Uchiha clan has succumbed to treachery. Should they rebel, it would inflict catastrophic damage upon the village. Although our father currently maintains control, that cannot last indefinitely." Upon hearing Itachi's words, the Nine Tails inquired, "So, you are saying that they have compelled you to take action against them?" Indeed, Itachi affirmed resolutely that we cannot allow them to harm the village. Konoha is a hard-won sanctuary established by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, a beacon of hope for the people, despite the occurrence of several wars. It is far superior to the times of no village at all. At least now, children can grow up in a relatively peaceful environment. The Ninetales replied, "You speak the truth. Although I harbor deep-seated animosity toward the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, I cannot deny that they have undeniably contributed to a semblance of peace in this world, which aligns with the aspirations of the Sage of Six Paths." Itachi nodded. "Thus, I cannot permit them to destroy the peace of Konoha. But I also cannot allow the Uchiha clan to bear the stain of rebellion. Therefore, the third Hokage and my father have devised a plan for me to assume the role of a rogue ninja, cleansing the Uchiha clan of all traitors." The Ninetales understood Itachi's intentions. He was willing to shoulder all the blame alone. With a sigh, the Ninetales questioned, "Is this truly worth it?" "It is," Itachi replied with conviction. "This way, the honor of the Uchiha clan can be preserved, and my brother can thrive in Konoha. Furthermore, you are surely aware that the Uchiha clan's tablet has been tampered with." The Ninetales nodded. "Yes, I am aware. I have heard Naruto mention it." Itachi continued. "Then you should understand that there are forces at play behind the scenes, orchestrating the infinite Tsukuyomi plan in an attempt to resurrect Kaguya Tsutsuki. We now know of an organization called Akatsuki, which appears to be involved in this matter. My father and the third Hokage wish for me to infiltrate Akatsuki during this mission to gather intelligence." The Ninetales expressed admiration. "You are one of the finest humans I have encountered. However, by pursuing this course of action, there will be no turning back. Even if you succeed, you will never return to Konoha." Itachi stated calmly, "Regardless of what the future holds, Uchiha Itachi shall forever remain a ninja of Konoha, and this is also for Sasuke." Moved by Itachi's unwavering gaze, the Ninetales relented. "Very well, I shall grant you this. I will not interfere. During this time, I will shield Naruto's perception, ensuring he does not disturb you, and I will also keep a watchful eye on Sasuke." Grateful, Itachi responded, "I entrust this to you." Having exited the sealed space, Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office, where he met with the third Hokage and Danzo. The third Hokage regarded Itachi and asked, "Itachi, are you truly prepared to proceed with this?" "Yes, Lord Hokage," Itachi affirmed. "I have already established contact with members of Akatsuki, and once this matter is resolved, I shall join their ranks to uncover all pertinent information." The third Hokage gazed at Itachi with a pained expression. "Itachi, you need not go to such lengths." With determination in his eyes, Itachi replied, "Lord Hokage, this is my choice. Should the hidden hand succeed in resurrecting Kaguya Tsutsuki, based on the intelligence provided by Naruto, this world may very well face annihilation. Therefore, we cannot overlook any possibility. Anything that can prevent Kaguya's resurrection is worth pursuing." The third Hokage sighed deeply, recognizing Itachi's steadfast resolve. "Very well, that moment." Danzo interjected, "Hiruzen, achieving any objective comes at a cost. Itachi, you may leave now. Fulfill your mission diligently." Itachi raised his gaze to the third Hokage before vanishing. Once Itachi had departed, the third Hokage turned to Danzo. "Are we being too cruel to Itachi?" Danzo replied, "All of this is for the sake of Konoha's peace, as long as it serves that end. There is no question of cruelty." "Hiruzen, have you lost this basic understanding?" the third Hokage countered. "Indeed, all of this is for Konoha, but we have placed an immense burden on Itachi." Danzo remained resolute. "As long as it is for Konoha, all is justified." The third Hokage, exasperated, pointed a finger at Danzo, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while Danzo remained steadfast in his position. Ultimately, the two parted ways in discord. Upon returning home, Itachi encountered Fugaku and Mikoto. Fugaku asked, "Itachi, have you truly made your decision?" With unwavering resolve, Itachi replied, "Yes, father, mother. I am sorry, but I have resolved to undertake this mission." Mikoto said softly, "Itachi, there is no need for apologies. Regardless of the choices you make, your mother will always support you." Fugaku added, "Indeed, no matter your decision, you will always be my pride. Here is the list of names. You may go." Itachi accepted the list from Fugaku, saying, "Father, mother, please take care of yourselves that I will not be able to serve by your side in the future. Forgive your unfilial son." Mikoto's eyes welled with tears as she felt her heart ache. Fugaku, too, sorrowfully waved at Itachi. Go now. Itachi turned and exited their home at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's shrine. He encountered the masked man who had attacked the fourth Hokage 7 years prior. Itachi addressed the masked man. You are the one Akatsuki has sent to assist me. The masked man chuckled. Indeed, I am the one Akatsuki has dispatched to aid you. Itachi nodded and said, Very well, let us proceed. Just as Itachi and the masked man prepared to embark, a child wearing a ghost mask suddenly appeared beside them. Both Itachi and the masked man immediately became wary. Itachi asked the masked man, Is he also one of your Akatsuki members? The masked man replied, No. At that moment, the child with the ghost mask interjected. I am not a member of Akatsuki. I am merely intrigued by what you referred to as a massacre. If you do not mind, I would like to join you in this slaughter. Both Itachi and the masked man regarded the child with caution, aware that his silent approach had gone unnoticed, indicating he was no ordinary child. Although they were curious about him, Itachi prioritized the mission and, wishing to avoid complications, stated, That is acceptable, provided you possess the requisite strength. Seeing Itachi's acquiescence, the masked man also agreed to the child's involvement. Itachi produced a list of names and handed it to the masked man. You are responsible for the western sector. This is our mission list. All individuals listed must perish. The masked man accepted the list, letting out a chilling laugh. Understood. Await my good news. With that, the masked man's eyes emitted a force that drew him in, causing him to vanish. Once the masked man had departed, Itachi turned to the child and instructed, You are in charge of the security detail. I will handle the rest. The child grinned. No problem. I will take care of the security. With that, the child also disappeared. After the child vanished, Itachi paused momentarily before entering the shrine, where over 30 traders had gathered for the clan meeting that night. Upon entering, a few arrogant traders spotted Itachi and jeered. Uchiha Itachi, what brings you here, coward? Where is the clan leader? Why hasn't he arrived? Itachi gazed at the individuals before him and declared, The clan leader will not be coming. You shall never have the opportunity to see him again. A few dissenters responded, What do you mean, Uchiha Itachi? Itachi retorted, What I mean is that you will all perish here tonight. Upon finishing his words, his eyes transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan, instantly ensnaring the group in the Jinjutsu known as Tsukuyomi. With swift precision, he drew the blade from his back and swiftly extinguished their lives. Observing Itachi's sudden aggression, the others rushed forward, attempting to retaliate. However, anyone who met the gaze of Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan was inevitably struck by his Tsukuyomi, leading to their swift demise. Thus unfolded a one-sided massacre within the Uchiha clan's shrine. After Itachi eliminated the last of the rebels, he hastened to the security office, where he found Uchiha Shizen being restrained by the child using the adamantine sealing chains. Slowly being dragged toward him, Itachi could see the terror etched across Shizen's face as she murmured, Itachi, save me, please come and rescue me, Itachi. Upon hearing her voice, Itachi, without hesitation, unleashed Amaterasu, severing the child's chains. Both the child and Uchiha Shizen turned their gazes toward Itachi. Shizune, upon seeing him, exclaimed with delight, Itachi, please help me. This person is terrifying. He has killed everyone in the security office and even gouged out their eyes. Itachi did not respond to Shizen but approached the child and said, I recall instructing you to eliminate the personnel in the security office, not to harm others. The child, feeling sheepish, replied, I can't be blamed. I was preparing to leave when this woman obstructed me to take tea that moment. The masked man arrived and, upon seeing Itachi, stated, Itachi, we must depart. Itachi nodded, ready to leave. Just then, Shizune implored, Itachi, what is happening? Is this all part of your plan? Even if Shizune were a fool, she would realize that Itachi was behind this. Hearing her words, Itachi turned to her and said, This was merely a test of my capacity. Shizune, shaking her head in disbelief, responded, I can't believe it. You are so gentle, so kind. You would never do something like this. Itachi's heart ached as he witnessed Shizune weeping on his behalf. Unable to speak further, he ensnared her in a slumber with another Tsukuyomi and said, Let us go. The masked man cast one last deep glance at Shizune before departing. The child then addressed Itachi, saying, I'm leaving too. I had a splendid time today. With that, he vanished. Itachi and the masked man paid him no mind, as he was not of their concern. Chapter 23. Sasuke's choice while en route to the land of rain. The masked man observed Itachi walking ahead and inquired, Itachi, do you not feel curious about that child? Could he be one of Danzo's operatives? Itachi replied without turning back, there is a hint of curiosity. The child's ability to use the adamantine sealing chains indicates he is of the Uzumaki clan, and he possesses considerable strength. However, I have never encountered this child in Konoha. The masked man, intrigued, asked, oh, could he be Uzumaki Naruto? I have heard that his strength is formidable. At such a young age, he was able to injure the Reikage. Itachi responded, impossible. Naruto fell victim to my Tsukuyami. He could not awaken so swiftly, and besides, Naruto has blonde hair, while that child has red hair. Furthermore, Naruto's space-time ninjutsu is the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet that child utilized a technique akin to ours, a dojutsu. The masked man expressed surprise. Dojutsu? Yet I did not observe any change in his eyes. Itachi replied nonchalantly, his eyes did not change. He utilized space-time manipulation twice before me. The first time, I detected a powerful fluctuation of ocular energy accompanying his spatial movement. The second time, I realized the source of the dojutsu's energy was not his eyes but his forehead. Thus, there must be another eye concealed upon his forehead. The masked man, curious, remarked, the forehead. Indeed, I also noticed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from that area. I initially assumed it was a fluctuation from his technique, but I did not expect it to be a dojutsu. However, that fluctuation seems different from that of the Sharingan if it is a dojutsu. What other eyes possess spatial capabilities? Even the Sharingan spatial abilities are quite rare. Itachi reflected, I recall another type of eye that possesses spatial power that my father mentioned it. It is the Byakugan's power. The masked man exclaimed, the Byakugan? Impossible if the Byakugan truly possessed such immense power. Why has the Hyuga clan never produced a ninja capable of spatial manipulation, relying instead on taijutsu? Itachi replied calmly, that is because the Hyuga clan has yet to fully develop the Byakugan's true potential. Moreover, I sense that to unleash the Byakugan's full power, an immense amount of chakra is required, akin to the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Without a robust chakra reserve, its power cannot be fully realized. However, to manifest the Byakugan's might, it evidently requires a significantly greater chakra than the Sharingan. The masked man remarked, I did not realize you possess such knowledge of the Byakugan. I am curious how you came to know this. Itachi replied, it is merely from extensive reading. The records exist within the Uchiha clan shrine, but few are willing to peruse them. I suspect the same is true for the Hyuga clan, apart from the clan leader. Few take notice of such matters. After a brief pause, Itachi continued, according to our Uchiha clan's records, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans share a bloodline connection. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, was the son of the Sage of Six Paths, while the ancestor of the Hyuga clan was his brother. However, records concerning the sage's brother are scarce. It is known only that he possessed the Byakugan and little else. Yet, being the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, he surely was no ordinary individual. The masked man responded, I see. But why does that child possess the Byakugan? He is clearly of the Uzumaki clan. Itachi answered, I do not know, but I recognize that the child is exceedingly dangerous. I am unfamiliar with his full capabilities, yet I sense he is not beneath me, hence I do not wish to provoke him. He is likely an operative sent by Danzo. After hearing Itachi's words, the masked man refrained from further inquiries, and the two silently proceeded toward the land of rain. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha, the child with the ghostly mask appeared behind Danzo. Danzo seemed unsurprised, as if he had anticipated the child's arrival, and calmly inquired, has the matter been resolved? The child replied, yes, all the rebels have been eliminated, and Uchiha Itachi has departed with the Akatsuki. Here is what you requested. The child produced a vial filled with an unknown liquid and several Sharingan with 3 tomo from his storage scroll, placing it upon the table. After glancing at the vial, Danzo tossed a scroll to the child, saying, this is the spiritualization technique you sought. The child accepted the scroll, examined it, and stated, thank you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I hope to collaborate with you again in the future. With that, the child vanished. Danzo did not mind, merely gazing at the vial for a moment before summoning an Umbu, instructing, deliver this to Orochimaru. The Umbu acknowledged and departed with the vial. The child then reappeared in the Forest of Death in Konoha, where he opened the scroll and began reading. Upon completion, he burned the scroll, muttering, still not sufficient that I should return. Perhaps that individual will have a solution. With that, the child dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. The following morning, Konoha was shaken to its core. The Uchiha clan had suffered a devastating blow, with the entire security office eradicated by Uchiha Itachi alone. The third Hokage issued an S-rank arrest warrant for Itachi. This marked the gravest incident in Konoha since the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, leaving the populace in a state of alarm. The village held funeral rites, and both Naruto and Sasuke visited the memorial stone to pay their respects to the deceased. At the funeral, Naruto witnessed the sorrow and anguish of the victims' families, which struck him profoundly. Despite his considerable efforts to prevent such a tragedy, he had grossly underestimated the darkness of this world. Itachi had executed his orders without hesitation. Konoha continued its persecution of the Uchiha clan, and Itachi remained a rogue ninja, joining the Akatsuki. For the first time, Naruto began to doubt his ability to change this sorrowful world. The only solace he found was that the Uchiha clan had not been entirely exterminated. As noon approached and the attendees departed, Naruto and Sasuke noticed Uchiha Shizen still standing before the memorial stone, silently shedding tears. Sasuke intended to approach her with words of comfort, but Naruto stopped him, saying, "Let Shizen-san remain for a while longer. After all, everything that has transpired has been orchestrated by the person he holds dearest. I can only imagine that Sister Jing must be feeling quite heartbroken. So it would be better to allow her to remain for a while longer. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from going there yourself." With unwavering resolve, Sasuke gazed intently at Naruto and declared, "Tell me, what exactly is going on? Why would my brother commit such acts? Why do our father and mother seem so indifferent to his actions? Our father is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and yet he appears unconcerned about such a grave matter occurring within the family." He implored, "Please, tell me why." I know you must possess the truth." Upon witnessing the determination in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto understood that withholding the truth from him could lead to dire consequences. Given Sasuke's temperament, moreover, Naruto did not wish to keep secrets from Sasuke, for he recognized him as a wise and tenacious individual. Sharing certain truths with him could potentially unveil alternative paths. Thus, Naruto looked at Sasuke and asked, "Do you truly wish to know? Understand that the truth may be difficult for you to bear." Sasuke replied resolutely, "Regardless of whether I can accept it, I desire to know everything. The reason behind my brother's actions, and why our parents are so apathetic in the face of our clan's turmoil." Naruto met Sasuke's gaze and said, "Very well, I shall reveal everything to you, but you must also share your decision upon learning the truth." Sasuke readily agreed. "All right, let us go to the Hokage Rock to discuss this." Naruto spoke a few words before heading towards the Hokage Rock, with Sasuke trailing closely behind. Upon arriving at the Hokage Rock, Naruto recounted the events that led Itachi to slaughter their kin and join Akatsuki, as well as the indifference displayed by Fugaku and Mikoto. Observing Sasuke's struggle to come to terms with the revelations, Naruto gently explained, "Itachi, Uncle Fugaku, and Aunt Mikoto concealed the truth from you out of fear that it would be too much for you to bear. After all, you are their most treasured younger brother and son. They wished for you to live a life of happiness, free from this dark reality." Sasuke, filled with agitation, retorted, "Did they truly believe that I could live happily by bearing the weight of their sacrifices alone? Am I truly so worthless?" Naruto responded, "It is not their fault. They simply do not wish to see you hurt. I understand that this is a lot for you to process right now. There is no need to rush. Tomorrow, I will be here waiting for you, and you can then share your decision with me." With that, Naruto departed, allowing Sasuke some time to reflect. After all, such revelations are not easily borne by anyone, let alone a 7-year-old child. Naruto believed that Sasuke would not disappoint him. The following morning, Naruto arrived at the Hokage Rock and spotted Sasuke waiting for him from a distance. Approaching Sasuke, Naruto remarked, "I didn't expect you to be here so early. Speak up, tell me your thoughts and what you intend to do next." Sasuke surveyed the entirety of Konohagakure and stated, "I hope for a world of peace, devoid of darkness and sorrow. After much contemplation, I suddenly thought of you. You aspire to become Hokage and to change this world, hoping for my assistance. That is now my dream as well. I believe together we can transform this world." Naruto, filled with joy at Sasuke's response, smiled and said, "Yes, we will change this world." In that moment, Naruto was reminded of Hashirama and Madara, as history seemed to mirror itself astonishingly. Yet, Naruto was confident that he and Sasuke would not share the same fate as Hashirama and Madara, for Sasuke was unlike Madara, and he was unlike Hashirama. Naruto believed that he and Sasuke could bring true peace to this world. Chapter 24. Firm resolve. Gazing upon Kanagakure, Naruto suddenly inquired, Sasuke, while I am certain you will not disappoint me, I am still curious as to why you made such a decision. Sasuke, also looking at the village before them, replied, when you first revealed everything to me yesterday, I found it hard to accept my brother made such a tremendous sacrifice for the village, costing the lives of so many clan members. Was it truly worth it? Although I do not yet fully comprehend what the village signifies, I trust you and my brother that I believe there must be a reason behind your choices. Subsequently, I reflected on your desire to eradicate sorrow and darkness from this world. I thought that if such sorrow and darkness ceased to exist, then perhaps my brother would return to the person I once loved. Thus, I have resolved to join you in realizing your dream. For it is also mine. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's response. He had not anticipated that Sasuke's reasoning would be so straightforward. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that allowed him to grasp the essence of the matter. If the world were at peace, devoid of sorrow and darkness, then Itachi might return. With a grin, Naruto exclaimed, Sasuke, I must admit you are truly a genius. Though your thoughts may appear simplistic, such clarity is something many fail to recognize. Sasuke disdainfully shot a glance at Naruto, retorting, do you think I am as foolish as you great oaf? Such an elementary issue could never stump me, Sasuke, and being praised by you, a simpleton, brings me no honor. Naruto, upon hearing Sasuke's words, felt a surge of indignation and was tempted to teach the arrogant boy a lesson. However, considering Sasuke's recent tribulations, he opted to refrain. He thought to himself, given the upheaval he has just endured, I shall let this little brat slide for now. A mature individual does not hold grudges against a child. I shall spare you this time, but I will certainly deal with you later. In truth, Naruto was wary of the potential repercussions from Iruka-sensei if he were to engage in a scuffle with Sasuke, as he dreaded Iruka's incessant lecturing. After calming his emotions, Naruto said, Sasuke, do you wish to understand why Itachi made such profound sacrifices for the village? What does the village truly mean? I can share that with you. Sasuke turned abruptly to fixate on Naruto, asking, you can tell me. You know? Naruto nodded affirmatively. Yes, I know that I understand what the village represents and why Itachi chose to sacrifice so much for it. My father also made sacrifices for the village at that moment. Sasuke recalled that this fool before him was the son of the fourth Hokage. Once he had regained his composure, he asked, will you disclose this knowledge to me? Naruto replied, certainly. You are aware that Kanagakure was established jointly by the first Hokage and your Uchiha clan, correct? Sasuke affirmed, yes, I know this. My father has spoken of it. Kanagakure was founded by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. But what does this have to do with what I want to understand? Naruto responded, it has everything to do with it. This is also the reason why so many have sacrificed themselves for the village. Sasuke, astonished, queried, is there a deeper reason behind this? Naruto explained, indeed, there is. During the era of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the average lifespan of individuals was merely 15 years. Can you fathom how terrifying it is to live in a world where people die so young? Sasuke, taken aback, questioned, why was human life so short? Naruto replied somberly, because of war. In those tumultuous times, children as young as 7 or 8 were thrust into battle, fighting for their clan's survival. Can you imagine how long people could live under such circumstances? Sasuke concluded, so, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara established the village for that reason? Naruto affirmed, precisely. In that era, the dream of growing up in a relatively peaceful environment was a mere fantasy. Yet, it was the dreamers who endeavored to pursue this impossible vision. The ones who realized this dream were Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Naruto gazed intently into Sasuke's eyes and stated earnestly, and Itachi embodies the will of the first Hokage. He bears the burden for the village, driven by his aspirations, just as your dreams resonate with his. You are correct, but I wish to learn more about the origins of the village. Please share everything you know. Sasuke requested earnestly. Naruto contemplated and nodded. The origins of the village traced back to the meeting between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. According to records, they were childhood friends, though their families were adversaries. Sasuke, astonished, exclaimed, the Uchiha and Senju clans were rivals? Naruto confirmed. Indeed, they were adversaries. When they first met, they were unaware of each other's identities. They only recognized one another as youths sharing a common dream, both striving to protect their younger brothers. It was only later that they learned of their family's enmity. which transformed their bond from friendship to rivalry. Sasuke interjected, to go from friends to enemies must have been a painful experience for them. Naruto nodded and continued. The most tragic aspect is that Uchiha Izuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara, perished at the hands of Senju Tobirama, the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, during a fierce battle. Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. The second Hokage killed Uchiha Madara's brother? Does that not render their enmity irreconcilable? How then did they come together to establish Konoha? Naruto responded. Indeed, after Senju Tobirama ended Uchiha Izuna's life, Uchiha Madara sought vengeance by implanting Izuna's eyes. Evolving into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he aimed to confront Senju Hashirama for retribution, and the two engaged in a titanic struggle that lasted a day and a night. Yet ultimately, Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senju Hashirama. Sasuke remarked in disbelief. The first Hokage managed to vanquish Uchiha Madara, who possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. That is truly terrifying. Naruto, brimming with pride, replied, Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the world reveres Senju Hashirama as the god of shinobi? Sasuke, perceiving Naruto's smugness, retorted nonchalantly, It's not you. What are you so proud of? Let's move on to the next part. Reluctantly, Naruto replied, I too will reach their level one day, and I will surpass them for you to see. Sasuke sighed. I understand. But can we proceed with the next part now? Upon witnessing Sasuke's indifferent expression, Naruto felt a heavy blow to his morale and continued despondently. After Senju Hashirama's victory over Uchiha Madara, he urged Madara to join forces and fulfill their childhood dream. However, Madara, mourning Izuna's death and demoralized by his defeat, had lost his will to pursue that dream and thus rejected Hashirama's proposal. Yet, Hashirama was unwilling to abandon his brother and persisted in his efforts to persuade him. Naruto paused before continuing. Eventually, Uchiha Madara set forth a condition. If Senju Hashirama agreed to it, he would be willing to collaborate with him to bring an end to this chaotic world. Sasuke inquired, What was that condition? Naruto replied, The condition was that Senju Hashirama must either kill Senju Tobirama or take his own life. Sasuke gasped. What? Uchiha Madara actually demanded that Senju Hashirama kill his own brother? Naruto confirmed, Yes, but Hashirama refused to harm his brother, leading him to ultimately choose to take his own life. Perhaps it was Hashirama's sincerity that swayed Madara, for in the end, he prevented Hashirama's suicide. And together they established the village of Konoha in the place they had envisioned during their childhood. By the way, the name Konoha is actually suggested by Uchiha Madara. After hearing the village's origin, Sasuke pondered seriously and then said, If Konoha was built to achieve peace, then why has there been so much sorrow? Naruto looked earnestly at Sasuke and replied, That is precisely what we must address next. The first Hokage merely established the foundation for peace. After he and Uchiha Madara founded the village, many others followed suit, establishing their own villages, among which the 5 great ninja villages emerged as the most powerful. While he was alive, the world enjoyed a fleeting period of peace due to his strength. Suddenly, Naruto's expression turned grave. However, he underestimated the hatred harbored in this world. Upon his death, the suppressed animosities in various villages erupted, despite the first Hokage's efforts to balance power by distributing the tailed beasts among the villages. He could not quell the desires and hatred of the people, which ultimately led to several ninja world wars. At that moment, Sasuke interjected, So what we must do now is eradicate those desires and hatred. Correct? Naruto nodded appreciatively. Indeed, our goal is to eliminate those desires and hatred, thereby achieving true peace in this world. Sasuke then stated, To accomplish this, we need sufficient strength and status, which is why you aspire to become Hokage. Right? Naruto affirmed resolutely, Absolutely. Once I become Hokage, I will ensure that this world knows no war, only peace. Sasuke, will you assist me? Sasuke replied with determination, Of course, this is no longer just your foolish dream. It has become mine as well. I will ensure that my brother can lay down his burdens and return to being the gentle, strong, and kind brother he once was, rather than the rogue ninja that everyone despises. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yes, together we shall strive to bring Itachi back and realize peace in this world, Sasuke added. But for now, I should focus on strengthening my abilities. Naruto concurred. Right? We need to enhance our powers swiftly. Rest assured, Sasuke, I will help you take down Danzo, not for any other reason, but because he resorts to unscrupulous means to fulfill his own desires. At that moment, Sasuke declared firmly, No, I must resolve this with my own hands. I know you fear that I might act impulsively seeking revenge against Danzo, but rest assured, I intend to help create peace in this world that I will not act unless I have complete confidence. Naruto looked at Sasuke and suddenly smiled. You know, Sasuke, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara once stood in our current position. Hashirama envisioned transforming this very forest into a village, and here we stand, declaring our intention to achieve peace in this world. But I believe we will succeed, for I am not Hashirama, and you are not Madara. Therefore, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Sasuke coolly replied, Of course, we will bring peace to this world. Chapter 25. Graduation. The little brat is back. Everyone, hurry and prepare. A villager suddenly shouted on the streets of Konoha, causing the people to frantically tidy their stalls. However, before they could finish, a flash of yellow light darted past. All the stalls and shops were drenched in tomato juice, turning them a vivid red. The villagers, looking at their stained goods, found their faces flushed a shade akin to livid eye in unison. They turned their gaze towards the end of the street, where stood the last person they wished to see, Naruto. Clutching a tomato in one hand and an empty basket in the other, he proclaimed with an arrogant grin, Did you really think you could stop me? How naive. Enraged, the villagers brandished sticks and charged at Naruto. But before they could reach him, another yellow flash occurred, and Naruto vanished once more. They watched him disappear. Despair washed over the villagers as they gazed at Hokage Rock, where the faces of past Hokages, save for the fourth, had been defaced with chaotic graffiti. One villager despaired. When will this end? It's been 7 years. When will this little brat ever calm down? Another lamented. This life has become unbearable. Sigh. The villagers were engulfed in collective hopelessness. For 7 consecutive years, they had endured Naruto's antics daily, leaving them in despair. Observing his handiwork, Naruto feigned melancholy, saying, Life is truly lonely as snow. When shall someone arise to stop my reign? Alas, it is simply because I am too formidable. So it's you again. You come down here. Just as Naruto was reveling in his self-satisfaction, a voice called out, drawing his attention to the base of Hokage Rock, where Iruka stood, glaring at him in anger. Upon seeing Iruka, Naruto immediately sought to appease him. Iruka-sensei, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the view as well? Iruka, growing more furious at Naruto's evasive response, shouted, Get down here this instant. Realizing Iruka was genuinely upset, Naruto obediently descended to his side. Without further ado, Iruka delivered a sharp smack to Naruto's head, causing him to yelp in pain. While Naruto held his head, Iruka produced a rope and, without hesitation, bound Naruto up like a rice dumpling, dragging him towards the school as one might a small dog. Naruto protested as he was dragged. Iruka-sensei, this is personal assault. This isn't right. I could report you. Iruka, maintaining a stern expression, approached Naruto once more and delivered another smack, prompting Naruto to comply and fall silent as he was pulled back to school. Iruka muttered, You're about to graduate, yet you still indulge in such mischief. You still can't master the shadow clone technique? Why aren't you practicing properly? I don't know what to say to you. Hearing Iruka's grumbling warmed Naruto's heart. He knew Iruka genuinely cared for him. In truth, Naruto had been feigning incompetence with the shadow clone technique to capture Mizuki. For Mizuki was a nin and could potentially pose a threat to the village. However, lacking evidence to prove Mizuki was a spy, Naruto had to rely on his memories from his past life to lure Mizuki out. After school, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru gathered on the rooftop of their classroom. Sasuke inquired, Naruto, are you truly resolved to go through with this? Shikamaru and Hinata leaned in, eager to hear Naruto's answer. Naruto gazed at the three of them and said, Indeed, for the past 7 years, I have feigned my inability to perform the shadow clone technique solely to draw out the traitor Mizuki. At this moment, Shikamaru inquired, But how did you know that tomorrow's graduation exam would involve the shadow clone technique? And how can you be certain that teacher Mizuki is the traitor? Furthermore, how did you anticipate that your actions would bait Mizuki? Naruto replied, A few years ago, I stumbled upon a laboratory in the back mountains of Konoha, where I witnessed teacher Mizuki conducting experiments, dangerous human experiments, to be precise. Shikamaru responded, What happened next? Did you not inform Lord Hokage about this? Naruto shook his head, saying, No, I feared that Mizuki would flee. If I had alerted Grandpa Third, it would have certainly alerted the snake in the grass. Shikamaru pondered for a moment and said, That is indeed a possibility. Naruto continued. Moreover, at that time, I overheard him plotting to steal the forbidden sealing scroll, which contains the forbidden techniques. That I also heard him mention that he could exploit the students who fail the exam to carry out the theft, as they would be less suspect to Grandpa Third. Sasuke interjected, so you've been pretending not to have learned the shadow clone technique all these years? Naruto nodded. Yes, because historically, the graduation exam tests the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Therefore, I deliberately pretended not to have mastered the shadow clone technique, ensuring that Mizuki would approach me, allowing me to ensnare him. Hinata, with concern etched on her face, asked, then, Naruto-kun, do you need our assistance? Naruto looked at the three and stated, no, I divulged this to you so that you would not worry about me. I can handle this alone. Besides, having too many people might raise Mizuki's suspicions, which would be counterproductive. Hinata continued to gaze at Naruto with worried eye in response. Naruto took Hinata's hand and said earnestly, rest assured, I will be fine. Others may not recognize my strength, but you do you not? With someone like Mizuki, I could eliminate him in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke remarked, indeed, you've said all you needed to say. I will take my leave now. Without waiting for Naruto's reply, he departed with nonchalance. Shikamaru followed suit, leaving Hinata and Naruto to enjoy their moment together, after silently commending Sasuke and Shikamaru in his heart. Naruto turned to watch the sunset over Konoha with Hinata. The following day, just as Naruto had anticipated, Mizuki sought him out, which brought a sense of relief to Naruto, for he genuinely feared that Mizuki might target someone else for the theft. Following the script, Naruto employed the seduction technique, developed solely for the purpose of pranking Grandpa Third, to obtain the sealing scroll, and then he made his way to the forest. He intended to learn both the shadow clone technique and the Edo Tensei technique, the former being the strongest external aid for a sage body, and the latter to summon the spirit of his mother and prepare for future confrontations with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Once Naruto mastered these two techniques, he encountered Iruka. Naruto feigned ignorance, asking, Iruka-sensei, can I graduate now? Iruka, visibly anxious, responded, Naruto, how could you steal the sealing scroll? Naruto, puzzled, replied, but it was teacher Mizuki who told me that as long as I obtained the sealing scroll, I could graduate. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Iruka gasped in shock, exclaiming, it was Mizuki who instructed you to steal the sealing scroll. Naruto pretended to be confused, saying, yes, teacher Mizuki said that if I learned the powerful techniques within, I would be able to graduate. Just then, a flurry of shuriken shot down from the trees. Iruka swiftly pushed Naruto aside, only to be struck by the shuriken himself. Naruto looked at the injured Iruka, his heart filled with rage. He had always regarded Iruka as an older brother and had been caught off guard by him. When Mizuki attacked, Naruto sensed the malice, but his trust in Iruka led him to be unprepared, resulting in Iruka being injured. Iruka turned to Mizuki in the trees and said, I see, you deceived Naruto into stealing the sealing scroll for your own gain. Naruto could not allow the sealing scroll to fall into his hands. Mizuki sneered, Naruto, Iruka actually despises you. Since you lack the courage to admit it, let me tell you. Naruto looked at Mizuki with indifference and asked, oh, what is it that you wish to tell me? At that moment, in Naruto's eyes, Mizuki was already a dead man, leaving him remarkably calm. Iruka, aware of Mizuki's intentions, shouted, shut up, Mizuki, stop right there. Mizuki disregarded Iruka's plea and continued with his sinister grin. 12 years ago, the nine-tails fox that wreaked havoc in Konoha was you. You killed Iruka's family, which is why no one cares about your existence. Mizuki believed that this revelation would drive Naruto into a frenzy. However, Naruto remained composed and replied, is that all you wanted to say? Mizuki's incredulity at Naruto's calmness was matched by Iruka's astonishment. Naruto raised his hands to form a seal and declared, if you have finished speaking, then prepare to face the wrath for injuring Iruka-sensei. Shadow clone technique. In Mizuki's astonished gaze, Naruto created over 2,000 tangible clones. The original Naruto calmly commanded, destroy him. The multitude of shadow clones surged forth, overwhelming Mizuki, and when the clones dissipated, Mizuki lay lifeless, beyond recovery. Naruto approached Iruka and supported him, saying, Iruka-sensei, are you all right? Iruka, with a complex expression, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you must not take Mizuki's words to heart. You are not the nine-tails fox. You are Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha, my student. Understand, Naruto smiled, responding, haha, Iruka-sensei, I do care about it. Moreover, Mizuki was correct. I am indeed the host of the Nine Tails, but I am also Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. So you need not worry about me. I am fine. Iruka looked at Naruto with relief and said, Naruto, close your eyes. Naruto, unsure of Iruka's intentions, complied and shut his eyes. He felt as if Iruka was tying something to his forehead and quickly guessed what it was. Naruto opened his eyes, touched the Konoha headband on his forehead, and looked at Iruka with delight. Iruka smiled and said, Congratulations, Naruto. You have graduated. Chapter 26. Graduation ceremony. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office, where a photographer awaited him. After the photo shoot, Naruto slowly made his way to the Hokage's office to obtain his Konoha Genin certificate. As he entered, he noticed a 7-year-old child rushing towards the third Hokage. Perhaps due to his excessively long scarf, the child tripped and fell. Naruto recognized that the only one bold enough to act so disrespectfully towards the third Hokage in Konoha was his grandson, Konohamaru. Naruto paid little attention to Konohamaru and approached the third Hokage, presenting his documents, saying, Grandpa Third, here is my information. From now on, I am a Konoha Genin. The third Hokage reviewed the documents Naruto submitted, stamped them, and remarked, Congratulations, Naruto. From this day forth, you are a Genin of the village hidden in the leaves. The third Hokage, with a warm smile, added, I can hardly believe how swiftly time has flown. You have become a capable ninja. Naruto politely replied, Thank you for your ongoing support. The third Hokage, with a kind demeanor, said, There is no need for such formality. Your father entrusted you to my care, and I have always regarded you as my own grandson. I have faith that you will not disappoint me. Naruto responded, I will not. Grandpa Third. At that moment, Ebisu had just helped Konohamaru to his feet, and, upon seeing Naruto, thought to himself, Is this the Nine-Tails brat? I heard he is quite mischievous, but he doesn't seem like it at all. Konohamaru, having just been assisted, saw Naruto laughing and chatting with the third Hokage, and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Are you the one who plotted against me? Do you know who I am? With that, he swung his fist at Naruto, but before he could get close, Naruto's adamantine sealing technique ensnared him. Naruto did not enhance the sealing technique with any additional seals. He simply bound Konohamaru. The latter struggled frantically, hurling insults at Naruto. The third Hokage merely felt embarrassed, knowing that Naruto would not harm Konohamaru. Meanwhile, Ebisu, anxious, urged, You should release young Konohamaru at once. Do you not realize he is the grandson of the third Hokage? Naruto ignored Ebisu's words and walked up to Konohamaru, who arrogantly declared, I am the third's grandson. Do you dare to strike me? Meanwhile, he secretly thought, he is probably just like my teacher Ebisu, too afraid to act against me. However, Naruto said nothing and swiftly delivered a sharp blow to Konohamaru's head. Internally, he chuckled, thinking, You think being the grandson of the third Hokage makes you special? I am the son of the fourth Hokage. And even I would not dare to flaunt my lineage. You, a mere brat, dare to act so arrogantly before me. Just watch as I knock you down. Konohamaru was left dazed by Naruto's strike. Ebisu was left in shock, rendered speechless, while the third Hokage could only shake his head in resignation. After dealing with Konohamaru, Naruto felt invigorated as he made his way to the Hyuga household to meet Hinata for their date. Yet, this particular outing left Naruto feeling quite displeased, as Konohamaru persistently trailed him with clumsy attempts at stealth, insisting on acknowledging Naruto as his leader. However, Naruto was solely focused on enjoying his time with Hinata, leading him to reject Konohamaru's insistence to Naruto's annoyance. Konohamaru remained undeterred, insisting on recognizing Naruto as his superior. Seizing an opportunity when Konohamaru was distracted, Naruto cleverly evaded him and arrived at the park with Hinata. Curious, Hinata inquired, Naruto-kun, who is that child? Why does he keep following you? With a sigh, Naruto replied, Ah, that is Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. I have no idea what has gotten into him. Hinata, astonished, asked, The grandson of the third Hokage? Why does he want to acknowledge you as his leader? Naruto shrugged, I don't know. Who cares? By the way, Hinata, the graduation ceremony is tomorrow. I've heard that after becoming Genin, we will be assigned to teams. I truly hope to be placed in the same team as you. Hinata shyly responded, I hope so too. To be in the same team as you, Naruto-kun. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Naruto was moved and gazed at her. Calling, Hinata, with equal affection, Hinata replied, Naruto-kun. The two exchanged deep, meaningful glances, their faces drawing closer. Just as Naruto's lips were about to touch Hinata's, Konohamaru's voice rang out from afar. Leader, there you are. I've been searching for you everywhere. Startled by Konohamaru's interruption, both Naruto and Hinata jumped back. Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she quickly pushed Naruto away, stammering. Naruto-kun, I have something to attend to, so I must go now. With that, she dashed away, watching Hinata flee, startled by Konohamaru. Naruto felt despair wash over him, bitterly reflecting, it was so close, just a fraction away from kissing Hinata. All because of that wretched brat. Naruto's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he turned to Konohamaru, saying, You insufferable brat, you've ruined my chance. Just wait until I knock you senseless. With that, Naruto charged at Konohamaru. Realizing he had spoiled Naruto's moment, Konohamaru swiftly turned to flee. Yet, he barely took a step before Naruto appeared before him. An ominous expression on his face, Konohamaru, filled with despair, pleaded, Leader, please calm down. I didn't mean to. Just hear me out. Naruto retorted harshly. There's no point in talking. Without granting Konohamaru a chance to explain, Naruto unleashed a flurry of blows, reducing Konohamaru to tears. Afterward, Naruto glared at Konohamaru, demanding, Now, tell me, what do you want? Konohamaru earnestly replied, I want you to teach me ninjutsu so that I can defeat my grandfather and become Hokage. Naruto, with a serious demeanor, responded, You wish to become Hokage? It's not merely about defeating the third Hokage. You must earn the recognition of everyone in the village to become Hokage. Konohamaru, puzzled, asked, Recognition from everyone in the village? Naruto affirmed, Yes, only when everyone believes you to be the Hokage can you truly become one. There are no shortcuts to the position, and the path of Hokage is fraught with sorrow. Do you think you can bear the weight of everyone's sadness? After a lengthy contemplation, Konohamaru resolutely declared, Yes, I believe I can. I will earn everyone's recognition and shoulder all their burdens. Naruto, feeling a sense of pride for the determined boy, thought, This kid truly has the makings of a Hokage. He is resolute, possesses a strong sense of justice, and carries a sense of responsibility. He could indeed take my place and become a great Hokage. Thus, Naruto resolved to train Konohamaru diligently. While gaining everyone's approval is crucial to becoming Hokage, one must also possess formidable strength to protect the village. Therefore, I've decided to teach you ninjutsu, so you can better safeguard our home. Konohamaru, elated, exclaimed, Really? Thank you, leader. I knew you were the best. He then asked, So what will you teach me first? With a proud smile, Naruto replied, The first technique I will teach you is the transformation jutsu. Do not underestimate it. This is my original technique known as the seduction jutsu, which I once used to defeat the third Hokage. Konohamaru gasped in astonishment. You defeated Grandpa with that. I must learn it. You have to teach me, leader. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry. I will teach you. Now, let us start by transforming into that lovely older sister. Thus, Konohamaru began to learn the seduction jutsu, and one must admit that he was a prodigy, mastering it in just one afternoon, though it was still somewhat immature. You know what I mean. Just as Konohamaru had mastered the seduction jutsu, Ebisu found him and attempted to take him back. Konohamaru was reluctant, using the seduction jutsu against Ebisu, only to be mocked in return as Ebisu was about to forcibly take Konohamaru away. Naruto, infuriated, intervened with the harem jutsu, defeating Ebisu. The following day, Naruto and Hinata attended the graduation ceremony together. As they walked, Naruto seemed lost in thought. Hinata spoke to him several times, but he was oblivious. Curiously, Hinata asked, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? You seem a bit distracted. Apologetically, Naruto replied, I'm sorry, Hinata, that I don't know why, but I have this unsettling feeling that something bad is about to happen. Yet, using my sensing ability, I can't detect any imminent danger. It's quite strange. Hinata's curiosity was piqued by Naruto's intuition. Knowing Naruto's abilities, she realized that if he sensed something ominous, there must be a reason. Thus, she activated her Byakugan to scan their surroundings. Yet everything in Konohagakure appeared normal. How odd, she remarked. I didn't find anyone suspicious with my Byakugan. Seeing that Hinata's Byakugan had not revealed anything unusual, Naruto chuckled. Perhaps I'm just being overly sensitive. Besides, with my Flying Thunder God technique's spatial abilities, I shouldn't feel threatened by anything. Let us hurry, we don't want to be late. With that, Naruto took Hinata's hand and walked briskly. Hinata, blushing at their intertwined hands, shyly responded, "Yes, Naruto-kun." Upon arriving at the classroom, Naruto noticed many students had already gathered. When Kiba saw Naruto holding Hinata's hand, he asked curiously, "Naruto, what are you doing here? Isn't today the graduation ceremony? Didn't you fail the exam and have to repeat a year?" Naruto proudly gestured to the forehead protector tied around his arm, declaring, "I graduated too. Kiba, did you really think a mere exam could hold me back? You're too naive." Kiba glanced at Naruto's forehead protector and replied, "What is there to be proud of? I have won 2-AT that moment." Sasuke entered, and Naruto greeted him with a smile. "Sasuke, you're here." Sasuke approached Naruto and remarked, "It seems your plan succeeded. Congratulations." Naruto replied, "Thanks." Suddenly, Naruto felt a shove from behind, causing him to stumble forward towards Sasuke, and the classroom fell into silence. Chapter 27, Class Division. The graduates of the Konoha Ninja Academy were all in a state of confusion, as were Naruto and Sasuke. Amidst the bewilderment, a voice called out from behind Naruto, "I got here first." Ino Pig.it was Sakura's voice. Ino chimed in, "Forehead girl, it seems you bumped into someone." Sakura looked ahead and saw Naruto in his white ceremonial robe. Realizing she had collided with Naruto, she bowed apologetically. "I'm so sorry, Naruto." Puzzled, Sakura glanced around the classroom, wondering why it was so silent. As she looked up, she was shocked to find Naruto and Sasuke sharing a kiss. Her surprised scream filled the AT that moment. Naruto and Sasuke snapped out of their daze, both gagging uncontrollably. Meanwhile, all the girls in the classroom glared fiercely at Sakura and Ino. Sakura and Ino were instantly enveloped by a palpable sense of malice. At that moment, Naruto's psyche was in shambles. He finally comprehended the source of his persistent unease throughout the day. Although he was aware of most developments in this life, his lack of attention to anime in his previous existence, primarily influenced by his girlfriend's interests, had rendered him forgetful of many inconsequential details. Naruto now despised himself for not having thoroughly engaged with the entire narrative. He cast a fierce gaze at the individual who had collided with him, but upon witnessing the pitiful expressions of Sakura and Ino, he felt a wave of resignation wash over him. All he could muster was, "It's fine, but I hope you both refrain from such disruptive actions in the future." Sasuke, hearing Naruto's words, could only shoot a frustrated glance at Sakura and Ino before walking back to his seat. Naruto, meanwhile, could only lead the still-dazed Hinata toward their seats. If anyone's heart was truly in turmoil at that moment, it was undoubtedly Hinata's. In her mind echoed a single thought. Naruto-kun's first kiss was lost. And it should have been hers. 555. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, surrounded by the crystal ball observing the graduation class, the guiding Jonin and the third Hokage were equally bewildered. After clearing his throat to regain everyone's attention, the third Hokage began. "I shall now discuss the circumstances surrounding the classes you are to oversee." Kushina inquired, "Lord Third, do you have any specific instructions?" The third Hokage nodded. "This year's graduating class includes several future clan heads from prominent families. So it is imperative that you elite Jonin serve as their guiding instructors." Asuma, chewing on his cigarette, interjected, "Just tell me your arrangements plainly." The third Hokage continued, "Asuma, you will be responsible for Team 10, which comprises Narashikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji." Asuma expressed mild surprise. "Oh, so it's the trio of pig, deer, and butterfly. This should be interesting." After showing Asuma the trio's appearances, he proceeded, "Kushina, you will oversee Team 8, consisting of Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata." Kushina, lacking confidence, responded, "Can I truly manage the young lady from the Hyuga clan?" The third Hokage reassured her, "I have faith in your abilities. You must believe in yourself." With renewed determination, Kushina replied, "I will, Lord Third, please rest assured." The third Hokage then turned to Kakashi, stating, "Kakashi, your assignment is the most demanding." Kakashi, slightly taken aback, asked, "Oh, who am I responsible for?" The third Hokage replied, "You are tasked with guiding the future Hokage of Konohagakure." This decision was made in conjunction with our two advisors and Danzo. The room fell silent in astonishment. The third Hokage continued, "Kakashi, it is imperative that you instill the will of fire in these two children. I believe they will become the future of Konoha, akin to the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara, propelling us back to the pinnacle of the world." Kakashi, astonished, inquired, "May I ask, Lord Third, who are these two?" The third Hokage replied leisurely, "You are to mentor Team 7, comprising the fourth Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, and a girl named Haruno Sakura. The two I mentioned are indeed Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke." With Sasuke having already awakened his Sharingan for Naruto, the third Hokage paused, contemplating. "Naruto is rather unique. I shall divulge a bit more to prevent any misunderstandings." Kakashi, puzzled, wondered what made the teacher's child so special beyond being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Before he could ponder further, the third Hokage continued, "Naruto possesses an exceptionally rare bloodline. His lineage has regressed, granting him not only the abilities of the Uzumaki clan, but also Sage Mode, Byakugan, and Sharingan. Thus, you must pay special attention to him and ensure he does not stray from his path. He represents the hope of Konoha. Kakashi, I hope you will be their guiding Jonin." The third Hokage looked at Kakashi with hopeful eyes, leaving Kakashi feeling overwhelmed and still confused by the third Hokage's words. Not only Kakashi, but even several elite Jonin present appeared equally perplexed. Observing their expressions, the third Hokage chuckled. As for why Naruto possesses both Byakugan and Sharingan, it relates to his bloodline. Here are Naruto and Sasuke's profiles. After reviewing them, remember that this information must remain confidential. He distributed documents detailing Naruto and Sasuke's backgrounds. After perusing the materials, everyone was utterly astonished. Once they regained their composure, the third Hokage stated, "What you now know is Konoha's greatest secret, so it must never be disclosed. Understood?" Everyone responded affirmatively. The third Hokage then turned to Kakashi, asking, "What is your decision?" Kakashi, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I, Hatake Kakashi, willingly accept the role of guiding Jonin for Team 7, that I will ensure they learn the importance of teamwork and the will of fire." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, it is settled then." Back in the graduation class, Irika entered and addressed the students. "Though you are now ninjas of Kanagakur, you remain the lowest rank of Genin. Thus, you will be organized into teams of 3, each led by a guiding Jonin who will impart their experience and teach ninjutsu. Now, let us begin the team assignments." All the students silently prayed to be placed in the same team as their preferred companions. Irika announced, "Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke." Sakura instantly exclaimed to Ino, "I won." She appeared quite elated. Sitting beside Naruto, Hinata lamented, "I couldn't be in the same team as Naruto-kun." Naruto reassured her, "It's fine, Hinata, that it's just a different team. It doesn't mean we won't see each other again, so there's no need to feel regret or sadness." Upon hearing Naruto's comforting words, Hinata brightened. "That's right. As long as Naruto-kun holds me in his heart, that's all that matters." Seeing Hinata cheer up, Naruto smiled and took her hand, wishing to offer her more comfort. Ino enviously remarked, "I can't believe Sakura ended up in the same team as Sasuke and Naruto. I'm really envious." Nearby, Shikamaru resignedly commented, "I really don't understand why girls are drawn to such types." Ino retorted, "That's why no one likes you. I certainly don't want to be in a team with someone like you." Just as Ino finished speaking, Irika continued, "Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba. Team 10 consists of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Chodate." As soon as Ino finished her remarks to Shikamaru, she was dismayed to find herself in the same team as him, while Shikamaru mockingly teased her. Thus, the team assignments concluded, with teams 8 and 10 departing with their guiding Jonin, leaving team 7 awaiting their instructor. Sakura, growing impatient, asked, "Sasuke, why hasn't our guiding teacher arrived yet?" Sasuke remained silent, his arms crossed and chin resting on his hands, exuding indifference, while Naruto had slumped over his desk, asleep. Frustrated by her companion's lack of response, Sakura shook Naruto, urging, "Naruto, wake up." Roused from his slumber, Naruto blinked groggily and mumbled, "Hinata, is it time for dinner?" Sakura, feeling her temper flare, retorted, "Eat, eat, eat. Naruto, all you ever think about is food." Naruto scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Oh, Sakura, is something the matter? Why are you so angry?" Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Sakura sighed. "Naruto, why do you think our guiding teacher hasn't arrived yet? Other classes have already left for hours." Understanding Kakashi's habitual tardiness, Naruto shrugged. "He is probably contemplating the meaning of life. Don't worry. He should be here soon. He then turned to Sasuke, saying, by the way, Sasuke, I'm coming over to your house tonight. Did Aunt Mikoto prepare my favorite dinner? Sasuke coldly replied, I don't know. I left early this morning. You'll have to ask her yourself. Naruto, discontented by Sasuke's frosty demeanor, shot back, Sasuke, at this rate, you'll never get married. Look at me. I already have Hinata that you're still single. Stop looking like someone owes you a fortune. Sasuke coolly retorted, I don't need you, idiot, worrying about me. Naruto, pointing at Sasuke in frustration, could only stammer, ew. Although he called out, Naruto ultimately could not do anything to Sasuke. With a helpless sigh, he remarked, ah, I truly miss the old Sasuke. The current you is as cold as ice, which is truly bothersome to at this rate. You won't find a wife. Uncle Fuchio and Aunt Meichin must be so heartbroken. Sasuke, infuriated by Naruto's words, retorted, are you looking for a fight? If so, I'm ready whenever you are. Naruto waved his hands, saying, no, we've been sparring for 7 or 8 years now. Just let me take a few days off that I've been trying to please Uncle Rizu lately. He hasn't been letting Hinata out much, insisting she focus on mastering the 8 trigram 64 palms that I need to win him over so he'll allow Hinata to go out with me. So I don't have time to spar with you right now. Hearing this, Sasuke arrogantly replied, suit yourself that I can train just fine on my own. With that, he ignored Naruto, who could only express his helplessness in return. Meanwhile, Sakura, watching from the sidelines, felt superfluous, enviously observing the interaction between Naruto and Sasuke, wondering when she could be like Naruto and when Sasuke would care for her in the same way. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and the three turned their gazes toward the entrance. In walked a young man of about 22 or 23, sporting silver hair, a headband that obscured one eye, and a mask. Naruto immediately recognized him as Kakashi, their instructor. Kakashi surveyed the trio and commented, I must say, my first impression of you all is quite favorable. Chapter 28. Survival Exercise. Kakashi led the three to the school's balcony and said, first, let's begin with some introductions. The trio fell into silence, exchanging glances without speaking. To it was Sakura who eventually broke the stillness, asking, teacher, what should we say during the introductions? Kakashi pondered for a moment before replying. Well, you could mention what you like and dislike, your future dreams, ideals, and such. Sakura suggested, why don't you demonstrate first, teacher? Kakashi replied, very well. I am Hatake Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, I prefer not to disclose that to you. I suppose I have many ideals and dreams, Sakura muttered to herself, and yet, we still know nothing. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, thinking, he really resembles me. Aside from his long hair, the similarities are striking. Kakashi pointed at Naruto and said, you start us off. Naruto beamed and introduced himself. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My greatest loves are Hinata and Sasuke, my dearest friends. As for what I dislike, it's hatred, sorrow, and loneliness. My dream for the future is to bring true peace to this world. Hearing Naruto's introduction, Kakashi felt a surge of pride, thinking, teacher, I never expected Naruto to inherit your will. You must be pleased, Kakashi remarked. That's a noble aspiration, but it will be quite arduous. Keep at it. Naruto resolutely replied. I will. Kakashi then turned to Sakura, saying, you're next. Sakura, feeling bashful, stammered, I'm Haruno Sakura. What I like is interests and dreams. Her eyes darted toward Sasuke, causing her to blush. Kakashi silently mused that, for a girl of her age, romance was indeed paramount. Kakashi prompted, and what do you dislike? Sakura grimaced. Ino. Kakashi continued, and the last one. Sasuke coldly stated, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have nothing I particularly like or dislike, but my sole ambition is to help Naruto achieve his dream. For it is also mine, and to personally deliver a strong blow to that arrogant fool. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Kakashi was slightly taken aback by Sasuke's response, but quickly regained his composure. Kakashi announced, all right, tomorrow morning at 5. Gather at Training Ground 7 for a survival exercise. Those who fail will return to school to continue their studies. Sakura questioned, but, Kakashi-sensei, haven't we graduated? Kakashi replied, regardless, those who do not pass will have to go back to school. Oh, and remember not to eat breakfast, otherwise you'll vomit. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, well then, I'm off to find Hinata. With that, he departed. Sakura was about to speak to Sasuke, but he walked away without even a word, leaving her despondent. The following morning, Naruto sat on his bed, attuning himself to the natural energy, gradually absorbing a bit of natural chakra, which he integrated into his cells. Refining his body. This had become a habit he cultivated since childhood. Using natural chakra to hone himself each morning had become an integral part of his life. Notably, Sasuke and Hinata had also been urged by Naruto to adopt this practice. However, despite their perseverance over the years, at Naruto's insistence, they did not use natural chakra for combat as depicted in the original story, but merely for body refinement. Naruto believed that utilizing natural chakra for body enhancement was far superior to using it solely for fighting. In his understanding, natural chakra was akin to the natural spiritual energy spoken of in Taoism, and employing this energy for body refinement could lead to immortality. Therefore, under Naruto's guidance, they were instructed to refrain from using natural chakra in battle unless absolutely necessary. Focusing instead on body cultivation. By the time Naruto finished, it was already nearing 9 o'clock. He hastily consumed breakfast and made his way to Training Ground 7. Upon arriving, he found Sasuke and Sakura had already been waiting, and he greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning, Sakura." Sasuke. Sakura, irritated at Naruto's tardiness, scolded, "Naruto, you're late." Naruto awkwardly chuckled, "I apologize. I lost my way while contemplating the meaning of life. Haha." Shortly thereafter, Kakashi arrived. Sakura voiced her skepticism again. Kakashi, like Naruto, resorted to a flimsy excuse. Unable to contain herself, Sakura exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, your excuse is the same as Naruto's." After clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Kakashi produced an alarm clock and 2 bells, stating, "Your task is to retrieve these 2 bells from me. Those who fail will be tied to a wooden post and denied lunch." Kakashi's words. Sasuke and Sakura instinctively rubbed their stomachs, which had gone without breakfast, casting him resentful glances. Kakashi chuckled, "All right, let us begin. Remember, you must approach this with the intent to kill me." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke and Sakura vanished, taking cover in the trees. Only Naruto remained, boldly declaring, "Then, Kakashi, let us settle this." Kakashi immediately questioned the accuracy of the information he had received from the third Hokage. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, he sensed danger. Kakashi swiftly performed a substitution technique to escape. Just as he vacated his original position, several chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring his substitute. Upon seeing that the attack was directed at the substitute, Naruto quickly glanced back, witnessing Kakashi swiftly forming hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet." Instantly, a fiery dragon unleashed several fireballs toward Naruto. Instead of retreating, Naruto charged forward, pushing his hands forward as he shouted, "Seal, fire sealing technique." Suddenly, a sealing array appeared before Naruto, absorbing all the fireballs. Realizing Naruto had sealed his fire dragon flame bullet, Kakashi closed in, engaging Naruto in close combat, forcing him into a defensive stance. After repelling Naruto, Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals, declaring, "Earth style, Earthstone Dragon technique." A stone dragon erupted from beneath Naruto. In response, Naruto hurled several shuriken at Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly retreated to evade the shuriken. With keen eyes, he noticed that one of the shuriken that whizzed past him bore a fox emblem, causing Kakashi to panic and employ the substitution technique. Indeed, the shuriken that Naruto had aimed at him appeared behind him. With Naruto poised to unleash a Rasengan, Naruto thrust the Rasengan forcefully toward Kakashi, who transformed into a wooden log. Frowning, Naruto mused, "Substitution technique? Strange, Kakashi-sensei seems to be aware of my ninjutsu." Kakashi materialized atop a large tree. Still shaken, reflecting, "Fortunately, the third Hokage had shared Naruto's intel with me beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard. Truly, he is his father's son. This is frightening. I need to take this seriously." Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. However, the moment he activated his Sharingan, a sense of crisis washed over him, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side. As Kakashi deftly evaded, the mighty tree that once stood was shattered by several chains. With the Byakugan and Sharingan gleaming on his forehead, Naruto chuckled, "Kakashi-sensei, I've found you." Kakashi gazed at Naruto's Byakugan, exclaiming with resignation, "Ancestral bloodline. How truly bizarre." Naruto replied with a grin, "It seems, Kakashi-sensei, that you have indeed perused my dossier. Otherwise, your earlier Flying Thunder God technique should have bested me." Kakashi offered no rebuttal. Observing Kakashi's silence, Naruto laughed. "Heh, Kakashi-sensei, It appears you are well aware of my abilities, but knowing them does not guarantee your victory. Naruto formed hand seals, declaring shadow clone technique. Instantly, over 50 Narutos materialized, each employing the adamantine sealing chains, sending hundreds of chains hurtling towards Kakashi. Utilizing the insight afforded by his Sharingan, Kakashi deftly evaded Naruto's relentless onslaught. However, what puzzled Naruto was Kakashi's persistent refusal to counterattack. After much contemplation, Naruto gazed skyward and murmured, "It makes no sense. With Kakashi-sensei's prowess, he shouldn't refrain from retaliating against me at that moment." A sudden realization struck him as he looked at the sun above. Noticing Kakashi ensnared by his clones, Naruto instantaneously appeared beside Sasuke, exclaiming, "Sasuke, I need your and Sakura's assistance." Sasuke, who had been awaiting an opportunity to ambush Kakashi, was taken aback by Naruto's sudden request. "What is it?" he inquired. Naruto explained, "Sasuke, I suspect Kakashi-sensei is merely stalling for time." Sasuke, puzzled, asked, "Oh, why do you think that?" Naruto responded, "It's simple. Kakashi must have received intel about us beforehand and possesses considerable knowledge of our capabilities. He knows he cannot defeat me, not with my Flying Thunder God technique, which makes it impossible for him to catch me. Yet, he still insists we retrieve the bells. Have you forgotten? We have only 3 hours." Sasuke, realizing the implication, remarked, "So you intend for us to team up against him?" Naruto nodded, affirming, "Precisely. It's the only way we can accomplish our task within the allotted time." Sasuke, still skeptical, queried, "But why involve Sakura? You know her strength is lacking and could hinder us." Naruto chuckled, "Heh, it's precisely because of Sakura that this endeavor can succeed. Neither of us alone can manage it, and besides, we are comrades." Sasuke acquiesced, saying, "Very well, share the plan with me, and I'll fetch Sakura." After Naruto relayed the strategy, Sasuke sought out Sakura. Once Sasuke returned with Sakura prepared, Naruto hurled a kunai toward Kakashi and promptly utilized Flying Thunder God to appear behind him, unleashing a Rasengan, just as Kakashi attempted to evade. Sasuke and Sakura joined the fray, forming a concerted attack alongside Naruto and his clones. Without hesitation, Kakashi charged toward Sakura. In response, she launched 2 kunai to impede his advance. After dodging the kunai, Kakashi intended to press forward when suddenly one of Sakura's kunai transformed into Naruto. It turned out that Sakura's kunai was a transformation of Naruto's clone. Kakashi swiftly threw a kunai imbued with lightning chakra, obliterating the clone, yet it still sent forth a kunai toward him. Naruto's clone, accompanied by Sasuke, appeared before Kakashi, and Sasuke unleashed a great fireball technique aimed at him. Kakashi, with no choice, leapt upward, narrowly evading Sasuke's jutsu. Sasuke quickly followed up with a kunai, which Kakashi sidestepped, yet it morphed once again. This time into Naruto's true form. With several adamantine sealing chains, Naruto ensnared the airborne Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, we have triumphed." Naruto prepared to seize the bells from Kakashi's waist. Kakashi suddenly interjected, "Oh, do you truly believe you have one?" In an instant, Kakashi transformed into smoke. The trio gasped, "Shadow clone technique. When did this happen?" Naruto immediately dispelled the shadow clone technique, retrieving memories from his clone that indicated Kakashi had likely used the dust rays during the battle with his clones as cover to disperse. Naruto activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings and, upon spotting Sasuke, urgently warned, "Sasuke, watch your feet." But it was too late. Kakashi had already grasped Sasuke's leg, declaring, "Earth-style, body flicker technique." Instantly, Sasuke was pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. Kakashi then appeared before Sakura at remarkable speed, locking eyes with her and ensnaring her in his Jinjutsu. After subduing Sakura, Kakashi surged toward Naruto with blinding speed. Naruto, on guard, observed the approaching Kakashi. Kakashi complimented, "Your plan is quite intricate, yet still rather naive. Did you truly believe this would lead to victory? You are overly confident." Naruto suddenly laughed. "Is that so, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi hesitated, but by then he was already in front of Naruto. Launching a fist without hesitation, Naruto raised his arms to shield his chest, but just as Kakashi prepared to throw another punch, the Naruto before him was unexpectedly sent flying by his strike. Kakashi stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the apparent weakness of his opponent. Suddenly, the Sakura who should have been ensnared in the Jinjutsu appeared behind him, swiftly snatching the bells from his waist before vanishing. Kakashi recalled the moment he had cast the Jinjutsu on Sakura and felt her shoulder brush against him. casting a glance at his shoulder, he noticed a fox emblem on his vest. In an instant, the confusion cleared. The Sakura who was caught in the illusion was a transformation by Naruto, while the Naruto he had struck was, in fact, Sakura. This was all part of a cunning ruse to lower his guard, while leaving a flying thunder god mark on himself. At that moment, Naruto had already rescued the buried Sasuke and helped the dazed Sakura to her feet, and the three approached Kakashi. Beaming with pride, Naruto declared, "Kakashi-sensei, we have won." Kakashi regarded the trio with admiration, saying, "I never anticipated being outmaneuvered by three little brats." Then, with curiosity, Kakashi inquired, "However, I am intrigued by how you executed this. Initially, my shadow clone was indeed ensnared by your adamant and sealing chains. When did you and Sakura transform to counter me and switch places?" Naruto replied with pride, "Heh, it was when you charged towards Sasuke using your earth style that I swapped places with Sakura using the flying thunder god technique. This was a plan we had prepared in advance. If your true body wasn't the first to be captured, Sakura and I would immediately switch forms that I would then use flying thunder god to exchange our positions." Kakashi questioned, "Oh, how were you so certain that your first target would be Sasuke and not either of us?" Naruto confidently stated, "Because you were already aware of our intel, you would prioritize dealing with Sasuke. If you targeted Sakura, Sasuke, and I would have had the time to react, and you would have found yourself caught between us. Targeting me was even less feasible due to my flying thunder god and Byakugan, making it impossible for you to defeat me in one fell swoop. Thus, you could only first attack Sasuke, then deal with Sakura before engaging me in a war of attrition." Kakashi, astonished by Naruto's confidence, remarked, "I never expected you would exploit my prior knowledge of your intel to devise a battle strategy." "I must concede, Naruto, your grasp of human psychology has reached a terrifying level, akin to the experiences of an ancient sage. But I am curious, what will you do next? There are only 2 bells. Yet there are 3 of you. How do you intend to resolve this?" Kakashi teased Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Yet, Naruto grinned. "Isn't it simple?" As everyone looked on with confusion, Naruto handed one of the bells to Sasuke and the other to Sakura. Kakashi, puzzled, remarked, "But Naruto, you've given the bells to Sakura and Sasuke. What about yourself? You'll have to return to school to relearn." At this moment, Sakura chimed in, "Right, Naruto. Why don't I give you my bell? After all, I'm the weakest among us." Upon finishing her sentence, Sakura appeared somewhat disheartened. Naruto replied with a smile, "No need. Thank you, Sakura." Sakura, agitated, insisted, But, if you can't pass, you'll have to return to school." Sasuke, maintaining his cool demeanor, added, "You should take it, Naruto." Naruto politely declined, "No, thank you, Sasuke. I truly appreciate your concern, but it's really unnecessary. At this, Sakura anxiously exclaimed, "Regardless, if you have to return to school, I will too. After all, I'm the one who drags everyone down." Sasuke also remarked, "I shall return to school with you." Naruto, observing Sasuke and Sakura, felt a warm surge of emotion within him and smiled as he said, "There is no need for you to rush." After ensuring that Sakura and Sasuke had settled their feelings, Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you mentioned that as long as we obtained the bells before noon, we would pass, correct?" Kakashi, intrigued by Naruto's intentions, replied, "Indeed, that is correct." With a confident demeanor, Naruto responded, "Then it follows that our Team 7 has successfully accomplished your task, and thus we should all have passed, shouldn't we, Kakashi-sensei?" Seeing Naruto's confidence, Kakashi realized that Naruto had grasped the true purpose of the examination and, with a resigned expression, said, "Yes, you have all passed." Upon hearing Kakashi's response, both Sasuke and Sakura were left in a state of bewilderment. Sakura, filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, exclaimed, "What? We all passed? But how?" Naruto chuckled as he clarified for Sakura and Sasuke, "It's quite simple. There are only 2 bells, and the task was to obtain the bells to pass, and I got the bells and gave both to you and Sasuke. So now you both possess bells and can pass the examination as the one who originally acquired the bells. I have naturally passed as well. The actual purpose of this test was to assess our unity, our concern for one another, and whether we regard each other as comrades. At this point, Kakashi added, "Exactly. Had you not assisted one another during the bell retrieval, you would not have succeeded within the allotted time. Furthermore, if Naruto had not shared the bells with you, he would not have passed either. After receiving the bells from Naruto, you did not worry about him or demonstrate solidarity. You would also have failed." Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback. realizing that the examination's true nature was as such, and simultaneously felt relieved that they had not abandoned Naruto. Kakashi, looking earnestly at the trio before him, stated, "In the ninja world, those who cannot complete their missions are deemed worthless. Yet, those who disregard their comrades are even less than worthless. Therefore, remember, you are a collective, partners in this team, comrades with whom you can entrust your lives." After exchanging glances with one another, the three responded in unison, "We understand." Kakashi, feeling a sense of satisfaction, declared, "Very well, I hereby announce that Team 7 is officially established, and we shall commence missions starting tomorrow." The trio erupted into joyful cheers, while Kakashi looked on with a sense of pride that in a shadowy realm. The malevolent Naruto observed the unfolding events with disdain, scoffing, "Ugh, I detest this so-called friendship. Humanity is inherently ugly and selfish. How could one possibly entrust their life to mere companions? It is nothing but hypocrisy to that moment." The benevolent Naruto interjected, "How can you say that? The most precious aspects of humanity are familial bonds. Friendship and love, these are the most treasured emotions. How can you dismiss them as hypocritical?" The malevolent Naruto retorted with scorn, "You are the epitome of hypocrisy. Every time I hear your words, I feel nauseated." With that, the malevolent Naruto vanished. The benevolent Naruto, watching the departure of his darker counterpart, murmured, "It is precisely because of your nature that you are unlikable. He has sealed the channel to his heart, causing me to suffer as well." Then the voice of the malevolent Naruto echoed, "That is because he recognizes you as a deceitful being. Thus, he has sealed you as well." Unperturbed by this remark, the benevolent Naruto replied, "I am the embodiment of all his goodness, while you represent his darkness. Ultimately, we are the same. It is merely that I present a far more favorable impression. Moreover, I believe that soon he will reopen the channel to his heart. At that time, I advise you not to tempt him further, for he remains wary of both you and me. I would prefer not to be sealed again, reduced to something lesser than the Nine Tails." A cold snort echoed in the darkness, and silence ensued. The benevolent Naruto understood that his counterpart had absorbed his words and chose not to disturb him further, quietly wishing, "I hope you do not disappoint me, Naruto." With that, the benevolent Naruto also vanished. The following day, Naruto and his companions commenced their tasks under Kakashi's guidance. Sakura and Sasuke transitioned from eager anticipation to utter dejection, almost as if they had transformed into different individuals. Naruto, having anticipated that D-rank missions would merely involve mundane tasks such as weeding, finding lost items, or picking up litter, soon found himself overwhelmed. After over a month of monotonous tasks involving children, weeding, and cleaning the streets, anyone would be driven to madness. Naruto addressed Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, could we possibly take on a more advanced task? Even a C-rank mission would suffice. This endless boredom is driving us insane." Kakashi, closing the intimate paradise in his hands, looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura with curiosity, stating, "You wish to undertake a more challenging mission?" The three nodded vigorously. Kakashi, seeing their eager expressions, reluctantly replied, "Very well, but you must first complete today's task." Excited, the trio responded, "No problem. Leave it to us. Today's task will be completed swiftly." In Chapter 30. The Wave Country Mission, Sakura inquired curiously, "What is today's task, sensei?" Kakashi glanced at the mission scroll and replied, "Today, we are to catch a cat." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "All right, remember what you just said, sensei. Once we catch the cat, we'll request a higher-ranking mission." Kakashi chuckled, "That can be arranged, as long as you desire it. Now, let me describe the cat we need to catch." Having imparted the cat's appearance, he concluded, "Now, go find it. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can request a C-rank mission from the third Hokage." Naruto, brimming with confidence, declared, "No need for that. Just watch me." With that, and amidst the trio's bewilderment, he produced a kunai and tossed it skyward, forming a hand seal as he proclaimed, "Byakugan, activate." Subsequently, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in midair, granting him an aerial view of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi marveled, "What a clever little guy." Sasuke replied, "Indeed, only such a Naruto could be my rival. If he were not strong, he would not be worthy to contend with me." Kakashi, reflecting on Sasuke's potential, mused that he was also a source of anxiety. Being so young yet proficient with the three tomo and skilled in various fire techniques, he thought to himself, "With two such prodigies, the pressure on me as their teacher is immense." Kakashi sighed, feeling that teaching geniuses often lacked a sense of accomplishment and could even be disheartening. While Kakashi was lost in thought, Naruto returned, declaring, "I found it. I'll be right back." He dropped a kunai and vanished, only to reappear moments later, this time with a cat in hand. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the target of our mission? You caught it so quickly." Kakashi explained, "That is inevitable, Sakura. The Flying Thunder God technique is renowned for its speed. It was devised by the second Hokage, and aside from the deceased second and fourth Hokage, only Naruto has mastered it." After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sakura was even more astonished. "I knew Naruto could perform this technique since childhood, but I never imagined he could wield it so expertly. However, if it is so remarkable, why is Naruto the only one who can do it?" Kakashi replied, "I cannot say. If you wish to know, you should ask Naruto." After listening to Sakura and Kakashi's exchange, Naruto smiled. "It's really nothing special. My father taught me, and I just happened to learn it particularly difficult. As long as you can sense the spatial gaps, you can form spatial coordinates using your chakra." Sasuke coldly interjected, "Easier said than done. Just sensing the spatial gaps is not something an average person can achieve. Otherwise, I would have succeeded too." Naruto smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed that in truth, he had previously taught the Flying Thunder God technique to Sasuke and Hinata, but both had been unable to master it and ultimately gave up. Naruto awkwardly said, "All right, let us head to the third Hokage's office. I left the coordinates there." He then placed his hands on Sakura's and Kakashi's shoulders, while Sasuke cooperatively rested his hand on Naruto's shoulder. As Sakura pondered Naruto's words, she suddenly felt weightless and, in fear, closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were already outside the Hokage's building. Still in a daze, she heard Naruto say, "Sakura, let's go. We still need to submit our mission." Regaining her senses, Sakura hurried to catch up with the trio and asked, "Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? I never expected it to be so fast." "We returned to the Hokage's building in an instant." Naruto proudly replied, "Of course. That's why it's called the fastest space ninjutsu." 3 individuals arrived at the Hokage's office to submit their mission report. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a cat named Xiaohu, nestled in the arms of Lady Shirji-mei, the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The trio was momentarily rendered speechless. Sakura timidly remarked, "No wonder that cat wanted to escape." Naruto echoed her sentiments, stating, "Indeed, if I were that cat, I would flee as well." Sasuke remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. That moment, the third Hokage, observing the mission in his hands, began, "Then the next mission for Team 7 is..." Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted, "Hey, old man, wait a moment. Kakashi-sensei, please request a higher-ranked mission from the third." Kakashi, looking at Naruto with a hint of resignation, addressed the third Hokage, Lord Third, I would like to take on a C-rank mission." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Kakashi, do you wish to take them on a C-rank mission?" Kakashi replied, "Yes, Lord Third. I believe our team's strength warrants a more challenging task. D-rank missions would not effectively hone their skills." At this juncture, Irika, who was standing beside the third Hokage, nervously interjected, Kakashi-sensei, is it not a bit too early? They've only just graduated a little over a month ago. Might taking on a C-rank mission pose a danger?" Kakashi chuckled reassuringly at the anxious Irika. "It's all right, Irika-sensei. With me around, they will not face any peril." Hearing this, Irika realized his concerns were unfounded. With a jonin of Kakashi's caliber present, a C-rank mission truly posed little risk to his students. Irika sheepishly admitted, "I suppose I was overreacting. Thank you for taking care of them, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi responded with a light-hearted, "No trouble at all." The third Hokage, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke, pondered that indeed, a D-rank mission would not provide much in terms of training for them. Over the past few years, the progress made by Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata was evident to the third Hokage, who was fully aware of their capabilities. Naruto alone possessed strength rivaling that of an elite jonin. Had it not been for his lack of experience, he might have already surpassed the level of an average Kage. For Sasuke and Hinata, they too exhibited jonin-level strength. To C-rank missions, or even A-rank missions, would be merely a fitting challenge for them. Thus, the third Hokage announced, "Well then, I happen to have a C-rank mission available for you." He proceeded to retrieve the mission details, stating, "This task involves escorting an individual to the Land of Waves." Upon hearing Land of Waves, Naruto recalled a mission involving a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, a boy named Haku. He shrugged, thinking he would find out more once they arrived. Just as Naruto was deep in thought, A heavily intoxicated man stumbled into the room. The third Hokage addressed him. Mr. Tazuna, these three will be your escorts back to the land of waves. Tazuna, swaying slightly from drink, glanced at the three young ninjas and scoffed. What? Just a bunch of kids that is this really okay? Especially that short one. Looks like a fool. Naruto, about to laugh, suddenly realized he was the shortest and felt a surge of indignation. What a rude client. Particularly to call him short and foolish, such personal attacks. With a scowl, Naruto approached Tazuna from behind, brandishing a kunai at his neck, and declared, I wonder if we are qualified to protect Mr. Tazuna. Tazuna, startled, broke into a cold sweat. Kakashi, exasperated, remarked, Naruto, what are you doing? Killing the client would tarnish the village's reputation, and you would lose your ninja status. Naruto, with a grin, lowered the kunai. I know that, Kakashi-sensei, that I was merely demonstrating my strength, that wouldn't you agree? Mr. Tazuna, are we capable of protecting you now? Tazuna, realizing he had little choice, forced a chuckle. Haha, yes, I believe you will safely escort me to the land of waves. Everyone could see his laughter was strained. Kakashi, choosing not to dwell on it, confirmed, all right then, let us meet at the village gate tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, the trio departed, with Sasuke and Sakura heading home to inform their families and prepare supplies. Meanwhile, Naruto made his way to the Hyuga household, intending to speak with Hinata. Upon arriving, he encountered Hanabi. With a smile, Naruto greeted, Hanabi, are you going out? Hanabi regarded him with a playful glare. What are you doing here? You big idiot? Naruto felt a pang of disappointment. Ever since they had met, Hanabi had persistently called him a big idiot, and he couldn't fathom why. He replied, oh, just came to see Uncle Hisashi and you. Hanabi, how many times must I tell you? Stop calling me an idiot. I haven't done anything to you. Hanabi, with a haughty toss of her hair, retorted, I like it suits you. Big idiot. Every time you come here, it is just to look for my sister. You think I don't know? Naruto, feeling embarrassed, stammered, is it that obvious? Hanabi dismissively replied, what do you think? Naruto could only scratch his head awkwardly. Hanabi muttered under her breath. And he says he is not an idiot. He clearly is. In truth, Hanabi cared for Naruto deeply, having known him since childhood and considering him one of the few individuals she genuinely cared about due to his relationship with her sister. Yet, she would never admit it. With a feigned air of arrogance, she asked, so, what do you want? Naruto understood that beneath her aloof exterior, Hanabi was genuinely concerned for him. He smiled and said, oh, it's nothing much. Just heading out of the village for a mission. Might be gone for a few days. I wanted to say goodbye to your sister and check in on Uncle Hisashi and our little princess Hanabi. Upon hearing this, Hanabi's demeanor shifted. Her face flushed slightly as she feigned indifference. Who cares? You big idiot. My sister and father are in the living room. You can go in by yourself. With that, she hurriedly made her exit. Naruto called after her retreating figure, I'll bring back a gift. Hanabi scoffed, do as you please. I don't care. She quickened her pace, disappearing from Naruto's sight, shaking his head with a smile. He entered the house. Halfway in, he encountered Neji, who was diligently training. Neji, Naruto greeted cheerfully. There you are. Haven't seen you around lately. Neji turned to him, his expression cold. What do you want, you meddlesome fool? Naruto chuckled. Just came to check on Uncle Hisashi and Hinata. Neji said nothing further and resumed his training. Noting Neji's continued indifference, Naruto sighed, contemplating approaching him to say something. However, before he could take a step forward, Neji halted his training and walked toward the door. Clearly uninterested in conversing with Naruto, watching Neji's retreating form, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. Chapter 31. The mission continues. Naruto entered the hall and found Hinata and Hisashi enjoying tea. Hisashi greeted him coolly. You've arrived. Hinata softly called, Naruto-kun, you're here. Naruto respectfully addressed Hisashi. Good day, Uncle Hisashi. I'm heading out of the village tomorrow for a mission, so I wanted to say goodbye and also spend some time with Hinata. He flashed a smile at Hinata, who immediately blushed and lowered her gaze. Seeing Hinata's bashfulness, Naruto found himself captivated, his gaze fixed on her. Hisashi, noticing their behavior, cleared his throat, prompting both to snap back to reality. Hisashi remarked, oh, so you're going on a mission. I recall you just graduated not long ago. You should be doing D-rank missions in the village. Naruto responded confidently, yes, but D-rank missions are meant to develop teamwork. However, Sasuke and I have trained and fought together since childhood, so our synergy is excellent. As for Sakura, she can be gradually brought up to speed. Besides, D-rank missions offer little challenge for Sasuke and me. So I asked Kakashi-sensei to help us secure a more advanced task. That way, we can gain more experience. Hisashi, aware of Naruto's abilities, nodded. That makes sense. It will be beneficial for your growth. Hinata, concerned, asked, Naruto-kun, won't that be dangerous? Naruto smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Hinata. Besides, if I don't strive to become stronger, how can I protect you? Hinata, hearing this, felt a rush of warmth and lowered her head shyly, her heart fluttering. Hisashi, pleased by Naruto's words, added, indeed, young people should focus on enhancing their strength. This way, they can protect those they wish to safeguard. Hinata, there is no need for you to worry. Given Naruto's strength, how could you possibly fear for his safety? Hinata was aware that her concerns were excessive, as it was inconceivable that anything could happen to Naruto-kun. Thus, upon being questioned by Hisashi, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Hisashi, understanding his daughter's disposition, refrained from further commentary and simply turned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, while you are merely dating Hinata at present, I can discern your sincere desire to be with her. Therefore, I do not regard you as an outsider. Take this. Hisashi produced an envelope from his attire and handed it to Naruto. Curiously, Naruto inquired, Uncle Hisashi, what is this? Hisashi replied nonchalantly, it is merely some cached AS members of the Hyuga clan. We cannot allow our team leader to bear expenses alone. Do not decline. Since you are with Hinata, you are, in a sense, my child as well. Although Naruto initially intended to refuse, Hisashi's words left him no choice but to accept it. He expressed his gratitude politely, saying, I understand. Thank you. Hisashi waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, you two go have fun. Just remember not to stay out too late. Naruto responded, we will be careful, and with that, he and Hinata ventured out together as they walked along the streets of Konoha. Naruto remarked, by the way, Hinata, when I came to find you earlier, I ran into Neji. That guy hasn't changed a bit. Hinata, a touch melancholic, replied, yes, it seems like brother Neji is growing more distant that I worry about him. But I don't know how to comfort him. Noticing Hinata's sorrowful demeanor, Naruto offered words of solace. It's all right. I've finally figured out how to break the seal of the caged bird. That is why he has become increasingly aloof. I believe that once we lift the seal, he will return to his former self. Moreover, over the past few years, Uncle Hisashi has finally gained control over the Hyuga family's powers that I trust that the old geezers of the Hyuga clan would not dare oppose him any longer. Even if they resist, they won't be able to cause any significant trouble. So, you need not fret. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, really? Naruto-kun, can you truly break the caged bird seal? With pride. Naruto replied, of course. After all, you must not forget who your future husband is. How could I possibly be bested by something as trivial as a caged bird? Upon hearing Naruto refer to himself as her future husband, Hinata's face turned a deep shade of pink, and she shyly lowered her head. Naruto, captivated by Hinata's bashful demeanor, was momentarily entranced. He guided her to sit beneath a tree, wrapping his arms around her as he said, Hinata, you are simply too adorable. I can never seem to get enough of you. The thought of not seeing you for several days makes me quite sad. With her head lowered and cheeks flushed, Hinata replied in a whisper, I feel the same way. However, Naruto still heard her and gently lifted her chin, encouraging her to meet his gaze. In that moment, both Naruto and Hinata saw a profound affection reflected in each other's eyes. Finally, Naruto leaned down and kissed Hinata, who closed her eyes in response to his fervent affection. The setting sun of Konoha bathed them in golden light, casting a long shadow of the young couple entwined in their embrace. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the designated gathering place at the village entrance, his spirits high as he exclaimed, all right, let's set off towards the land of waves. Sasuke, bemused, remarked, Naruto, you seem exceptionally cheerful today. I've never seen you this excited before. Sakura chimed in, yes, Naruto, what has brought you such joy? With a silly grin, Naruto replied, oh, it's nothing, really, just the thrill of leaving the village for the first time. Though Sasuke remained skeptical, he chose not to voice his doubts. Kakashi led the group forward, and as they passed a puddle, Naruto's instincts kicked in, realizing that the water had been altered using a transformation technique. Noticing Kakashi's lack of action, he remained discreet. He glanced at Sasuke, who was observing him, clearly having noticed the same thing. After acknowledging Sasuke with a nod, Both returned to their usual demeanor. Kakashi purposely lagged behind, and as he traversed the puddle, two ninjas armed with gauntlets and sharp chains leapt out, swiftly dismembering Kakashi and stating, "First one," they then turned their chains towards Naruto, declaring, "Second one." Sakura, startled by the sudden turn of events, froze. But Naruto and Sasuke were far from paralyzed as the attackers charged at Naruto. He vanished from sight, reappearing behind one of them, while Sasuke did the same with the other. In unison, they delivered powerful blows to the two ninjas, sending them crashing away, realizing they could not defeat Naruto and Sasuke. The two ninjas made a beeline for Dazna. Sakura, still in shock, was unable to move. Just as Naruto and Sasuke prepared to intervene, the two ninjas were sent flying back at an even greater speed. Accompanied by the dismembered Kakashi, Sakura exclaimed in surprise, "Kakashi-sensei, so you are alive. I thought you had perished." Naruto added, "Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to continue pretending to be dead? Sasuke and I were preparing for your funeral." Kakashi, whose earlier good mood had soured, gazed at Naruto with a hint of resentment, saying, "Naruto, you seem rather disappointed that I am not dead." Naruto responded with a nonchalant tone, "A teacher who worries his adorable students is better off dead." Kakashi sighed, "But I arrived just in time, didn't I? Besides, with you two around, I could afford to stay hidden without any concerns." "Naruto, you are being too gentle with Sakura. That is not wise." Naruto, at a loss for words, conceded, "Fine, I admit you have a point. However, Sakura is still a girl. It might be better for her to remain oblivious to the harsh realities of this world for a little while longer." Kakashi, reflecting on Naruto's words, thought to himself how truly kind-hearted he was. Sakura, having overheard their conversation, expressed her gratitude to Naruto, saying, "I'm fine, Naruto, that I actually know what is going on. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to it at the moment. I will adapt quickly." With that, she raised her fist, as if to encourage herself. Naruto smiled and replied, "All right then, I believe you can do it." That moment, Kakashi turned to Dazna and said, "Mr. Dazna, I believe you owe us an explanation." Dazna, feeling guilty under Kakashi's scrutinizing gaze, stammered, "Uchiha." Kakashi continued, "C-rank missions do not involve ninjas. At most, they involve some thieves. The presence of ninjas indicates this is a B-rank mission or higher. Earlier concealment was meant to ascertain their target. Clearly, their aim was you, which means this task is of a higher difficulty than you disclosed. We have the right to terminate this mission." Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, Dazna reluctantly confessed, "Do you know the Land of Waves? It is an island nation controlled by that unscrupulous merchant, Gad. The country is so impoverished that I cannot afford the fees for a high-level mission. He controls all the ports, and I am the only one capable of constructing an international bridge, which would restore hope to the Land of Waves. He fears that I will build the bridge, as it threatens his power that if you do not protect me, Gat will kill me. So I hope you will continue to safeguard me and allow me to build the bridge. Of course, the choice is yours. Whatever you decide is acceptable." After hearing Dazna's explanation, Kakashi turned to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, stating, "You may decide whether to continue or terminate this mission." Naruto and Sasuke fell silent, while Sakura, anxious, urged, "Sasuke, Naruto, let's terminate the mission. A B-rank mission seems a bit too much for us." Naruto smiled at Sakura and said, "I believe we should proceed with our task. After all, we have already accepted it, and we should see it through to completion, shouldn't we?" Sakura, still a bit apprehensive, protested, But, we have the right to terminate this mission." Sasuke then coldly declared, "I also choose to continue the mission." Sakura, taken aback, exclaimed, "Even you, Sasuke?" Naruto smiled reassuringly at Sakura, "I know you're a bit scared, but Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, and I will protect you. Besides, it would be a shame to give up on a high-level mission after coming this far. And I still promised Hinata and Hanabi that I would bring back gifts, so I cannot abandon this." Seeing that both Sasuke and Naruto were determined to complete the mission, Sakura reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "All right then." With Sakura's agreement, Naruto excitedly turned to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, let us continue with the mission." Kakashi, pleased that they had not been deterred by the increased difficulty, smiled and said, "Very well, Team 7. The mission continues." After the announcement, Kakashi smiled and reassured Sakura, saying, "Sakura, do not worry. Your teacher will protect you." Chapter 32. The battle against Zabuza. Upon deciding to continue with their mission, Naruto approached one of the enemies with a kunai in hand and swiftly ended his life. Sakura and Tazuna gasped in shock. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Kakashi then remarked, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto, puzzled, responded, Kakashi-sensei, is something wrong? Aren't we supposed to eliminate those who hinder our mission? Kakashi, slightly taken aback by Naruto's calm demeanor as he spoke such words, replied, that is indeed correct, but I would prefer if you could delay your exposure to such brutality for a while longer. Naruto chuckled. Just now, you mentioned I was too gentle with Sakura, and now you're saying this. I truly wonder what you're thinking. Kakashi felt a pang of frustration at Naruto's words, thinking to himself that he was quite the insufferable fellow. Ignoring Kakashi further, Naruto moved towards another enemy, ready to strike. When Sasuke interjected, Naruto, let me handle this one. Naruto turned to Sasuke and remarked, oh, right, you haven't killed anyone yet, have you? Fine, this one's yours. He then handed the kunai to Sasuke. Sasuke approached the enemy, brandishing the kunai and swiftly targeting the man's throat, causing blood to splatter onto Sasuke. Observing Sasuke drenched in blood, yet steady and unshaken, Naruto remarked with satisfaction, Sasuke, your angle for the kill was off. However, considering it's your first time, achieving such steadiness is commendable. With more practice, you'll learn to avoid getting splattered. Sasuke, glancing at the blood on himself and at the clean Naruto, frowned and replied, I will at this moment. Kakashi, too, furrowed his brow and asked, Naruto, while your technique is impressive, could you enlighten me on how you executed such a flawless killing motion? Naruto's killing technique was so precise that it seemed as if he had taken many lives before. Yet Kakashi knew that Naruto had never left the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, he was genuinely curious about how he had accomplished this. Naruto explained, it's nothing really. My partner within me has shown me numerous instances of slaughter in the ninja world and allowed me to feel his murderous intent. Not just me, but Sasuke and Hinata often experience this as well. It becomes second nature after witnessing enough of it. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who nodded in affirmation, and he finally understood that Naruto had allowed the Nine Tails to use Jinjutsu to give them an early glimpse into the harsh realities of the ninja world. With this understanding, Kakashi relaxed and said, then let us proceed. At that moment, Tazuna regained his composure and said, I know of a hidden path that can lead us to the land of waves more swiftly. One that is not known to most. Kakashi smiled and replied, then we would greatly appreciate your guidance. Tazuna responded, no need for thanks. You are here to protect me, so please follow me. The seventh squad continued their journey towards the land of waves. Upon reaching the border of the land of waves, Tazuna led the group along a narrow path, hoping to evade enemy pursuit and safely enter the country. Just as they were nearing the land of waves, Naruto suddenly hurled a kunai towards the shore, startling Sakura, who exclaimed, Naruto, what's wrong? The group turned to the shore and saw a rabbit, which relieved everyone. Sakura, displeased, said, Naruto, don't scare us like that. You might give someone a heart attack. Just as Sakura finished her sentence, Kakashi, sensing danger, said, wait, that's a snow rabbit. There shouldn't be any snow rabbits in the land of waves. Be careful. Kakashi quickly pushed Sakura's head down. Naruto and Sasuke, along with Tazuna, also dove to the shore. A massive blade flew past their small boat, and had Kakashi not acted swiftly to push Sakura down, she would have been decapitated. Sakura, witnessing the blade crash into a large tree, nervously remarked, that was close. I almost died. At that moment, a figure appeared atop the large blade. Upon seeing Kakashi, the figure said, the copy ninja Kakashi. Your name precedes you. I have heard of the legendary ninja from the Hidden Leaf who has copied over 1,000 techniques with his Sharingan. No wonder the demon brothers failed. Kakashi, recognizing the figure, replied, oh, so it is the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, who once attempted to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Water in a coup. Zabuza looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, I have no desire to be your enemy. I wonder if you could hand over the old man behind you. Kakashi lazily responded, that's not possible. He is the target we are to protect in this mission, so I must respectfully decline. Zabuza, feeling frustrated, said, that is rather unfortunate, as he is also my target. So Zabuza began to form hand seals, declaring, hidden mist technique. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the water's surface. In the midst of the fog, Sakura anxiously inquired, Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Why has such a dense fog suddenly appeared? Kakashi explained, this is Zabuza's signature technique, the silent killing technique. Zabuza's voice echoed, neck, heart, liver, where shall you begin? Suddenly, Kakashi leaped with Tazuna and Sakura to the shore, joining Naruto and Sasuke, while their boat had been cleaved in two by Zabuza's blade. Seeing Kakashi protect Tazuna and Sakura on the shore, Zabuza chose not to pursue, but instead unleashed a formidable killing intent that enveloped Kakashi and his team. Under the weight of Zabuza's killing intent, Sakura trembled in fear. Noticing her shivering, Kakashi released his own killing intent in opposition to Zabuza's, which immediately steadied Sakura. With a gentle smile, Kakashi patted Sakura's head, saying, "Sakura, there is no need to be afraid. I will protect you." After speaking, he turned to Naruto and Sasuke, continuing, "Sasuke, Naruto, you will protect Tazuna, and I shall deal with Zabuza." Naruto grinned. "Do you not need our assistance?" Kakashi replied, "Just ensure Tazuna's safety." Naruto shrugged. "Very well." Sasuke, with a cold demeanor, remained silent, but Naruto sensed his eagerness to confront Zabuza. Naruto himself desired the same, but knew Kakashi would not permit it. With a smile, Naruto said to Sasuke, "Let Kakashi-sensei handle it." Sasuke nodded in agreement, responding, "All right then." Naruto and Sasuke stood protectively alongside Sakura and Tazuna. Given Kakashi's prowess, defeating Zabuza should have been a simple task. However, he grew careless and found himself ensnared in Zabuza's water prison. Kakashi, frustrated by his oversight, lamented, "I was too careless." Zabuza laughed heartily. "It seems the legendary copy ninja Kakashi is not all that impressive after all." Seeing Zabuza's arrogance, Kakashi sighed and said, "Zabuza, do you truly believe you have one?" Zabuza, perplexed, asked, "Can you escape?" Kakashi replied, "I may not be able to escape right now, but have you forgotten? I am not alone." Zabuza, confused, glanced at Naruto, then burst into laughter. "Kakashi, do you really think these mere children can rescue you?" Ha, ha, ha. Kakashi scoffed. "Do not underestimate the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf." Sasuke, Naruto, it is your turn now. Naruto exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect to get my chance. This is fantastic. Leave it to me." Sasuke interjected, "No, it should be entrusted to me." "You, big idiot, stay out of this." Zabuza watched the two squabble, chuckling. "Heh, children, do you think graduating from the Ninja Academy makes you a true ninja? I will show you just how brutal this profession can be." With that, he created a water clone, preparing to eliminate both Sasuke and Naruto. However, as he charged towards them, he realized that they did not regard him as a threat and continued to bicker over who would take him on. Infuriated, Zabuza declared, "I will tear you both apart." With that, he swiftly swung his blade towards Naruto. Naruto launched a kunai at Zabuza's original form, gathering chakra into a Rasengan in his palm. Zabuza's clone, recognizing the danger of Naruto's Rasengan, knew it was too late to halt his attack and swung his blade down towards Naruto. Evading the kunai, Zabuza's blade descended towards Naruto's head. He suddenly vanished, leaving Zabuza's clone momentarily stunned. But Sasuke was not caught off guard. Naruto threw the kunai. Sasuke had already completed his hand seals. In the fleeting moment, when Zabuza's clone was momentarily taken aback, Sasuke seized the opportunity to launch an attack. First, he employed the Sharingan to cast an illusion, followed by an explosive fireball that obliterated Zabuza's clone. Meanwhile, Naruto, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared behind Zabuza's real form, which had evaded the assault, and struck fiercely with a Rasengan against Zabuza's shoulder, sending him crashing away and rescuing Kakashi. Naruto remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be in such a predicament." Kakashi replied with a hint of resignation. "I was a bit careless." Naruto continued, "Should I take care of him?" Kakashi, maintaining his dignity, firmly declined. "No, I will handle this myself." Zabuza, having regained his footing, approached Naruto and Kakashi, expressing his curiosity. "That little brat just used the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, didn't he? I never expected to witness such legendary ninjutsu. This journey has truly been worthwhile. And that boy must be from the Uchiha clan, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses." Kakashi responded, "Indeed, Zabuza, this time I will not be careless." Naruto, aware of the situation, moved to Sasuke's side, observing the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. This time, Kakashi was resolute, fully utilizing the replicative capabilities of the Sharingan to copy Zabuza's every jutsu and movement. Just as Kakashi prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Zabuza, a young boy appeared and struck Zabuza down with a barrage of shuriken. It was revealed that he was a member of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village, who subsequently took Zabuza's body away. Naruto vaguely recalled that this boy was a comrade of Zabuza. However, as Kakashi had exhausted his chakra and succumbed to unconsciousness, Naruto did not contest the boy's actions, reasoning that Zabuza was not a significant threat. Furthermore, Naruto's memories suggested that Zabuza was not inherently malevolent, so he dismissed the matter. Guided by Tazuna, they carried Kakashi to Tazuna's home. Chapter 23. Individual Training Inside Tazuna's Dwelling. Kakashi struggled to open his eyes, murmuring, "Where is this?" I remember arriving at Tazuna's home at that moment. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, inquired, "Kakashi-san, are you all right?" Kakashi responded, "Well, I might be unable to move for a few days. Soon." Everyone entered the room. Sakura asked, "Kakashi-sensei, how are you? Are you okay?" Kakashi forced a smile. "It seems I've overexerted my Sharingan. I may be immobile for a week." Sakura lamented, "Honestly, the Sharingan is impressive, but the side effects are indeed severe." Naruto interjected, "Hee, that's because Kakashi-sensei isn't from the Uchiha clan. Thus, using the Sharingan costs him much more, both in chakra and physical strain." Sakura curiously asked, "Is that so?" Naruto replied, "What do you think?" Sakura pondered, "But Naruto, you also have the Sharingan. How come we don't see you struggling like Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto proudly declared, "That's because I belong to the Uzumaki clan. Our lineage grants us remarkable physical resilience, and my Sharingan is inherently mine. Unlike Kakashi-sensei's." Sakura looked at Kakashi and asked, "Is that true, sensei?" Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, my Sharingan was bestowed upon me by my most cherished companion." Sakura, enlightened, responded, "I see that moment." Tazuna remarked, "However, being able to defeat such a formidable ninja must be worth it. Right?" Kakashi reflected with a hint of nostalgia. "Zabuza Momochi. Huh? He might not be dead yet." Sakura gasped, "What? Kakashi-sensei, are you saying Zabuza is still alive?" Sasuke, equally astonished, exclaimed, "How is that possible? We clearly confirmed he had no pulse or breath." Kakashi recalled, the boy who took Zabuza's body indeed wore the mask of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village. However, Umbu typically only need to retrieve the head. The fact that he took the entire body indicates that Zabuza is likely still alive, and that Umbu is his ally. Sakura, concerned, asked, "What should we do, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi assured her, "Don't worry, Sakura. Even if Zabuza is alive, I trust he is gravely injured. Therefore, during my recovery, I intend to train you all to enhance your strength." Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of excitement at Kakashi's words. Just then, a child entered the room, capturing everyone's attention. The child proclaimed, "Mommy, they will die. Anyone who opposes Kato will die." Tsunami scolded, "Inari, that's very rude. They are the ninjas protecting your grandfather. Thanks to them, he returned home safely." Tazuna apologized, "I'm sorry. The child doesn't understand." Naruto and the others chose not to engage with Inari, following Kakashi into the woods. Kakashi initially intended to teach Naruto and the others how to control chakra by climbing trees, but after witnessing Naruto and Sasuke effortlessly reach the treetops and walk on water, he felt a sense of defeat. Sighing, he asked, "Well then, what do you wish to learn?" Recalling Sasuke's lightning release and Sakura's immense strength, Naruto suggested, "Kakashi-sensei, do you have any powerful lightning release techniques to share?" Kakashi replied, "I do have a rather formidable jutsu. But Naruto, I've seen your profile. You seem to be a wind release user, so why would you want lightning release?" Naruto grinned, "True, I am a wind release user, but Sasuke is lightning release. You could teach him. And besides, Sasuke's mastery of the Sharingan surpasses mine. You could share your insights on using the Sharingan with him." Sasuke felt touched by Naruto's words, yet his pride prevented him from accepting such help. He retorted, "You don't need to meddle in my affairs, you fool." Naruto laughed, "Sasuke, I'm not saying this for you. I'm saying it for our team. If you grow stronger, our chances of completing missions successfully will increase." Sasuke was about to retort, but Naruto interjected, "Besides, I haven't even fully developed my Rasengan yet, so there's no need for you to feel embarrassed. Let us do this. Kakashi-sensei, I leave Sasuke in your hands." Kakashi agreed. "That's fine. Let us proceed as Naruto suggested." Then Naruto turned to Sakura, saying, "As for you, Sakura, with your strong control, why not concentrate chakra in your fists? I believe your punches would become incredibly powerful." He recalled that this was advice from the perverted sage during their training, who mentioned that one of his comrades could unleash tremendous strength by precisely concentrating chakra in their fists. Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Naruto, are you referring to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? Naruto confirmed. Yes, the perverted sage is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi nodded. Then Sakura, you should follow Naruto's advice for your training. Sakura responded excitedly. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi then turned to Naruto. So, Naruto, what do you plan to train in? Naruto contemplated. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I initially wanted to work on chakra nature transformation, but it seems a bit early for that. So I plan to focus on enhancing my understanding and application of the Byakugan and Sharingan, as my proficiency with them is quite lacking. Kakashi asked with concern, do you need my guidance? Naruto smiled. No, Kakashi-sensei, please focus on teaching Sasuke. I can manage on my own. Kakashi did not press further, simply stating, all right then, feel free to ask me if you encounter any difficulties. After nodding, Kakashi addressed Sasuke. Now, Sasuke, let us proceed. Sasuke said nothing but nodded in agreement, following Kakashi. After watching Kakashi and Sasuke depart, Naruto turned to Sakura. Well then, Sakura, I'm off. Take care of yourself. Sakura nodded affirmatively. Okay. Naruto swiftly executed a body flicker technique and departed. After his departure, Sakura attempted to gather her chakra into her fist, forming the requisite hand seals. However, as soon as the chakra coalesced, it dissipated almost instantaneously. Furrowing her brow, Sakura remarked, it appears that mastering this technique is not as straightforward as I had hoped. I must enhance my control over chakra. With a renewed sense of determination, she smiled and continued her efforts, confidently stating, I want to always be a burden to Sasuke and Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Kakashi ascended a mountain, where Kakashi addressed Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, what I am about to teach you requires you to first increase your speed by 5 or 6 times. The technique I have developed, based on the insights of the Sharingan and the speed conferred by lightning-style chakra, demands that your body can endure the ferocity of lightning. Sasuke inquired nonchalantly, how do I achieve that? Kakashi replied, begin by infusing your body with lightning-style chakra to stimulate it. This will enhance your speed. He proceeded to explain the hand seals and methods for integrating lightning chakra into the body. Kakashi anticipated that it would take at least 3 days for Sasuke to grasp the basics. To his astonishment, Sasuke learned it instantaneously, leaving Kakashi bewildered. Kakashi queried, Sasuke, how on earth did you manage that? Typically, it takes 4 to 5 days to learn to walk, even for a genius. Reflecting on Kakashi's words, Sasuke recalled Naruto's advice about approaching natural chakra. He remembered Naruto cautioning him and Hinata against recklessly using natural chakra in combat due to its inherent dangers, which could turn them to stone with a single misstep. He planned to teach them only after mastering its use himself, but he realized that while he could not utilize it for combat, he could use it for body enhancement, significantly expediting his learning of ninjutsu without the risk of backlash. Most importantly, it would promote longevity and facilitate healing. With this in mind, Sasuke responded, perhaps it is because I have been using natural chakra for body enhancement alongside Naruto and Hinata since childhood. Kakashi was genuinely taken aback that he gulped and said, you mean to say that you have been using natural chakra for body enhancement since you were young? Sasuke nodded affirmatively. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Do you not realize how perilous that is? You could easily meet your demise. Sasuke nodded once more, replying, I am aware. Naruto has mentioned the risks involved, yet we succeeded, did we not? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words and could only exclaim, I truly cannot discern whether you little ones are geniuses or lunatics. Very well, since that is the case, I shall now teach you Raikiri. This technique, which I developed, is an A-rank ninjutsu on par with Naruto's Rasengan, and I hope you will continue to refine it. Its ultimate form is an S-rank ninjutsu. Hearing that the final form of the technique was S-rank excited Sasuke, who resolved to master it. Thinking to himself, Naruto, I will not squander your goodwill, nor will I be outdone by you. After parting ways with Sakura, Naruto ventured deeper into the forest. He mused aloud, it is time to unlock the power of the Sharingan. Developing the Byakugan is considerably more challenging. Enhancing my Sharingan abilities will allow me to increase my strength rapidly in a short span of time, and I am now merely lacking my father's spirit. Now is the moment. At that instant, the Nine Tails within him interjected, Naruto, are you planning to unlock the power of the Sharingan? Naruto realized that the Nine Tails had overheard his musings that he chuckled and replied, indeed, Kurama, do you have any good suggestions? The Nine Tails responded, although I despise the Sharingan, My aversion grants me insight. To amplify its power, one requires potent negative emotions to stimulate its evolution. After pondering for a moment, Naruto replied, "Emotions, you say? I believe I know what to do." The Ninetales queried, "What is your plan?" Naruto grinned, "I will release my other two personas from their mental seals. Only by doing so can my emotions be complete, allowing me to evolve into the Rinnegan more swiftly." The Ninetales expressed surprise, saying, "You intend to unleash your other two personalities? Do you realize how perilous that is? You could risk becoming a demon." Naruto replied confidently, "I understand the risks. I may lose control. But you will be there to assist me." Touched by Naruto's words, the Ninetales laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall join you in this risk. After all, we are partners." Naruto, feeling grateful, said, "Thank you, Kurama. It is an honor to know you." The Ninetales responded, "Naruto, the honor is mine as well." Chapter 34. Unsealing the Mind. Upon unsealing his mind, Naruto's consciousness entered the inner sanctum of his psyche. He found himself alone in the dark space. Addressing the void with irritation, "Are you two going to ignore my presence and remain hidden?" "Oh, do not be so upset. It is not every day you decide to let us out. So how could we possibly disregard you?" The benevolent Naruto replied innocently. Noticing only one persona present, Naruto asked, "Where is the other?" "I am right here." The dark Naruto materialized behind him. Naruto regarded the two with seriousness. "I have decided to release you. But under certain conditions." The dark Naruto coolly responded, "What conditions? Speak." The benevolent Naruto interjected, "You should not always be so cold. You ought to be grateful that he is willing to let us out." He then turned to Naruto with a smile. "Say, we will certainly assist you with anything within our power." Naruto stated, "I wish to evolve into the Rinnegan as swiftly as possible. What solutions do you propose?" The dark Naruto replied coldly, "It is quite simple. You must kill either Sasuke or Hinata to achieve that evolution." Naruto exploded with anger. "What did you just say? Do you want me to seal you away again?" "Do not take it so harshly. He merely mentioned the quickest method. There is another way to evolve into the Rinnegan, but it will take considerably longer." The benevolent Naruto quickly clarified. Confused, Naruto asked, "What is that method?" "Speak slowly. I have time." The benevolent Naruto smiled. "The method involves opening the channels between chakra and your eyes. The original flow passes through the brain before reaching the eyes, which reduces the strain and damage to your eyes, but also hinders their evolution. However, if you can connect the channels from your eyes directly to your chakra core, you can allow chakra to affect your eyes directly, facilitating the evolution into the Rinnegan. You will not need to harm those you care about." "What do you think of this method?" Naruto responded, "The method is indeed commendable, but how do I execute it?" The benevolent Naruto replied, "It is quite simple. Each time you experience a significant emotional upheaval, express it through your eyes. He and I will guide your emotions to open the channels, and eventually, the channels will naturally be unblocked. However, this method will be slower, and you will not evolve directly into the Rinnegan. Instead, you will first achieve the Manjiki Sharingan before progressing to the Rinnegan, which will take considerable time. If you follow his suggestion, you can evolve directly into the Rinnegan, akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Now, how will you choose?" Without hesitation, Naruto declared, "I choose the first option. Though it may be slower, I can accept it." The benevolent Naruto chuckled. "Choosing the first option is acceptable. You can always resurrect them later, right?" "No. While resurrection is possible, the conditions are excessively stringent that a single misstep could lead to failure, and even if successful, it would inflict psychological harm on them. Such damage is far more devastating." The benevolent Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "The choice is yours. The power resides with you. For now, he and I will initiate a surge of your accumulated emotions towards your eye channels." Naruto was taken aback. "You mean my emotions from this period are still preserved?" The benevolent Naruto grinned widely. "Of course. While most individuals lose their emotions over time, you are different. You possess us both. I embody good, positive emotions, while he represents hate and negativity. All the emotions you experience are retained and managed by us. This is also your assurance that you can awaken the Rinnegan using this method, something that is utterly impossible for others." After listening, Naruto nodded and said, "Then please proceed." The kind-hearted individual smiled and added, "Let me give you a heads up. The emotional upheavals affecting your chakra points may inflict some pain and emotional fluctuations. You must endure it." Naruto, unfazed, retorted, "All right, just get on with it, and spare me the chatter." Once Naruto's spirit returned to his body, The Ninetales inquired. How did it go? Were you successful? Naruto nodded and replied. Yes, they have agreed to assist me. The Ninetales sighed in relief and said, That's good. Suddenly, Naruto clutched his head and let out a loud, anguished scream. The Ninetales, concerned, asked, Naruto, what is wrong? Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, Naruto responded, It's nothing, just a bit painful. What on earth is happening? The Ninetales questioned anxiously that Naruto's body was convulsing, drenched in cold sweat, rendering him unable to respond. He inwardly cursed that cunning individual and all of his female relatives. Ultimately, Naruto could no longer bear it and fainted in that fleeting moment of unconsciousness. His heart brimmed with happiness, realizing that he had never known that fainting could also be a form of bliss. Time passed, and when Naruto awoke, he found himself gazing at a remarkably beautiful person. Upon noticing Naruto was awake, the individual smiled and asked, Little brother, why are you sleeping here? Naruto shook his head and replied, I don't know. Perhaps I was just too exhausted from training. By the way, I am Uzumaki Naruto. The person smiled and said, Naruto? Huh. Nice to meet you. I am Mizuki-bai. Naruto chuckled, Mizuki-bai, can I call you sister-bai? Bai laughed, sure, but it's not sister, it's brother. I am male. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. You are so beautiful. Yet you are a man. The world is truly wondrous. Simultaneously, Naruto thought to himself, I never expected Bai to actually be a man. But how can he look so feminine? Bai then asked, Naruto, are you a ninja? Naruto gestured to the forehead protector on his arm and replied, Yes, I am a ninja from Konoha. Bai inquired with curiosity. Then why are you training so diligently? Naruto smiled and responded, Because I want to protect many people. It is essential to possess great strength. Bai smiled and said, Indeed, Naruto, in order to protect those you cherish. Your strength will continue to grow, so do not forget this initial intention. I believe in you, Naruto. You will become very powerful. Naruto nodded with a smile and said, I will, brother Bai. Bai then announced, All right, Naruto, I must take my leave. Naruto cheerfully replied, Goodbye, brother Bai. After saying so, Naruto stood up and helped Bai, who had been crouching, to his feet. Unbeknownst to Bai, Naruto left a mark of the flying thunder god on him. I shall take my leave now. Naruto, Bai said as he picked up a basket of medicine and walked away, inadvertently brushing past Sasuke, who had come searching for Naruto. Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling as if he had seen this person before but could not recall where. Approaching Naruto, he asked, Naruto, who was that person just now? Naruto chuckled. Oh, his name is Mizuki-bai. I just met him. What brings you here? Sasuke replied. I came to check if this big idiot was dead yet. It's been 2 days, and you didn't even think to return. Upon hearing that 2 days had passed, Naruto felt momentarily speechless, internally shouting, You bastard, stop pretending to be dead and come out. I promise I won't kill you. You scoundrel, the kind-hearted Naruto laughed and said, What is this? Why are you so angry? If I'm a scoundrel, then what are you? Naruto retorted, You jerk. I fainted for 2 days, and you tell me it was just a bit painful. Is this what you call a bit of pain? You deceived me. You scoundrel. The kind-hearted Naruto apologized with a smile. I didn't know. At the time, I didn't think much of it. That I just poured all your accumulated emotions into the process. However, the results are quite evident. Your Sharingan and mental strength have both seen significant improvement. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt the changes in himself. Indeed, the flow of chakra felt swifter, and he sensed that activating the Sharingan was now more rapid and fluid. Though he was still angry, he could only helplessly say, Be more careful next time. The kind-hearted Naruto replied with a chuckle, I will. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's daze, asked, What's wrong, you big idiot? Are you all right? Naruto snapped back to reality and said, Oh, I'm fine. Let's go back. I'm hungry. Sasuke, puzzled, asked, You haven't eaten anything in 2 days, have you? Naruto replied with a grin, Of course not. Besides, I have military rations. With that, he headed toward Tazuna's house, and Sasuke followed without further questioning. Upon returning to Tazuna's home, after finishing their meal, Kakashi remarked with a smile, Naruto, training is crucial, but you must also remember to rest. Naruto, resting his chin on the table, chuckled, Heh, Kakashi-sensei, you sound like an old man nagging. At that moment, Tazuna interjected, Thank you all. I intentionally fabricated the difficulty of the mission. So why are you still helping me? Kakashi replied with a smile. To act heroically is to demonstrate that a strong leader is surrounded by capable subordinates. This is the teaching of the previous Hokage. Suddenly, Inari stood up, tears streaming down his face, and asked, "Why?" Naruto, puzzled, looked up and said, "What?" Inari slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed, "Why must we strive so hard only to reach this point? No matter how much we try or how eloquently we speak, we cannot possibly defeat Kato's subordinates. In the face of true strength, the weak are only destined to be defeated." Naruto, growing impatient, replied, "You're so tedious. You and I are different." Inari, even more enraged, retorted, "Shut up. Just seeing you makes me angry. You don't understand this country at all, and yet you flaunt yourself, speaking so grandiosely. You have no idea what suffering is." "I am nothing like you," Naruto coldly replied. "So you should always consider yourself the tragic protagonist, crying and whining every day? Someone like you should just keep on weeping. You crybaby." With that, Naruto glared at Inari with his beast-like eyes. Sakura, standing nearby, admonished, "Naruto, that's too harsh." Naruto remained silent, shoving his hands into his pockets and walking out coldly. Chapter 35. The battle on the bridge. Lying on his bed, Naruto contemplated Inari's situation, realizing that even if they helped this country overcome its current crisis, it would not change the overall circumstances, as the people of this nation lack the resolve for self-improvement. This troubled Naruto greatly. At that moment, the dark side of Naruto remarked, "Since the people of this country are beyond saving, why are you still fretting? Complete the mission and return to the village. After all, they lack the confidence to change their own future." The kind-hearted Naruto shot back, "You can't say that. If we don't attempt to change them, how can we know they cannot change?" The dark side responded, "Regardless, I have little faith in such people. Do not forget that I am the embodiment of humanity's darker side, and I know all too well how difficult it is for such individuals to change." The kind-hearted Naruto chuckled, "It's merely difficult, but not entirely hopeless. It's better to try. Naruto, we cannot abandon them." Just then, Naruto interjected, "All right, both of you, be quiet. I'm getting quite annoyed. Let me have some peace." Frustrated, Naruto exited his room. Intending to take a walk to clear his mind, as he reached the riverbank, he heard Kakashi's voice. Curiously, he approached and overheard Kakashi speaking to Inari about his own past. Kakashi said, "Naruto has been without parents since childhood. He may not even know who they are or have many friends, yet he has never wallowed in pain and sorrow. Instead, he has worked tirelessly to earn the recognition of others. He might be the one who understands you best." For Naruto, crying and suffering have likely proven useless after many experiences. Thus, he knows what true strength is. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Inari was taken aback. He had never imagined that the always cheerful Naruto would have such a tragic life. In comparison, he felt fortunate. After hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto coldly remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, you are quite the busybody." Kakashi, upon seeing Naruto, smiled and said, "Oh Naruto, why are you still awake?" Naruto replied flatly, "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk and overheard someone being nosy." Kakashi awkwardly scratched the back of his head, about to explain when Inari suddenly asked, "Is it really possible to change?" Naruto, puzzled, responded, "Change what?" Inari, mustering his courage, asked, "Is it possible to change this country through hard work?" Naruto stated calmly, "This nation must undergo transformation. It is not sufficient for us to merely grant you your desires. You must also possess the courage to change your own circumstances. If you lack even that courage, then even if this bridge is completed, it will be in vain." Having finished his remarks, Naruto prepared to return to his slumber when Inari interjected, "I will strive to prove myself worthy of your respect." A faint smile unconsciously creased Naruto's lips as he replied, "You may do as you wish. It is of no concern to me, them. My only obligation is to complete my mission." Kakashi chuckled, "What an ungracious fellow you are." At that moment, Inari's face brightened with joy as he declared, "I know what I must do now." "Thank you, Mr. Kakashi." Kakashi responded with a smile, "No need for thanks. It is enough that you are finding your resolve." Lying in bed, Naruto felt a surge of happiness at that moment. The benevolent aspect of Naruto remarked, "You see, as long as they do not give up, there is still hope for them." Naruto chuckled, "You may be right." The darker side of Naruto retorted, "It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. But indeed, these individuals have a chance. They have not been overcome by fear." Naruto laughed. "Well, that gives me motivation as well." With that, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. After Naruto succumbed to slumber, the darker Naruto turned to the benevolent one and asked, Why do you act this way? The benevolent Naruto replied with a smile. What is wrong with that? Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, it is not a negative for him, is it? The darker Naruto pondered for a moment before saying, You are right, but I simply dislike your hypocritical demeanor. The benevolent Naruto, now irritated, exclaimed, How am I being hypocritical? I have always been this way. You owe me an apology. That is slander. Ignoring him, the darker Naruto retreated to the depths of his mind. Leaving the benevolent one in a resigned silence, in the days that followed, Naruto diligently adapted to his newfound powers, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu, the speed of chakra condensation, or the activation of his bloodline limits. Each day left him utterly exhausted, yet he reveled in the pain and joy of his progress. One day, Naruto awoke later than usual and, upon descending the stairs, discovered only Inari and Sasuke were present. The others had already departed. Naruto inquired, Where is everyone else? Kushina replied, Mr. Kakashi and the others have gone to the bridge. Today marks its completion. Naruto initially intended to rush to the bridge, but as he prepared to leave, he sensed someone approaching. That I shall take a look at the bridge first, he declared, and with that, he exited in an instant. Naruto returned to Dazuna's home, concealing himself upon the rooftop. He wished to observe how Inari would confront adversity. Meanwhile, a battle had erupted on the bridge, with Kakashi engaged in combat with Zabuza, while Sasuke found himself ensnared within a frozen mirror created by Haku, unable to escape. After exchanging blows, Zabuza and Kakashi retreated momentarily. Zabuza chuckled, Kakashi, are you worried about that little Uchiha? Kakashi retorted with a grin, Shouldn't you be the one worried? I hardly believe that Haku can best Sasuke. Zabuza laughed, Is that so? Then let us continue. I've devised a method to counter your Sharingan. With that, Zabuza formed hand seals and exclaimed, Water style. Mist concealment technique. Kakashi suddenly found it difficult to discern Zabuza's location, relying solely on his senses to combat him. Sasuke faced a more dire situation, as he too was enveloped by Haku's mist technique, which had been augmented with the icy chakra of the Water Moon family. The speed he gained from his lightning release was rendered ineffective against the mist infused with the ice shield. Seeing the shadows of Haku, Sasuke narrowly evaded an attack, cursing, Damn it, I didn't anticipate such a flaw in the Sharingan. That Haku's voice echoed, As long as you do not attempt to escape my ice mirror, I will refrain from attacking you. Feeling insulted, Sasuke retorted angrily, What, do you think I am unworthy of being your opponent? Stop underestimating me. With swift hands, he formed seals, declaring, Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke concentrated half of his chakra into the technique, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically, shattering Haku's mist technique. Haku, surprised by Sasuke's audacity in overcoming his mist, praised, I did not expect you to dismantle my technique in such a manner. That I must admit. You are quite the genius. However, you remain trapped within my crystal ice mirror, so you should stay put. Meanwhile, Naruto awaited the arrival of Kato's subordinates. Witnessing Inari muster the courage to fight back, Naruto felt a sense of relief as he intervened to assist Inari before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Sasuke's side. However, as soon as Naruto arrived beside Sasuke, he sensed imminent danger and swiftly grabbed Sasuke's hand, pulling him aside. Naruto's sudden appearance halted the battle on both sides. Looking at the panting Sasuke and the multitude of Haku's reflections within the ice mirror, he chuckled, Sasuke, it seems you are in quite the predicament. You need a helping hand. Sasuke, irritated by Naruto's carefree demeanor, snapped, What? Do you think I need your foolish assistance? Noticing Sasuke's anger, Naruto grinned playfully. Why so upset? You should temper that temper. If you keep it up, you will struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Understanding Naruto's personality, Sasuke knew that engaging with him would only provoke further antics. The best course was to ignore him. He coldly warned, Be careful. This guy's techniques are formidable. Sensing Sasuke's disinterest in his banter, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment but remained aware of the gravity of the situation. He replied, I understand. If I were outside, I could break this technique from there, but it's not as simple from within. Sasuke inquired, Could you use your Flying Thunder God to escape? Naruto lamented, I could certainly use it, but I have no markings on this bridge, and I doubt he would allow me to throw a kunai. Sasuke concluded, Then we must defeat him. Naruto grinned, Don't be hasty. I merely stated it would be more challenging to break free from within. I never said it was impossible. Just watch. Observing Naruto's confident demeanor, Sasuke recognized that Naruto could indeed shatter the technique. Naruto gazed at the numerous reflections of Haku and inquired, Haku, will you release this technique yourself? Or must I break it for you? Haku, recognizing Naruto, removed his mask and said, Naruto, I hope you won't make this difficult for me. Naruto replied with a smile, Haku, I know you are a good person, but I hope you can understand my position. Besides, Zabuza merely seeks Kato's money, a matter I can assist him with. How does that sound? Haku responded regretfully, I'm sorry, but I cannot go against Mr. Zabuza's wishes. Sasuke remarked to Naruto, it seems your persuasion has failed. Naruto sighed. Indeed, if that is the case, then we shall have to break this crystal ice mirror. He turned to the Nine Tails and commanded, Kurama, it's time to work. Kurama laughed. I have been ready for this. Suddenly, a powerful chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping him and Sasuke in a golden aura, forming a five-tailed fox, drastically altering Naruto's appearance, a weakened version of the Nine Tails mode. Sasuke gazed at Naruto in astonishment. What happened to you? Naruto replied proudly, impressive, isn't it? This is my progress over the past few days, synchronizing with Kurama's chakra to perfectly harness his power with his enhanced vision. Naruto spotted Haku's true form and, using his five tails, swept through the surroundings, shattering the crystal ice mirror. He looked at Haku and asked, Haku, shall we continue? Chapter 36. The conclusion of the mission. Haku, disheartened, said, Kill me, Naruto. To Zabuza, I have become a useless tool. Naruto, gazing into Haku's lifeless eyes, questioned, Is Zabuza truly that significant to you? Haku replied, To me, Zabuza is everything. Having been defeated by you, I am now a discarded tool in his eyes. Naruto passionately argued, Your perspective is mistaken. You are a human, not a tool. If Zabuza regards you solely as a tool, then he is unworthy of your sacrifice. That I still remember what you told me. Zabuza is the one you wish to protect, correct? Just as Haku was about to respond, he seemed to sense something and hurriedly said to Naruto, It appears I still have one last thing to do for Mr. Zabuza. With that, he vanished in an instant before Naruto's eyes. Naruto also sensed the situation and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue. It turns out that Kakashi, while engaged in battle with Zabuza, detected Naruto's Nine Tails chakra. Although Kakashi was aware from Naruto's profile that he could control the Nine Tails, the situation still made him quite anxious. Hence, in order to swiftly deal with Zabuza, Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja dogs. Relying on their keen sense of smell to locate Zabuza, preparing to eliminate him with Raikiri. Just as Kakashi's Raikiri was about to pierce Zabuza's heart, Haku intervened with the body flicker technique. Positioning himself in front of Zabuza, Kakashi was taken aback by Haku's action, but he could not retract his attack. However, Naruto swiftly struck Kakashi's arm, diverting the trajectory of Raikiri in the nick of time. Although Kakashi's Raikiri was deflected, it still penetrated the left arm of both Haku and Zabuza. Kakashi, puzzled, looked at Naruto and asked, Do you even know what you're doing, Naruto? Are you unaware that they are our enemies? Naruto gazed at Kakashi and replied, Kakashi-sensei, I hope you can spare Haku. He is a good person who has merely been exploited by Zabuza. Moreover, Zabuza isn't inherently evil either. At this moment, Zabuza let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I never expected there to be such fools in Konoha. It seems my fate is not yet sealed. Haku, struggling to support Zabuza, expressed his concern, Zabuza-san, are you alright? Just as Haku managed to prop Zabuza up, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Zabuza, ignoring the fallen Haku, picked up his large sword, preparing to continue battling Kakashi. Unable to bear the sight, Naruto appeared before Zabuza in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to Zabuza's abdomen, sending him flying. Naruto hastily checked on Haku's injuries, discovering that he had merely fainted from chakra depletion and excessive blood loss. With proper care, he would recover in no time. Angrily, Naruto confronted Zabuza, even now. You are fixated on your mission. Do you not care about Haku's life or death? After laboriously rising to his feet, Zabuza coldly replied, Heh, what is there to care about? He is merely a tool I picked up. Besides, a ninja's foremost duty is to complete the mission. Failing to do so renders one a worthless tool, needed by no one. Naruto incredulously retorted, Is it true that in your heart, he is nothing more than a weapon? Zabuza sneered, Do not mistake Haku for merely a tool. I too am but a tool created to fulfill missions. In this world of ninjas, every ninja, is simply a weapon to accomplish their tasks. Naruto understood Zabuza's mindset, having been an assassin in his past life, and recognized that whether as a ninja or an assassin, the essence remained the same. Yet it was precisely this understanding that fueled his desire to alter the fundamental nature of the ninja world. Humans should not live solely for missions, but for hope. Therefore, Naruto furiously declared to Zabuza, "Your perspective is flawed. It is precisely because ninjas live solely for missions that so much sorrow and hatred arise. We are human beings, not mere tools for tasks. If you truly believe you are just a tool, then why do you feel sorrow for Haku?" Zabuza, slightly flustered, responded, "How could I possibly feel sorrow? This world is as it is. People die every day. What do I have to be sorrowful about?" Naruto firmly stated, "You cannot deceive me. I sense your emotions brimming with sadness. You cannot escape my perception that as Agent Shuriki, and more so as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Your emotions cannot elude my senses. Even if your lips deny it, can you truly deceive your heart?" Zabuza, gazing into Naruto's determined eyes, momentarily froze, recalling the first time he met Haku and the moments shared together. With a sense of melancholy, Zabuza murmured, "Perhaps I am the one who is needed." Seeing Zabuza finally summon the courage to confront his true feelings, Naruto felt a wave of joy that moment. A rather irritating voice interrupted, "What kind of ninja, what kind of demon, cannot even handle a few brats? You've made me waste so much money hiring you." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, only to see Kabuto arriving on the bridge with a group of henchmen. Zabuza frowned and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Kabuto arrogantly sneered, "Heh, I mean, you really are useless. You can't even deal with a few kids. And this brat dares to strike me. Today, none of you will leave." Zabuza coldly remarked, "Are you attempting to violate the mission contract?" Kabuto chuckled, "I never intended to fulfill any so-called contract." "Huh? Get them, kill them." As Kabuto's henchmen advanced, Naruto prepared to take action. At that moment, Inari, leading a large group of people armed with sticks, charged onto the bridge. Inari declared, "Fellow villagers, for our hope, we must stand against this tyrant Kabuto." Naruto felt a surge of pride as he observed the villagers finally muster the courage to fight for their future. Smiling, he said to Inari, "Inari, I am delighted to see you all brave enough to resist. But now, I will take care of this." Zabuza interjected, "Let me handle this. He dares to disrupt the rules, and I will make him aware of the consequences." Naruto expressed concern, "But your injuries?" Zabuza replied with a smile. While my injuries are somewhat severe, killing them will still be quite simple." Naruto conceded, "Very well, but Kabuto's life must be spared. I want all of his wealth. It belongs to the people of the Land of Waves. And also the breach of contract he owes you." After nodding in agreement, Zabuza instantly appeared behind a wandering swordsman, swiftly severing his head with his executioner's blade. Before Kabuto's henchman could react, Zabuza vanished again, reappearing behind several warriors and claiming more lives. Witnessing the slaughter before him, Naruto reflected, "In this world, human life truly seems to be of little value." Kakashi lamented, "Ah, this is the tragedy of this world." Sasuke coldly asserted, "Thus, we must change this world. I believe we can bring peace to it." Naruto confidently smiled, "Indeed, we will succeed." Kakashi, hearing the exchange between Naruto and Sasuke, felt a wave of reassurance, pondering that if peace were truly achieved, tragedies like those of Obito and Rin would no longer occur. As everyone regained their composure, Zabuza efficiently eliminated all of Kabuto's henchmen. At that moment, Kabuto knelt before Zabuza, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you money, whatever amount you want. Just please spare my life." Zabuza glanced at Kabuto before approaching Naruto and lifting Haku, stating, "The next task is yours." Naruto grinned, "Leave it to me. I will extract all of his valuables." Ignoring Naruto's words, Zabuza descended from the bridge carrying Haku, followed closely by Kakashi. Once everyone had departed, Naruto turned to Kabuto and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, it's our turn now." With that, the two approached Kabuto. Kabuto, sensing the malicious intent from Naruto, nervously stammered, "Why you? What are you planning to do?" Naruto revealed an ominous smile, "It's nothing. We won't do anything to you. We just want to have a little chat about life." Kabuto, faced with Naruto's grin, was filled with dread. Soon, the bridge echoed with his agonizing screams at Dazna's home. Haku awoke from his unconsciousness to find Zabuza sitting beside his bed, watching him. Haku, puzzled, asked, "Zabuza-sen, where is this place?" Zabuza, with delight, responded, "Haku, you're finally awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Although Haku was curious as to why Zabuza was suddenly so concerned about him, he felt a surge of happiness within. Haku replied, "I'm fine." Zabuza-san. By the way, how did the mission turn out? Just then, Naruto entered and said, "Hee, brother Haku, you're awake. Regarding your mission, since that scoundrel Kabuto breached the contract, you no longer need to carry it out. And I even made him pay a hefty penalty." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Haku looked questioningly at Zabuza, who nodded in affirmation. "Yes, as that little brat said, Kabuto breached the contract, and we no longer need to execute this mission." Haku exclaimed joyfully. "So, we don't have to be enemies with Naruto and the others anymore." Naruto happily replied, "That's right. Brother Haku, we can become friends now. Moreover, you won't have to wander anymore. As Zabuza has agreed to join us in Konoha, from now on, we will all be ninjas of Konoha." Haku was astonished. "Zabuza-san, is what Naruto said true? You have resolved to join Konoha, yet will Konoha accept us?" Zabuza recalled the words spoken by Naruto 2 days prior after he handed over Kadu's penalty. With a smile, he said to Bai, "Yes, we shall move to Konoha and no longer wander aimlessly. As for whether Konoha will take us in, that is a matter Naruto will address." After receiving Zabuza's affirmation, Bai joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. This way, Mr. Zabuza can finally find stability." Seeing Bai's innocent smile, Zabuza felt a profound tranquility within. He resolutely thought to himself, "Bai, I will safeguard your pure heart." Chapter 37. Return to Konoha. Naruto, along with Kakashi and Sasuke, arrived at the riverbank near Dazuna's home. Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, "Naruto, are you truly set on having Zabuza and Bai join Konoha? You must understand they are rogue ninjas. I doubt the third Hokage will accept them." Naruto chuckled. "I am aware that persuading the old man to take in Zabuza is a formidable challenge, and it could even sour relations with the Mist Village." Sasuke questioned, "Then why would you still consider accepting them?" Naruto replied, Sasuke, have you forgotten our ideals?" Sasuke retorted, "How could I? Our ideal is to bring peace to this world." Naruto continued, "Precisely. To achieve world peace, we must possess formidable strength and power. I have spoken with Zabuza. He too is a victim of this era. I shared my dream with him and expressed my hope that he and Bai could assist me in realizing it. Initially, he was skeptical, yet he is willing to take a gamble with me. So why should I not extend my support to him? Moreover, Zabuza's strength is considerable, and Bai is an undeniable genius." Kakashi responded. "In that case, how do you plan to discuss this with the third Hokage?" Naruto answered, "The old man will understand my intentions to attain world peace. We cannot refuse anyone who yearns for peace and wishes to join us. Only through inclusivity can we achieve true harmony." After contemplating, Sasuke remarked, "As you wish, I have no objections." Kakashi added, "Very well. I shall do my utmost to explain this to the third Hokage." Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Sasuke, and you too, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi replied, "It is commendable that you possess such noble aspirations and are willing to strive for them. As your teacher, I cannot hinder your progress. Naruto, you must persevere. You have chosen a path untrodden by others, and I hope for your success." Naruto nodded. "I will." Kakashi-sensei. In the dark recesses of his mind, the darker aspect of Naruto spoke to the virtuous side. "As you predicted, he has indeed chosen the most arduous path. You must be quite pleased." The virtuous Naruto smiled. Given his character, such a choice was hardly unpredictable. The darker Naruto, skeptical of Naruto's potential for success, scoffed, "You know full well that it is an impossibility. Why not intervene?" The virtuous Naruto replied, "Your pessimism is misplaced. Without attempting, how can you ascertain his capabilities? Even if he fails, it is not necessarily a misfortune, for through this journey, he will grow stronger." The darker Naruto conceded, "You make a valid point. Regardless of success or failure, he will undoubtedly gain strength. Yet greater hope invites greater disappointment, and thus his evolution will accelerate." The virtuous Naruto countered, "I still hold hope for his success." The darker Naruto dismissed, "Whether he succeeds or not is of no concern to me. What matters is whether he can meet the standards I require swiftly. The rest is irrelevant to me." With that, the darker Naruto vanished. The virtuous Naruto murmured, "I truly wish to avoid conversing with someone so selfish as you." Afterward, he too disappeared. Days later, upon Bai's recovery, Naruto and his companions set forth to return to Konoha. Inari, observing Naruto's departing group, turned to Dazuna and asked, "Grandfather, can we make this country prosperous?" Dazuna smiled. "The bridge is complete. and Naruto has entrusted us with all of Kadu's assets. I believe we can indeed strengthen the land of waves." After nodding, Inari inquired, "Grandfather, what do you intend to name the bridge?" Dezuna gazed at Naruto's retreating figure and replied, "Naruto Bridge." After 2 days of travel, Naruto and his companions finally returned to Konoha. Kakashi addressed Naruto. "Zabuza, and by Naruto, you will accompany me to discuss the situation with the third Hokage. Zabuza, you and Bai should join us as well." He then instructed Sasuke and Sakura, "As for you two, please return home for now. Team 7 will take a brief respite." Worried, Sasuke asked Naruto, "Should I accompany you?" Sakura, equally concerned, added, "Yes, Naruto, perhaps we should all explain this to the third Hokage together." Naruto laughed, "No need. It's not a grave matter. And besides, the old man isn't so rigid. He will understand it." That moment, Bai apologetically said, "I am sorry, Naruto, for causing you trouble." Naruto quickly waved his hand. No, it's nothing significant." Kakashi reassured Sasuke and Sakura, "Rest assured. I guarantee that all will be well." Thus, Sasuke and Sakura had no choice but to return home. Kakashi led Naruto, Zabuza, and Bai to the Hokage's office, knocking on the door before entering. The third Hokage, upon seeing Bai and Zabuza, remarked, "So, it is the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi and his companion, Haku." Zabuza respectfully replied, "Yes, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage continued, "I have received word from Kakashi that you intend to join Konoha. Is that correct?" Zabuza and Bai responded respectfully, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Impatient with their formalities, Naruto interjected, "Hey, old man, must you be so tedious? Just say whether you agree or not. Why complicate matters?" Kakashi admonished, "Naruto, you must not be so disrespectful to the third Hokage." The third Hokage chuckled, "It's quite all right, Kakashi. Naruto, you are still young. It is better to clarify such matters to avoid future misunderstandings. Remember, you are to inherit the position of Hokage. You cannot afford to be so reckless." Zabuza and Bai were surprised by the notion of Naruto succeeding the Hokage, yet they felt no particular emotion about it. However, Kakashi was acutely aware of Naruto's precarious status in the village. As the Jinchuriki, he was largely disliked and even hated by most villagers, with only a handful recognizing his existence. Moreover, due to the fourth Hokage's actions during the Third Great Ninja War, he had offended many from the other four nations. Thus, the third Hokage, out of concern for Naruto's safety, dared not reveal his heritage, leaving Naruto, despite being the fourth child, without the corresponding privileges. Now, with the third Hokage suggesting Naruto inherit the Hokage title, it implied that he might have to disclose Naruto's lineage while simultaneously preparing for potential conflict with the other four nations. Kakashi could foresee this, and Naruto undoubtedly understood as well. Though elated internally, he replied, "Old man, how many more years can you serve? Stop trying to pass the torch. I still want to enjoy life for another decade or two. You should just live a while longer." The third Hokage chuckled at Naruto's jest, responding, "Then I would become a monster, wouldn't I?" Once the laughter subsided, the third Hokage turned serious. "Very well, Zabuza Momochi and Haku. I understand your reasons for wanting to join Konoha, and I welcome you. However, Zabuza, as a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, while Konoha is not afraid of Mist, it is preferable to maintain a peaceful relationship. Therefore, I propose that you work alongside me and join the Umbu. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Zabuza replied, "I will follow your arrangement." The third Hokage nodded and turned to Bai. "As for you, Haku, what do you wish to do? Since you are not from the Mist Village, you may freely walk in Konoha." Haku responded, "Hokage-sama, I wish to stay with Mr. Zabuza." The third Hokage smiled. "Very well. You shall also work alongside me and join the Umbu." Haku expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Tenzo, please take them to do their Umbu documentation." Suddenly, an Umbu appeared beside the third Hokage, replying, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kakashi, surprised to see the Umbu, exclaimed, "Is that not Tenzo? How have you been?" Tenzo politely responded, "Kakashi-senpai, thank you for your concern. I am well." The third Hokage instructed, "All right, Tenzo, lead them below. They will follow you from now on." Tenzo replied, "Yes, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage smiled as he addressed Zabuza and Haku, saying, "Hee, welcome to Konoha. Please accompany Tenz." Zabuza and Haku respectfully responded, "It is our honor." "Well then, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave." As they were about to depart, Haku turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, thank you that I will come to see you once I have settled in. Naruto nodded and replied, all right, brother Haku. Subsequently, Kakashi briefed the third on the details of the mission before taking his leave, while Naruto remained by the side, knowing that the third likely had more to discuss with him. Once Kakashi had departed, the third waved his hand, and immediately Naruto sensed that the surrounding ANBU had withdrawn. Naruto chuckled, old man, what is it that is so shrouded in mystery that even the ANBU were sent away? The third smiled and said, Naruto, I received a confidential report from Kakashi indicating that you have mastered perfect control over the Nine Tails, correct? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just this matter. Indeed, during my time in the Land of Waves, I finally managed to synchronize with Kurama's chakra though. Kurama is the name of the Nine Tails, the third side in relief. If Minato knew of your accomplishments, he would be overjoyed. Naruto replied with a hint of melancholy. Yes, he would likely be proud of me. After a moment of reflection, Naruto said, well, old man, you didn't summon me just to reminisce about my father. Did you? Speak up. What is it? The third's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he addressed Naruto. From Kakashi's report, I also learned that you, Sasuke, and Hinata have been using natural energy to enhance your body since childhood. Is that correct? Naruto, puzzled by the third's inquiry, replied honestly, yes, that's right. The third's expression darkened as he asked, who taught you this? Noticing the third's grave demeanor, Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. It was Jiraiya-sensei who taught us. The third, astonished and furious, exclaimed, you mean to say Jiraiya taught you this? Observing the third's face turning a shade of purple, Naruto, adhering to the principle of better to have a friend die than a companion, insisted, yes, it was Jiraiya-sensei who taught us. Meanwhile, far away in the land of hot water, Jiraiya, fervently gathering material for his writing, suddenly sneezed loudly several times, nearly alerting the girls who were bathing. Fortunately, he swiftly utilized body flicker technique to escape the scene. Perched on the roof of the bathhouse, Jiraiya muttered, how strange, who is speaking of me? Calculating the time, he thought it was about time to return to Konoha and wondered how Naruto was faring. Chapter 38. A mundane day upon Naruto's reaffirmation that Jiraiya was indeed the teacher. The third erupted in a furious roar. Jiraiya, you scoundrel, you've been a scoundrel since childhood, and to think you've only become worse with age. Naruto was taken aback by the third's sudden outburst, although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Jiraiya. Witnessing the third's wrathful demeanor caused him to dismiss that guilt, mentally assuring himself that it was indeed Jiraiya who had taught them. As for when Jiraiya would discover he had been misled, that was a matter for another day. However, Naruto was curious as to why the third was so incensed and inquired, Grandpa Third, why are you so angry? I feel that using natural energy to enhance my body has significantly improved my physique without any adverse effects. The third, momentarily suppressing his anger, replied, Naruto, you do not understand. While using natural chakra for body enhancement can indeed provide rapid physical improvements, the side effects are quite severe. Naruto, perplexed, asked side effects. The third nodded solemnly. Indeed, side effects, and they are irreversible. Alarmed, Naruto exclaimed, Grandpa Third, what kind of side effects are so formidable? The third side, alas, although the human body's cells can gain substantial enhancement through the refinement of natural chakra, this strength comes at the cost of accelerated metabolism, which ultimately reduces one's lifespan. Naruto was taken aback. How is that possible? Shouldn't enhancing one's physique increase longevity? How could it lead to a reduction? The third, with a sense of resignation, explained, Naruto, your understanding is rather simplistic. The number of times human cells can divide is finite, yet when using natural chakra for enhancement, it forces the cells to undergo constant metabolism, leading to incessant division until they can endure the baptism of natural chakra. Isn't this akin to trading lifespan for power? That is why I am so enraged. This damn Jiraiya, who has always been unreliable, is even more so now. How could he teach you this? Naruto was filled with remorse, realizing that his arrogance had led him astray. Neglecting to consult either Jiraiya or the third that it was one thing if he had only acted on his own. But he had also taught Sasuke and Hinata to do the same. Painfully gazing at the third, Naruto pleaded, Grandpa Third, is there truly no way to mitigate the damage caused by this natural energy? The third, puzzled, replied, I am not certain. I have only heard from the first Hokage that he had some method to allow cell division to occur infinitely after entering Sage Mode. But I am not clear on the specifics, as I have never learned Sage Mode myself. Upon hearing that the first Hokage had a way to achieve infinite cell division, Naruto felt immense joy. As long as there was a solution, he believed he could find a way, no matter how difficult. Although he realized that the first Hokage had achieved this through the combination of natural energy, wood release, and sage transformation, Naruto was hesitant to attempt anything reckless this time. The feeling of having plummeted from heaven to hell and back again was one he never wished to experience again. With newfound resolve from the third, Naruto cheerfully declared, "Old man, since there is a way to resolve this, then it's settled. I will find a solution." The third regarded Naruto with skepticism. "Naruto, I warn you. Do not act recklessly. Furthermore, from this moment on, you must absolutely refrain from using natural energy to enhance your body." "Understood," Naruto replied. "Understood. I am aware of the seriousness of the matter. I will inform Sasuke and Hinata to cease using natural energy for body enhancement." The third nodded. "Very well. Off you go." Naruto smiled. "Then I shall take my leave." With that, he vanished in a flash from the Hokage's office. The third watched Naruto depart, muttering to himself, "I hope this boy does not engage in any reckless behavior." After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto headed straight for the Uchiha household. Upon arriving at Sasuke's home, he found only Mikoto there. Curious, Naruto asked, "Aunt Mikoto, where is Sasuke? Why isn't he home?" Mikoto, delighted to see Naruto, replied, "Ah, Naruto, it has been a while since you last visited me." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naruto said, "I apologize, Aunt Mikoto. There has been so much going on lately that I've been unable to come see you." Mikoto chuckled. "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not that petty. If you're looking for Sasuke, you might want to check at Shizen's house." Upon mentioning Shizen, Mikoto's expression turned slightly somber, noticing her melancholy. Naruto was at a loss for words of comfort, and quickly said, "Then I'll go find him." With that, he hurried off. Mikoto had intended to invite Naruto to stay for dinner, but he departed so swiftly that she could only let it go. As Naruto approached Shizen's home, he spotted Sasuke standing in the yard, gazing vacantly at Shizen inside the house. Joining Sasuke, Naruto said, "Sasuke, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Sasuke nodded and led the way into the woods outside the yard. After glancing back at the distracted Shizen with a sigh, Naruto followed Sasuke out. Once in the woods, Sasuke asked, "What is it? Speak." Naruto solemnly relayed the information he had received from the third Hokage. Fixing his gaze on Sasuke, he stated, "Therefore, during this time, you must absolutely refrain from using natural energy to enhance your body. That I understand your desire for power, but until I find a solution, it cannot continue." Sasuke replied, "All right. I promise to refrain from using natural energy for body enhancement during this period. However, you must also promise me that if you find a solution, you will inform me immediately." Naruto nodded. "Yes, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Sasuke acknowledged him with a nod and made his way back towards Shizen's home. As Naruto watched Sasuke's retreating figure, he pondered, "Sister Shizen, have you not yet moved on from brother Itachi's departure?" Sasuke paused and replied, "Yes, I am currently very afraid that he might do something irrational." Naruto sighed. "Aren't you going to tell Shizen why brother Itachi did what he did?" Sasuke responded, "I dare not tell him. If I do, she will undoubtedly seek out my brother. You are aware of my brother's current predicament. If she approaches him, I firmly believe he would kill her for the sake of Konoha." Naruto pondered for a moment before replying. "That indeed seems to align with Itachi's character." Sasuke continued, "Thus, I cannot reveal the truth to her. That I hope she can eventually emerge from her sorrow." Naruto remarked, "However, I believe that once she does, she will harbor great resentment towards Itachi." With a melancholic tone, Sasuke said, "Perhaps that is precisely what my brother desires." Naruto, feeling a tinge of sadness himself, replied, "Maybe so." Sasuke then gathered his spirits and said, "All right, I must go keep watch over her. You should seek out Hinata." With that, Sasuke departed. After a deep sigh, Naruto made his way to the Hyuga household. Upon arriving at the Hyuga residence, Naruto encountered Hinata's father, Hayashi, along with Hinata and Hanabi, who were enjoying tea in the courtyard. Hayashi noticed Naruto and inquired, "Welcome back. Was your mission successful?" Naruto smiled. "It went quite smoothly, Uncle Hayashi." Hayashi nodded in response. Approaching them, Naruto cheerfully addressed Hanabi. "Hello, Hanabi. Here is a gift for you." He presented a box to her. Hanabi accepted it, responding with a hint of pride, though I don't particularly care for it, since you, the big fool, went out of your way to bring it. I shall graciously accept it." Naruto exaggeratedly replied, "I am truly grateful for your generosity, Mississippi Hinata." Witnessing Naruto's playful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. As Naruto turned to Hinata, he was momentarily taken aback. With gentle words, he said, "Hinata, I have returned." Hinata, shyly lowering her gaze, replied softly, "Welcome back, Naruto-kun." In that moment, it seemed as though the world revolved solely around the two of them, unable to bear their affectionate exchange any longer. Hanabi exclaimed, "I can't stand you two. Go ahead and talk. I shall return to my room." With that, she took the box Naruto had given her and strode away. Hayashi cleared his throat and added, "You young ones continue your conversation. I shall take my leave as well." With that, he headed inside. The departure of Hanabi and Hayashi left Naruto and Hinata feeling somewhat awkward. Once they were alone, Naruto stepped forward, taking Hinata's hand in his, and spoke earnestly. "Hinata, having not seen you for so long, I have missed you dearly." Hinata looked up into Naruto's eyes and replied, "I have missed you too, Naruto-kun. I think of you every day." Their gazes locked, filled with affection. Naruto gently embraced Hinata and lowered his head to kiss her lips, to which Hinata responded by closing her eyes. As they sat together on the wooden floor of the corridor, Hinata lay against Naruto, inhaling his scent, and blissfully said, "Being here with you, Naruto-kun, fills me with such happiness." Naruto looked down at Hinata, his heart brimming with joy as he replied, "I feel the same. Holding you like this makes me believe I am the happiest person in the world." Hinata, blushing, nestled her head deeper into Naruto's embrace. Observing her shyness only intensified Naruto's affection, causing him to hold her a little tighter. Time slipped away unnoticed until Naruto remembered the reason for his visit. He gently addressed Hinata, "By the way, Hinata, refrain from using natural chakra to refine your body during this period." Hinata, puzzled, asked, "Is there a reason, Naruto-kun?" He responded, "I met with the third Hokage today. He informed me that direct exposure to natural chakra can be harmful to your body. Therefore, until I devise a solution, please avoid using it." Hinata did not press further, simply replying softly, "I understand." After a brief while, Naruto found it curious that Hinata remained so quiet. He looked down to discover that she had fallen asleep in his arms. With a tender smile, he remarked, "What a wonderfully ordinary yet blissful day this has been." Chapter 39. The beginning of the Chunin exams. Hinata slept soundly for the entire afternoon, and Naruto held her throughout, careful not to disturb her slumber. During this time, Hayashi had come by to invite Naruto for lunch, but upon seeing Naruto cradling the sleeping Hinata, he quietly left, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After lunch, Hanabi also visited, noticing her sister still asleep and departing quietly, her expression somewhat peculiar, though Naruto failed to grasp its significance. Hinata finally awoke at dusk, and upon seeing her, Naruto chuckled, "Ah, the lazy pig stirs at last." Flushing with embarrassment, Hinata sat up from Naruto's embrace and shyly said, "Naruto-kun, I must have slept for quite a while." Naruto smiled. "Indeed, you napped the entire afternoon." Hinata gasped, "Oh, I slept for so long. Why didn't you wake me?" He replied with a grin, "I was just so happy to see you resting peacefully in my arms that I couldn't bear to rouse you. Besides, it proves something." Hinata, still bashful, inquired, "What does it prove?" "Naruto-kun," he softly explained, "it shows that I can provide you with a sense of security, and that you trust and love me without reservation." Hinata's face flushed crimson at his words, and she lowered her gaze, shyly exclaiming, "Naruto-kun, you are so mischievous." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Naruto laughed heartily, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. "Let us find something to eat. I imagine you must be hungry." Hinata, feeling even more bashful in his hold, could only respond with a soft "at" that moment. Hanabi returned, exclaiming impatiently, "Are you two done yet? Sister, let us go eat and ignore this big fool." With that, she pulled Hinata away from Naruto and headed inside. Naruto stood there, momentarily stunned, before shaking his head in resignation, pondering whether he had somehow offended Hanabi, given her apparent disdain for him. "Honestly, I can't tell if you're genuinely foolish or just pretending," his inner voice teased him. Naruto retorted, "What do you mean by that?" The voice replied, "No particular meaning. Just reflect on it yourself that you're such an idiot. I can't be bothered." Another internal voice added, "With your emotional intelligence, if Hinata hadn't already taken a liking to you, I suspect you would remain alone for eternity." Confused by their jests, Naruto exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, what do you both mean? Clarify yourselves." Yet neither voice paid him any heed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hanabi called out, "Big fool, why are you standing there dazed? Come eat with us." Reluctantly, Naruto abandoned his questions and replied, "Coming," before following them inside. The next day, as Naruto and Hinata strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, Naruto furrowed his brow, observing the influx of unfamiliar faces. When did so many outsiders arrive in the village? He remarked. Hinata, intrigued, asked, "Outsiders? What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" He explained, "Many of these people are not from our village. Their gazes toward me differ entirely from those of our fellow villagers." Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a pang of sorrow for Naruto. Noticing her distress, he reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, Hinata, I've grown accustomed to this over the years. They will eventually come to understand me." Hinata gazed at Naruto's smiling face and replied, "Yes, I believe the villagers will eventually recognize your worth, Naruto-kun, for you are truly exceptional." With a chuckle, Naruto affirmed, "Of course. I am destined to become Hokage." At that moment, they encountered Konohamaru, who excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, you're out shopping too." Noticing that only Konohamaru and his friends were present, and that Ebisu was absent, Naruto curiously asked, "Konohamaru, what brings you here?" "Where's Ebisu-sensei?" Konohamaru proudly declared, "We snuck out without him. I used my sexy jutsu to knock him out." "Huh? Boss, my sexy jutsu has really improved," Naruto chuckled. "Is that so? How about I teach you an even more powerful jutsu in a few days?" Konohamaru eagerly replied, "Really? But why not teach me now?" Naruto explained, "I don't have the time right now." As Konohamaru observed Naruto and then glanced at Hinata, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Boss, is this your girlfriend?" Upon concluding his words, Konohamaru gestured with his fingers in a manner easily understood by any man. Hinata, upon seeing Konohamaru's gesture, immediately felt her cheeks flush and lowered her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Naruto playfully tapped Konohamaru on the head, saying, "Hey, kid, you must have been idle for 3 days to be so bold as to flirt, even with me." Sensing Naruto's intention to strike him again, Konohamaru swiftly grabbed his two companions and fled. Naruto chuckled and shook his head, continuing to hold Hinata's hand as they walked onward. However, it wasn't long before Naruto heard a commotion ahead, prompting him to lead Hinata closer to investigate. There, he witnessed Konohamaru being lifted by the front of his shirt. While Sakura was engaged in a dispute with the individual who had grabbed him, the two parties appeared to be embroiled in an argument. Just as Naruto contemplated intervening, Sasuke suddenly leapt from a tree, throwing a stone that struck the assailant's hand, thereby rescuing Konohamaru. Naruto and Hinata approached Konohamaru, inquiring, "Are you all right, Konohamaru?" Upon seeing Naruto, Konohamaru's face lit up with joy. "Naruto-ane, you're here. I'm fine, just a bit sore." Satisfied that Konohamaru was unharmed, Naruto turned his attention to the two individuals involved in the fray. Suspecting they were Kankuro and Temari, Shikamaru's future wife and brother-in-law, respectively, Sasuke then joined Naruto's side, remarking, "What brings you here?" Naruto replied with a smile, "Just passing by. And you?" Sasuke responded, "Same." At that moment, Kankuro remarked, "Here come 2 more brats. I can't stand kids." With that, he produced a puppet from behind him. Temari, taken aback, exclaimed, "Kankuro, you're not thinking of using that crow, are you?" Just then, Gaara made his entrance, coldly admonishing Kankuro, "Cease at once, Kankuro. You'll bring disgrace to the village." Kankuro, seeing Gaara arrive, hurriedly explained, "Gaara, let me explain. It was them who initiated the conflict." Gaara, exuding a murderous intent, responded, "Silence. Continue your prattle, and I'll end you." Kankuro, struck with fear, promptly retracted his puppet. Gaara then addressed Naruto and Sasuke. "I apologize. We were in the wrong." Sasuke ignored Gaara's apology, simply telling Naruto, "I'm leaving now. Don't forget to meet at the bridge this evening. Kakashi seems to have something to discuss with us." Naruto affirmed, "Got it." Sasuke nodded and prepared to depart. At this juncture, Gaara inquired, "What are your names?" "I find you intriguing," Sasuke replied coldly. "Before you inquire about others' names, you ought to introduce yourself." Gaara responded, "I am Gaara of the Sand." Sasuke retorted, "Uchiha Sasuke." With that, he turned to leave. Naruto cheerfully introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gaara. Well then, I must be on my way." He took Hinata's hand and walked away. Gaara watched Naruto and Sasuke retreat, his eyes filled with malice. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage addressed the assembled Jonin, saying, "For this year's Chunin exams, we will collaborate with the Sand Village of the Wind Country and several other shinobi villages. The venue will be in Konoha. I ask you to recommend suitable candidates from your teams. Point 4 Jonin stepped forward. Kakashi, Yuhi Kurinai, Asuma Sarutobi, and Might Guy. Guy approached the third Hokage, stating, I, Might Guy, recommend my subordinates from Team 3, Hyuga Tenten, and Rock Lee for this Chunin exam. Asuma followed suit, saying, I, Asuma Sarutobi, recommend my subordinates from Team 10, Narashikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji for this Chunin exam. Kurinai stepped up next, saying, I, Yuhi Kurinai, recommend my subordinates from Team 8, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Shino for this Chunin exam. Kakashi then stated, I, Hitaki Kakashi, recommend my subordinates from Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto for this Chunin exam. Just as they finished speaking, Irika, standing beside the third Hokage, exclaimed excitedly, I oppose this. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but among those recommended, aside from Team 3's Neji, Tenten, and Lee, the rest are my students. Naruto and his companions have only just graduated from the academy. How can they participate in the Chunin exam? Kakashi looked at Irika and replied, Irika-sensei, while they may be your students, they are now our subordinates. You have no idea how much progress Naruto and the others have made since leaving your tutelage. So how can you claim they aren't fit for the Chunin exam? Irika, anxious, stammered, but they are still just kids. Kakashi smiled. Kids? I was already a Jonin at Naruto's age. Irika was about to continue his argument with Kakashi when the third Hokage interjected. Enough, Irika-sensei. I believe the best judges of Naruto and his friends' capabilities to participate in the Chunin exam are their instructors. Irika could only acquiesce. Understood, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage smiled. Then it is settled. Naruto and Hinata strolled until dusk, at which point Naruto parted ways with Hinata and made his way to the bridge. Upon arrival, he found Sasuke and Sakura already present. Sakura complained, Naruto, you're so slow. Even if you were out shopping with Hinata, there's no need to be this late. Naruto apologized. I'm sorry, but Sakura, I was also giving you and Sasuke some time alone. Sakura's face flushed bright red at Naruto's teasing. Just then, Kakashi arrived, handing each of them a form, saying, I've recommended you for the Chunin exam. Those who wish not to participate are free to decline. Sakura, astonished, exclaimed, the Chunin exam. I isn't that a bit premature, sensei? Kakashi chuckled. You're not obligated to take it. It's entirely voluntary. After exhaling deeply, Sakura turned to Naruto, asking, Naruto, are you going to participate? Naruto confidently replied, of course, it's a rare opportunity. Sakura then glanced at Sasuke, inquiring, Sasuke, will you participate as well? Sasuke coolly replied, of course, I won't lose to that big idiot Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to retort to Sasuke, Kakashi interjected, all right, that's enough. Everyone head home. Those who wish to take the exam should gather at 9 tomorrow at the meeting place. Now, go home and think it over. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances before departing. Sakura watched their retreating figures, appearing to make a resolute decision as she strode purposefully toward her home. The next day, Naruto arrived at the meeting location, where Sakura was already waiting. Naruto smiled. Sakura, I thought you might not come. Sakura, brimming with confidence, replied, I can't always hide behind you too, relying on your protection. Can I? Naruto chuckled. Now that's the Sakura I know. Back in the day, you dared to challenge me. There's no way you'd back down now. Just then, Sasuke arrived, and Naruto, seeing him, said, let us go then. With that, he led the way toward the registration area. Upon entering the registration building, they encountered a girl dressed in a distinctly Chinese style and a boy clad in a tight green tracksuit, both arguing with the gatekeeping Chunin. Naruto recognized them as Neji's teammates, Tenten and Lee. After a brief glance, he continued onward, but the Chunin blocked his path, saying, Hey, Brad, what do you think you're doing? In response, Naruto swiftly threw a kunai, prompting the Chunin to dodge. When the Chunin turned to reprimand Naruto, he had already teleported to the third-floor corridor with Sasuke and Sakura using the Flying Thunder God technique. The Chunin stared in astonishment. When did you get up there? Naruto casually replied, just a boring genjutsu, as he led Sasuke and Sakura to the registration desk on the third floor. Tenten, astonished, asked Li. Did you see how they got up there just now? Li shook his head. I didn't catch it. It seemed like they just appeared out of nowhere. Tintin pondered. How is that even possible? Li, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I don't know how he did it. But I'm thrilled already. Tintin continued to muse. That blonde-haired boy. I think I've heard Niji mention him before. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata-sama's boyfriend. That cool-looking one must be Uchiha Sasuke. A genius of the Uchiha clan. Li, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Uchiha Sasuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan. I want to challenge him and prove that hard work can triumph over talent. With that, Li dashed forward, prompting Tintin to chase after him, grumbling, Hey, wait for me, Li. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura ascended to the third floor, Li swiftly caught up with them, calling out to Sasuke, You are Uchiha Sasuke, and I challenge you. I wish to prove that with effort. One can indeed surpass a genius. The trio exchanged puzzled glances at the figure blocking their path, and Naruto remarked to Sasuke, It seems he has come looking for you. I will head to the registration first. Sasuke nodded in agreement, stating, It appears he is here because of the Uchiha name. How tiresome. You may go ahead. After Naruto nodded, he turned to Sakura, asking, What about you, Sakura? Will you join me to register, or will you wait for Sasuke? Sakura glanced at Sasuke before responding, I think I will wait for Sasuke here. Naruto nodded and said, All right then, hand me your registration forms that I will go sign up and return. After receiving the forms from Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto proceeded to the registration desk. Once Naruto departed, Sasuke turned to Li and said, If you wish to fight, then come. With that, he instantaneously flashed behind Li and delivered a kick aimed at his back. But Li executed a stunning spinning kick to block Sasuke's attack. You do possess some skill, Sasuke remarked, astonished. Li replied confidently, I will not be defeated by you. Konoha Hurricane. With that, Li unleashed another sweeping kick towards Sasuke. Sasuke retreated, but Li lunged forward again, delivering a kick that caused Sasuke to block with both hands. Yet he was propelled into the air by Li's force, that lion's barrage. Li exclaimed as he soared upwards, landing 3 consecutive kicks on Sasuke. Although Sasuke managed to deflect them with his hands, he was still sent higher into the air. Li took a step in midair, utilizing the momentum to ascend even further above Sasuke. In a swift motion, Sasuke turned around just as Li sent his bandages flying towards him. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Sasuke activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion on Li. Instantly, Li's eyes glazed over, and Sasuke swiftly used the body replacement technique to return to the ground. Li's bandages ensnared the substitute, and as Li embraced the decoy, he spun downward, crashing towards the ground. Ririnwa, he proclaimed, creating a massive crater upon impact. Rising to his feet, Li was taken aback to discover he had merely struck a substitute. An illusion. Could it have been then? He wondered aloud. By the time Li regained his composure, Sasuke had already dashed behind him, delivering a kick that sent Li soaring into the air. Lion's barrage, Sasuke shouted as he charged towards Li. The copying ability of the Sharingan, Li exclaimed in surprise that Sasuke's barrage propelled Li high into the sky. But Li managed to deflect each strike. Ultimately, Sasuke teleported behind Li and aimed another kick at him. Li quickly turned, but upon locking eyes with Sasuke, he fell victim to another of Sasuke's Sharingan illusions and was sent tumbling down. Li swiftly performed a roll upon landing, declaring, The Sharingan is truly terrifying. Now I shall unleash my full power. With that, he prepared to remove the weights from his legs. That moment, Guy kicked Li away. Just as Naruto emerged from the registration area, he witnessed this spectacle. Approaching Sasuke, Naruto inquired, How are you holding up, Sasuke? Are you all right? Sasuke shook his head, stating, I am fine. Sakura hurried over, expressing her concern. Sasuke, are you okay? Sasuke nodded in response. Let us be on our way, Naruto suggested with a smile. Just as the trio was about to leave, Li suddenly appeared before Sakura, kneeling on one knee and declaring, You must be Sakura. Will you go out with me? Sakura replied with a look of disdain. No, your eyebrows are too thick. Li was immediately disheartened by her response. That moment, Guy approached them and said, You must be Kakashi's students. Naruto politely smiled and replied, Yes, Teacher Gyud. Oh, you have any advice for us? Guy gazed at Naruto in astonishment, saying, I never expected that Kakashi could teach such polite students. How remarkable. Naruto grinned in response. You flatter me, Teacher Guy. Guy continued, I apologize for my inept disciple's behavior. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. Just then, Neji arrived. Upon seeing Neji, Naruto remarked, Neji, you still haven't let go, have you? Hinata is quite worried about you that if you make her cry, I will certainly have to confront you. Neji coldly retorted, my affairs are none of your concern, you big fool. With that, he strode towards the registration desk. Sakura turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, do you know him? Naruto nodded, saying, yes, he is Hinata's cousin that I've heard he is the strongest genin in Konoha during this period, a year ahead of us. Sakura gasped in astonishment. Is he really that formidable? Naruto nodded, and then, observing Sasuke's haughty demeanor, remarked, Sasuke, I know you are unconvinced, but as things stand, it is quite possible that you may not be able to defeat him. Sasuke, taken aback, responded, you mean even you cannot defeat him? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, without relying on Kurama's power, it would indeed be quite challenging for me to win against him, though I do have a better chance. Are you afraid? Sasuke declared confidently. How could I be? He is only slightly stronger than I am. It won't be long before I surpass him. Naruto smiled. I believe in your ability. Let us go find Kakashi-sensei. The three made their way to the waiting room, where they encountered Kakashi. Kakashi remarked, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. If any of you had failed to show up, you would have lost this exam because it is a team-based assessment. If even one person gives up, the entire group fails. Sakura, surprised, exclaimed, but Kakashi-sensei, why didn't you tell us this earlier? Kakashi chuckled. Had I mentioned it sooner, regardless of your desires, you would have participated for Sasuke's sake. That would not have been your true choice. Overall, none of you have let me down. Kakashi looked at the excited trio and said, all right, the exam is about to begin. Please proceed inside. The three nodded and entered the classroom to prepare for the examination. Upon entering, Ino rushed over and hugged Sasuke from behind, joyfully exclaiming, Sasuke, you're here. Sakura, immediately irate, yanked Ino away, demanding, Ino pig, let go of him. Ino clung on tighter, refusing to relent, and retorted, you let go, wide forehead. Sasuke, feeling exasperated, found himself unable to be too forceful and could only endure the tug-of-war between the two girls. At that moment, Shikamaru strolled over and said, you all are here too. Naruto replied with a smile, yes, I didn't expect everyone from our class to show up. He then approached Hinata and said, Hinata, you are here too. Hinata shyly responded, yes, Naruto-kun, you are here as well. Naruto took Hinata's hand and led her to a chair. Meanwhile, Kabuto approached Shikamaru and Sasuke, engaging them in conversation. Naruto, uninterested in Kabuto, paid them no mind. Turning to Hinata, he said, I ran into Neji on my way here. It seems he has changed. What could have caused that? Feeling somewhat shy being held by Naruto amid the crowd, Hinata replied, it seems Uncle Hizashi spoke with him and helped him resolve his inner turmoil. But my brother Neji seems to be avoiding me that I do not know why. After a moment of thought, Naruto suggested, perhaps he feels embarrassed for his past behavior towards you that it's all right. Just find a time to talk to him. Hinata nodded and fell silent, contentedly resting in Naruto's embrace. Observing Naruto, Sasuke turned to Kabuto and inquired, since you have gathered so much information, do you have any data on Uzumaki Naruto? The group, intrigued by Sasuke's sudden question, turned their attention to Kabuto, who responded, of course, I have. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Sasuke calmly said, then, please share. Chapter 41. Written examination. Kabuto retrieved Naruto's information and stated, Uzumaki Naruto, orphaned at a young age, faced discrimination from the villagers of Konoha, who referred to him as a monster. He has known Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata since the age of 5. Sasuke impatiently interjected, I already know all of this. What I want to know is Naruto's strength. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto replied, currently, it is known that he possesses the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan, the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, and the Rasengan. His strength should be at the level of a Jonin. Sasuke expressed his disappointment, saying, your information reveals little of value. I am done asking. Kabuto, intrigued, remarked, oh, does that imply that Uzumaki Naruto's strength is greater than what you have stated? Sasuke disregarded Kabuto's question, merely stating, in this Chunin exam, he is the only one I truly care about. At that moment, Orochimaru's 3 subordinates, hearing Sasuke's words, retorted defiantly, you arrogant brat. Today I shall teach you the meaning of ignorance. Sasuke, gazing at the trio, replied, If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Just as Sasuke was about to eliminate the Sound Ninja trio, Ibiki burst into the examination venue and proclaimed loudly, "You pathetic fools! Behave yourselves, should you dare to cause a ruckus. All of you shall fail. The exam begins now." Naruto, glancing at the examination before him, chuckled inwardly, pondering whether this was a test of intelligence gathering. Upon looking up, he noticed that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan's copying ability, while Gaara had unleashed his Sandai. Many others were resorting to various abilities to cheat as well. Naruto smirked. What a marvelous display of talent. I shall join in. Activating his Byakugan, he swept a glance at Sakura before taking up his pen to copy the answers. Meanwhile, several candidates were eliminated in the process. Once all the questions had been completed, Ibiki wrote the 10th question on the board and declared, "There remains one final question. If you answer this correctly, regardless of how you fared on the previous questions, you will pass this exam. However, should you answer incorrectly, it matters not if you answered the earlier questions correctly or not. You shall be deemed a failure and barred from participating in the Chunin exams henceforth. Furthermore, should anyone choose to forfeit, if one person gives up, the entire team shall fail. Now, make your choice, fools." Upon hearing Ibiki's stringent conditions, many candidates wavered, and as time passed, more and more chose to withdraw. Ibiki incessantly employed words to manipulate and disturb the judgment of the examinees. It was only when 26 teams, comprising 78 individuals, remained, and no one else opted to withdraw, that Ibiki declared, "Then, for those present, I now announce that you have all passed the first round of the exam." This proclamation left all candidates in astonishment. Someone inquired, "What about the 10th question? How can we have passed?" Ibiki responded, "Your choice was the 10th question. This trial tested your team cohesion, while believing in your own abilities to face the forthcoming challenges. You must also trust in your teammates' capabilities. Your decision to persevere signifies that you have passed the first round at that moment." Mitarashi Anko burst through a window, comically announcing, "Now is not the time to relax. I am the examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Everyone, follow me." The entire assembly was left speechless by Anko's theatrical entrance, gazing at her with bemused expressions. Ibiki remarked from behind Anko, "Just look at the atmosphere in the room." Observing the candidates' expressions, Anko felt a surge of disappointment. She calculated and said to Ibiki, 78 candidates, 26 teams. You were rather lenient during this first examination, weren't you, Ibiki? Ibiki replied, "Indeed, this batch of candidates is exceptionally talented." Anko nonchalantly stated, "For the second round, I intend to eliminate at least half of the participants." The crowd gasped in shock. Anko continued, "The exam will commence tomorrow. For details regarding the time and location, consult your supervising jonin. Now, disperse." After Naruto and his companions received the time and place for the second round from Kakashi, they set off with Hinata, Sasuke, and Sakura. As they walked along the streets of Konoha, Hinata expressed her concerns to Naruto. "Naruto-kun, I am a bit anxious about tomorrow's exam." Naruto replied with a smile, "What's wrong? Afraid of being eliminated? Don't worry, with your current strength, as long as you have confidence, many won't be your match." Hinata, still worried, said, "But Anko-sensei mentioned she wants to eliminate half of us." Naruto laughed. "Don't pay any mind to what the teacher says. Even if she eliminates half, you won't be among them. Trust yourself, okay?" Hinata nodded and replied, "Yes, I believe in your words, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled gently. "That's the spirit, and Hinata is the best, so believe in your own abilities." Hinata, touched, called out, "Naruto-kun." Naruto responded in kind, and the two embraced tightly. The setting sun casting a long, romantic shadow of their embrace as night enveloped Konoha. Kabuto stealthily made his way to a wooded area to meet Orochimaru. Kabuto approached Orochimaru and said, "Lord Orochimaru, everything is prepared." Orochimaru replied with a smile, "Kabuto, you have done well this time." At that moment, a voice echoed, "Lord Orochimaru, it has been a long time that I never expected you to come to Konoha." Kabuto, startled, drew a kunai and warned, "Who goes there? Show yourself." A youth with fiery red hair and a demon mask stepped out from the woods. Orochimaru, recognizing the youth, chuckled, "Ah, I didn't expect it to be you." The youth replied, "I am honored that you still remember me." "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled. "Well then, what brings you to seek me?" The youth responded, "Nothing much, just here to request something from you." Curious, Orochimaru inquired, What exactly do you wish to obtain from me? The youth replied, the bodies of the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru responded, oh, how did you come to know that I possessed the bodies of those two Hokage? The youth explained, it's quite simple. I once had dealings with Danzo, and he informed me that the first and second Hokage's bodies are in your possession. Thus, I wish to negotiate with you for their acquisition. Orochimaru asked cautiously, what do you intend to do with the bodies of the two previous Hokage? The youth smiled, nothing sinister. I have always been curious about the first Hokage's would release. So I wish to study it. I wonder if you would grant me this request, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru inquired, and what would you offer in return? The youth responded confidently, I assure you, I will not disappoint you. I know you covet Uchiha Sasuke's body. I can help you achieve that. Orochimaru scoffed. Oh, how are you so sure of my interest in Sasuke's body? The youth explained, because you returned to Konoha, and I noticed your arrangements for Kabuto and the Sound Ninja to enter the Chunin exams. Additionally, a few years ago, you acquired intelligence from me. I assume you sought to verify its authenticity. You must have confirmed it by now and likely encountered Itachi Uchiha, as he is the only Uchiha you could have interacted with. And you were defeated by his Manjikyu Sharingan. Hence, you wish to obtain Sasuke, who shares the same bloodline as Itachi. Am I mistaken, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru chuckled. What a terrifying intellect you possess. Indeed, I have interacted with Itachi Uchiha and faced setbacks at his hands. However, my encounters extend beyond him. I have also encountered the Rinnegan and have come to understand its terrifying potential, which is why I seek the Sharingan to combat the one who wields the Rinnegan. My true desire lies in acquiring the Rinnegan. The youth lamented, as for the Rinnegan, I cannot assist you in obtaining it. Thus, I shall take my leave, Lord Orochimaru. Just as the youth was about to depart, Orochimaru interjected, wait, that I can provide you with the bodies of the first and second Hokage, as well as the body of the first grandson, Senju Rope Tree. However, you must assist me with a task. The youth, puzzled, asked, what task? Orochimaru replied, you must not only help me acquire Sasuke's body, but also assist in the destruction of Konoha. How about it? Agree to my terms, and I shall grant you what you desire. The youth inquired, does the third Hokage harbor such deep animosity towards you? Orochimaru chuckled, that is of no concern to you, that as long as you help me destroy Konoha, I will provide you with what you seek. The youth agreed, very well, just inform me when the time comes, but I cannot guarantee success. Orochimaru smiled, just assist me in dealing with the third Hokage. As for Sasuke, I shall handle that myself, the youth replied. Suit yourself, I only seek to obtain what I desire. With that, the youth vanished. Kabuto expressed his concerns, Lord Orochimaru, I fear this individual cannot be trusted. Orochimaru, confident, replied, I understand your worries, Kabuto, but I have my own plans. Though that old man may be aging, he remains formidable. With the assistance of this young rogue, even in defeat, I can escape unscathed. Kabuto responded, should we fail, Lord Orochimaru, do you intend for him to draw the third Hokage's attention to facilitate your escape? Orochimaru chuckled, precisely to the old man, a mysterious genius youth harboring hostility towards Konoha and wishing to obliterate it poses a far greater threat than I do. Thus, even if he allows me to escape, he will not let this boy go. Yao Shidu inquired, what shall we do next, Lord Orochimaru? To which Orochimaru responded with a smile, simply proceed as planned. You shall continue with the examination and keep a vigilant watch over Sasuke's every move. Yao Shidu replied, I understand what I must do, Lord Orochimaru. You need not worry. With that, Yao Shidu swiftly vanished, reappearing in Konoha. Orochimaru gazed upon the village with a grin. We shall meet again soon. Yuanfei-sensei, that I hope you will not disappoint me. After saying this, Orochimaru departed. Chapter 42. Fierce battle. The following morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the death forest of Konoha. Many candidates had already gathered there. Hondo announced, is everyone present? If so, come forth to receive your death warrants. Hondo produced a stack of death warrants and placed them before the crowd. One candidate protested, we are merely here to take an exam. Why must we sign death warrants? Hondo replied with a chilling smile. Because this examination will indeed be deadly. With that, he materialized behind the protesting candidate, brandishing a dagger against their throat. Hondo sneered, do you still have any objections? The candidate trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. After chastising the candidate as worthless, Hondo returned to the podium and declared, "Those who wish to take the exam, sign quickly and refrain from further chatter." With a smile, Naruto approached Hondo and said, "Hondo-sensei, please provide me with a death warrant." Hondo looked at Naruto and chuckled. "Ah, we have a brave one who is unafraid of death. Have you thought this through? Once you sign, there is no turning back." Naruto responded cheerfully, "Hondo-sensei, people die every day in this world, and as a ninja, death is merely a part of life. Do you think I would be afraid?" Hondo regarded Naruto with admiration. "You are indeed a worthy ninja." He then handed Naruto a death warrant, which Naruto signed and returned to him. Sasuke also requested a death warrant, and soon all candidates followed suit, signing their own. Once everyone had signed, Hondo produced a large stack of scrolls, stating, "Here are 26 scrolls, one for each team. They consist of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Within 5 days, you must acquire the scroll that differs from your own, the location being the Death Forest behind me. After obtaining it, you must reach the central tower within these 5 days for your second exam to be deemed successful. Now, the examination officially begins." With that, Hondo opened the gates to the Death Forest. All candidates rushed into the forest. Upon entering, Sasuke suggested to Naruto, "We should establish a code to prevent others from impersonating us to steal the Book of Earth." Naruto turned to Sakura and asked, "Sakura, what do you think of Sasuke's proposal?" Sakura replied, "I think it's a good idea." After agreeing on a code, Sasuke instructed Naruto, "Naruto, use your Byakugan to scan for anyone possessing the Book of Heaven." As Naruto activated his Byakugan, he suddenly warned Sasuke, "Sasuke, be careful." He quickly pulled Sasuke aside. Just as several shuriken lodged into the spot where Sasuke had been standing, their ends adorned with explosive tags. Seeing the explosive tags, the trio swiftly evaded the area. With a loud explosion, Naruto shouted into the woods, "Whoever you are, come out." At the same time, several chains shot from his body toward the trees. A figure emerged, deftly evading Naruto's attack. The three turned to face the newcomer, revealing a man resembling a snake. Naruto recognized him as Orochimaru. Orochimaru, surprised, remarked, "I did not expect you to possess the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. But then again, you are the future son-in-law of Hyuga Hayashi, so it is not entirely surprising. Unfortunately, you are not my target this time." Naruto retorted, "I didn't expect one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to be such a coward." Orochimaru, astonished, replied, "Oh, you actually know me. How intriguing. It seems I underestimated you." Naruto chuckled, "It's no big deal. I've heard countless tales from the perverted sage about you. It's hard not to know." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that it was Jiraiya who had informed Naruto. Sasuke asked, "Naruto, do you know this vile individual?" Naruto nodded. "He is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside my master Jiraiya." Sakura exclaimed, "Why would someone so powerful want to attack us?" Orochimaru laughed, "It's nothing personal. I merely wish to engage you in a game." He then brandished the Book of Heaven before Naruto and the others. "Now, let the contest for the scrolls begin." Sakura gasped, "The Book of Heaven?" "Naruto, Sasuke, he possesses the Book of Heaven. He's a candidate." At that moment, the gathered crowd understood why Orochimaru had appeared. Naruto urged Sasuke, "Sasuke, I'll hold him off. You take Sakura and escape." Sasuke, recognizing the disparity in their strengths, insisted, "Naruto, why not all leave together? With your Flying Thunder God technique, he won't be able to catch up." Naruto replied, "No, Sasuke, I want to test my strength and see how far I've come." Sasuke countered, "Then I shall stay too. I want to try as well." Naruto insisted, "That's not an option. If it were a different time, I might let you try, but we still have an exam to complete, and we shouldn't take unnecessary risks." Reluctantly, Sasuke conceded, "Fine, I'll trust your judgment this time." But he took Sakura's hand, and they began to retreat. Orochimaru sneered, "Did I say you could leave?" With that, he swiftly appeared before Sasuke, blocking his path, and unleashed a serpent-like limb in an attempt to seize him. Sasuke suddenly ducked as a shuriken flew overhead toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly dodged the projectile, but Naruto, using the Flying Thunder God, appeared behind Orochimaru and struck him down with a Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed, "Earth clone." Byakugan, realizing he had only struck Orochimaru's clone, Naruto activated his Byakugan to search for the real one. He swiftly unleashed several chains from his body, slamming them down toward the ground where Orochimaru had vanished. Orochimaru leapt from the earth, and the two exchanged wary glances. Once he saw that Sasuke and Sakura were safely away, Naruto confidently declared, Orochimaru, let us continue this duel. He unleashed a barrage of chains directed at Orochimaru. Using his hands to press against the ground, Orochimaru countered, Earth Barrier, Earth Wall. After blocking Naruto's chains, he swiftly materialized behind him and formed seals. Wind Barrier, Vacuum Great Sphere. Quickly, Naruto tossed a shuriken upward, using the Flying Thunder God to evade the damage from the Vacuum Great Sphere. Seeing Naruto suspended in the air, Orochimaru hastily formed seals, Fire Barrier, Fire Dragon Technique. Naruto countered by binding the Fire Dragon with his Diamond Sealing Technique, Sealing Fire Seal. The Fire Dragon unleashed by Orochimaru was immediately sealed. After sealing the Fire Dragon, the Diamond Seal continued its assault on Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru performed the Summoning Technique, conjuring a massive serpent to block Naruto's attack before swiftly retreating. When Orochimaru glanced back, he saw that the serpent he had summoned had been shredded by Naruto's chains. Orochimaru internally mused, what a truly terrifying little brat. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was retreating with Sakura, encountered a masked boy. Sasuke coldly demanded, Who are you? And why are you blocking my path? The boy chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to present you with a gift. Sasuke retorted, I don't care who you are. Step aside immediately, or I won't hold back. The boy responded playfully, That's simply one to do. You should graciously accept my gift. With that, he charged at Sasuke. Sasuke urgently instructed Sakura, Sakura, run, I'll hold him off. Sakura replied defiantly, No way. I'm a member of Team 7-2. I can't leave you behind. Determined, Sakura stepped in front of Sasuke to confront the advancing boy. She struck out with a powerful punch, sending the boy flying. Sasuke stared in astonishment at Sakura. Sakura, when did you become so strong? With newfound confidence, Sakura replied, I can't always hide behind you and rely on your protection. The boy, having been struck away, remarked, I underestimated you. I thought you were just a burden, but it seems you're quite the surprise. Now, I won't hold back. With that, he unleashed a series of chains towards Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke exclaimed in shock, Diamond Lock. You're from the Uzumaki clan. He and Sakura quickly dodged. Sakura unleashed a devastating punch against the ground, causing the earth to collapse, forcing the boy to leap into the air. This moment, Sasuke was waiting in the air for him. Sasuke formed hand seals and declared, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. The young man unleashed several chains from behind to block the fireball, then formed his own seals and countered. Sealing Technique, Fire Sealing Mark. Instantly, Sasuke's fireball was absorbed by the chains and retaliated towards him. Sasuke shot a wire from his sleeve, embedding it into a tree, allowing him to pull himself up and evade the young man's assault. He then launched shurikens tied to the wire towards the boy, who dodged them effortlessly, but Sasuke manipulated the wire to ensnare him, subsequently forming the seals for Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Sakura, observing the young man engulfed in flames, asked, Is it over? Sasuke uncertainly replied, I don't know. It should be at that moment. The boy suddenly appeared between them, exclaiming, That was quite close. I almost thought I was done for. Sakura gasped, How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, the boy unleashed several chains to bind them. Sasuke attempted to cast an illusion on him using his Sharingan, but it was evaded. The boy laughed, saying, Sasuke, you think you can cast an illusion on me? That's impossible. Knowing you are of the Uchiha clan, how could I not guard against your Sharingan? Sakura, perplexed, inquired, How did you escape from Sasuke's fire technique? At this, Sasuke explained, Space ninjutsu. Sakura, astonished, responded, What do you mean? Space ninjutsu? How can that be? The boy chuckled. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. Indeed, it is space ninjutsu. He approached Sasuke, producing a syringe, and said, Now you can accept my gift. Sakura, anxious, asked, What do you intend to do to Sasuke? The boy replied with a grin, Nothing much, just a small gift. With that, he injected the substance from the syringe into Sasuke's neck. Sasuke immediately let out a piercing scream. Sakura, alarmed, asked, Sasuke, are you all right? What did he do to you? The boy laughed, saying, I told you, just a little gift. Well then, I must take my leave. With that, he vanished, leaving only Sakura hugging Sasuke, weeping helplessly. Today marks the completion of the signing, celebrating with an additional chapter. Chapter 43. Desolation. Meanwhile, Naruto was locked in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. After evading Naruto's Rasengan, Orochimaru remarked, Heh, Naruto-kun, I find myself increasingly fond of you. How about it? Are you interested in leaving Konoha and joining me? I can make you even stronger. Naruto retorted with a smile. Orochimaru, you should worry about yourself. Soon, I will bring you before the third Hokage. Orochimaru replied with a smirk. I must decline. I have many matters to attend to and cannot continue this game with you. As Orochimaru attempted to retreat, Naruto scoffed. Orochimaru, do you really think you can escape? Orochimaru laughed. Though your strength exceeds my expectations, if I wish to leave, I believe you cannot stop me. Just then, Sasuke's anguished cries echoed through the air. Orochimaru chuckled. This time, I truly must take my leave. Naruto-kun, I hope to spar with you again next time. Upon hearing Sasuke's screams, Naruto realized he had fallen into Orochimaru's trap and that Sasuke had undoubtedly been cursed by him. Enraged, he shouted, Orochimaru, do you really think you can get away with this? Orochimaru looked at Naruto with surprise as a powerful chakra suddenly erupted from him, coalescing into a five-tailed fox. Orochimaru gasped, the Nine Tails. He quickly began to retreat. Naruto's release of the Nine Tails chakra also stirred all the exam participants in the Forest of Death. In particular, Gaara's Shikaku stirred violently, though Gaara managed to suppress it just in time. Gaara, glancing in Naruto's direction, hurriedly made his way over. Temari and Kankuro, while less sensitive than Gaara, also sensed the overwhelming chakra. Temari wondered aloud, what could possibly be generating such terrifying chakra, and Gaara seemed so agitated. Could it be? Sharing a glance with Kankuro, they both recognized the profound fear reflected in each other's eyes. Not only Gaara, but Neji, using his Byakugan, also saw Naruto in his Nine Tails mode and exclaimed, this guy is indeed a monster. Tenten asked, Neji, do you know who unleashed such terrifying chakra? Neji did not respond to Tenten, merely stating, let's go check it out. With that, the three of them set off towards Naruto's location. At that moment, Hinata was the most anxious of all. Realizing Naruto had unleashed the Nine Tails chakra, she rushed forward. Kiba and Shino, though puzzled, dared not question her, for Hinata was terrifyingly determined. Shikamaru was also making his way towards Naruto. Ino curiously asked, Shikamaru, is it really Naruto? Shikamaru nodded. Yes, there's no one else. Choji remarked, I know Naruto is the Nine Tails host, but I had no idea the power of the Nine Tails could be so horrifying. Shikamaru replied, indeed, but the enemy forcing Naruto to utilize such immense power must be formidable, so we must hurry to assist him. Ino questioned, but what can we do if we get there? Shikamaru answered, I don't know, but we must go. As everyone rushed towards Naruto's position, he had already engaged Orochimaru in a fierce exchange, throwing his Nine Tails tails at Orochimaru, who deftly dodged each of Naruto's relentless attacks. Orochimaru, forming hand seals, declared, Ninjutsu, Serpent's Formation. Orochimaru lay on the ground, releasing countless small snakes, each spitting forth a blade towards Naruto. Naruto swept his hands forward, obliterating every single snake, realizing the futility of his attack. Orochimaru attempted to retreat, only for a Nine Tails tail to erupt from beneath him, transforming into claws that split him in half. Orochimaru, utilizing his shedding technique, emerged unscathed from his bisected form. Disgusting. Naruto, looking at the seemingly unharmed Orochimaru, remarked, I can't tell if I'm the monster or if you are. It's utterly repulsive. Orochimaru laughed. Heh, I didn't expect you to possess such a sense of humor, Naruto-kun. Naruto furiously retorted, I'm not joking. Die, you disgusting creature. With that, he unleashed countless chains that enveloped the Nine Tails. Orochimaru, seeing the Nine Tails ensnared, felt a surge of anxiety. Naruto wasted no time, directing his five tails to assault Orochimaru. This time, Orochimaru, not daring to be careless, swiftly dodged, though his arm was still grazed. Observing the continuous assault of sealing power and Nine Tails energy on his wounded arm, Orochimaru decisively severed it. Watching as it crumbled to ash, he lamented, It seems if I were to be truly hit, I would indeed perish. At that moment, Sakura arrived, cradling Sasuke, and shouted to Naruto, Naruto, please help Sasuke, he seems to be poisoned. Upon seeing the distraught Sakura and unconscious Sasuke, Naruto's rage ignited. Orochimaru, you dare harm Sasuke? I will take your life. With that, he focused on gathering chakra. Meanwhile, the others in the Forest of Death arrived at the scene. Gaara, staring at Naruto, muttered, He is a monster like me. Ha, a monster just like me. Handing over to Temari and Kankuro, They gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Not only them, but everyone else also looked on in shock at Naruto. Hinata, worried for Naruto, wanted to rush forward but was held back by Kiba. Desperate, Hinata pleaded. "Let me go, Kiba. I need to be by Naruto-kun's side." Kiba, anxious, urged. "Hinata, calm down. Naruto is fine right now." At that moment, Shikamaru approached and added, "Hinata, Kiba is right. Our concern should be for ourselves. We re too close. If that chakra ball Naruto is gathering were to explode, we would be caught in the blast." Everyone understood their precarious situation. They were too close, and it was dangerous. Neji then said, "Everyone, gather around. Shikamaru, use your Nara clan shadow technique to pull Sasuke and Sakura over here. Hinata, I need your assistance." Without hesitation, Shikamaru used his shadow technique to pull Sakura over. Hinata, hearing Neji call for her, responded, but Naruto-kun." Neji approached Hinata and assured her, "Hinata, do not worry. I promise you that Naruto, that big fool, will be perfectly fine. Right now, we must join forces to use the heavenly spin to shield ourselves from the aftermath of their battle. Do you wish to witness the demise of Kiba and the others?" Neji's words finally jolted Hinata back to her senses. She replied, "I understand, Neji brother, that I will protect everyone." Neji nodded and instructed, "Stand close together. I will use the heavenly spin alongside Hinata to ensure no one is harmed by the residual waves." As Hinata and Neji stood side by side, she suddenly inquired, "Neji brother, do you still harbor hatred towards me?" Neji replied coolly, "Yes, but my resentment is not directed at you. It is aimed at the scoundrel who established these clan rules. My father has spoken with me, and I have come to realize that what I must protect is you, my sister, not the heiress of the Hyuga clan." Hinata felt deeply moved. "Neji brother, you." Neji interjected, "Enough, it's coming." Meanwhile, as Naruto focused his chakra, Orochimaru had already discerned Naruto's intentions. Quickly creating distance, he performed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Declaring, summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru summoned 3 colossal gates to obstruct Naruto's path. At this moment, Naruto was consumed by rage, fixated solely on eliminating the loathsome creature who had harmed Sasuke. "You think you can block it? Just die." Orochimaru, tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb erupted from Kurama's mouth. Neji exclaimed, "Now is the time. Heavenly spin." Together, Neji and Hinata unleashed the heavenly spin, enveloping everyone in its protective embrace. Gaara also released his sand shield, while Temari and Kankuro hurriedly took refuge behind him. A tremendous explosion ensued as Orochimaru's triple Rashomon was shattered, but fortunately, the force of the tailed beast bomb had been significantly diminished. Orochimaru immediately utilized all his chakra to erect an earth wall to block the remaining tailed beast bomb. Although he succeeded, he was still sent flying by the shockwave. In the aftermath, everyone gazed in stunned silence at the transformed landscape, where the forest of death had been blasted into a massive crater over 30 meters in diameter. Naruto looked at the fallen Orochimaru and remarked, "He is still alive. Fine. I'll give you another one and see how long you can endure." With that, he began to gather another tailed beast bomb. Shikamaru observed the ever-growing tailed beast bomb and muttered, "Here we go again. That madman Naruto." He then asked Neji, "How much chakra do you have left?" Neji replied, "That last attack consumed 1/3 of my chakra. But I can still hold on." At that moment, a boy wearing a ghostly mask appeared beside Orochimaru and addressed Naruto. "This won't do. Orochimaru cannot die here. I must take him away, and you won't object, will you?" Naruto regarded the boy with suspicion, sensing an odd connection, yet he had no time to ponder it. Coldly, he responded, "Do you really think you can save him?" The boy smiled. "If you don't act recklessly." "Then of course I can't. But will you?" From the boy's sudden appearance, Naruto deduced that he possessed space-time ninjutsu. If he truly wished to flee, Naruto would be powerless to stop him. Moreover, pursuing him recklessly could potentially destroy Konoha. The immense power of the Nine Tails could inflict irreversible damage if mismanaged. Naruto conceded, "Fine, you can take Orochimaru, but you must tell me what has happened to Sasuke." The boy chuckled, "No problem. Sasuke has merely been afflicted by Orochimaru's curse seal. I believe you'll handle it, so I must take my leave." As Naruto watched the boy use space-time ninjutsu to carry Orochimaru away, he could only lament, so Sasuke has indeed fallen victim to the cursed seal. Is there truly no way to change that? At this moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Chapter 44. The emotional amplifier. At this juncture, Kurama spoke. "What is troubling you?" You seem rather peculiar today. You've never been this volatile before. Take a moment to sense your surroundings and see what you resemble now. Naruto focused on his environment and was taken aback by his own actions. In his perception, he saw fear and trepidation in the eyes of his friends. Recalling the earlier confrontation with Orochimaru filled him with dread. He whispered, "It seems I have lost control of my emotions." "How did this happen? I nearly harmed Hinata and Shikamaru." Kurama snorted. "Humph. Now you realize what you just did? Huh? Truly a fool to at that moment." The voice of the benevolent Naruto resonated within him. "Finally, you've come to your senses." Naruto immediately entered his mental space and asked, "You know why I lost control of my emotions, don't you?" The benevolent Naruto affirmed, "Indeed, I know, and you should as well." Naruto pondered, "Could it be that my emotional instability is connected to you both?" The benevolent Naruto nodded, "Precisely. Because your emotional spectrum is now complete, your fleeting emotions can sway your judgment." Naruto questioned, "Then why did this not happen before?" The benevolent Naruto gazed at him as if he were simple-minded. "Are you daft? Previously, you had sealed me and this fellow away, so your emotional spectrum was incomplete. Now that we are free, your emotions are whole, naturally leading to different outcomes." The malevolent Naruto interjected coolly. "Fool." Naruto felt the weight of their judgment and was momentarily hurt, yet he knew he needed their assistance to regain control over his turbulent emotions. He begrudgingly asked, "Is there a way to resolve this?" The malevolent Naruto replied, "Why resolve it? Why not simply be your true self? Why suppress your emotions?" Naruto instinctively dismissed the malevolent Naruto's words, thinking to himself that this character would relish his emotional turmoil. Choosing to ignore him, he turned his attention back to the benevolent Naruto. The benevolent Naruto smiled and said, "There's no solution. We can only strive to help you manage your emotions. Ultimately, it relies on you." Naruto expressed his confusion. "Rely on myself? How should I go about that?" The benevolent Naruto explained, "You must learn to control your emotions and strive not to be swayed by them. Just as the ancient wisdom says, heavenly movement is vigorous. A gentleman strives unceasingly. The earth is vast. A gentleman bears great virtue. Thus, it all comes down to you." Naruto understood that it was indeed up to him. He replied to the benevolent Naruto, "I understand. I will make an effort to try, and I hope you can assist me as best as you can." The benevolent Naruto responded with a smile, "We will. Now go, your friends are surely worried about you." After nodding, Naruto exited the mental space at that moment. The malevolent Naruto remarked to the benevolent Naruto, "If he wishes to evolve his Sharingan, he must be swayed by his emotions to hasten the evolution into the Rinnegan. Yet, why do you insist on advising him to control his emotions? Do you not wish for him to attain the Rinnegan?" The benevolent Naruto replied, "Of course, I desire for him to acquire the Rinnegan swiftly. But I cannot allow him to succumb to darkness." The malevolent Naruto questioned, "Succumb to darkness? What does that entail?" The benevolent Naruto explained, "Though we are his personas, manifestations of his emotions, we cannot dictate his thoughts. Should he lose control, even you and I could be consumed by his darkness." The malevolent Naruto expressed his astonishment. "Consumed? How is that even possible?" The benevolent Naruto calmly responded, "Have you forgotten? He attained rebirth by devouring the souls of Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ashura." The malevolent Naruto gasped, "Could it be? Is he?" The benevolent Naruto affirmed, "Indeed, it is as you suspect. He simply remains unaware. Therefore, you must not draw him into your vengeful emotions." The malevolent Naruto, feeling helpless, replied, "But what can I do if he chooses to enter?" The benevolent Naruto stated, "Thus, we must endeavor to help him maintain control over his emotions." The malevolent Naruto, growing impatient, conceded, "Fine, I will defer to your judgment for now, that I shall take my leave." After the malevolent Naruto vanished, the benevolent Naruto sighed. What a hassle. With that, he too disappeared. Kurama, observing Naruto in a daze, understood he had delved into his own psyche. That realm was inaccessible even to him, so Kurama could only await Naruto's return. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Naruto soon regained his composure and addressed Kurama. "Kurama, I understand now why I lost control of my emotions. It is because of my two personas." The Ninetales exclaimed in astonishment. "It turns out to be because of those two. What on earth is going on? Please clarify this for me." After Naruto recounted his conversation with the benevolent version of himself to the Ninetales, the creature responded, "So, after you unsealed them, your emotions were amplified, correct?" Naruto nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, They act like amplifiers for my emotions, making it difficult for me to control them. The Ninetales inquired, "Is there any solution to this predicament?" Naruto replied helplessly, "No, I can only strive to manage my emotions on my own. But it is indeed quite challenging." The Ninetales empathized. "It is indeed difficult. I often struggle to control myself as well. However, I have faith that you can succeed, for you are the one the old man spoke of. You must believe in yourself." Naruto responded with confidence, "Of course, I can achieve it, and I will bring peace to this world. I truly believe I can do it." The Ninetales affirmed, "Yes, I believe in you. Now, go and check on Sasuke." Naruto nodded, reverting from the Ninetales mode, and approached his friends, saying, "I apologize for involving you all. It's my fault for losing control." Shikamaru chuckled, "It's all right. Everyone has moments of emotional instability, especially when it's for friends. Just try not to let it happen again. If it occurs once more, I don't know if I can survive it." Naruto said apologetically, "I promise to do my best to control my emotions from now on." The others smiled and forgave him. At that moment, Gaara approached, exclaiming, "Why do you have friends? How can someone like us have friends?" Naruto looked at Gaara and replied, "Why can't we have friends? As long as we are sincere, we can have friends too. If I can have them, so can you." Gaara recalled Yashimaru and lamented, "That's impossible. We are all monsters. We will never have friends." Gaara clutched his head and cried out in anguish. Temari and Kankuro watched anxiously, concerned that Gaara might lose control, while the others, except for Neji and Shikamaru, looked at Gaara in fear. Gaara shouted frantically, "No way, no way. I must kill you. I will kill you. Just wait." With that, he stormed off in a frenzy, and Temari and Kankuro hurriedly followed him. Naruto watched Gaara leave, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Hinata took Naruto's hand and said, "Naruto-kun, don't go near him. He is terrifying." Naruto looked at Hinata in confusion. "Hinata, what's wrong? You seem very afraid. What's going on with Gaara?" Kiba interjected, "Naruto, when we first entered the Forest of Death, we encountered him. He is terrifying. He has killed everyone he met in a cruel manner." Understanding the situation, Naruto smiled at Hinata. "It's all right, Hinata. He can't hurt me. In fact, he is quite pitiable. If I hadn't known you and Sasuke since childhood, I might have ended up like him." Hinata nervously replied, "That won't happen. Naruto-kun is so gentle. How could you become like him?" Naruto smiled and hugged Hinata, kissing her forehead before saying, "All right, I'm going to see Sasuke now." Hinata, feeling bashful at being kissed in front of so many people, lowered her head and began playing with her fingers. Naruto approached Sakura, saying, "Sakura, let me see how Sasuke is doing." Sakura looked at Naruto with sadness. "Naruto, you must save him." Naruto smiled. "I will. Sasuke will be fine. He is my best friend, so don't worry." Naruto then glanced at the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck and asked the Ninetales, "Kaibai, is there a way to remove the cursed seal from Sasuke?" The Ninetales sensed the cursed seal and replied, "This is a form of sage chakra, but it differs from normal sage chakra. It is infused with darkness. Moreover, I sense a consciousness within this cursed seal, likely belonging to that guy Orochimaru." Naruto responded, "So how do we resolve this?" The Ninetales said, "There is no need to rush. Let me first extract that consciousness from Sasuke. Naruto, let me take over." Naruto agreed. "All right." At that moment, Sakura asked, "Naruto, do you have a plan?" The others also looked at Naruto with concern. The Ninetales took control of Naruto's body, stating, "I will first extract that consciousness from within Sasuke." The crowd was astonished by Naruto's transformation, with only Hinata saying, "You are Kaibai." The others, confused, asked, "Kaibai?" Hinata explained, "It's the Ninetales sealed within Naruto." Only then did they realize that the figure before them was not Naruto, but the Ninetales. The Ninetales remarked to Hinata, "You're quite clever, little girl from the Hyuga clan, and no wonder that big fool Naruto likes you." This made Hinata blush and shyly lower her head to play with her fingers. The Ninetales then placed his hand on the cursed seal on Sasuke, and as its chakra invaded Sasuke's body, he soon let out a scream. Everyone rushed forward, anxious to see what was happening with Sasuke. They then saw the Ninetales' hand retracting from Sasuke's neck, although the chakra remained connected within Sasuke. And with the Ninetales' pull, a small white snake was extracted from Sasuke. Chapter 45. Dark Naruto. Everyone gasped as they witnessed the Ninetales suddenly extract a white snake from Sasuke. The Ninetales said to Naruto, "Now, we just need to eliminate the negative emotions associated with the sage chakra within Sasuke, and his power may potentially surge. Naruto asked in confusion. Power surge. The Ninetales replied. Indeed, that if you can eradicate the negative emotions within him, that Sage Chakra will become his. With this chakra as a catalyst, Sasuke will be able to cultivate Sage Chakra. Once he enters Sage mode, he will also be able to heal from the damage caused by using natural chakra. Naruto exclaimed, Really? That's wonderful. The Ninetales chuckled and said, Now it all depends on your dark side. Since it embodies negative emotions, I believe you will have a solution. Naruto, astonished, asked, Kai-bai, are you suggesting I let him take control of my body to save Sasuke? The Ninetales confirmed, Precisely. There is no one else. I know what you are worried about. But don't forget, he is also Naruto. Thus, he shares the same desire to save Sasuke. Reluctantly, Naruto agreed. Fine. At that moment, Shikamaru looked at the deceased white snake and said to Naruto, Naruto, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen this snake somewhere before. Ino added, Now that you mention it, I think I've seen that snake too. Naruto replied with a smile. Yes, aside from Niji and his group, you all should have seen it. Didn't you notice that Waita also had a similar snake? Ino exclaimed. Oh right, I remember now. The snake you pulled from Waita was indeed similar to this one. Shikamaru speculated. Could it be that the one who revived Waita is the same person who harmed Sasuke, the one you just fought? Naruto nodded. Exactly, he is the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Even Shikamaru was astonished. The legendary Sannin of Konoha? Why would he do something like this? Naruto replied. He has been researching forbidden techniques, and is now a rogue ninja. Honestly, I have no idea what his intentions are. As for attacking Sasuke, it could be for Sasuke's Sharingan. For now, our priority is to save Sasuke. We can discuss the rest later. Naruto entered the mental space, where the benevolent and dark versions of himself awaited him. Naruto addressed the dark version. You already know the situation. Can you resolve it? The dark Naruto replied. It is possible, but are you sure you want to proceed with this? Naruto asked. What do you mean by that? The dark Naruto explained. To resolve the negative emotions within Sasuke, I must absorb them into your body. These negative emotions will empower me. However, you will become somewhat malevolent, and if you cannot control yourself, you may lose control. Are you truly willing to do this? After hearing the dark Naruto's words, Naruto looked towards the benevolent version, seeking an answer. The benevolent Naruto said seriously, he speaks the truth. Moreover, your emotions nearly spiraled out of control before. Absorbing Sasuke's negative emotions now could very well lead to a loss of control. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto resolutely declared, No matter what happens to me, the most pressing concern at present is Sasuke. That I have faith that I can maintain control. The dark Naruto nonchalantly replied, Do as you wish. Since you've made your decision, let us proceed with the exchange. Nodding, Naruto responded, All right, let's do this. The onlookers, witnessing Naruto close his eyes, assumed he was once again engaging in a body swap with the Ninetales. However, when Naruto opened his eyes, Shikamaru noticed that they were not the crimson slits of the beast, but rather a deep black. Stepping back in astonishment, Shikamaru exclaimed, Who are you? You are not the Kai-bai. The dark Naruto grinned wickedly. Of course, I am not the Kai-bai. I am Naruto. However, I am not the Naruto you all know. Hinata, filled with concern, asked, What has become of the original Naruto-kun? The dark Naruto swiftly moved in front of Hinata, embracing her with a mischievous grin. I am your Naruto. Hinata, flustered, Hinata pushed him away, insisting, You are not the Naruto I know. The dark Naruto feigned sorrow. What a heartless woman you are, abandoning your own M.A.N.A.T. that moment. The real Naruto roared from deep within, Do not bully Hinata, you scoundrel. Hurry and heal Sasuke, then return. The dark Naruto shrugged dismissively. Yes, so impatient. I rarely get to step out. Can I linger a bit and breathe the fresh air? Even if I am merely a facet of your personality, one deserves certain rights. The crowd, taken aback by this unfamiliar version of Naruto, watched as he approached the unconscious Sasuke cradled in Sakura's arms. With a devilish smile, he said, Beautiful lady, might I borrow the handsome fellow in your embrace for a moment? I need to tend to his injuries. And tell me, how does such a lovely girl like you end up with someone so cold? You should prefer me. I would cherish you dearly. He leaned closer to Sakura, their eyes locking, causing her to recoil in terror. The dark Naruto then turned his gaze towards the woods, prompting the others to look as well. That it turned out that Konoha's Umbu and RGA had also arrived at the scene. RGA, observing the transformed death forest, inquired of Naruto and the others, Could someone explain what has transpired here? The dark Naruto smirked. Ah, it's you, Teacher RGA, and Zabuza. You are here as well. Zabuza responded. Uzumaki Naruto, the third Hokage, wishes to know what exactly is happening here. The dark Naruto replied with a grin. You're rather cold, aren't you? We are old acquaintances, yet you treat me so formally. It's quite unpleasant, RGA said sternly. Uzumaki Naruto, please answer the question seriously. Suddenly, the dark Naruto appeared before RGA, embracing her with a wicked smile. Teacher RGA, how would you like me to answer? If it's in this manner, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Delightful. RGA was taken aback by the sudden embrace, as were all present. Hinata angrily shouted, Let go of Teacher RGA. Her outburst snapped everyone back to reality. The dark Naruto chuckled. My little Hinata is angry. Teacher RGA, let us continue our conversation like this another time. That he released RGA, who, now recovering from the shock, blushed with both anger and embarrassment, retorting, You little brat, go to hell. From our god's sleeve, several large snakes slithered out, lunging at the dark Naruto that he evaded effortlessly, teleporting behind RGA with the Flying Thunder God technique. RGA gasped. The Flying Thunder God technique. You left a mark on me earlier. The dark Naruto wrapped his arms around her from behind, whispering, You miss me, don't you? Teacher RGA? He then placed a kiss on her ear. Arga's face turned crimson as Naruto, using the Flying Thunder God, returned to his original position. RGA, both embarrassed and furious, hesitated to retaliate, fearing another advance. Zabuza coughed. Uzumaki Naruto, please answer my question properly. Otherwise, I will have to take you to the third Hokage for an explanation. The dark Naruto replied playfully, It's nothing much. Orochimaru just paid a visit, and we had a little scuffle that I lost control for a moment and ended up wreaking havoc in this area. RGA gasped. What did you say? Orochimaru was here. The dark Naruto smirked. Indeed, I drove him away. He won't be out of bed for at least a month. RGA was even more astonished. You mean you defeated Orochimaru and severely injured him? The dark Naruto looked at her with a mischievous glint. Is there a problem? Teacher RGA? RGA felt uneasy under his gaze, as if being stalked by a wolf. And coupled with Naruto's earlier advances, her cheeks flushed as she averted her eyes. Zabuza, standing beside RGA, observed her with a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, Hinata, standing next to the dark Naruto, was thoroughly infuriated by his actions. In her heart, she thought, that foolish Naruto-kun, how could he treat Teacher RGA like this? It makes me so angry. I will never forgive him. Zabuza cleared his throat and asked, Do you know why Orochimaru came to Konoha? The dark Naruto replied, I have no idea, but I can assure you he has some plan against Konoha. So, you should advise the third Hokage to be cautious and prepare adequately. Zabuza nodded. Understood. I will inform the third Hokage. As for that unconscious brat over there, is he all right? Should we withdraw from this exam? After glancing at Sasuke, the dark Naruto smiled. No need. I will heal him. It's best to continue with the exam. Zabuza shrugged. Suit yourselves. We will return to inform the third Hokage. RGA, impatient, declared, Since everything is fine, I shall take my leave. With that, she hurried off. After Zabuza glanced at Arga's departing figure, he nodded at Naruto before vanishing in an instant. Once the Umbu had departed, Naruto approached Sasuke, placing his hands over the cursed seal. Instantly, an exceedingly malevolent chakra surged into Naruto's body. The overwhelming wave of negative emotions flooded him, causing him to feel momentarily disoriented. Nearly collapsing, Hinata, who had been frowning, rushed to support him, her concern evident. Are you all right? The dark Naruto grinned wickedly. What's wrong? Aren't you angry with me anymore? Hinata feigned indifference. I'm not angry. The dark Naruto chuckled. Oh really? Your lips are practically pouting to the heavens. Hinata protested. I'm not. You can do as you please. After all, you are not my Naruto-kun. The dark Naruto replied. Indeed, I am not the foolish one you adore. But I am still Naruto. Now, that idiot is about to resurface, so I shall take my leave. With that, he closed his eyes, and when Naruto reopened them, he was once again the familiar Naruto known to everyone. Chapter 46. Speculation. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Hinata, Naruto anxiously explained, Hinata, let me clarify. Everything that happened before was that guy's doing, not mine. I only love you, Hinata, truly. It was him, not me. Hinata, amused by Naruto's frantic demeanor, feigned seriousness. Oh, was that not Naruto-kun just now? Stumped, Naruto was at a loss for words. Unsure how to respond, to deny it would be false. Yet it was indeed himself, albeit another persona. To affirm it would negate his character. Seeing Naruto's struggle to explain, Hinata could no longer contain her laughter. When Naruto noticed her amusement, he asked, "Hinata, are you not angry anymore?" Hinata replied, "Naruto-kun is such a big fool. Although I am unsure of what exactly transpired. I know that was certainly not your true intent. Even though you seemed rather frivolous, I could still feel that you love me." Naruto was touched by her words, embracing Hinata joyfully. "Thank you, Hinata." She remained silent, simply relishing the warmth of his embrace. Their companions, witnessing the heartfelt moment between Naruto and Hinata, felt joy for them. Ino expressed her envy. "How beautiful. I wonder when I will have such a moment with Sasuke." After Naruto and Hinata parted, Ino intended to inquire about the earlier events, but before she could speak, Shikamaru interjected, "Naruto, now that Sasuke is all right, we should take our leave." With that, he took Ino and Choji and departed. The others, seeing Shikamaru leave, also bid farewell. Hinata turned to Naruto. "We must go as well, Naruto-kun. Good luck with the exam." Naruto smiled and said, "You too." Hinata replied reluctantly, "Well, we shall take our leave." With that, she departed alongside Kiba and Shino. Once everyone had left, Naruto turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, quickly take Sasuke and let's leave this place. We need to find a secluded spot to hide." Just as he finished speaking, Naruto nearly collapsed. But fortunately, Sakura noticed in time and supported him. Concerned, Sakura asked, "Naruto, what's wrong? Are you all right?" After managing to stand, Naruto replied, "I'm fine. Don't ask so many questions. Let's go." He then staggered towards the woods, with Sakura carrying Sasuke following closely behind him. Meanwhile, Ino, who had just left, looked at Shikamaru curiously and said, "Shikamaru, why did you interrupt me earlier? I want to know what happened with Naruto. Don't you find it strange?" Shikamaru replied, "I am curious, but that is clearly Naruto's greatest secret. He doesn't want to discuss it, and it's best we don't ask." Choji questioned, "Naruto's greatest secret?" Shikamaru affirmed, "Exactly. Think about it. We've grown up with Naruto, and he has shared everything with us, even about Kurama and his Byakugan, Sharingan, and Sage Mode. He even revealed the secret of his Byakugan space. Yet, this particular matter remains unexplained, which confirms it's something he wishes to keep hidden." Choji asked curiously, "What could it be?" Shikamaru chuckled, "I don't know. But through today's events, I've come to realize some of Naruto's secrets." Ino inquired, "What do you know, Shikamaru?" He replied, "Well, it seems that Naruto is not just one person. No. Rather, he possesses more than one facet. There must be another side to him. Perhaps even more." Ino and Choji were left even more bewildered by Shikamaru's explanation. Another side? Shikamaru knew he couldn't clarify this to his friends and simply said, "In any case, just observe Naruto's eyes." Choji, now more confused, asked, "What's wrong with Naruto's eyes?" Shikamaru explained, "If Naruto's eyes are azure, then he is the Naruto we have always known. That if they are crimson, it could be Kurama, but if they are that chilling black, then it is the alluring Naruto we just witnessed." Ino remarked, "Is that so? But that mischievous Naruto was so cool. I wish he could always be like that." Shikamaru cautioned, "Ino, you should keep your distance from that Naruto. He is very dangerous." Ino retorted, "But he is truly handsome and cool. If he remained like that, I bet he would be quite popular with the girls." Choji curiously asked, "Ino, don't you like Sasuke? Why are you suddenly interested in Naruto?" Ino clarified, "I never said I liked Naruto. I just mentioned that the mischievous Naruto is quite charming and appealing to girls, though the current Naruto is wonderful and gives off a warm vibe. He only has eyes for Hinata. However, that mischievous Naruto feels like an addictive poison, deeply captivating your heart and stirring your emotions." She finished with stars in her eyes. Shikamaru shook his head, resting a hand on his forehead, and said, "Ah, I don't understand girls like you. That I only know that Naruto is dangerous." Ino snapped at Shikamaru, "Of course, a boring man like you wouldn't understand." Shikamaru resigned, Yes, whatever you say." With that, he chose to ignore Ino. He truly couldn't comprehend her thoughts. Despite his intelligence, he found it impossible, so he decided not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Lee and Tintin were also inquiring about Naruto from Niji, who was not very clear either. Simply stating, "I just hope that Naruto, that big fool, doesn't hurt Hinata. That damned sister complex." At that moment, Hinata and her companions were discussing Naruto. Kiba asked Hinata. Hinata, do you really not know why Naruto has become so strange? Hinata nodded, replying, I truly don't know, but I can assure you that the Naruto-kun we saw earlier is not the same Naruto-kun we usually know. Shino added, indeed, the previous Naruto certainly felt different, and his chakra was filled with an ominous aura. Kiba curiously asked, how do you know this, Shino? Shino produced some insects for Kiba and Hinata to observe. The insects were seen viciously biting each other. Kiba remarked, these insects are quite fierce. Shino replied, these are new insects I've cultivated. They were originally very docile. They can absorb the chakra that lingers in the air after someone uses ninjutsu. These insects transformed only after absorbing the chakra from that Naruto earlier. Thus, the Naruto we encountered felt very malevolent and dangerous. Hinata, you must be cautious of Naruto. If he turns back into that version, you should keep your distance. Kiba added nervously, yes, Hinata, you need to be careful around Naruto. Hinata smiled and said, you don't need to worry about me. Although the Naruto-kun from earlier felt dangerous, I sensed his deep affection for me. It's just that version of Naruto is a bit unruly. And no matter how he changes, he is still Naruto-kun, the person I care for. And your best friend, isn't he? Kiba replied, you're right. In the end, he is still Naruto, that big fool. Shino nodded. Hinata, you are correct. No matter what, he is our best friend. Hinata smiled. Then let's hurry. We still need to gather the scrolls. With that, she quickened her pace, activating her Byakugan and dashing ahead, while Kiba and Shino nodded in agreement and followed suit. At that moment, Naruto and Sakura had managed to reach a secluded thicket, where Naruto collapsed onto the ground. Sakura placed Sasuke down and said, Naruto, what's wrong? Are you all right? Naruto shook his head and replied, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a day or two. Sasuke might still be unconscious for 3 days. During these 2 days, I leave him in your care. Sakura assured him, I will. Just as she finished speaking, Naruto fainted. Sakura gently laid Naruto beside Sasuke and thought to herself, all this time, it has been Sasuke and Naruto protecting me. Now it is my turn to protect them. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru's temporary base, Kabuto was placing Orochimaru in a container filled with medicinal liquid for treatment. At that moment, a masked boy entered and said to Kabuto, Kabuto, we now know the whereabouts of Naruto Uzumaki and the others. According to Orochimaru's instructions, we can send those 3. Kabuto replied, but with Naruto Uzumaki there. What purpose would those 3 serve? The boy smiled. Naruto Uzumaki is already unconscious. This is the best time to act. Kabuto was astonished. Naruto Uzumaki is unconscious. How do you know this information? The boy replied. That's not your concern. I have my sources of information. Now, let's hurry and make arrangements. This is their location. The boy handed a piece of paper to Kabuto. After looking it over, Kabuto nodded, I'll notify them immediately. After Kabuto left, the boy murmured, that guy, the original, is quite insane. I hope nothing goes wrong. With that, the boy vanished. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja Trio, having received the order, hurried towards Naruto and Sasuke's location. At that moment, Sakura had been guarding Sasuke and Naruto for 2 days when she suddenly sensed someone approaching and immediately became alert. Shortly after, Kin, Tsu, and Sakan arrived at Sakura's location. Sakan said, no need to hide. I know you are here. With that, he threw several kunai towards Naruto and Sasuke's location. Sakura quickly deflected the kunai. She questioned, who are you? How did you know our hiding place? Tsu sneered, we are subordinates of Lord Orochimaru. As long as we kill Sasuke, we will obtain Orochimaru's curse mark. So, you had better hand over Sasuke obediently, or you will die. At that moment, Kin impatiently said, why waste time talking to her? Just take her out. Sakan replied, fine then. The battle was about to commence. The Void Slash emitted a shockwave from the small opening in Sak's palm, hurtling towards Sakura. In a swift motion, Sakura evaded, causing a massive tree to be perforated by the force of the impact. After dodging, Sakura hurled a kunai, pursuing it closely. Sak narrowly avoided the kunai, but found Sakura already before him. Delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. In a hurried attempt to shield himself, Sak raised his hand, but he was unprepared for the astonishing strength behind Sakura's blow, which sent him flying. Just as Sakura intended to press her advantage and eliminate Sak, Jean timely launched a barrage of shurikens, compelling Sakura to retreat. Tess rushed to the side of the battered Sak and inquired, Sak, are you all right? Struggling to stand, Sak replied, I'm fine. I never anticipated that this damned woman would possess such strength. You must avoid her punches at all costs, or you could perish. Observing Sak's broken arm, Tess asked, I understand. Can you still fight? Sak nodded resolutely. Though I have but one arm, I can still engage, Toes affirmed. Very well, coordinate with Jean. Both Sak and Jean nodded in agreement. Understood. The trio encircled Sakura. Sakura, eyeing the three with vigilance, confidently declared, Do you truly believe that the three of you can defeat me? I will not allow you to harm Sasuke or Naruto. TOS chuckled. We shall see. Sak, attack. Channeling chakra into his hand, Sak shouted, Void Slash. A powerful shockwave surged from his hand towards Sakura, shattering all rocks and earth in its path with incredible speed. Realizing she could not evade it, Sakura concentrated her chakra into her fist and countered the shockwave with a punch, resulting in a massive explosion that sent debris flying. Tess, with a grim expression, watched in disbelief as Sakura shattered Sak's Void Slash with sheer force. At that moment, Jean unleashed several shurikens towards Sakura. She swiftly dodged, using the body flicker technique to appear before Jean and launched a punch at him. Jean quickly retreated, while Sak once again fired a Void Slash at Sakura. Reluctantly, she abandoned her pursuit of Jean, employing the body flicker technique to evade Sak's attack. Meanwhile, Toes, who had remained inactive, seized the opportunity to strike, targeting Sakura as she momentarily hovered in midair, although Sakura evaded T's attack and retaliated with a punch. It was intercepted by T's arm, sending him flying while also bouncing Sakura back. Sakura, incredulous, touched the blood at her ear and murmured, How is this possible? I distinctly dodged his attack, yet still sustained injury. Moreover, it felt as though something hindered my punch. Toes replied with a smirk. Even if you evade my attacks, it is futile, for my strikes are sound. Inescapable vibrations. You grasp the concept of sound. Sakura realized, it's the vibration, no wonder. Yet she asserted, Nevertheless, you still cannot defeat me. Toes replied, That remains to be seen. While you may be stronger than the three of us combined, I have identified your weakness, which guarantees your defeat. Sak launched another Void Slash at Sakura, but this time she did not dodge. Instead, she shattered the attack with a punch, coldly stating, I already told you, it's futile, Toes retorted with a grin. Perhaps not, as Jean swiftly neutralizes Sasuke. Observing Jean sending shurikens towards Sasuke, Sakura instantly appeared beside him, deflecting Jin's shurikens with a kunai, and warned, You are courting death at that moment. T's voice echoed from behind Sakura. No, we have triumphed. Startled, Sakura was caught off guard and suffered a solid blow from Tess, leaving her head ringing. Struggling to turn, she asked, When did you ambush me? Tess chuckled, Ever since you shattered Sak's Void Slash. I took advantage of the smoke to create a clone and hide here. I told you. I have identified your weakness. Despite your strength, your combat experience is woefully inadequate, and your need to protect your comrades is a liability. Sakura chuckled, I was unaware of such a weakness. Thank you for the insight. However, victory still belongs to me. Tess queried, What do you mean by that? At that moment, Naruto's voice resonated from behind Tess, Because I have awakened. And you will pay for it. Toes, alarmed, swiftly evaded and turned his gaze towards Naruto. Naruto approached Sakura, smiling gently. Thank you for your hard work, Sakura. I appreciate your efforts in protecting me and Sasuke for 2 days. Without you, we might have perished, Sakura replied with a smile. Naruto, I did it. Naruto nodded. Yes, you did. You are the best teammate for both Sasuke and me. It is a blessing to have you by my side. Upon hearing Naruto's affirmation, Sakura smiled and fainted. Naruto lifted Sakura and placed her beside Sasuke. Sak arrogantly proclaimed, Do you think you can defeat the three of us alone? Don't be ridiculous. I will have your life. Void Slash, he unleashed the attack at Naruto. Rising, Naruto blocked the Void Slash with one hand and instantaneously appeared behind Sak, asking, Do you seek death? Sak, terrified, dodged to the side. Incredulous, you caught my Void Slash with your bare hands. How is that possible? Naruto calmly replied. Nothing is impossible. You seem quite confident in your ninjutsu, but what if you had no hands left? With that, he seized Sak's wrists. Sak, in horror, stammered. Why you? What are you doing? Naruto, with a tranquil smile, responded, Nothing much. I merely intend to tear off your hands. Sak, gazing into Naruto's calm eyes, felt overwhelming dread that he begged, No, I implore you, don't do this. Ak, let me go. Ak. Sak writhed violently, but the more he struggled, the tighter Naruto's grip became. Sasuke could feel his arm muscles tearing under Naruto's strength, the pain intensifying. He let out a chilling wail, while Toes and Jin trembled in fear at the horrific scene unfolding before them. Naruto ultimately tore Sasuke's hands free, leaving Sasuke unconscious from the agony. Naruto remarked, "I had hoped for more amusement, yet it ended so swiftly. How dull." After discarding Sasuke's severed arms, he turned to Tess with a smile. "I wonder if you can provide me with more entertainment, or if you too will be just as tedious." Tess, staring at the smiling Naruto, felt his fear deepen. That angelic smile now seemed like that of a fallen angel, warm yet concealing an abyss of eternal torment. Trembling, Tos produced the Book of Heaven and offered it to Naruto, saying, "This is the Book of Heaven you sought. I present it to you in hopes that you will spare us." He then tossed the book to Naruto. Naruto, examining the Book of Heaven in his hands, chuckled, "You think that by surrendering the book, I would spare you?" Tess, suppressing his fear, declared, "Since you refuse to let us go, I shall make you pay the price." With that, he executed the body flicker technique, launching an attack against Naruto with his device. Naruto laughed maniacally. "Now this is interesting. Come on, bring it on. Give me more amusement." After dodging Tsu's relentless assaults, Naruto sighed. "Is this truly your limit? What a disappointment." Toes exclaimed, "This is impossible. My attacks should be unavoidable. Why are they ineffective against you?" Naruto shook his head. "Your attacks are actually quite easy to counter. A little chakra applied to the ears is sufficient for defense." Sakura lost due to her lack of experience, not her strength. She was defeated by her inexperience. Seizing the moment, Naruto caught Tsu's hands. Smiling, "The screams of that previous fellow were truly delightful. I wish to hear them once more. Please oblige me." Recalling Sasuke's torment, Tos pleaded, "No, I beg you, don't do this." Following in Sasuke's tragic footsteps, he too emitted a wretched howl. This time, Naruto not only tore off Tsu's arms, but also his legs, eliciting screams from Tos that were tenfold more agonizing than Sasuke's. Jin, paralyzed by the horror before him, could do nothing but cower beside a tree, trembling incessantly. After Naruto dealt with Tosi, he turned to Jin, who was trembling beside the tree trunk, and said with a sinister chuckle, "Heh, I wonder how much amusement you can provide me." Jin, horrified, gazed at the approaching Naruto and screamed frantically, "Get away from me, you devil!" As she incessantly fired shurikens, Naruto slowly advanced towards her, effortlessly deflecting her projectiles with his kunai. When he reached Jin, he grasped her hand with one hand while the other covered her mouth as he grinned wickedly. "Since you dislike the sensation of your body being torn apart, how about I offer you a different experience?" In the depths of Jin's terror, Naruto ripped open her blouse, prompting a scream of horror from her as she struggled desperately. With a malevolent grin, Naruto taunted, "You claim to hate the feeling of being torn apart, yet you seem to dislike this too." Jin thrashed wildly, crying out, "Let me go, you insane devil. Even in death, I will not spare you." Naruto replied with a laugh, "Heh, you've already labeled me a devil. Do you think I would fear your vengeance as a ghost?" Jin, in a frenzy, continued to plead, "I beg you, just let me go." Naruto's chilling laughter echoed. "That is out of the question. If I release you, I would lose my source of entertainment." After tearing Jin's clothing completely, he pinned her to the ground, his body pressing down upon hers. The forest was filled with the sounds of her anguished screams mingled with Naruto's laughter. Chapter 48. The seal completely unbound at this moment. Naruto resembled a frenzied beast. The more Jin screamed in agony, the more exhilarated he became. Within the recesses of Naruto's mind, the dark Naruto spoke. "Hey, why are you so silent this time? Weren't you just preaching about kindness, compassion, and love for all? Why aren't you attempting to stop this madness?" The benevolent Naruto replied, "Heh, while I embody kindness, I'm not a fool." He has already lost control once. His emotions are still unstable. After absorbing the malevolent energy from Sasuke, coupled with Sakura getting hurt while trying to protect him, if I don't let him vent now, it will lead to disaster sooner or later. Let him release his pent-up feelings. Besides, these three are not paragons of virtue. I may embody goodness, but I'm no saint. Utilizing these three to help him vent his resentment could be seen as resourceful. The dark Naruto looked on in surprise at the benevolent Naruto, noting his sincerity, and remarked, "I never expected your embodiment of kindness to have a devilish side, and I'm starting to like you." Ha! The benevolent Naruto cast a dismissive glance at the smug dark Naruto, saying, "Spare me the mockery. You have your own benevolent side as well. Let us not point fingers, the dark Naruto retorted angrily. Who are you calling benevolent? I am the embodiment of evil. How could I possibly possess a benevolent side? The benevolent Naruto chuckled. All right, let us not ruin the moment, but I'm curious why the Nine-Tails hasn't intervened either. The dark Naruto responded. Please, you think you are the only one who recognizes his need for release? The Nine-Tails is an ancient beast, having lived for thousands of years. Do you think he wouldn't notice? Ridiculous. The benevolent Naruto nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. I overlooked that. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails observed Naruto's actions from the ceiling space. Sighing, Naruto is truly overestimating himself. Fortunately, these three fools came to him. Otherwise, he would have eventually gone berserk. Now, let him vent his frustrations. Naruto savagely ravaged Jin's body, only killing her once her spirit shattered. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Seizing Jin's corpse and tearing it apart until she was reduced to fragments, he then moved on to Sak, who had already perished, and tore him to pieces as well. Finally, he approached Tosi's lifeless body. And after reducing all three to mere shards, he let out a satisfied roar before falling into a deep slumber. Upon awakening hours later, Naruto found himself surrounded by tattered garments and dismembered human remains. His mind replaying the gruesome events of his slaughter of Tosi and his companions. Reflecting on his atrocities against Jin, he was incredulous, unable to fathom that he had committed such acts. The realization that he had forcibly claimed her body, shattered her spirit, and ultimately ended her life left him feeling as though he had emerged from the very depths of hell. In disbelief, he questioned the Nine-Tails. Is this truly what I have done? The Nine-Tails replied indifferently. Indeed, it was you. Naruto lamented. But how could I have performed such a heinous act? Why have I become this way? Why didn't you stop me? The Nine-Tails scoffed. What is so strange about it? Your emotions were already unstable, and you forcibly absorbed Sasuke's negative energy. If you hadn't released it, a disaster would have been inevitable, rather than harm those you love in a future rampage. It's better to unleash your fury on your enemies. That it was fortuitous that these three fools presented themselves. Naruto was left speechless. He understood the Nine-Tails was correct that it was better to inflict harm upon enemies than upon those close to him. Yet, he grappled with the notion of having resorted to such brutal means to vent his frustrations. The Nine-Tails stated calmly, Is it difficult for you to accept your actions? I believe this could ultimately be beneficial for you. Naruto, taken aback, asked, What do you mean, Nine-Tails? Do you wish for me to become a demon? The Nine-Tails responded, Your wish is for world peace, but to achieve that in a world steeped in hatred, you must first understand what hatred truly is. Only by comprehending its essence can you open the hearts of others. Therefore, you should not reject the darkness, but rather seek to understand and embrace it. This way, you can unravel the hatred within others and earn their genuine trust. Naruto pondered, to understand the darkness, to embrace the darkness, the Nine-Tails affirmed, precisely. Human nature is inherently selfish, leading to war, which in turn breeds hatred. If you desire peaceful coexistence, you must grasp these truths that truly understand. You must immerse yourself within them. When you emerge from hatred and sorrow, you will genuinely comprehend the hearts of those consumed by hatred. Naruto replied, I see. Nine-Tails, I understand your point, and I will strive to gain this understanding. At that moment, the benevolent Naruto in Naruto's spiritual space remarked, Impressive that I never anticipated the Nine-Tails would possess such insight. The dark Naruto interjected, Humph. Having lived for a millennium and being shrouded in hatred for so long, it is only natural for him to emerge from it with newfound understanding. The Nine-Tails inquired, What has struck you the most regarding this matter? Naruto contemplated before responding, I honestly don't know. In the beginning, when I saw Sakura injured, I was filled with rage, as if a massive stone were lodged in my heart. Desperately wanting to shatter it, I killed them. I felt a twisted pleasure. A rush that transformed me into a demon, helping to gradually break apart that heavy stone in my heart. Yet when my rationality returned, I felt empty and cruel that I know I was justified in killing them. So I'm utterly confused about what this feeling is. The Nine-Tails nodded. Yes, your feelings are entirely normal. It's simply your first experience with such brutal vengeance that has left you feeling unsettled. Naruto replied, Perhaps that I never acted with such cruelty during my time as an assassin. This truly is a terrifying feeling. The Nine-Tails stated, While I may not be familiar with your past, I can assure you that in this world, there are far more heinous acts than this. Naruto acknowledged. I think you're right. Nine Tails that I used to believe that possessing overwhelming power that instilled fear in all would allow me to change this world. However, I now realize that even with immense power, without understanding the hearts of people, I will still fail. At most, I could achieve a fleeting peace like the first Hokage or my father, but true peace would remain elusive. The Nine Tails concurred. Indeed, as you stated, during the era of the first and fourth Hokage, nations refrained from waging war, and the ninja world experienced a brief period of peace. Yet after their deaths, the machinations of the nations resumed, leading to great wars. Truly, it is nearly impossible to eradicate the hatred in people's hearts. Nevertheless, I believe you will succeed. Naruto smiled. If I wish for others to let go of their hatred and sorrow, then I must first do so myself. As Naruto completed the hand seals, he declared, Ninjutsu. Heart sealing mind barrier. Released. At that moment, the dark persona within Naruto was astonished and remarked, I never expected this. This guy actually managed to unravel the mind barrier. The benevolent Naruto chuckled. He may indeed possess the ability to do so. The dark Naruto retorted, that merely signifies his determination to eradicate the world's hatred and sorrow. It does not imply he can achieve it. The benevolent Naruto replied, at the very least, he has taken the first step. Let us depart. This place is about to vanish. After nodding in agreement, the two Narutos arrived in Naruto's ceiling space, which represented the surface of his psyche. Upon seeing the two Narutos, the Nine Tails remarked, so you are the other two Narutos. The benevolent Naruto smiled and greeted, hello, Kurama. At that moment, Naruto's consciousness entered as well. And the benevolent Naruto said, I am surprised by your immense resolve in voluntarily releasing us from the depths of your mind. Naruto responded, if I am to eliminate hatred and sorrow, I must first possess them. Without embracing them, how can I let them go? The dark Naruto conceded, I acknowledge your determination, yet I remain skeptical. Naruto smiled confidently, stating, I will succeed. The dark Naruto shrugged indifferently, do as you please, it matters not to me. The benevolent Naruto urged, since you have made up your mind, be steadfast in your conviction. Releasing us will significantly impact you. Without sufficient confidence, you will be engulfed by negative emotions. Naruto nodded affirmatively, I will. With that, he departed. The benevolent Naruto remarked, in truth, you hope for his success as well. The dark Naruto huffed, I simply do not hold much hope. Ignoring the dark Naruto's stubbornness, the benevolent Naruto turned to Kurama and said, well then, Kurama, we shall take our leave. Kurama nodded. The two Narutos exited the Nine-Tails ceiling space. Kurama gazed at the vanishing figures and mused, I hope this little rascal can truly accomplish it. He should be able to. After all, he is the one the old man spoke of. After emerging from the ceiling space, Naruto dug a pit and gathered the fragments of TS's trio's corpses to bury them within. Once this was completed, night had fallen, and at that moment, Sasuke awakened. Upon seeing Sasuke awake, Naruto joyfully inquired, Sasuke, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Sasuke replied, I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak. Naruto laughed, that's good to hear. Wait here while I fetch some food. With that, Naruto vanished in an instant. Later, he returned, clutching two rabbits. After cleaning the rabbits, he set them on the already prepared fire to roast. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, and then at the unconscious Sakura, asking, what transpired after I lost consciousness? Why was Sakura injured? Tell me. Naruto smiled. It's nothing much. While you were unconscious, I fainted too while trying to save you. Sakura was injured and fell unconscious after being ambushed by the Sound Nin during the exam. She should wake up soon, and as for the Sound Nin, I've already dealt with them. Also, Sasuke, the damage caused by the natural chakra has been resolved. Noticing Naruto's somber demeanor, Sasuke sensed something significant must have occurred in his absence, but chose not to inquire further. Instead, he simply stated, you found a solution. Naruto replied, Sasuke, take a moment to feel the chakra within you. You will notice a distinct type of chakra, that is sage chakra, as long as you continuously absorb natural chakra using this sage chakra. It will transform into sage chakra to nourish your body, thereby healing the injuries caused by the natural chakra. However, remember, you cannot utilize this chakra yet. To do so, you must first enter Sage Mode. Sasuke questioned, Sage Mode? What is that? Naruto clarified, Sage Mode is a state where one absorbs and utilizes natural chakra in combat. It is what one might refer to as being a sage, Sasuke asked. Where can I learn this Sage Mode? Naruto replied, as far as I know, There are currently 3 places: the Mount Mayaboku of the Frog Sage, the Ryuchi Cave of the White Snake Sage, and the Shikatsu Forest of the Slug Sage. The Sage Chakra within you likely originates from the Ryuchi Cave. Therefore, if you wish to cultivate Sage Mode, you should head to the Ryuchi Cave. Sasuke inquired, "How do I get to the Ryuchi Cave?" Naruto explained, "To reach the Ryuchi Cave, you must form a blood contract with it, allowing its snakes to become your summoning beasts. Then, have the summoning beast reverse summon you to the Ryuchi Cave." I know that aside from Orochimaru, there is another person in Konoha whose summoning beast is from the Ryuchi Cave. Sasuke asked eagerly, "Who is that person?" Naruto grinned. "That would be our examiner for this test. Mitarashi Anko. She was once a disciple of Orochimaru, and her summoning beast is the White Snake." Sasuke expressed concern. "It's her, but will she teach me?" Naruto reassured him, "Don't worry, I will persuade her. You can trust me. Now, eat something first while I fetch some water. By the way, here's the Book of Heaven. Keep it safe. Once Sakura wakes up, we will head toward the central tower." Naruto handed Sasuke the Book of Heaven he had taken from the Sound Nin. Sasuke nodded. "All right, I'll replenish my energy first. You go ahead. I'll take care of Sakura." After nodding in acknowledgement, Naruto vanished in an instant at a riverbank. As Naruto gathered water, he sensed some commotion and curiously teleported to investigate. He discovered a red-haired girl being chased by a large bear. The sight of the girl's red hair instantly reminded Naruto of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, just as the girl stumbled over a tree root. Naruto appeared beside the bear and unleashed a Rasengan, sending the creature flying. Approaching the girl, he extended his hand with a smile. "Are you all right?" The girl stared at Naruto, her heart stirred with countless emotions. Noticing her silence, Naruto repeated, "Are you okay?" Finally, the girl snapped back to reality and placed her hand in his, replying, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. My name is Uzumaki Karen. What about you?" Naruto helped her up. Smiling, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. You're from the Uzumaki clan, just like me." Karen replied excitedly, "Yes. My mother told me we are from the Uzumaki clan." "Are you also from the Uzumaki clan?" Naruto nodded. "Indeed, my mother was Kushina Uzumaki. What about your mother?" Karen's expression turned somber. "My mother has passed away." Seeing the sorrow in Karen's eyes, Naruto empathized. "My mother has also died, but we must be strong and live on." He reflected on the unexpected bond formed with Karen, realizing it was better for her to remain in Konoha rather than follow Orochimaru. With this in mind, Naruto asked, "Karen, do you have a place to go? If not, would you like to come with me?" Karen exclaimed in surprise, "I can follow you, but I'm not from Konoha." Naruto reassured her, "You need not worry about that. You are my kin, given our relationship with the Uzumaki clan. The third Hokage will surely agree, rest assured. Besides, I see bite marks all over you. I doubt you are from the grass village." Karen, feeling self-conscious about the marks, nervously tugged at her clothing and timidly asked, "How do you know I'm not from the grass village?" Naruto chuckled, "Heh, don't forget, I'm also from the Uzumaki clan and I know our clan's abilities all too well. They likely treated you as a tool." Karen's eyes filled with hatred as she said, "That's right. Those despicable creatures killed my mother. They almost killed me too. I'm so scared." After saying this, she collapsed onto Naruto's shoulder, crying sorrowfully. With a compassionate embrace, Naruto comforted her. "Cry if you need to. I will take care of you from now on. Just stay with me in Konoha, and no one will harm you again." Upon returning with Karen, Naruto found that Sakura had already awakened. Seeing her awake, he joyfully exclaimed, "Sakura, you're awake. Are you all right?" Sakura replied, "I'm fine now, Naruto." Sasuke observed Karen and asked, "Naruto, who is she?" Sakura observed with curiosity as Sakura gazed at Naruto. With a smile, Naruto introduced, "This is Uzumaki Karen, my relative." She and her mother had previously found themselves lost in the village of Grass. Tragically, Karen's mother was killed by the villagers, and Karen herself narrowly escaped death. "I intend to ensure that Karen can live a good life here in Konoha. For now, let her accompany us." Upon hearing about Karen's unfortunate background, Sasuke and Sakura agreed with Naruto's decision. Sasuke remarked, "In that case, let us be on our way." Just as Naruto and the others were preparing to head toward the central tower, Kabuto approached, requesting to join them on their journey as a medical ninja. Sasuke consented to his inclusion, and thus the 5 of them set off toward the central tower. They continued their journey until they reached an area shrouded in thick fog, where Naruto finally paused. He declared, "It is now the 5th day, and we have encountered no enemies that I suspect they are lying in wait nearby, ready to ambush us. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite strange. The absence of enemies suggests they may very well be hiding in this vicinity. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto suggested, then we must proceed with utmost caution. Naruto chuckled. Even so, it is unlikely we can avoid their ambush. Sakura inquired, what should we do to avoid detection? Naruto replied with a grin. It need not be so complicated. You all stay here while I use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the central tower that I will return to fetch you afterward. Sasuke nodded. That seems the best course of action. Naruto smiled. Then I shall take my leave at that moment. Rin expressed her concern. Naruto, please be careful. Naruto reassured her with a smile. Do not worry. I will be back shortly. With that, he retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja pouch, handing one to Sasuke and launching the other ahead with considerable force. Now, I am off, he declared, vanishing before their eyes. Sakura noticed Rin's worry for Naruto and said, Rin, everything will be fine. No one can harm Naruto, yet Rin remained anxious. Sakura could see that Rin held deep feelings for Naruto and relied on him. But with Naruto already having Hinata, Sakura was unsure how to advise Rin to relinquish her affections. Ultimately deciding against it, she trusted that Naruto would resolve his relationship with Rin. Meanwhile, Naruto was swiftly traversing the landscape using the Flying Thunder God technique, encountering ambushes where enemies merely glimpsed a flash of golden light before he disappeared from sight. He arrived at the entrance of the central tower, sheathing his kunai. After leaving a mark at the door, he activated the Flying Thunder God to return to Sasuke's side, informing him, the mark has been set. Now, you all can hold on to my shoulders, and I will guide you through. Leading them to the entrance, Kabuto stated, now that we have arrived, I shall seek my companions. Thank you all for your care along the way. After Kabuto departed, Naruto suggested, let us proceed. He stepped forward toward the central tower. Upon reaching their destination, Naruto opened the Book of Heaven and Earth, where Iruka appeared to announce that Naruto and his companions had passed the examination. Elaborating on the third Hokage's insights regarding the Nin, after bidding farewell to Iruka, Naruto and the others made their way to the assembly point, where many candidates had already gathered. Naruto, along with Sasuke, Sakura, and Rin, approached Kakashi to report in. Upon seeing Rin, Kakashi inquired, Naruto, who is this? Naruto responded, Kakashi-sensei, this is Rin. Like me, she is of the Uzumaki clan. She has suffered greatly under the oppression of the village of grass. And her mother was killed by its inhabitants that I plan to have her join us in Konoha so she can live a good life here. Kakashi expressed surprise. Oh, from the Uzumaki clan? There are very few remaining members. If she is indeed related to you, I believe the third Hokage will permit her to stay in Konoha, but we must discuss it with him first. Naruto nodded. Yes, as I am currently in the midst of the exam. I would appreciate it if you could convey this to the old man on my behalf. Here are Rin's details. Kakashi took the information from Naruto, saying, leave it to me. After Kakashi accepted the documents, Naruto added, Kakashi-sensei, please look after Rin that I'm going to check on Hinata. With that, he slipped away. Kakashi, glancing at the documents in his hand and at the innocent Rin beside him, sighed, what a remarkably irresponsible personality. However, Sasuke and Sakura paid no heed to Kakashi's complaint. Feeling dejected, Kakashi said, Rin, is it? I will take you to meet the third Hokage. With that, he walked away with a sense of melancholy. Rin murmured to herself, Hinata, I will not lose to you. Apologies for the delay. Upon arriving at Team 8, Naruto greeted Kurenai. Hello, Kurenai-sensei, I came to check on Hinata. Kurenai smiled. Ah, Naruto, Hinata has been waiting for you. Hinata, shyly lowering her gaze, said, Naruto-kun, you're here. Congratulations on passing the exam. Naruto replied with a smile. Thank you, and congratulations to you all for passing as well. Kurenai chimed in. All right, Kiba, Shino, let's go. We shouldn't disturb this lovely couple. Naruto, do your best. Naruto responded with an enthusiastic grin. I will. Kurenai glanced at a blushing Hinata, smiled, and departed with Kiba and Shino. Naruto approached Hinata, took her hand, and said, Look, Hinata, even Kurenai-sensei wishes us well. Hearing this made Hinata's face turn even redder, noticing her embarrassment. Naruto decided not to tease her further. He embraced Hinata, who, after a moment of surprise, shyly returned the gesture. Reflecting on their experiences in the forest of death, Naruto mused, If only we could remain like this forever. Hinata softly asked, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Why do you say such things all of a sudden? Naruto, puzzled, replied, do you not enjoy being held by me, Hinata? Flustered, Hinata quickly responded, no, how could I dislike Naruto-kun's embrace? Your hugs are so warm. But if we stay like this, one day we miss out on having children. Her voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. Naruto was taken aback by Hinata's boldness, but upon regaining his composure, he joyfully declared, Hinata, you are right. I should not settle for the status quo. We have a brighter future ahead. Looking deeply into Hinata's eyes, he asked, Hinata, will you join me in creating a happier future together? Hinata gazed back into Naruto's clear eyes, which seemed to illuminate one's heart. She replied with happiness, Naruto-kun, I am willing to create a happier future with you. Unable to contain himself, Naruto leaned in and kissed Hinata. The two embraced in a kiss, oblivious to their surroundings, including the third Hokage's speech from the high platform. They only parted when Kakashi and Kurinai arrived to find them. Kurinai said nothing as she led Hinata away, but quietly chuckled. Well, young man, you've got quite the skills, leaving Naruto feeling quite embarrassed. Once Kurinai and the others had walked away, Kakashi remarked exasperatedly, Naruto, I understand you and Hinata have been childhood friends, but there are times and places for everything. Naruto retorted, Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling a bit jealous? Kakashi replied, jealous of what? Naruto casually said, because you're still single, right? You're envious that I have a girlfriend. Kakashi was momentarily struck by Naruto's words and, feeling a mix of shame and anger, declared, Naruto, today I will make you regret that. But Naruto had already vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi, using a quick shunshin, pursued him, but Naruto's speed was unmatched. Just as Kakashi arrived, Naruto had already teleported to another location. Laughing, Naruto taunted, Kakashi-sensei, you'll need to catch me first if you want to hit me. If you can't even get close, how can you land a blow? Kakashi was left feeling internally wounded, but had no means to retaliate against Naruto. At that moment, Mizuki Shikaku announced, the competition will now begin, so all candidates must be quiet. Kakashi and Naruto paused their banter and turned their attention to the arena. Mizuki Shikaku continued, now we will draw lots. The electronic board displayed various names, and when it finally settled, it revealed Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. Mizuki Shikaku announced, the first match will be Uzumaki Naruto against Rock Lee. Naruto was slightly surprised that he was the first to compete instead of Sasuke, thinking to himself that everything had shifted, yet it was all the more exciting. Upon this thought, a subtle smile graced Naruto's lips. Accompanied by Lee, he arrived at the arena, where Naruto cheerfully remarked, Lee, I never anticipated facing you in the first match. It truly surprises me. Lee responded, I also did not foresee that my first opponent would be you. Naruto-kun. However, I shall not concede. Youth knows no surrender. Naruto laughed. Then let us commence. No sooner had Naruto's words left his mouth than Lee appeared behind him, exclaiming, Konoha Whirlwind, with a swift kick aimed at Naruto. Yet, as Lee moved, Naruto deftly threw a kunai backward. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he evaded Lee's Konoha Whirlwind and reappeared above and behind him. With a spiraling sphere, Naruto struck towards Lee's back. In that fleeting moment of Naruto's disappearance, Lee realized Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God to position himself above. Remaining composed, Lee harnessed the momentum from his Konoha Whirlwind to propel himself off the ground. Narrowly dodging Naruto's spiraling sphere and countered with a kick aimed at Naruto, the impact of Naruto's spiraling sphere struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. However, sensing danger, Naruto supported himself on the hand that had unleashed the attack, executing a handstand while using his other hand to block Lee's counter. Although he managed to defend against the assault, Lee's kick sent Naruto flying. After performing a somersault in midair, Naruto landed gracefully. Eyes alert as he regarded Lee. Their exchange, though brief, captured the attention of the instructors. Guy proudly addressed Kakashi. What do you think, Kakashi? My student is formidable, is he not? I firmly believe Lee can triumph over Naruto. Kakashi turned to Guy with a perplexed expression. Are you speaking to me? Guy, momentarily disheartened, sighed. Truly, you are my eternal rival. Asuma commented to Kurinai. We are aware of Naruto's prowess, yet this Rock Lee is quite formidable as well. Kurinai replied. Indeed, with his talent in taijutsu and combat, he may well become another Guy-sensei in the future. Asuma nodded in agreement. Hinata, concerned, called out. Naruto-kun, Kurinai reassured her. Do not worry. Hinata Naruto's strength is not easily surpassed. He is rapidly approaching the level of a Jonin. And if he taps into the Nine-Tails power, he may even surpass the third Hokage. Hence, there is no need for concern. Hinata replied. Still, I cannot help but feel a bit anxious. Understanding Hinata's nature, Kurinai chose not to press the matter further, allowing the girl to stew in her worries at that moment. The battle in the arena continued, with both combatants exchanging blows, though Lee found himself on the receiving end more often. Naruto launched several kunai. While Lee evaded them, he was ultimately struck by a kick from Naruto, who had followed up with the Flying Thunder God. With a grin, Naruto said, Lee, it would be wise for you to concede. You cannot defeat me. Lee, undeterred, retorted, No, I have not yet unleashed my full potential. The blossoms of Konoha shall bloom anew. With that, Lee removed the weights from his legs, the sheer mass of which astonished all present. He declared, It is still insufficient. Gai-sensei, grant me permission to pursue my ninja way. Hearing this, Gai shouted encouragement to Lee. Go, Lee. Let the blossoms of Konoha bloom once more. In response, Lee shouted, The third gate. Open. The fourth gate. Open. Instantly, his skin took on a crimson hue. Kakashi, astonished, adjusted his forehead protector and activated his Sharingan to observe Lee, then angrily confronted Gai. Have you truly taught this child the 8 gates? Are you out of your mind? What do you take him for, to impart such a perilous forbidden technique? I have misjudged you. You are unworthy to be his teacher. Gai retorted furiously. You know nothing. You failed to comprehend this child. In terms of ninjutsu and genjutsu, he possesses not a shred of talent. He relies solely on his taijutsu. Yet, despite this, he must exert 1,000 times the effort to catch up. He never surrenders. Lee is a genius, different from the typical genius. He is a hard-working prodigy. At that moment, all who possessed ocular techniques gazed in disbelief at Lee. Enduring immense pain, Lee asserted, still insufficient. This is not enough to contend with Naruto-kun. The 5th gate. Open. With the 5th gate unleashed, Lee charged at Naruto. Admiringly, Naruto exclaimed, Come, Lee, show me your perseverance. Suddenly, Lee vanished from Naruto's sight. Sensing danger, Naruto hastily activated the Flying Thunder God to evade. The ground where he had previously stood erupted into a massive crater. While Lee's figure flickered in and out of view, Naruto realized that even with the speed of his Flying Thunder God, his body could not keep pace. Thus, he resolved to adapt in that fleeting moment of distraction. Lee charged at him once more. Naruto narrowly escaped another of Lee's flying kicks, declaring, Lee, I greatly admire your tenacity. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Uzumaki clan. Lock release. 8 trigrams locking heaven formation. Instantly, 8 colossal chains erupted from Naruto's body, branching into countless smaller chains, forming a massive hexagram. This technique was Naruto's adaptation of the Uzumaki clan's 8 trigrams sealing technique, combined with his previous life's knowledge. As Naruto unleashed his self-created 8 trigrams locking heaven formation, the spectators were left in awe. Meanwhile, Lee had entered the hexagram, whereupon numerous chains surged toward him. Despite his incredible speed, one chain ensnared his leg, followed by an onslaught of chains entangling him further. Yet, Lee continued to resist. Naruto formed another set of hand seals, declaring, Lock release. 8 trigrams transformation of the 4 symbols, locking dragon heaven formation. The chains morphed into an Eastern dragon, binding Lee tightly. The sealing power of the chain suppressed all of Lee's chakra, effectively sealing his 8 gates. As a result, Lee succumbed to unconsciousness. Gai rushed to Lee's side, while Naruto dispelled the technique, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Thankfully, Kakashi swiftly arrived beside him, supporting him. Kakashi inquired with concern, Naruto, are you all right? I'm fine, just drained of chakra. I'll recover shortly. Kakashi nodded, then turned his gaze to Gai, who was now cradling Lee in his arms, worry etched on his face. Naruto reassured Gai. Gai-sensei, Lee will be fine. His chakra is merely sealed. I will release it shortly. Gai breathed a sigh of relief, thanking Naruto before following the medical personnel away. At that moment, the announcer declared, in the first match, the victory goes to Uzumaki Naruto. Friends and acquaintances erupted in cheers as Naruto exited the arena. The electronic board began to flicker again, eventually displaying the name Gaara, set to face a female genin from the land of rain named Chiho Ryuan. The announcer proclaimed, in the second match, Gaara versus Chiho. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gaara, bearing his gourd, appeared in the arena, his icy gaze fixed on Chiho as he coldly stated, "I hope you can provide me with the pleasure of your demise." Chiho, wary, regarded Gaara with caution. Gaara initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of sand from his gourd towards her. Though she evaded several of Gaara's sand attacks, she resorted to throwing kunai embedded with explosive tags. The kunai were intercepted by Gaara's sand, resulting in a massive explosion. As Chiho observed the center of the blast, she caught sight of Gaara, entirely encased in sand, unfazed by the explosive tags. Gaara continued to assault Chiho with his sand, which she could only evade, relieved that the sand's speed was not overwhelming. From his vantage point above, Naruto watched Gaara's ruthless demeanor and remarked, "This Gaara fellow is truly cold-hearted. It's just a match. Yet he strikes with such ferocity." Suddenly, Dark Naruto chimed in, "I admire Gaara's nature. He's cold and merciless." "Ha! That woman, Chiho, will soon meet her end at his hands. Just thinking about it excites me," Naruto retorted. "You're quite the pervert, rivaling Orochimaru." Dark Naruto responded, "You simply don't understand. Human suffering and despair are my greatest pleasures. Hurry, Gaara, make that woman scream. I can't wait to hear her cries and see her blood." "Ah, what a delightful spectacle that would be." At that moment, kind Naruto interjected, "While I dislike discouraging you, I believe you will not witness that woman's screams or see her blood." Dark Naruto, puzzled, inquired, "Why not? I know Gaara's personality well. He cannot possibly let that woman escape." Shaming responded, "Indeed, given Gaara's character, he would not spare that woman. However, you seem to have overlooked something." Anan inquired, "What is that?" Shaming replied, "It is precisely that Gaara enjoys burying people alive. Since it's burial alive, you naturally cannot witness the woman's expression of anguish or hear her screams, nor see her blood. Such a pity." Anan was momentarily taken aback by Shaming's words, nearly losing his composure. He had never encountered someone so insufferable, especially during a moment of joy for Naruto, when Shaming chose to douse the atmosphere with cold water. Just as Anan was about to retort, Naruto interjected, "Could you two please keep quiet? Not only are you both perverted, but you also never stop talking. Can't you just watch the match in silence? You really talk too much." The two fell silent at once. At that moment, Chibalonging evaded Gaara's attack once more and began to weave seals, declaring, "Water style, hidden mist technique." Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the arena, obscuring everyone's vision. Naruto activated his Byakugan and saw Chibalonging using the mist to maneuver behind Gaara as she formed seals. Exclaiming, "Water style, sticky liquid technique," she expelled a viscous substance towards Gaara, quickly ensnaring him. Chibalonging anxiously glanced at Gaara, murmuring, "Is it done?" At that moment, her entire focus was on Gaara, and she failed to notice the sand that had silently crept beneath her feet. By the time she realized, the sand had already ensnared her legs. The previously scattered sand rushed towards her with fervor. Chibalonging hastily formed seals, shouting, "Water style, water surge technique." She continuously expelled jets of water from her mouth to push the sand away. But the sheer volume of sand was overwhelming, and ultimately, she found herself bound by it. Meanwhile, Gaara emerged unscathed from the sticky liquid technique. Chibalonging exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! You can't escape from the sticky liquid technique." Gaara responded with a cruel smile, "My sand automatically protects me. You have not provided me with any amusement. Killing you would not affirm my existence and would hinder my ability to confront those I truly wish to eliminate." With that, Gaara cast a murderous glare at Naruto. Anan chuckled, "He seems to have set his sights on you." Naruto replied, "I don't mind. I was looking for him too." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Anan fell into a disinterested silence. Gaara, gazing at Chibalonging, who was now completely ensnared by sand, raised his hands and pressed them down onto the ground, grinning wickedly. Desert funeral. Chibalonging wished to surrender, but her mouth was sealed by the sand, rendering her voiceless, and she could only struggle desperately, her face a mask of terror as she beheld Gaara's sadistic smile. Chibalonging was buried in sand. When the medics finally extracted her, she was found to have multiple fractures and internal injuries, barely clinging to life. Because Chibalonging had not died, Gaara's actions were not deemed a violation of the rules, and Moonlight Shippuden declared Gaara the victor. Gaara cast a cold glance at Naruto before exiting the arena. As Gaara stepped down, the electronic board flickered to life once more, now displaying the names Hyuga Neji and Inuzuka Kiba. Moonlight Shippuden announced, in the third match, Hyuga Niji faces Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata. Upon seeing Kiba's match against Niji, turned to him and said, Kiba, Niji is very strong. If you find yourself unable to win, please surrender immediately. Kiba, with a confident grin, replied, Hinata, there's no need to worry about me. I won't be easily defeated at that moment. Red interjected, Kiba, while your strength is commendable, facing Hyuga Niji may be a bit premature if it truly becomes overwhelming. Do consider surrendering. Kiba, hearing Red's words, adopted a serious demeanor and nodded. I will, Red-sensei. However, I refuse to concede without a fight. Naruto turned to his companion Sasuke and said, Sasuke, Niji has taken the stage that I mentioned before that he is formidable, but I know you might disagree. So, observe him closely. Perhaps you will find yourself facing him in the next match. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, observing the arena as he replied, I understand that I won't be arrogant enough to underestimate him. Rest assured. Seeing that Sasuke had not succumbed to arrogance, Naruto felt a sense of relief. Thinking that perhaps this version of Sasuke was truly changing, if it were the Sasuke from his previous memories, he might not have been so receptive. The current Sasuke was stronger and more reliable than the one from his past recollections. At this moment, Kiba and Niji had already arrived in the arena. Niji addressed Kiba, You are Hinata's teammate. I do not wish to harm you, so please surrender. Otherwise, you will be injured. Kiba, undeterred, boldly declared, I know you are strong. But there's no way I, Inuzuka Kiba, will concede without a fight. Akamaru barked twice in response before leaping onto Kiba's back. Kiba formed seals, exclaiming, Beast clone technique. Instantly, Akamaru transformed into Kiba, and together they spun, creating a whirlwind as they charged towards Niji. Naruto observed Kiba's cleverness in employing a powerful technique right from the start. Chuckling, Kiba is quite smart. He knows to use his strongest move right away that if he had rushed in blindly, he would have been defeated in an instant. This way, he can buy some time, but it will only be a temporary measure. Niji evaded the assault from Kiba and Akamaru, preparing his own seals, stating, Byakugan, activate as Kiba and Akamaru charged again. Niji did not dodge, but instead focused his Byakugan intently on the approaching duo. As Kiba and Akamaru drew near, Niji extended his hands, proclaiming, Heavenly Spin. Suddenly, a massive rotating sphere of chakra formed around Niji, shielding him. Kiba and Akamaru collided with the chakra sphere and were immediately repelled by its overwhelming force. Akamaru reverted to his original form, lying on the ground, unable to rise. Kiba rushed over, calling out, Akamaru, are you all right? After checking Akamaru's condition and finding it not fatal, he sighed in relief, though Akamaru had lost the strength to continue fighting. Kiba glared at Niji, muttering, How can you be so strong? You managed to block my Fong passing technique and send us flying. Meanwhile, an astonished Sasuke remarked, What is that? It's incredibly powerful, and my Sharingan cannot replicate it. Naruto chuckled, Sasuke, you might as well give up on trying to copy Niji's technique. It's impossible. Sasuke, puzzled, asked, Naruto, what technique is that? Naruto replied, That is the absolute defense known as Heavenly Spin, passed down through the Hyuga clan. It can only be utilized with the Byakugan. Sasuke, confused, retorted, But I've never seen you or Hinata use it. Naruto responded, I haven't mastered it. As for Hinata, she probably just learned it recently. So, it's understandable that you haven't seen it. Sasuke was taken aback. Even you haven't mastered it. Naruto nodded. Yes, I've been focusing on developing my own techniques, like the one you just witnessed at AS for Taijutsu. I haven't dedicated much effort to it that I plan to address that once my ninjutsu is complete. Sasuke nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Kiba was still undeterred. After forming seals, he lay on the ground, declaring, four-legged technique. Claws sprouted from his hands and feet. Kiba charged at Niji with incredible speed, but was once again sent flying by Niji's heavenly spin. Niji regarded the fallen Kiba, stating, I told you, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to surrender. It would be the wisest choice. Kiba, struggling to his feet, defiantly declared, I said I will not surrender. With that, he charged at Niji once more. Niji, seeing Kiba rush at him again, sighed, If that is your choice, then I shall show no mercy. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata, witnessing Niji adopt the 8 trigram stance, panicked. Kiba, surrender. Niji, please stop. Yet Kiba had already entered Niji's range. Naruto sighed. Here it comes. Kiba is about to lose. Sasuke added, indeed, charging in like that. Even you wouldn't fare well. Niji stated calmly, you have entered my 8 trigrams range. There is no escape. Point 1 palm, 2 palms for palms. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kiba was sent flying by Niji's attacks, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Red, Hinata, and Shino rushed over to assess Kiba's injuries. Hinata chided, Niji, how could you be so brutal? Niji explained, rest assured, I avoided his vital points. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Hearing Niji's words, Hinata finally relaxed. She assisted in placing Kiba on a stretcher before following Red and Shino back to the spectator seats. At that moment, Moonlight Shippuden announced, Inuzuka Kiba vs. Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji wins. Chapter 52. Sasuke's transformation. The electronic board continued to flicker, capturing everyone's attention as the names shifted, finally settling on Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Suddenly, a fierce battle intent erupted between Sakura and Ino, as both women perceived intense sparks in each other's eyes. Ino scoffed, forehead, I never expected my opponent would be you. Sakura retorted, I didn't expect it to be you either. Ino pig, Naruto, helpless, covered his face, utterly embarrassed to witness the exchange. Sasuke, observing Naruto's peculiar actions, inquired, what's wrong? Why are you acting so strangely? What is going on with those two? Upon hearing Sasuke's question, Naruto fixed his gaze on him, leaving Sasuke utterly bewildered. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? Naruto replied, it's nothing, but I'm just curious how someone as cold and expressionless as you has so many admirers. Sasuke, feeling indignant at Naruto's words, shot back. Hey, you idiot. What do you mean by that? Naruto countered. It's nothing, but I just feel it's unfair for Sakura and Ino to be at odds because of you, a guy who knows nothing about tenderness. Confused, Sasuke asked, what do you mean? Clarify, you fool. Seeing that Sasuke genuinely did not understand, Naruto lost his temper and said, are you really that clueless? Ino and Sakura were once good friends, but they became mortal enemies because they both developed feelings for you. And you call me the idiot? The real fool here is you, Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. You mean, they have become like this because of me? Naruto sighed. What do you think? If it weren't for you, Sakura wouldn't be striving so hard to become stronger. Ino wouldn't have come to me for guidance. They are both working hard to improve themselves in order to help you in the future. Sasuke, you should cherish these two girls who are willing to sacrifice for you, or you might regret it later. Sasuke, taken aback, responded, I know Sakura likes me, but Ino sought your guidance for me. What does that mean? Naruto reminisced. That was after we returned from the land of waves to AT that time. Ino somehow learned that I was mentoring Sakura and rushed over to ask me to help her become stronger. She even said that since Sakura could work hard for you, she wouldn't lose to her. Naruto chuckled. You have no idea. Ino, that silly girl, actually wanted to learn the technique I taught Sakura that I could hardly contain my laughter. This silly girl, abandoning her family's jutsu to learn Tsunade's monstrous strength. If I were Yamashiro, I would have scolded her. Sasuke inquired. So what did you ultimately teach her? Naruto replied. I taught her the sensing technique, which I excel in. As you know, I'm from the Uzumaki clan, and our sensing abilities are quite remarkable. Sasuke asked, puzzled, sensing? I know your sensing is impressive, but Ino isn't from the Uzumaki clan. Can she really learn it? Naruto responded, I must say, she not only learned it, but has surpassed my expectations. Sasuke asked, confused, what do you mean by that? Naruto exclaimed, I must admit, Ino is a genius. She managed to combine the Uzumaki clan's sensing methods with her family's secret techniques, achieving a remarkable state where she can briefly sense what will happen next. Although it lasts only a moment, it is incredibly useful in battle. Sasuke was left speechless by the revelation. Naruto, looking at Sasuke, said, I shouldn't have to say this, but since you are my brother, I must remind you, regardless of how you feel about these two girls who love you, I hope you never hurt them. Sasuke, meeting Naruto's concerned gaze, replied defiantly, I don't need you to tell me how to feel that I won't hurt them, that's for sure. After hearing Sasuke's response, Naruto nodded with a smile. I believe you won't let me down. Sasuke turned his head away, blushing slightly. At that moment, Sakura and Ino had arrived at the competition stage. Sakura provocatively declared, Ino pig, I suggest you surrender. You can't defeat me now. Hurry up and concede, or I might just punch you out of the ring. Ino shot back, forehead, You're the one who should surrender to avoid me making you cry. As the moonlight breeze announced the commencement of the match, Sakura immediately launched her attack, darting swiftly to Ino's side and delivering a punch aimed at her abdomen. Just as Sakura's fist was about to make contact, Ino nimbly stepped back, evading the blow, and countered with a punch to Sakura's midsection. Fortunately, Sakura reacted quickly, blocking Ino's strike, then sweeping her arm back to aim a punch at Ino's head. Ino ducked to avoid Sakura's fist and retaliated with a punch to Sakura's chin, forcing Sakura to jump back to evade the attack. Sakura then hurled several shuriken at Ino, but Ino merely tilted her head. Dodging the projectiles effortlessly, Sakura, astonished, remarked, "Ino pig, I didn't expect you to improve so quickly that you're quite impressive." Ino proudly replied, "Did you think you were the only one improving? You're too naive." Utilizing the mind-body switch technique, Ino attempted to control Sakura's body to force her to concede, but was unexpectedly expelled by Sakura's alternate personality. Shikamaru, witnessing Ino's failed technique, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Ino's mind-body switch technique has failed." Asuma and Choji shared his astonishment, fully aware of the technique's power. Ino gazed at Sakura in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have another consciousness within you. This is truly unexpected," Sakura laughed. "Ino pig, you think you can win using such methods? That's impossible." With that, Sakura lunged forward, delivering a punch toward Ino. However, Ino stepped back, and Sakura's fist struck the ground, causing it to crumble beneath her. Seeing that Ino had evaded her punch, Sakura swiftly supported herself with her hands, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Ino. Ino elegantly backflipped, dodging Sakura's attack, which again caused the ground to collapse. Realizing that Ino had evaded her strike once more, Sakura produced a smoke bomb, throwing it near where Ino had landed, obscuring her vision. In an instant, Sakura appeared behind Ino and threw a punch, but Ino seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. Sidestepping Sakura's attack and delivering a kick that sent Sakura sprawling, Sakura scrambled to her feet, incredulous. "How did you do that? This is impossible." Ino replied with a laugh. "Who said it was impossible? Did you think blocking my vision would allow you to hit me? You're too naive." Sakura realized, "Your sensing ability is surprisingly strong." Ino boasted, "Of course, you think I'm just some brutish girl like you, someone as violent as you 1T capture Sasuke's heart." Sakura, feeling insulted as if her tail had been stepped on, retorted fiercely, "Ino pig, what did you say? I must flatten you." With that, she charged at Ino, attempting a kick, but once again missed as Ino evaded. Thus, the two engaged in an intense back-and-forth battle, neither gaining the upper hand. The teachers present, witnessing Sakura's strength, were reminded of Tsunade among the legendary Sannin, and they expressed their admiration for Ino's sensing abilities. Asuma turned to Shikamaru and asked, "Shikamaru, who do you think will win?" Shikamaru replied, observing their performance, "It depends on who can hold out longer. Will Sakura exhaust her chakra first, or will Ino deplete her mental energy? The first to falter will lose." Asuma concurred. "You're right." After half an hour of fighting, Ino intentionally feigned a weakness to lure Sakura into an attack. As Sakura charged in, Ino deftly dodged just in time, causing Sakura's punch to graze her nose. Ino then struck Sakura in the abdomen, sending her flying. As Sakura soared through the air, she seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Ino's midsection, resulting in both girls being thrown back, landing hard on the competition stage. After a moment, they both struggled to rise. Shikamaru exclaimed in astonishment. They both exhausted themselves simultaneously. "This is incredible." At that moment, Ino's mental energy was completely depleted, while Sakura's chakra was also exhausted. Ino chuckled. "So, your chakra is depleted too?" "Forehead," Sakura replied. "You're not any better. Your mental energy is spent as well." "Ino pig." The two simultaneously hurled kunai at each other, which collided mid-air and ricocheted, leading to both girls landing a punch on each other's faces at the same time. The two individuals fell simultaneously to the ground. After the Moonlight Gale declared both competitors disqualified, Naruto noticed that Sasuke had instantly reappeared on the arena, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke approached Sakura, who was about to speak, only to be lifted into his arms as he swiftly exited the grounds, taking her to a bench outside. Ino watched Sasuke carry Sakura, her eyes filled with a sudden sense of desolation. Shikamaru, who stood beside Asuma, remarked, "What a hassle. I'll go fetch her back." That moment, Asuma grasped Shikamaru's arm, and as Shikamaru was about to inquire about Asuma's intentions, he saw Sasuke returning to the arena once again, a smile curling at the edges of his lips. Sasuke then approached Ino, who looked on in disbelief as he lifted her into his arms. A wave of happiness washing over her, he placed Ino beside Sakura and gently applied ointment to their injuries. Both Sakura and Ino immediately lowered their heads, blushing. While tending to their wounds, Sasuke chided. Why must you girls be so competitive? You really ought to take better care of yourselves. This cannot continue. Do you understand? He punctuated his words by lightly tapping their foreheads. Chapter 53. Historical inertia upon Sasuke's return to Naruto. Naruto chuckled. So this is your choice, Sasuke? You want both of them? I never imagined you to be so fickle. Sasuke replied coolly, how I choose to act is none of your concern, you fool. Naruto shrugged. Do as you please, just don't hurt them. There is no rule against marrying too. As long as they are happy and don't object, I'm not inclined to meddle in your affairs. As Naruto's gaze shifted back to the arena, he was momentarily struck dumb. The ongoing battle featured Shino Aburame against a Rain Village ninja named Chi-Shin, and the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Shino's previous encounter with Sakurako. Everything unfolded under Shino's control, culminating in his victory, which left Naruto still in a state of shock. Curious, Sasuke asked, "What's wrong? You big idiot. Is something strange happening?" He had noticed Naruto's unusual silence, but refrained from asking until the match concluded. Naruto snapped back to reality, responding, "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking things." Sasuke, seeing Naruto's evasive answer, continued to watch the match without further questioning that moment. The electronic board displayed Shikamaru's name alongside a ninja named Chi-Shin, heightening Naruto's curiosity that he felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting something important, yet could not recall what it was. The clash between Shikamaru and the Rain Ninja evoked a sense of deja vu, culminating in Shikamaru's victory through his shadow imitation technique. The feeling of having forgotten something intensified within Naruto. Only when Tenten faced Temari did Naruto finally recognize the source of his odd feelings, the moment he witnessed Tenten's weapons being blown away by Temari's fan. At that instant, the good Naruto suddenly spoke up. "This is historical inertia." Naruto, taken aback, exclaimed, "Historical inertia?" Sasuke, hearing Naruto's exclamation, inquired, "What is this historical inertia?" Naruto, realizing he had drifted off, quickly explained, "It's nothing. I was just rambling." Sasuke, unimpressed, muttered, "You big fool." As the match continued, the good Naruto elaborated, "It's quite normal. History follows its established trajectory. While you may alter certain events, not everything can be changed. History will self-correct the unaltered and the inevitable." Intrigued, Naruto asked, "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, the dark Naruto chimed in, "You dimwit. He means that history is like countless straightened ropes, all advancing along the same path. When you change the direction of a few ropes, you may alter certain events, but those that remain unchanged will continue on their original course. Even the ropes you've pulled slightly askew will not veer entirely off path. Just like Hinata will eventually marry you. Though she has changed quite a bit now, unless you interfere with that particular thread, she will still end up with you." Naruto finally understood. "I see now. Thank you both for clarifying." The dark Naruto huffed in annoyance before falling silent. The good Naruto smiled. "Regardless of how history unfolds, just follow your heart." Naruto replied, "I understand." The good Naruto also fell silent. Ultimately, Tenten's match against Temari ended in her defeat at that moment. The electronic board displayed the names Uchiha Sasuke and Akado Karin. Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, "I'll be right back." Naruto smiled. "Good luck. Just don't fall flat on your face." Sasuke retorted, "Stop being a jinx," that he leaped onto the arena, with Akado Karin following suit. With the Moonlight Gale announcing the start of the match, Sasuke immediately formed hand seals and unleashed his Earth style and Chidori, instantly appearing behind Akado Karin. Before she could react, he pierced her shoulder with Chidori and kicked her out of the ring. Naruto watched in astonishment, murmuring, "Sasuke is being ruthless." Just then, Sakura and Ino returned from the resting area, and upon witnessing Sasuke's performance, they erupted in cheers for him. Sasuke glanced at the fallen Akado Karin, muttering, "What a waste." After the Moonlight Gale declared Sasuke the victor, he instantly reappeared beside Naruto. Naruto, eyeing the dashing Sasuke, remarked, "Could you not be so flashy? It makes me want to punch you." Sasuke retorted, "That's just your jealousy talking. The fact remains that I'm more handsome than you, and that's an undeniable truth." Naruto felt a pang of injury. He had always perceived Sasuke as aloof, Yet here was a side of him that was sharp-tongued. Naruto secretly pondered if he had perhaps skewed Sasuke's image. The electronic board flickered once more, revealing the names Hinata Hyuga and Choji Akimichi. Naruto felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he turned to the arena. As Hinata and Choji entered the ring, the Moonlight Gale announced the match's commencement. Hinata politely bowed, addressing Choji, "Choji-kun, I look forward to your guidance." Choji appeared bashful, responding, "I hope to learn from you as well." Shikamaru face-bombed. "Choji hasn't he changed a bit?" Asuma chuckled. "Haha, Choji has always been so gentle." Shikamaru replied, "Yeah, but his personality doesn't he quite suit being a ninja." Asuma laughed. "Shikamaru, you're being too harsh. I think Choji's demeanor is quite admirable." "Don't worry about it. I'm curious about the girl battling Choji. She's the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, right?" Shikamaru nodded. "Yes, Hinata is a childhood friend of ours, but she is quite shy and often stays in Naruto's shadow. So we tend to overlook her presence." Asuma responded. "Oh, so she is Naruto's girlfriend? I didn't realize Naruto was so impressive. Having a girlfriend at such a young age is no small feat." "He is catching up to his father," Shikamaru replied solemnly. "It's precisely because she is Naruto's girlfriend and so shy that everyone has overlooked something important." Asuma, intrigued by Shikamaru's serious demeanor, asked, "What is that?" Shikamaru replied, "That is, how strong she truly is. I have no idea, and many others don't either. I even suspect that Hinata's father may not be fully aware. I've heard that the head of the clan seems indifferent to Hinata's abilities." Asuma said, "I've heard that too. It seems the eldest daughter lost to her younger sister when they were both 5, which led the clan head to lose interest in her." Shikamaru nodded. "I've heard that from my father as well. But later I heard Naruto mention that Hinata deliberately lost because she was afraid of hurting her sister. Moreover, Hinata has often trained alongside Sasuke and Naruto since childhood. So, I suspect that Hinata's strength might far exceed our expectations. The only ones who might truly understand her strength are Naruto and Sasuke." Asuma asked, "Are you worried that Choji will lose?" Shikamaru replied, "It's not about worrying that he will lose. It's that he will definitely lose. I just hope he doesn't lose too embarrassingly. If he gets too down, it could become a problem." As Choji is quite sensitive, Asuma expressed concern. "Since you're worried about Choji, do you have any plans?" Shikamaru thought for a moment and called out, "Choji." Dinksi seemed to hear Shikamaru calling him and turned to inquire. "Shikamaru, is there something you need?" Shikamaru shouted, "Dinksi, if you win this match, Asuma-sensei said he would treat you to barbecue." Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Asuma's face instantly froze, and he silently touched his wallet, casting a resentful glance at Shikamaru. At that moment, Dinksi, filled with excitement, called out, "Is that true, Asuma-sensei?" Asuma could only manage a stiff smile and replied, "Yes, it is indeed true," before once again looking at Shikamaru with a face full of sorrow. Shikamaru turned his face away, as if he had not seen Asuma's expression. After hearing Asuma's response, Dinksi erupted with 200% of fighting spirit. Naruto, observing Dinksi ablaze with determination, remarked, "Shikamaru is quite brilliant. He actually devised a way to ignite Dinksi's fierce resolve." Sasuke coldly interjected, "Unfortunately, he is destined for disappointment. With Dinksi's strength, it is impossible for him to defeat Hinata." Naruto chuckled. "Shikamaru surely knows this. He probably just doesn't want Dinksi to lose too embarrassingly." Dinksi looked at Hinata and declared, "I'm going in, Hinata." Hinata assumed a fighting stance and replied, "Come at me, Dinksi." The meatball tank technique. Dinksi formed hand seals. Suddenly, he transformed into a rolling meatball, charging towards Hinata. Hinata performed her hand seals. Byakugan, activate. With her Byakugan activated, she focused on the incoming Dinksi, extending her hands and executing heavenly spin. Dinksi was immediately repelled, crashing against a nearby wall, reverting from the meatball tank state. Dinksi formed hand seals for partial multiplication technique. His hands swelled to several dozen times their normal size, and he aimed a colossal hand at Hinata. Hinata leaped into the air, evading Dinksi's hand. In midair, Hinata fixated on Dinksi's arm, swiftly condensing a chakra-infused 1,000 needles directed at the chakra points on Dinksi's arm. Instantly, the multiplication on one of Dinksi's hands was dispelled, returning to its original size. And Dinksi found that he could exert no strength in that arm. This sudden turn of events astonished all the teachers and contestants, especially Niji. Niji had once witnessed Hinata using heavenly spin and was already amazed by her prowess. However, This time, the jutsu Hinata employed was one he had never even heard of. This is the final chapter for today. I kindly request your support through collections. Chapter 54. The match concludes. Dingxi gazed at Hinata with admiration and said, Hinata, you are truly remarkable, but I shall not concede so easily. It's for the barbecue. With that, Dingxi launched another hand towards Hinata. Hinata, undeterred, seized the opportunity to leap onto Dingxi's arm, racing along it until she reached his front. In Dingxi's astonished gaze, she struck the chakra point on his arm with a palm strike, causing that arm to follow suit. Unable to move, Hinata smiled and said, Dingxi-kun, you have lost. Dingxi, filled with melancholy, replied, Yes, I lost. It seems I won't be able to enjoy any barbecue. Seeing Dingxi so despondent, Hinata, unable to bear it, suggested, If you want barbecue, why not let me treat you, Dingxi-kun? Upon hearing that Hinata would treat him to barbecue, Dingxi's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Really? Hinata? Hinata, seeing Dingxi's excitement, nodded with a smile. Yes, I will treat you, Dingxi-kun. Once again reassured by Hinata's affirmation, Dingxi jubilantly jumped in delight. That's wonderful. However, it wasn't long before his joy faded into sorrow once more. Hinata, noticing his sudden change in demeanor, curiously asked, Dingxi-kun, what's wrong? Dingxi responded, It's nothing, Hinata, that I'm truly happy that you wish to treat me to barbecue, but Shikamaru and the others aren't included, so I think I should decline. With that, Dingxi seemed to have made a painful decision. Hinata, smiling brightly, responded, That's no issue. Why not invite them along? We can all celebrate together for participating in the Chunin exams. Hearing Hinata's suggestion, Dingxi's spirits lifted once more. The comrades present, moved by Dingxi's kindness and innocence, along with Hinata's gentle nature, felt a wave of warmth. Shikamaru, with a blend of exasperation and amusement, remarked, Dingxi has truly defeated me. After a moment of reflection, Shikamaru added, Asuma-sensei, you were right. We should allow Dingxi to retain his gentleness. Asuma smiled and replied, I merely believe that in this ninja world, finding someone as gentle as Dingxi is exceedingly rare. I cannot bear to tarnish that tenderness. For it is indeed precious. After Moonlight Breeze declared Hinata the victor, she and Dingxi exited the arena. Naruto approached Hinata and cheerfully said, Congratulations, Hinata. Hinata returned the smile and replied, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto then turned to Dingxi, asking, Dingxi, are you hungry after the match? Here, take this. He tossed a bag of chips to Dingxi. Dingxi caught the chips, grinning. You understand me well, Naruto. You always bring me chips. Naruto, observing Dingxi's delight, chuckled. Of course, you haven't forgotten how many chips you stuffed into my space. Have you? Sometimes I suspect you treat my space as your personal chip storage. Dingxi laughed. Don't take it to heart. Here, you can have this last one. Naruto smiled and said, No thanks, you enjoy it. Hinata and I have things to attend to. So we'll be off. With that, Naruto tossed Dingxi 2 more bags of chips. The final match was between Kankuro and Ken Misumi. Just as in Naruto's past life memories, Kankuro emerged victorious, bringing the tournament to a perfect conclusion. Moonlight Breeze announced, a total of 9 participants have entered the 3rd round of exams. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, Hyuga Neji, Oil Girl Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Temari, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Kankuro. The 3rd round will be held in 1 month. With dignitaries from various nations in attendance to witness the matches, the format will follow a knockout system. Contestants, please come forward to draw lots. Naruto drew number 9. At this moment, Moonlight Breeze instructed, Please hand me the numbers you have drawn. He recorded everyone's numbers and, after organizing them, announced, Now, I will declare the order of the 3rd round matches. First, number 1, Hyuga Hinata versus number 2, Hyuga Neji. Second, number 3, Kankuro versus number 4, Oil Girl Shino. Third, number 5, Nara Shikamaru versus number 6, Temari. Fourth, number 7, Uchiha Sasuke versus number 8, Gaara. Number 9, Uzumaki Naruto will have a bye in the first elimination round and will directly advance to the 2nd elimination round. Now I declare this meeting adjourned. Once everyone exited the venue, Hinata whispered a few words into Naruto's ear. He nodded in response with a smile. Naruto then proclaimed loudly, Tonight, Hinata and I plan to treat everyone to barbecue, so please be sure to join us at the barbecue restaurant. Dingxi was the first to respond enthusiastically. I will definitely be there. and not just me. Shikamu, Ino, and Asuma-sensei will come too. Kiba chimed in. Got it. Naruto, I'll bring Shino and Iruka-sensei along. Sasuke nonchalantly replied, I'll be there. Naruto nodded and approached Neji, asking, Neji, you will come too, right? Just as Neji was about to respond, Tintin interjected with a smile. We're heading back. Naruto, seeing Neji nod, Naruto smiled. Then I'll wait for you. Naruto then approached Gaara. Observing his cold demeanor and cheerfully asked, Gaara, will you come? At Naruto's invitation, the atmosphere fell silent. Temari and Kankuro were momentarily terrified, fearing Gaara might lash out. Gaara, gazing at Naruto's sincere smile, asked, Why invite me? Naruto replied, Because you remind me of myself. And I wish to be your friend. The word friend deeply resonated within Gaara. While he longed to accept Naruto's invitation, fear gripped him, a fear of being deceived once more, of carving another wound upon his heart. After a prolonged hesitation, Gaara finally said, Maybe next time. If you invite me again, I might consider joining. Naruto, feeling a tinge of regret, replied, All right then, I will invite you next time. Gaara nodded and walked away with his gourd. Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief, about to follow him, when Naruto added, Gaara is very lonely. I hope you can keep him company and help him out of his solitude sooner. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances with Naruto, but said nothing as they hurried after Gaara. Naruto sighed heavily, feeling sorrow not only for Gaara, but for all Jinchuriki at that moment. Shikamaru and Sasuke approached. Shikamaru said, Naruto, why did you invite them? That Gaara is dangerous. Sasuke inquired, Indeed, you big fool, Naruto, with a sigh of resignation, replied, Because Gaara is a Jinchuriki, and he is the most sorrowful and solitary of them all. Unlike me, who met you, Sasuke, and Hinata when I was 5, and Shikamaru when I turned 7, my childhood was not steeped in sadness. But Gaara's existence has been a relentless struggle against pain, loneliness, and sorrow. Therefore, I wish to change him, to prevent him from sinking further into despair. Upon hearing Naruto's description of Gaara, Shikamaru and Sasuke began to comprehend why Naruto had extended an invitation to him. Sasuke remarked, Another victim of this world's hatred and sorrow. Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, all Jinchuriki share this fate. Used as weapons due to the burdens of hatred and grief, they are not merely victims. The tailed beasts within them endure the same plight. Thus, we must strive for peace in this world, liberating both the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki from humanity's animosity, Shikamaru confessed. Although this has been our aspiration since childhood, I still lack confidence in our ability to achieve it. Naruto smiled, saying, If it were easy, why would we need your intellect, Sasuke's decisiveness, or my leadership skills? Shikamaru, have faith in yourself, and trust in Sasuke and me. We will succeed. Shikamaru chuckled, You need not worry about me, Naruto. I was merely feeling a bit sentimental. Now, aren't you and Hinata supposed to treat us? You should get to arranging that if Choji doesn't get his barbecue tonight. Be prepared to face his wrath. Prompted by Shikamaru's reminder, Naruto hurriedly exclaimed, Right? We still need to sort out the barbecue. I'll go reserve a table with Hinata. You all continue your discussion. He dashed off to find Hinata. Sasuke shook his head at Naruto's hurried demeanor, remarking, What a fool. Always so reckless. Shikamaru replied, True. Yet, it is precisely because of his nature that he inspires us to strive for him, isn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke concurred, You make a valid point. Shikamaru mused, There is an undeniable charm about Naruto, a compelling allure that makes one want to help him realize his dreams. He has the remarkable ability to unite everyone around him toward a common goal, even if that goal seems distant. Yet, we cannot help but believe he will achieve it. Sasuke sighed. Indeed, it is for this reason that I have chosen to abandon my original intentions and place my faith in him. Shikamaru, aware of Sasuke's reference to his brother, recognized that Sasuke was reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. Thus, he shifted the conversation, saying, Sasuke, it seems you have simultaneously accepted the affections of Sakura and Ino. Who would have thought you to be such a flirt? Although Sasuke understood Shikamaru's intent to divert the topic, he could not muster any gratitude when confronted with this particular subject. He responded coldly. What? Do you have a problem with that? Realizing he had treaded on sensitive ground, Shikamaru began to sweat nervously, stammering, And no, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Heh, I have things to attend to. So I'll take my leave. With that, Shikamaru quickly exited the scene. Sasuke, observing Shikamaru's hasty retreat, found his thoughts drifting back to Sakura and Ino.A. As he thought of them, he glanced up at the setting sun. Its golden rays illuminating his face, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a faint smile. Chapter 55. Naruto's fury after arranging all the details for tonight's gathering at the barbecue restaurant with Hinata. Naruto bid her farewell and returned home, only to find Kakashi and Karui waiting for him at his doorstep. Observing Karui's pitiful expression, Naruto immediately realized that the matter he had entrusted to Kakashi remained unresolved. A frown settled on his face as he approached, saying, "Let us discuss this inside." He opened the door and stormed in with a scowl. Kakashi sighed, glancing at Naruto's darkened expression before instructing Karui. "You may enter." Naruto sat on his bed while Kakashi casually took a seat on a nearby chair, and Karui stood beside Naruto. With a grim expression, Naruto queried, "What on earth is going on? Why did the third Hokage refuse to allow Karui to stay in the Hidden Leaf Village?" Kakashi responded, "It's not that he refused. When I first brought Karui to him and explained the situation, the third agreed. However, after the tournament, he summoned me again." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so there was a subsequent change in circumstances." Kakashi nodded. "Yes, it was the people from the Grass Village who approached the third, claiming that Karui is one of their ninjas and requesting her return." Confused, Naruto retorted, "Though the old man may be a bit lecherous, he is not one to shy away from confrontation. Why would he acquiesce to such demands?" "Don't tell me that perverted old man is afraid to offend them." Kakashi was instantly taken aback, realizing that only Naruto would dare to speak of the third in such a manner. Choosing to ignore Naruto's disrespectful comments, Kakashi continued, "The third would never agree to their unreasonable request. However, they threatened that if the Hidden Leaf did not return Karui, they would spread rumors that we were unlawfully holding on to their ninja." Considering the reputation of the Hidden Leaf, the third felt compelled to compromise. Fury ignited within Naruto as he bellowed, "To capitulate over mere reputation is preposterous. I bet Danzo and the two advisors are involved in this as well." Kakashi, seeing Naruto's anger, nodded helplessly. Naruto suppressed his rage and smiled. "All right, Kakashi-sensei, I understand. I will handle this matter. Those old fools are becoming increasingly ridiculous. I shall take matters into my own hands." Kakashi, alarmed, warned, "Naruto, don't act recklessly." Naruto grinned. "Kakashi-sensei, I am not that impulsive. Since those old fools cannot negotiate with the Grass Village, allow me to intervene. I will speak with them. I'll ensure they relent without tarnishing the reputation of the Hidden Leaf." Turning to Karui, he declared, "Let us go. We need to find that perverted old man." Without hesitation, he took Karui's hand and headed toward the third's office. Kakashi quickly called out, "Wait for me. I'll accompany you." He hurried after Naruto, anxious that Naruto might speak out of turn in front of the third and the two advisors. Arriving at the Hokage's building, Naruto announced their presence and, hand in hand with Karui, strode inside. Kakashi, seeing Naruto's aggressive demeanor, could only sigh in resignation as he followed suit. The third Hokage, upon noticing Naruto's fierce approach, braced himself for trouble. Sighing, he asked, "Naruto, why the urgency in seeking me? What is the matter?" Observing the presence of the two advisors and Danzo, Naruto realized they had been anticipating his arrival. Taking a moment to compose himself, he stated, "Hokage-sama, I am curious as to why you cannot permit Karui to remain in the Hidden Leaf. Out of respect for you, I thought it best to clarify this matter." The third sighed again, replying, "It is not that I do not wish for her to stay. It is that she hails from the Grass Village. We cannot disregard their requests, as forcibly keeping Karui here would tarnish the reputation of the Hidden Leaf." Naruto scoffed, "Old man, are you truly willing to send Karui back to a place that is nothing short of hell for her? All for the sake of so-called reputation?" Enraged, one of the advisors snapped, "Naruto Uzumaki, mind your attitude." Kakashi quickly interjected, "Please, Lord Advisor, do not be angry. Naruto is still just a child." The advisor retorted, "Kakashi, silence yourself." Naruto added, "Kakashi-sensei, this matter is not your concern." Kakashi felt caught in a bind, awkward and out of place. Naruto pressed on, "My attitude is as it is. You all are solely concerned with the Hidden Leaf's image, which is fair. However, you must understand that the foundation of the Hidden Leaf was built to provide a stable environment for those who are lost and alone. What you are doing now is in stark contradiction to that." The third side, "You are right, Naruto. The first Hokage established the Hidden Leaf to ensure peace and stability for all. However, if we disregard our image, outsiders may perceive the Hidden Leaf as tyrannical and unreasonable. leading to potential hostility against us, or even war.is that what you desire, Naruto retorted, in the end. You are merely afraid of the Hidden Leaf's reputation being sullied. Aren't you? The third side, Naruto, you must understand. All of this is for the sake of the Hidden Leaf, Naruto coldly replied. This is not about the Hidden Leaf. It is about your own incompetence, old man. If you cannot handle the grass village, then allow me to take charge that I will negotiate with them. I will convince them to back down without damaging the image of the Hidden Leaf. The third, perplexed, asked, and how do you intend to do that? Confidently, Naruto declared, I shall approach them as the heir of the Uzumaki clan's chieftain. My mother was a princess of the Uzumaki clan, and now I stand as the sole successor to our lineage. I believe that in this capacity, no one would dare to oppose me. Danzo and the two advisors presumed that it was the third Hokage who had informed Naruto of his mother's royal status. Hence it was not surprising that Naruto was aware of his identity. Meanwhile, the third assumed that Naruto had gleaned this information during a conversation with Kushina, which also did not strike him as unusual. The third replied, Indeed, there is no one who could contest that. Since you wish to negotiate, let us allow you to speak with them. After speaking, he summoned the individuals from the grass village. At that moment, Kakashi quietly inquired of Naruto, How did you come to know that you are the heir of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto responded in a hushed tone, I was merely guessing, and to my astonishment, I was correct. Honestly, I had no idea that my mother was a princess of the Uzumaki clan. Although Naruto spoke softly, the skilled individuals present overheard him, and confusion swept across the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Noticing the uncomfortable silence, Naruto understood that his words had been heard, yet his face remained as unyielding as a fortress. At that juncture, a knock sounded at the door, prompting the third Hokage to clear his throat and say, Come in. Several individuals from the grass village entered, and the leading grass ninja, upon seeing Karui, remarked with a smile, Lord Hokage, we are truly grateful for your kindness in returning Karui to us. Now, may I take her back? He extended his hand, attempting to grasp Karui. Alarmed, she quickly hid behind Naruto. Observing the grass ninja's advance, Naruto swiftly pushed his hand away, asserting, What do you think you're doing? Show some respect. Taken aback by Naruto's defiance, the grass ninja turned to the third Hokage and said, Lord Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to jeopardize the peace between the grass village and the leaf village? The third responded calmly, While we have no reason to prevent you from taking Karui, the young man before you possesses the authority to deny you that right. The grass ninja, puzzled, asked, Oh, what gives him the authority to intervene in our grass village affairs? Naruto interjected with a smile. Simply put, I am the chieftain of the Uzumaki clan, and Karui is one of my kind. You think I lack the right to intervene? The grass ninja, bewildered, retorted, Uzumaki clan? I was unaware of such a clan. Naruto chuckled. Of course you were unaware if Karui were not of the Uzumaki lineage. What do you think accounts for her extraordinary abilities? You scoundrels not only caused the death of Karui's mother, but also seek to coerce her further, claiming her as one of your OWND. You think my Uzumaki clan is an easy target? With that, Naruto exuded a formidable aura of menace. The grass ninja found himself paralyzed by Naruto's overwhelming presence. And in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Naruto seized him by the throat. Other grass ninjas attempted to intervene, but found themselves ensnared by Naruto's binding energy. The third Hokage, sensing the escalating situation, urged, Naruto, do not act impulsively. Disregarding the third's plea, Naruto drew the grass ninja closer and declared, The mere fact that you were responsible for Karui's mother's demise is sufficient grounds for me to obliterate your village. I have refrained from seeking retribution, yet you dare to approach me for Karui? It seems you have a death wish. The grass ninja, meeting Naruto's icy gaze, trembled in fear as if confronted by a demon from the depths of hell. The third Hokage, recognizing the gravity of the situation, implored, Naruto, release him at once. After glancing at the third, Naruto relinquished his grip, causing the grass ninja to scramble backward in terror. Naruto fixed him with a cold stare, stating, I forbid you from appearing before Karui again, that if you dare to harm my kin, you will come to know the terror of Uzumaki. Naruto, do you understand? The grass ninja, quaking in fear, replied, I understand. We will never approach Karui again. Lord Hokage, may we take our leave? The third nodded. You may go. As Naruto retracted his binding energy, he added coolly, If you plot any further mischief, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to your grass village. The entire ninja world acknowledges that there is no fault in Uzumaki. Naruto. Do you comprehend? The leading grass ninja, trembling, stammered, "We dare not. We understand what must be done. Please rest assured, Uzumaki clan leader." With that, he hastily retreated with his companions, fearing that Naruto might change his mind. Once the grass ninjas had departed, Naruto turned to the third Hokage and said, "Since this matter has been resolved, Karui and I shall take our leave." With that, he exited, his expression dark and brooding. The third Hokage sighed deeply, watching Naruto's displeasure as he left. The last chapter of the day unfolded. Kakashi, attempting to console the third, remarked, "Lord Third, Naruto is simply too young to understand the difficulties you face. I believe he will come to understand in due time." The third replied with a smile, "Ah, Kakashi, do not attempt to comfort me. I am aware that Naruto is genuinely disappointed in me. Allowing Karui to join the Leaf Village was indeed a good decision. Yet out of fear for the village's reputation, I chose to compromise. That I fear I have let him down." That moment, Mito spoke up, "Lord Hiruzen, your choice was not erroneous." The third questioned, "Was it truly not? Then why did Jiraiya and Tsunade leave the village? Why did Orochimaru betray us? They, like Naruto, must have felt disillusioned with me. Alas, it seems I am growing old. After this examination, it may be time for me to step down and allow the youth to assume the mantle of Hokage." Danzo was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Are you saying you intend to resign?" In disbelief, Tsunade echoed, "Yes. What will become of the Leaf Village if you step down?" Only Mito remained composed, asking, "Hiruzen, have you considered who will succeed you?" After a moment of contemplation, the third smiled, "Perhaps I shall designate either Jiraiya or Tsunade to take my place." Tsunade considered, "They could indeed fulfill the role, but neither is currently in the village." Mito interjected, "Their absence is not the issue. The real concern is how you intend to persuade them to accept the position. You are aware that both are not particularly eager to become Hokage. Especially Tsunade, who harbors a deep aversion to the role due to her brother's fate." The third did not respond to Mito's concerns, but turned to Danzo, asking, "Danzo, what are your thoughts on my decision to pass the mantle to Jiraiya or Tsunade?" Danzo replied nonchalantly, "You have already made your decision. Why ask me now?" With that, he exited, leaving the third to reflect on his departure. The third sighed, pondering, "Ah, Danzo, am I not aware of your desire for the Hokage position? Yet your ideologies are far too radical. Furthermore, we are no longer young." With that thought, he sighed once more. Tsunade, noticing the third's continued sighing, urged, "Hiruzen, you cannot afford to be concerned with Danzo's feelings. You must focus on resolving who will take the Hokage position between Jiraiya and Tsunade." Mito added, "Indeed, Hiruzen, you need to address this matter first." The third chuckled, "Though I may be aging, I am not yet senile. That I understand the importance of this decision, and I have ways to ensure that they accept the role of Hokage. You need not worry." With reassurance, the two advisors felt a sense of relief. The third then turned to Kakashi, saying, "All right, Kakashi, you may take your leave. There is nothing further for you to attend to here." Kakashi nodded. "Then I shall take my leave." As Kakashi exited the Hokage's office, he wiped the sweat from his palms and exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Today was truly exhilarating. My heart can hardly bear it." With a final glance at the Hokage's office, he vanished in an instant. Upon returning home with Karui, she timidly remarked, "Naruto, have I caused you trouble? If so, perhaps I should just return with them." Naruto, aware that his earlier demeanor had frightened her, chuckled, "What nonsense are you speaking? I was merely upset with the third. You had nothing to do with it." Karui questioned, "Are you certain it has nothing to do with me?" Naruto affirmed, "Absolutely. You are welcome to live here in the Leaf Village. There is no longer anyone who will force you into doing anything you dislike." Xianglin, uncertain of her path, asked, "Can I truly live with you in Konoha? Will I no longer have to live in fear? Is it really possible for me to live like this?" Naruto replied with conviction, "Yes, absolutely." Upon hearing Naruto's affirmation, Xianglin immediately burst into tears, clinging to him. Naruto understood that she was overwhelmed with fear and helplessness. The sudden prospect of a stable home brought her immense joy, yet memories of her mother and her painful past flooded back, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Naruto gently patted Xianglin's shoulder, saying, "Let it all out. If you feel like crying, then cry. Don't hold it in. Release your emotions and embrace your true self." Bidding farewell to your past. After what felt like an eternity, Xianglin finally ceased her sobbing, seeing her calm down. Naruto smiled and asked, "Do you feel better now?" Xianglin nodded, responding, "Yes, much better." Naruto grinned as he helped her into a chair, saying, "Sit here for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Then I'll take you out for barbecue. My friends and I have made plans to enjoy some grilled meat today, and I'll introduce you to everyone. Soon, you'll have many friends." With that, Naruto headed into the bathroom, turning on the hot water. As the warm water cascaded over his face, Naruto thought of the third Hokage's actions. Though he felt anger, he also recognized the third's burdens. He acted cautiously for the sake of the village's peace. Naruto muttered to himself, "Perhaps I shouldn't blame him too harshly. He, too, is doing this for the village." Just then, the dark side of Naruto sneered. "What's this? Forgiving that old pervert so easily? That's not like you." Naruto retorted, "Why don't you announce your presence next time?" "Never mind, that's just how you are." The dark Naruto, feeling offended, shot back. "What do you mean that's just how I am?" "Don't ignore my questions," Naruto replied. "It's nothing. I just suddenly understand why the third did what he did." The dark Naruto questioned. "Understanding means you should forgive him. If it weren't for you, that girl would be headed back into that hellish pit. So we can't forgive that old pervert so easily." At that moment, the good side of Naruto chimed in. "When did you start caring about others? How strange." The dark Naruto angrily retorted. "Who said I care about anyone?" "That's ridiculous." The good Naruto continued with a mischievous grin. "Weren't you just worried about that girl named Xianglin falling back into the fire pit? Now you're flip-flopping. What a dishonest fellow." The dark Naruto was momentarily speechless, then angrily declared, You scheming, sinister bastard." The good Naruto, dissatisfied, replied, "How am I scheming? Just because we are familiar doesn't mean I won't see you for slander." Enraged, the dark Naruto was on the verge of exploding. At that moment, the Ninetales interjected, "What are you two arguing about? You're disturbing my sleep. Keep it up, and I might just swallow you both." The two Narutos immediately fell silent as the Ninetales prepared to resume its slumber. The good Naruto timidly asked, "Kai-bai, you could swallow us, but wouldn't that cause indigestion? After all, I'm not a person. I'm merely a personality." The Ninetales immediately bristled, coldly grinning. "Then I'll swallow you now and see if I suffer from indigestion." Naruto interjected, "All right, everyone be quiet. I'm already annoyed." Instantly, all three fell silent. After a while, the good Naruto piped up again. "Actually, the third Hokage isn't so bad. Just forgive him. Besides, have you forgotten the purpose behind your seduction technique? You said you wanted him to bleed to death from his nose. That's all I have to say." With that, the good Naruto quickly vanished, fearing that Naruto might swallow him whole. Upon hearing those words, Naruto pondered for a moment before chuckling. "Bleeding from the nose until death? That's not a bad idea. A form of euthanasia. I like it." Just as Naruto envisioned the third Hokage bleeding out under his seduction technique, Xianglin suddenly hugged him from behind, startling him as he instinctively prepared to resist. He realized it was Xianglin and hesitated. With a gentle voice, Naruto asked, "Xianglin, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Xianglin responded weakly, "Naruto, I'm still very scared. I'm afraid this is all just a dream that I fear that once I wake up, I'll return to that hell. Only by holding you do I feel real." Noticing the bite marks on her arms, Naruto affectionately stroked those horrific wounds. Imagining the terror Xianglin had endured in Grass Ninja Village, he reassured her, "It's all right now, Xianglin. No one can hurt you anymore. I will do everything in my power to protect you. So don't be afraid. Just take a nice shower, and then I'll take you out to eat." Gently, Naruto untangled Xianglin's arms from around him and fled the bathroom in haste. The dark Naruto emerged, laughing. "Kid, you're quite fortunate. Why did you run out? Weren't you doing well with that kunoichi named Jean?" Naruto, feeling irritated, snapped, "Get lost and keep your distance." After saying that, he contemplated visiting the third Hokage the next day to reclaim his parents' house. He decided to leave this place for Xianglin. Even if he could manage to suppress his feelings, Hinata would eventually grow suspicious. "Tomorrow, I'll go. If he refuses to give it back, I'll use my seduction technique to make him bleed to death. Speaking of which, I think I've only used my harem technique on Ebisu-sensei. I haven't tried it on the third yet. Yes, that's settled. Regardless of whether that old pervert agrees, I will give it a shot." At that moment, Xianglin emerged from the bathroom, and Naruto noticed she was wearing the bathrobe he had left behind. He turned to her and said, "Wait here. I'll go buy you some clothes." With that, he leaped out of the window. Seeing him escape through the window, Xianglin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, murmuring, "Am I really that unappealing?" As Naruto fled through the window, he muttered, "Damn it. Why is my self-control so weak?" With that, he quickly made his way to a women's clothing store. Transforming into a woman, he entered, determined to reclaim his house from the third Hokage the next day. Naruto steeled his resolve. Chapter 57. At ease, Xianglin. When Naruto brought Xianglin to the barbecue restaurant, everyone else had already arrived. Upon seeing Naruto, Kiba shouted, "Naruto, over here. Why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for ages." Kiba's shout instantly drew everyone's attention to Naruto, who greeted him with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, I was delayed by some matters." After nodding in understanding, Kiba noticed Xianglin hiding behind Naruto and asked, "Naruto, who is this?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Xianglin. Curiosity etched on their faces. Naruto replied with a smile, "This is my friend, Xianglin. She'll be staying in our village from now on." "Xianglin, say hello to my friends. They're all wonderful people." Nervously, Xianglin greeted Naruto's friends. "Hello, everyone, I'm Uzumaki Xianglin, that I look forward to getting to know you all." Her introduction piqued Shikamaru's interest as he queried, "Naruto, could she be your relative? She shares your surname, Uzumaki." Naruto grinned. "Shikamaru, you're quite perceptive. Xianglin is indeed my kin. We are both from the Uzumaki clan." Shikamaru, puzzled, asked, "Naruto, I didn't know you had relatives, but I heard from my dad that the Uzumaki clan was wiped out." As soon as Shikamaru spoke, he realized the insensitivity of his question, but his curiosity got the better of him. Naruto, noticing Shikamaru's apologetic demeanor, laughed heartily. "It's all right, Shikamaru, I'm not offended, you're correct. The Uzumaki clan was indeed annihilated, but many of our kin are scattered and still alive. My goal is to gather those who have been mistreated and bring them back." Hinata approached Naruto, taking his hand and saying, "Naruto-kun, I'll help too." Touched, Naruto replied, "Thank you, Hinata." Everyone else chimed in, offering their assistance to help Naruto find his lost relatives. And he expressed his gratitude to each one that while the gathering of classmates was filled with warmth and joy. In the adjoining room, Kakashi wore a troubled expression. Asuma, puzzled, asked, "Kakashi, why do you seem so downcast? Has something unpleasant occurred?" Kakashi sighed and remarked, "It's nothing. I am merely worried about that insufferable brat, Naruto. He is perpetually so reckless with his words, and I fear he may find himself in trouble." Kakashi recalled the incident when Naruto had confronted the third Hokage and the two advisors, and he sighed deeply once more. At that moment, Hong, who had come along with Hondo, expressed her displeasure, saying, "Why are you worrying about that brat? You should be more concerned about yourself. If anything happens to you, he will be just fine." The other teachers present could discern the resentment in Hondo's voice, prompting Kakashi to curiously inquire, "Hondo, did Naruto offend you?" The others also looked at her with curiosity. Realizing her words had drawn attention, Hondo quickly stammered, No, how could that brat offend me? You all know my temperament. If he dared to cross me, I would let him off easily. I merely thought that if he can handle Orochimaru, there shouldn't be anything too challenging for him." The other teachers accepted her explanation, though Hong remained skeptical, eyeing Hondo with suspicion, feeling uncomfortable under Hong's scrutinizing gaze. Hondo hastily suggested they eat to mask her inner turmoil. This action only intensified Hong's doubts, but she decided it was not the right time to question her closest friend. She would wait until they returned home, certain she would uncover something unexpected. Hong smiled at Hondo with a hint of malice. Noticing Hong's smile, Hondo's expression stiffened, realizing she had been discovered, and her resentment towards Naruto deepened. She thought to herself, "It's all that brat's fault. If only I could catch him off guard, I would make him pay dearly, that wretched child." Meanwhile, Naruto, happily enjoying barbecue with his friends, suddenly felt a tightening sensation in his chest, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Hinata, noticing Naruto's unease, inquired with concern, "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Naruto smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps it's just my imagination." Feeling warmth from Hinata's concern, he took her hand and said, "Hinata, thank you for always caring about me. That I feel like the luckiest person in the world." Hinata, taken aback by Naruto's sudden confession, blushed and lowered her head, her cheeks turning a rosy hue, which only endeared her to Naruto more. At that moment, Kiba teased, "Naruto, Hinata, could you two be any more lovey-dovey? Have you considered how the rest of us feel? Most of us are still single, while you and Sasuke are the only ones behaving this way." Sakura and Ino, sitting beside Sasuke, also lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Sasuke, observing Sakura and Ino's reactions, casually remarked, "Kiba, you're just jealous. Considering your single status, I won't hold it against you. After all, It's not like you have the skills. Naruto chimed in. Sasuke's right. Kiba, you're just jealous, you know? Jealousy is not a good thing. You need to work hard, or you might end up single for life. Girls don't like jealous boys, right, Hinata? Hinata instinctively nodded in agreement. Kiba, feeling utterly defeated, despaired. Hinata, how could you say that too? At that moment, Shino, with a serious demeanor, added, I agree with Naruto and Sasuke. Kiba, you are indeed jealous. Hearing this from Shino struck Kiba hard, pushing him closer to the brink of despair. And he slumped over the table. The others burst into laughter at Kiba's predicament. Meanwhile, sitting next to Naruto, Karui, who had previously given up on her feelings for him, saw the affection shared between Naruto and Hinata. However, glancing at Sakura and Ino beside Sasuke reignited her determination. She told herself, Karui, you cannot give up. If Sakura and Ino can both be with Sasuke, you two can stand by Naruto's side alongside Hinata. Don't be disheartened. Just work hard to win Naruto's affection. If Naruto were to discover Karui's thoughts at that moment, he would certainly confront Sasuke about his flirtatious ways and regret the words he had spoken to him earlier. As the gathering wound down, Naruto turned to Hinata and said, Hinata, let me walk you home. Hinata nodded in agreement. Yes, please, Naruto-kun. Naruto apologetically addressed the group. Sorry, everyone, I'll take Hinata home first and return shortly. The others understood. Naruto led Hinata towards the Hyuga residence, during which he feared Hinata might misunderstand. Thus, he took the initiative to explain Karui's background and experiences. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Hinata asked, So, are you planning to let Karui stay at your house? Naruto nodded. Yes, I intend to ask the third Hokage for the house my parents left me tomorrow, so I can let Karui stay in my current home. Hinata smiled and said, Naruto-kun, you are truly kind. I would like to help you with that tomorrow. Feeling a bit bashful, Naruto replied, It's nothing. Really, I just can't bear to let Karui suffer any longer. Seeing this side of Naruto made Hinata smile as well. After escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga residence, Naruto returned to the barbecue shop, where only Sasuke and Karui remained. Naruto approached Sasuke and said with a smile, Thank you, Sasuke, for looking after Karui. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, It was nothing. Turning to Karui, Naruto said, Karui, please wait a moment. I need to speak with Sasuke first. Karui nodded. Sure, I'll wait here. Once outside, Sasuke asked, What is it? Naruto replied, Sasuke, I want you to join me tomorrow at noon to learn the summoning technique from Hondo-sensei. This will help you master Sage Mode more quickly. Sasuke, puzzled, responded, Didn't we already agree on that? Is there anything else? Naruto continued, When you reach the Earth Dragon Cave, make sure to seek out a few snakes you can trust. The snakes in that cave are mostly malevolent, so I wanted to remind you to find trustworthy ones to aid you in your Sage Mode training. Also, be wary of the White Snake Sage. She is treacherous and cunning, so do not trust her easily. Sasuke nodded. Understood, I will find those I can rely on. You can rest assured. Seeing that Sasuke had grasped the information, Naruto nodded. Alright, you can go now. I'll go fetch Karui. After Sasuke left, Naruto returned to the barbecue shop, settled the bill, and took Karui home. Once at home, Naruto pulled out a blanket from the cupboard and laid it on the floor. From the new clothes he had purchased for girls, he retrieved a set of pajamas and handed them to Karui, instructing, You can sleep in the bed tonight, go change into these pajamas in the bathroom. Shyly, Karui took the pajamas and headed to the bathroom, her heart racing with anticipation. When she emerged, she found Naruto already asleep on the floor. Karui timidly approached Naruto, gazing at his peaceful face as he slept, and felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Cautiously, she reached out to touch his fair cheek, but upon feeling a tickle, he turned his head, causing her to retract her hand in fright. Noticing that Naruto remained asleep, she nervously lifted the blanket and slipped in beside him. Embracing Naruto and running her fingers through his long hair, she gazed at his sleeping face, feeling a profound sense of comfort and warmth. As she lay on his chest, listening to his heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her, something she had never experienced before. With a slight smile, Karui drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Naruto woke up feeling something pressing down on him. As he reached out to discover what it was, he found it soft and wriggling, and he seemed to touch long hair. Opening his eyes, he looked down to see Karui nestled against his chest, sound asleep, with his hand resting on her back. Naruto thought to himself, Alright, I must have woken up incorrectly. This must be an illusion. He closed his eyes and opened them again after a moment, confirming that indeed, Karui was still there, sleeping on him. Calmly, he removed his arm from around her, ensuring she remained comfortable, and covered her with a blanket before grabbing his clothes and heading to the bathroom. He thought to himself, I need to take a shower to calm down. What in the world is going on? At that moment, a darker side of him emerged and remarked, What's the big deal? It's just a woman. Why are you so troubled? Naruto retorted, Shut up and let me think in peace. The darker side fell silent. Turning on the water heater, Naruto let cold water cascade over him. His mind racing with thoughts that in the end, he found an excuse for himself. Naruto murmured, It must be that Cheyenne has a sleepwalking disorder. I recall hearing in my past life that those who lack a sense of security often exhibit signs of sleepwalking at night. Yes, it must be just that moment. The good-natured Naruto could no longer hold back and interjected. Your reasoning is simply. Naruto instantly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and retorted. What's wrong with my reasoning? The good-natured Naruto hastily replied. Oh, it's nothing at all. That I meant to say you're just too clever. Shine indeed has a sleepwalking disorder, and last night both this guy and I witnessed it. Right? The dark Naruto chimed in. Exactly, we saw it last night. Naruto then felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart and cheerfully declared, I should go buy breakfast, otherwise, Shine will wake up soon. With that, he dressed and set out in high spirits to procure breakfast. Meanwhile, in Naruto's sealed space, the Ninetales curiously inquired, Clearly, that little girl ran off to sleep with Naruto herself. How can one claim she has a sleepwalking disorder? The good-natured Naruto chuckled. You wouldn't understand. Humans always like to concoct various excuses to comfort themselves, allowing them to accept facts they cannot bear. The Ninetales replied. Humans are truly complex beings, the dark Naruto remarked. Kurama, that statement is inaccurate. It's more appropriate to say that any intelligent being is complex, which includes you as well. Isn't that so? The Ninetales laughed heartily. You've got a point there. At this juncture, Naruto returned home after purchasing breakfast, and upon seeing Cheyenne awake, he exclaimed, Cheyenne, come and have breakfast. After we finish, we'll go see the third Hokage. Cheyenne curiously asked, Why do we need to see the third? Naruto responded, I intend to reclaim my parents' house. Besides, you need a place to stay too. So, once I get back the house my parents left for me, you can live there. Cheyenne then burst into tears and said, Are you abandoning me? Naruto felt a rush of panic at Cheyenne's crying. Unsure of how to react, he awkwardly pleaded, Please don't cry. All right, I never said I would stop caring for you. Come on, please stop crying. Yet, Cheyenne continued to weep, and no comfort from Naruto seemed to suffice. Ultimately, he could only helplessly propose, All right, how about this? I'll let you live with me. Only then did Cheyenne quiet down and ask, Really? Naruto sighed in resignation. Yes, I'll let you live with me, but we must move to the house my parents left me. This place is simply too small for two people. Cheyenne then broke into a smile and said, That's fine. As long as I can be with you, I'll be happy anywhere. Naruto sighed deeply again, expressing his exasperation. After breakfast, Naruto took Cheyenne to see the third Hokage. Upon seeing them, the third asked, Oh, Naruto, why are you no longer angry with your grandfather? Naruto retorted, You think I wouldn't be angry with you? How naive, I'm here to reclaim my parents' house, not to forgive you. Old man, return the house my parents left me. The third sighed, Naruto, I had no choice. For the sake of Konoha, I had to act this way, or it would cause trouble for the village. I hope you can understand my predicament. Naruto, angered by the third's words, shot back, I understand you. But have you ever considered Cheyenne's feelings? Moreover, it's unbecoming for the Hokage of Konoha to be manipulated by such a small village like the Grass Village. If you continue to endure this, you'll have lost all dignity for Konoha. That we have never feared war. If it comes, let it come. The third, hearing Naruto's words, sighed. But do you realize how many lives are lost in war? How many families are shattered? Have you thought about that? Naruto countered. Does the absence of war mean no one dies? No families are broken? Disappointed, Naruto shook his head and said, Old man, you're truly getting old if you can't comprehend this. War is not the end. It is merely a means to achieve peace. Of course, achieving peace isn't limited to war. As the saying goes, the best strategy is to outsmart, next is to negotiate, then to engage in battle, and finally, to besiege. War is a last resort. If you don't understand even this, how can you be Hokage and manage Konoha? The third was taken aback by Naruto's words and hastily asked, Naruto, who taught you these things? Whoever it was must be an extraordinary talent, that moment. Naruto realized that he had inadvertently revealed the art of war from his past life in a fit of anger and thought. Oh no, I've let slip something I shouldn't have. What do I do now? Ultimately, Naruto could only say, it was a military expert I met in my dreams who taught me this. Now, old man, stop diverting the topic. Give me back my parents' house. The third, wanting to probe further, noticed Naruto's reluctance and decided against pursuing the matter that he replied, as for your parents' house, even if I wish to hand it over, I can its in Jiraiya's custody. Even the sealing scrolls I entrusted to you were left here by him, stating that if you showed talent for sealing techniques, I should give them to you. So, you'll need to ask Jiraiya. Naruto exclaimed, you want me to go find that lecherous sage? Where am I supposed to do that? He isn't even in the village right now. The third, unconcerned, chuckled, well, that's not my problem. Anyway, your parents' belongings are with Jiraiya that I can't help you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Naruto fumed. This is all your fault, you disrespectful old man. The third, puzzled, asked, how is this my fault again? Naruto, in a fit of childish defiance, insisted, it's definitely your fault. If I can't get the house, I won't let you have it easy either. Shadow clone technique. Naruto immediately created dozens of clones, and then performed the jutsu, harem technique. Instantly, the Hokage's office was engulfed in an indescribable scene. Afterward, Naruto left with a blushing shine, just as a ninja entered with some documents to see the third.